Introduction. He was reborn as Nezha and soon discovered that the primordial world was not as beautiful as he had imagined. He witnessed the re-emergence of the extinct Witch clan and the fallen Dragon clan, both unwilling to accept the harsh realities of the primordial world. Each race fought for survival, while Nezha became part of the human race. Gradually, he began to realize that the war of the gods was merely a torment imposed on humanity by the celestial beings. Was the decline of the Shang dynasty truly fated, or merely an excuse for the gods to shift calamities? Here, Nezha would unveil the truth, determined to follow his heart and tread the path meant for him. Chapter 1. The Death of the Fire Deity. Li Xing was a university student, freshly graduated and on the brink of a promising future when calamity struck, robbing him of everything he was about to attain. If asked what filled him with the most sorrow and rage before his demise, he would undoubtedly exclaim, "Heaven above, I am still a virgin." However, this cry of anguish was abruptly silenced by a torrent of crimson that choked him, as a luxurious vehicle bore down on him without a hint of hesitation. All Li Xing felt was a sharp pain coursing through his body before he lost consciousness. Li Xing was unaware of how long he had been unconscious, but when he finally awoke, he was struck by the realization of his existence. Could it be that I am still alive? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a wave of drowsiness enveloped him once more, and he slipped back into slumber. Tianshou Mountain, abundant in spiritual energy, was home to many celestial deer, serving as their sanctuary. To prevent uninvited guests from intruding, the heavenly realm dispatched the fire deity to guard Tianshou Mountain. On this day, a melodious flute echoed through the mountains, mingling with the gentle calls of deer, creating an enchanting atmosphere. At that moment, a sudden clatter of hooves broke the tranquility from the foot of the mountain, disrupting the serene ambience. The flute ceased, and a young man clad in white emerged from the thicket. He appeared handsome, with rosy lips and white teeth, a well-proportioned figure, holding a flute in one hand and adorned with bracelets on the other, exuding an undeniable charm. Any familiar villager would recognize him as the fire deity, protector of the celestial deer. Yet, the fire deity's expression was one of irritation. The approaching hooves drew nearer, prompting him to mutter an angry reprimand, wondering who dared to gallop recklessly and disrupt the sanctity of the divine mountain. With a swift leap, he soared through the treetops toward the source of the noise. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, the fire deity spotted a middle-aged man clad in military armor, riding swiftly on horseback. The fire deity darted down from the treetops, blocking the rider's path. "Who are you to trespass in Tianshou Mountain? This mountain is the sanctuary of celestial deer. Mortals must not enter." However, during this era of flourishing cultivation, interactions between mortals and immortals were commonplace. Some mortals even surpassed certain deities in strength. The fire deity noted the vitality radiating from the rider, indicating he possessed considerable cultivation, so he refrained from immediate confrontation. "Surely, you are a person of virtue. Do you not understand the principle of respecting sacred grounds?" The rider's resolute face momentarily displayed embarrassment before it vanished. "I am Li Jing, the general of Chintang Pass. I have business on this mountain. I hope you will forgive my intrusion." Hearing the rider's tone soften, the fire deity's demeanor also relaxed, though he remained vigilant and inquired. "So, it is General Li. May I ask what brings you here?" "My lord is Emperor Yi, known for his diligence and care for the people. He is gravely ill and requires deer blood for a potent remedy. I implore you for your understanding," Li Jing replied respectfully. The fire deity was taken aback, then filled with fury. He was tasked with guarding the celestial deer, yet the other sought to hunt them. Was this not a violation of his duty? Furthermore, should the celestial deer be hunted, he would face punishment, and his deep bond with the deer made it unbearable for him to allow such slaughter. "Oh, so you wish to hunt the celestial deer? General Li, your reasoning is utterly unreasonable. You claim your lord cares for the people, but what concern is that of mine or the innocent deer? Your lord's life is valuable, yet my deer are not. Leave this place at once. You are unwelcome here." Li Jing's anger flared as a high-ranking official. He had never been reprimanded so brazenly by someone he deemed a mere boy. Earlier, he had felt somewhat guilty, but now his indignation surged. If you are so incapable of discerning right from wrong, I shall have no choice but to take offense. With a swift motion, he urged his horse forward, forcing the fire deity to sidestep as he galloped away. The fire deity's temper ignited, naturally hot-headed. He could not abide by the other's unreasonable behavior. He sprang to his feet and, disregarding the disparity between them, hurled his enlarged bracelet at Li Jing. Li Jing, undeterred, deftly parried the attack with a few swift sword strokes, sending the bracelet flying and continuing on his path. The fire deity's anger intensified. Retrieving his bracelet, he gritted his teeth and, with a sudden opening of his mouth, unleashed a burst of flame toward Li Jing. Li Jing, daring to confront him alone, was not easily intimidated. However, his steed instinctively halted, unwilling to advance. Seeing his attack effective, the fire deity's anger subsided slightly, and he prepared to pursue, determined to drive the intruder from Tianshou Mountain, unleashing another torrent of flames. After being thwarted multiple times, and with concern for his lord's health escalating, Li Jing's ire reached its peak. He turned his horse around, casting a fierce glare at the fire deity. As the flames erupted once more, he snorted coldly, drawing his long sword from his side, performing a dazzling flourish that intercepted the flames, then flinging them back toward the fire deity. The fire deity barely dodged, narrowly avoiding injury. Unexpectedly, having played with fire all his life, he almost fell victim to it today. The mockery and disdain reflected in Li Jing's gaze left him feeling deeply wounded. Very well, I shall not allow you to succeed today. Watching Li Jing ride away, the fire deity stubbornly wiped the blood from his mouth and the dirt from his face, snorted coldly, and took a shortcut toward the gathering place of the celestial deer. The fire deity moved swiftly, arriving at the gathering place before Li Jing could catch up. Without hesitation, he called out to the deer, "Little deer, flee. Quickly leave this place." The young deer, possessing some intelligence, understood the fire deity's intent. Though unaware of the circumstances, sensing his urgency, they instinctively dashed into the surrounding thickets. However, one small deer, whether from fear or confusion, remained frozen, staring blankly at the fire deity. The fire deity smiled subtly as he turned around, only to spot a small deer. Startled, he rushed forward, calling out sharply to drive it away. However, at that moment, the sound of hooves echoed. Behind him, Li Jing had arrived. Upon seeing the fire deity, he merely snorted coldly before pulling the reins and pursuing the very deer the fire deity had just frightened away. The fire deity, feeling a sense of urgency, did not dare to hesitate. Yet, with a flash of cleverness, he thought to himself, "Let me see how you intend to catch that deer." He then crouched low to the ground, and in a swirl of azure light, transformed into a young celestial deer. With newfound speed, the fire deity bounded ahead of Li Jing. However, he did not foresee that this very act would lead to his own demise at Li Jing's hands. At the edge of the cliff, Li Jing quietly gazed at the celestial deer that had fallen into the abyss, a sense of unease washing over him as if he had committed a grave error. Ultimately, he shook his head with a sigh. Almost as if compelled by fate, he drew his bow and loosed an arrow, then turned to continue his search for another celestial deer. Yet, that single arrow shattered the very soul of the fire deity, who had just ventured forth in hopes of reincarnation. Unbeknownst to anyone, as the fire deity's celestial light shimmered above, it inadvertently drew in another soul that had been lingering near him, along with fragments of his own essence. As the light faded, tranquility returned to the area. In a nearby thicket, a charming little deer bounced into view, curiously sniffing at the fire deity's remains. Moments later, it transformed into a benevolent monk, who bowed respectfully to the fire deity's body before vanishing without a trace. Chapter 2. Tianshou. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years and 6 months had passed. Yet for Li Xing during this time, the days and nights blurred into one, and the years lost their meaning. This tale begins with the demise of the fire deity. His soul was inadvertently extinguished by Li Jing, leaving an opportunity for Li Xing's spirit, which had been adrift in the cosmos, somehow spared from dissolution. At that moment, Li Xing's spirit was exceedingly fragile. Without an unforeseen miracle, it would perish within a month. Furthermore, as Li Xing was not a soul of this timeline, he had no chance for rebirth. However, as the saying goes, heaven's way is 50, and the world is 49, one escapes the rest. Even the celestial order is not complete, leaving a glimmer of hope. Thus, Li Xing, a visitor from beyond the heavens, was destined for his own opportunity. When enveloped by the meager merit and golden light left behind by the fire deity, Li Xing was safeguarded and his fragmented soul restored, adhering to the enigmatic principles of fate. In this manner, Li Xing was unwittingly guided into the cycle of reincarnation and found himself in a warm sanctuary. 3 years ago, his slumbering soul awakened, absorbing the fragments of the fire deity's essence, granting him access to the memories of that being. It was then that he realized he inhabited the world of the investiture of the gods. Upon recognizing his surroundings, Li Xing experienced a tumult of emotions, anxiety, and exhilaration intertwined. As a fervent admirer of the Xianxia genre, he was astonished by the opportunity to immerse himself in such a narrative, particularly enchanted by the investiture of the gods, wishing he could truly experience it. While the circumstances of his arrival remained a mystery, his heart brimmed with excitement, tempered by the concern of surviving in a world where lives were as expendable as grass, and celestial beings roamed freely. Fortunately, within the memories he had acquired, he discovered a cultivation technique related to the manipulation of fire. Though uncertain of its effectiveness, it was better than nothing. With little time to ponder his situation, he devoted himself to his practice. As the saying goes, cultivation knows no bounds of time, and 3 years swiftly passed. Li Xing had successfully mastered the fire-based technique using the innate energy surrounding him. This world, despite its abundance of celestial beings and interactions between mortals and immortals, had undergone a transformation after the calamities of the primordial era and the chaos of existence. All innate spiritual energy had been converted into inferior postnatal energy. Yet, the world held peculiar wonders. The sages could not have anticipated that after Nuwa created humanity, the human race would be favored by the celestial order. As fetuses, they were enveloped in innate spiritual energy within their placentas, leading to the notion of innate talents. As for the concept of prenatal education in later generations, who could definitively say it was unrelated? However, after awakening, Li Xing could no longer endure the solitude. 6 months of life resembling a confinement had driven him to despair. Trapped within this spherical realm, he searched in vain for an exit, which remained elusive, causing him great distress. In the twilight of the Shang dynasty, peace reigned throughout the empire. People lived in harmony, and doors were left unlocked at night, reminiscent of the grandeur of the 3 sovereigns' rule. Yet, amidst this tranquility, ambitious individuals disregarded celestial timing, neglected humanity, and dismissed the need for moral guidance, recklessly instigating rebellion, plunging the populace into turmoil. Among the rebels, General Filong wielded the greatest power, overwhelming nearby, smaller nations that sought aid from the Shang Emperor. In a fit of rage, Emperor Yi ordered General Li Jing to lead the army to the front lines to quell the insurrection. Li Jing, a distinguished general of the Shang, had served the dynasty loyally for generations. Stationed at Chuntang Pass, he safeguarded the empire's borders. His wife, Yin Shenyang, was a remarkable woman, both a devoted partner in life and a formidable ally in battle, possessing remarkable skills. However, the Li family had recently been beset by worries. Yin Shenyang had given birth to 2 sons, named Jinja and Muza, both of whom were obedient and strikingly handsome. Yet, 3 years prior, an unusual event had transpired. While enjoying a feast with her husband upon returning from a hunting expedition, a sudden burst of red light appeared above the Li household, striking Yin Shenyang's abdomen, leaving everyone in a state of shock. The common folk believed that such celestial phenomena heralded significant events, as ancient sages or emperors often emerged alongside them. The Li family, known for their generations of loyalty, was naturally filled with both fear and trepidation, careful to keep the news from spreading. They thought the matter would end there, but the following morning, Yin Shenyang began to exhibit signs of nausea. Upon seeing his beloved wife in such distress, Li Jing acted swiftly. A physician confirmed that she was pregnant. Recalling the previous night's events, Li Jing felt a shadow of gloom settle over him regarding this unborn child, a sentiment tinged with reluctance. Nevertheless, being the child's biological parent, he still cared for Yin Shenyang with great devotion. As time passed, when a moment of childbirth approached, there were no signs of labor. Despite seeking the counsel of wise individuals, they assured that both mother and child remained safe. Months turned into years, and as 3 years elapsed, the family grew accustomed to the idea of Yin Shenyang's prolonged pregnancy. Gradually, even Li Jing found himself harboring dark thoughts, contemplating that if the child were to vanish, it would hardly evoke any sorrow. Only Yin Shenyang gazed longingly at the child within her womb, instinctively sensing that her unborn offspring was destined for greatness. This conviction was further solidified when, in the 3rd month of her pregnancy, she felt unusual movements within her and noticed the gathering of celestial energies around her. However, she had never spoken of this to anyone, not even to Li Jing. Having weathered numerous storms in life, she understood the gravity of her circumstances. After the morning court session, Li Jing received an edict from Emperor Yi, and after bidding farewell to his colleagues, he proceeded toward the Li residence, guarded by the 4 generals of the Mo family. Upon arriving home, Li Jing first paid his respects to his mother, sharing news of his impending campaign. The venerable matriarch was accustomed to her son's frequent absences due to military endeavors and expressed little concern. After a few words of encouragement, she encouraged him to go, returning to her devotions to the goddess Niwa, eagerly awaiting the arrival of her 3rd grandchild, as she anticipated the flourishing of the Li family lineage. Only then did Li Jing take his leave from his mother and retire to his chamber. "Is it true, my husband, that you are once again to embark on a campaign?" Yin exclaimed, her face reflecting a mix of surprise and worry upon hearing his words. In recent years, Li Jing had spent little time at home. With royal orders often issued, Li Jing, as the foremost general of the Shang dynasty, could not afford to be negligent. Yet, it was unexpected for her husband to depart for battle so soon after his return, especially against the formidable General Feilong, known for his ferocity. This news weighed heavily upon Yin heart. "The emperor places his trust in our family, and I, Li Jing, must serve our great Shang with unwavering loyalty. Who else in the court could shoulder this responsibility if I do not?" Li Jing spoke with pride, though his words were rooted in truth, especially after a seasoned general had recently fallen to General Feilong on the battlefield. "Dear wife, please remain at home and nurture our child. I shall return safely," Li Jing said, noticing that Yin seemed poised to speak further. He quickly settled beside her, supporting her as she struggled slightly. "I wonder what is keeping this little one from making an appearance." "Old man, you're incorrigible," Yin playfully scolded him before tenderly caressing her rounded belly, her eyes filled with maternal affection, oblivious to the fleeting shadow that crossed Li Jing's gaze. The following day, Li Jing prepared his belongings, accompanied by the 4 generals of the Mo family, bidding farewell to his family as he set off for the front lines. Meanwhile, concerned for her husband, Yin discreetly donned armor and left the Li residence, her pregnant form heading in the direction of Li Jing's march. Chapter 3. Named Nezha. Several weeks had passed when Li Jing led his army to the battlefield, facing off against General Feilong from a distance. Over the course of several days, the 2 sides engaged in numerous skirmishes, resulting in heavy casualties among the soldiers. A palpable aura of death hung over the vast wilderness, and cultivators from various factions began to join the fray, inflicting tremendous damage on both armies. On this particular day, Li Jing and General Feilong declared a temporary ceasefire to reorganize their strategies. After establishing his camp, Li Jing, supported by the 4 generals of the Mo family, mounted his steed and ascended a hill to survey the enemy's encampment. He observed the meticulous arrangement of the opposing camp, where ominous red energy subtly permeated the air, a clear sign of the enemy's heightened morale. This sight sent a chill down Li Jing's spine, causing him to furrow his brow in concern. In that moment, he could not help but think of his wife. If only Yin were by his side, their combined efforts would surely have secured victory by now. Suddenly, a flurry of urgent hoofbeats broke his reverie, prompting him to turn and glance behind him. The messenger, a cavalryman with a flushed face and an expression of excitement, was tasked with delivering news. What could have caused such haste? Noticing the messenger's demeanor, Li Jing felt a wave of displeasure wash over him and coldly inquired. The messenger, unfortunately, had unwittingly provoked Li Jing's ire, having served as a general for an extended period and possessing formidable cultivation. Li Jing's piercing gaze made the young soldier tremble, rendering him momentarily speechless. "General," the eldest of the 4 generals of the Mo family whispered in Li Jing's ear. Realizing that his emotions were somewhat unsettled today, perhaps due to the absence of Yin, Li Jing composed himself, retracting his imposing aura and straightening his posture, regaining his confidence as he caressed the hilt of his sword. The messenger, kneeling on the ground, felt the pressure lift and exhaled a sigh of relief. Ignoring the sweat-soaked armor clinging to him, he hurriedly reported, "General, the lady has arrived." "The lady? Which lady?" Li Jing was momentarily taken aback, as he believed Shenyang was at home preparing for childbirth. "It is Lady Yin," the messenger stammered, perplexed by Li Jing's reaction, considering that there could only be one lady. "Shenyang." A surge of joy welled up within Li Jing, and he swiftly turned to the 4 generals, declaring, "Let us return and see why she, with her great burden, has ventured out." Disregarding the messenger, he mounted his horse and hastily made his way back to the camp. The 4 generals exchanged glances, joy evident in their eyes, and quickly followed suit. Inside the main tent, Li Jing sat at the head, while a dignified and valiant woman clad in armor and bearing a sword occupied the lower seat. "Shenyang, pray tell, what brings you here while carrying such a burden? Shouldn't you be resting at home to nurture the child?" Li Jing's expression turned serious as he addressed the woman before him. "Alas, my esteemed general, it is not that I lack confidence in your abilities, but rather that I am deeply concerned for your safety. This endeavor is fraught with peril unlike any we have faced before. In the past, we have fought side by side as husband and wife, unstoppable in our unity. Now, with you venturing forth alone, how can I find peace of mind?" Knowing your temperament, I jestingly remarked, while my hands instinctively caressed my abdomen. "You are aware of the dangers, yet you still proceed? If anything were to happen, how would I return to explain to my mother?" Li Jing, feeling somewhat exasperated by his wife's worry, let out a resigned sigh. "Enough with the ominous talk. You are to become a father of 3. How can you still speak such nonsense?" Shenyang rolled her eyes. Upon hearing the mention of a 3rd child, Li Jing's expression darkened. Observing her husband's reaction, Shenyang felt a twinge of concern for their impending 3rd child. She sensed that Li Jing had reservations about this unborn child, prompting her to reassure him, "Fear not. I have carried this little rascal for 3 years and 6 months, and it has yet to make its entrance. However, should the child decide to arrive at this moment, it may not be such a calamity after all." "You." Li Jing pointed at his wife, sighing in resignation. He realized that sending Shenyang back was not a viable option. He could only keep her by his side and ensure a midwife was arranged. Once the topic of children arose, Shenyang could hardly contain herself. With the baby still nameless and her own heart racing inexplicably, she seized the opportunity to propose a name. "By the way, dear husband, our child lacks a name. I have pondered this for some time. What do you think of Nezha? Our eldest is named Jinja, our second Muzha, and our 3rd should be Inja. How does that sound?" The more she contemplated, the more joy filled her, and she could not help but laugh while gently stroking her belly, envisioning the future moments with her child. Li Jing cast a jealous glance at the unborn child. Feeling a twinge of discomfort, unexpectedly, a name sprang to his mind, and he blurted out, "Why not call it Nezha instead of Inja? This name carries the connotation of warding off evil spirits and subduing demons. Does it not seem more fitting?" "General, madam." Upon hearing this, Shenyang's heart leapt with joy, and she eagerly nodded in agreement. Finally, they had settled on a name for their 3rd child. Her husband, it seemed, had been withholding the name until she prompted him. Just then, the tent flaps were lifted, and the 4 generals of the demon clan rushed in, bowing to Li Jing before turning to Shenyang with delight. "Madam, your presence here signifies that our victory in this battle is assured." Hearing this, Shenyang chuckled, "You 4. Do you not see that the general is present? This matter does not concern you. Go and tend to the camp." Upon hearing these words, the 4 individuals realized the inappropriateness of their remarks and quickly forced awkward smiles before hastily departing. However, Li Jing, who had initially harbored some reservations, found himself feeling slightly embarrassed. After all, these 4 were comrades who had braved life and death alongside him, making it difficult for him to express his thoughts further. The 2 exchanged a few more words, and then Shenyang expressed her desire to accompany her husband into battle the following day, but Li Jing firmly declined, deeming it inappropriate for a pregnant woman to join him in the fray. It was not until evening that a midwife was summoned and arranged to rest in the camp, attending to the expectant Shenyang, while Li Jing went on his rounds to inspect the camp. That night, Li Jing's gaze was restless, and his mind was in turmoil. Although he possessed a modest understanding of strategic calculations, he found himself utterly perplexed when it came to his own circumstances. As the night deepened, a sudden, piercing wail erupted from the commander's tent, startling both Li Jing and the 4 formidable generals, who rushed over to investigate. "Sir, you must hurry outside. If the lady is giving birth, please allow the general to step out. I can manage here." Just as the others were about to arrive, the midwife suddenly appeared at the entrance of the tent, blocking their way. Upon hearing her words, an indescribable sensation surged within Li Jing, neither joy nor despair. But a moment of stunned silence left him at a loss for words. The 4 generals, however, were elated, their faces beaming with smiles. Without waiting for the general's command, they instinctively dispersed to secure the perimeter of the tent, ensuring no one would intrude, even summoning their magical artifacts in readiness. "Oh, it hurts." At that moment, another anguished cry from Shenyang echoed from within the tent, causing Li Jing's heart to stir. He quickly cleared his mind of tumultuous thoughts and, peering through the curtain, called out, "Shenyang, how are you? Your husband is here with you. How do you fare?" Then, remembering the midwife, he urged, "You, go in and take care of the lady." Yes, I shall go in at once." The midwife, not daring to delay, swiftly complied and entered the inner chamber. "My husband, Shenyang, is well. Our son is about to be born. I am filled with joy. Yin, drenched in sweat and racked with pain, sought to conceal her suffering from her husband, quickly uttering words of reassurance before biting down on her pillow to stifle her cries. Capture him. Capture Li Jing alive. Suddenly, a chorus of battle cries erupted from outside the tent, sending a tremor through Li Jing's heart as he cast his gaze towards the flickering flames at the camp's perimeter. Report, General. Our front line has been ambushed by General Fai Long. We have suffered heavy losses and can barely hold on. A young soldier rushed in, breathless and frantic. Meanwhile, the four formidable generals gathered around Li Jing. Chapter 4. The tumultuous birth journey. The commotion outside intensified, and Yin, enduring her agony, inhaled deeply upon hearing the tumult of battle cries. My husband, go forth and fight valiantly. I shall await your return in silence. This, alas, Li Jing lamented, striking his head in frustration before suddenly raising his voice with determination. Generals of the Mo family, assemble. Command you four to guard the lady here without fail. Upon finishing his decree, Li Jing halted abruptly, forcefully lifting the tent flap, his countenance dark as he strode out. The four generals of the demon clan exchanged glances before promptly positioning themselves before the tent, vigilantly protecting Yin while anxiously awaiting news from the general. Outside, the cacophony of battle roared, resentment thick in the air. Meanwhile, Li Xing began to feel a surge of excitement. A sudden intuition stirred within him, suggesting that the moment for his escape had arrived. Thoughts of the enchanting mythical world beyond filled him with anticipation. Unaware that he was destined to become the unruly little Nezha, Li Xing first sensed the primordial energy within this spherical realm gushing forth. Then the entire world began to tremble violently, as if subjected to a formidable external force that relentlessly ravaged the surroundings. He remained motionless, awaiting the anticipated event. However, to his dismay, after a prolonged wait, the primordial energy around him dissipated, yet the foundation beneath his feet remained immobile, unable to contain himself any longer. Li Xing was consumed by a singular thought. He must escape at all costs. Fueled by this resolve, he suddenly rose, pressing his palms against the soft edge of his world, channeling energy from every part of his being, incessantly infusing it with spiritual power. Meanwhile, after Li Jing's departure, Yin could no longer endure the pain in her abdomen and cried out in distress. The four generals of the demon clan broke out in a cold sweat, yet found themselves powerless, only able to fervently pray for the blessings of the goddess Enwa. As time passed, Yin felt her strength wane, her spiritual energy depleted. Her body drenched, yet the intense pain in her belly showed no signs of abating, leaving her increasingly fearful. In this dire moment, she recalled tales of women who perished during childbirth, a wave of melancholy washing over her. Had her prolonged pregnancy led to complications for her child? Though she was a cultivator, when her spiritual energy ran dry, she felt no different from an ordinary woman. The terrifying rumors flooded her mind, and biting her lip, she made a resolute decision. Child, after such a long wait, I never imagined it would come to this. I hope you take good care of yourself and live well. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she contemplated. Someone, bring me my sword. After stealing her resolve, Yin spoke hoarsely to the midwife beside her, feeling faint and wishing to bring her child into the world before losing consciousness. In truth, she intended to take matters into her own hands, to perform a cesarean section to deliver her child, yet this act would inevitably cost her life. The bond between a mother and her child is profound. Although Li Xing was unaware of its significance, he felt an inexplicable pain rising within him as he channeled energy, prompting him to intensify his efforts. Meanwhile, Yin called out twice, but the midwife failed to respond. Unable to contain her anxiety, she turned to glance at the midwife, only to find her staring in horror at Yin's abdomen, her hands tightly covering her mouth, as if witnessing an extraordinary occurrence. What is wrong? Bring me my sword. Yin commanded the midwife, urgency in her voice. The midwife, jolted from her shock by Yin's words, let out a startled cry, as if she were being cornered by a dozen men. Why is your scream louder than mine? Yin retorted angrily, reaching for her sword herself. Outside, the four generals of the Mo family, hearing the commotion, felt an overwhelming impatience. Had it not been for the fact that they were men, they would have rushed into the tent to investigate. Madam, what is happening inside? Madam, your belly is swelling and shrinking erratically. Moreover, there is a red light emanating from within. The midwife, having delivered many children, had never encountered such a bizarre phenomenon. If it hadn't been for the chaos outside, she would have fled long ago. Upon hearing this, Yin was momentarily taken aback and looked down at her abdomen, gasping in astonishment. A vibrant orange glow was pulsating from within her, expanding and contracting as if it were breathing. Yet, knowing it was her child, she steadied herself and addressed the anxious midwife. Do not panic. Do not panic. The birth is imminent. It will happen soon. Miraculously, as she spoke, Yin Shenyang felt a surge of pure spiritual energy radiating from her abdomen throughout her body, restoring her strength. Filled with joy, she set aside her worries and, relying on her previous experiences, took a deep breath to continue with her labor. Outside, the four generals suddenly recalled that the young master had been pregnant for 3 years and 6 months, and the strange phenomena occurring now filled them with dread. They could hardly bear to contemplate the consequences of a mishap. Sensing the panic in each other's eyes, the eldest, Li Jing, typically the decision-maker among the four, struggled to maintain composure. I will go with the fourth to find the general. The second and third will remain here to protect the madam. We must ensure that nothing goes awry. The other three quickly agreed, and Li Jing along with Li Xing mounted their steeds and charged toward the tumultuous battlefield. Upon arrival, they discovered that the battle had reached a stalemate, making it impossible to locate the general. They had no choice but to unleash their weapons and delve deeper into the fray in search of him. With a furious roar, Li Jing unsheathed his azure blade, reciting an incantation. Instantly, billowing black smoke and countless spears erupted from the sword, while flames surged forth, turning anything they touched into mere dust, rendering the enemy forces utterly powerless. Meanwhile, Li Xing wielded 2 long whips, casting them into the air, summoning a purple golden weasel that appeared abruptly, soaring on the winds to devour the adversaries. The two seemed like deities of death, unstoppable as they surged forth into the fray, disregarding any enemy cultivators they encountered. Soon, they reached the heart of the battlefield, where they beheld Li Jing and General Feilong locked in combat, surrounded by a deadly zone that none dared approach. The air reverberated with bursts of thunder and the howling of furious winds, instilling fear in all who heard it. Above them, the clouds were violently torn apart, forming a spiraling, inverted funnel. Exchanging a glance, the Mo brothers launched themselves forward, seizing their opportunity to weave into the fray and push General Feilong back. However, the general's subordinates quickly responded, encircling Li Jing and his companions with an overwhelming force, unleashing a barrage of magical artifacts and techniques. After fending off an approaching cultivator, Li Jing turned to Li Xing and inquired, "What brings you here? Did I not instruct you to protect the lady?" Li Jing brandished his azure blade. But against the other cultivators, its initial lethality was diminished. "General, the lady's belly is glowing red, fluctuating in size. We are unsure of the cause." "What do you mean? Hurry back." Just then, distracted, Li Jing fell prey to General Feilong, who seized the moment to launch a sudden attack from behind, causing Li Jing to stumble. Ropes flew from the hands of several of Feilong's cultivators, ensnaring Li Jing. The Mo brothers gasped in shock, calling out to the general and rushing to his aid. But they were blocked by the opposing cultivators, unable to advance. After exchanging blows for a couple of rounds and seeing themselves on the brink of collapse, they hastily retreated from the battlefield. Chapter 5. Nezha's Rebirth. The onset of catastrophe outside. The battle raged fiercely, while Li Xing felt an overwhelming anxiety. His aura radiated outward, and over the past 3 years, he had regained the formidable strength of the fire deity from his previous life. Yet, in this confined space, once his spiritual energy escaped his body, it seemed to plunge into an abyss. Now, Li Xing's complexion began to pale. Little did he know, this was the consequence of his own actions. For 3 years, Li Xing had diligently cultivated, depleting the innate spiritual energy within the placenta while inadvertently harming Yin Shenyang's vitality. Had she not been a highly skilled cultivator, she might have been drained to a mere husk. Now, as the spiritual energy flowed back into her, it unknowingly began to mend the hidden injuries she had sustained over these past 3 years. At long last, Li Xing felt a tremor beneath his feet, and the spherical enclosure surrounding him began to roll slowly. A mix of astonishment and delight washed over him, yet amidst this unfolding scenario, he discerned a peculiar distinction. The orb showed no signs of impending rupture. Could it be that he was ensconced within an egg? What manner of creature would he become? Perhaps a birdman or a reptilian beast? Nevertheless, Li Xing had little time to ponder, as his priority was to escape. However, the oscillation was fleeting. Just as he resolved to muster his strength for transformation, the sphere jolted again and then stilled. Exhausted from the overexertion of his spiritual energy, Li Xing felt a wave of despondency wash over him, perplexed by the outcome. Outside, the 2 brothers of the Mo family returned to their tent in disarray, their clothing askew and their demeanor frantic. Without a moment's pause to converse with the remaining brothers, they rushed to the front of the tent, exclaiming, "Madam, The general has been captured by the dragon general. What? Yin Shenyang gasped, her mind clouded with shock. Steadying herself with a hand on her abdomen, she prepared to rise and rescue her husband. Madam, the young master is about to be born. This is no time for movement. The midwife, taken aback by the general's wife's resolve, could not help but exclaim. Disregarding the warnings, Yin Shenyang insisted, I must save my husband. If anything happens to the child, Tears streamed down her cheeks as she spoke. My dear child, stay calm. We shall meet soon. At that moment, Li Xing sat despondently, drained of energy, leading Yin Shenyang to believe that her child understood her words, igniting her joy as she mounted her horse and galloped away. With the 4 generals of the Mo family hastily following, Yin Shenyang, exhibiting remarkable prowess, wielded her sword to rescue her husband, and alongside General Li Jing, they vanquished the dragon general on the spot. This victory bolstered the Shang army, causing the troops of the dragon general to scatter, while the cultivators, sensing the tide turning, retreated to their lairs to evade disaster. Li Jing had returned to the tent adjacent to the command post, neglecting to regroup his disheveled troops. Once he delegated the matters to his subordinates, he anxiously awaited developments from the command tent, hearing the muffled cries of agony from nearby. His heart brimmed with resentment, pondering what sins he must have committed in his past life to be burdened with a child that caused such turmoil for his mother. Rest assured, General, such a virtuous lady as the madam will surely receive the blessings of Lady Nuwa and remain unharmed. Moreover, her giving birth amidst battle will surely delight the emperor upon hearing of your triumph over the rebels, spoke the 4 generals of the Mo family. Observing Li Jing's troubled demeanor, after a moment's hesitation, Li Jing finally spoke. If by any chance the madam faces danger, we must be prepared. Prepared? The 4 generals of the Mo family were momentarily taken aback, but upon witnessing the somber expression on Li Jing's face, a chilling realization struck them. Could it be that the general was prepared to forsake his unborn child to protect his wife? Inside the tent, Yin Shenyang reclined once more, while within her, Li Xing regained his fighting spirit. The 2 of them, united in purpose, exhibited a profound bond between mother and child. However, Li Xing was ultimately at the end of his strength, and Yin Shenyang, having just returned from battle, was further weakened by the tumult within her, causing her spiritual energy to leak. In that moment, her abdomen swelled and contracted repeatedly, radiating a red light that illuminated the entire tent, yet the child did not emerge. The midwife beside her had long since collapsed to the ground, rendered speechless. As time passed, a sense of despair began to well within Yin Shenyang. Had she ultimately brought harm to her own child? Just then, the sound of footsteps from Li Jing and the others echoed from outside the tent, accompanied by the clamor of clashing armor. Yin Shenyang, initially in a daze, suddenly regained clarity, sensing the hostility emanating from without. A jolt of fear gripped her heart, but summoning an unexpected strength, she called out, Husband, our child is about to be born, please wait outside. Several hours had elapsed, and the commotion from Yin Shenyang had gradually diminished. Li Jing, unable to remain still any longer, resolved to take matters into his own hands. At that very moment, he heard Yin Shenyang's robust voice, causing him to halt in his tracks. Shenyang, are you all right? I'm fine. Yin Shenyang replied, feeling parched. After such a long time as husband and wife, she knew Li Jing's temperament well, and her heart raced anxiously. The 4 generals of the Mo family hastily urged Li Jing to depart, allowing him to do so. Thinking of her pitiful child, Yin Shenyang was engulfed in sorrow and anguish. However, perhaps the goddess Nuwa had heard her prayers, for at that moment, she felt a void within her, and something emerged from her womb. Yet, before Yin Shenyang could fully process her overwhelming mix of joy and despair, the midwife, who had been slumped on the ground, suddenly cried out and, with an unexpected burst of energy, scrambled toward the entrance, shouting, Meatball! Meatball! Confused by the commotion, Yin Shenyang mustered her strength to rise and peer beneath her, only to discover that what she had just birthed was a round, rosy sphere. Li Xing, in his own frustration, sensed that he had entered a much broader realm, yet he found himself unable to escape this world, incessantly pounding against the surroundings. To Yin Shenyang's eyes, the sphere rolled about on the ground. Ultimately, the bond between mother and child prevailed. As Yin Shenyang gazed upon the sphere, a wave of affection surged within her, and a gentle smile graced her lips. She stepped forward slowly, leaning closer to the meatball, saying, Do not be afraid, my child. I am your mother. Be good, do not fear. Li Xing was on the verge of losing consciousness, sustained only by his overwhelming desire to venture outside. At that moment, he suddenly heard a gentle voice belonging to a woman, sending a tremor through his mind and evoking an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Without understanding why, he uttered the word mother before succumbing to unconsciousness. Yin Shenyang had never felt such joy upon hearing the voice emanating from the small figure. Tears streamed down her face as she instinctively embraced the child. What kind of demon dares to invade my military camp? Just then, the tent flap was violently lifted, and Li Jing, upon hearing the midwife's words, strode in with sword drawn, pushing Yin Shenyang aside without a word and aimed to strike the child. Yin Shenyang screamed, "No!" But at that moment, the sword had already descended upon the small figure, resulting in a thunderous crash that sent everyone sprawling. When they looked again, they found a 3-year-old child lying on the ground, clad in a celestial robe and equipped with a magical artifact, a small bell adorning his chest. Everyone was momentarily stunned. But Yin Shenyang abruptly lunged forward, fiercely shielding the child, her heart overflowing with joy and tears. "Nezha, you have finally spoken." At the same time, in the celestial abode of Tai Zhenren atop Tianshou Mountain, a faint sigh echoed, filled with a sense of nostalgia and relief. Meanwhile, deep within the primordial chaos, Nuwa, who had been meditating, suddenly opened her enchanting eyes, a glimmer of affection shining within. Even the usually composed Nuwa could not suppress a smile, leaving the nearby acolytes bewildered by the sudden shift. Simultaneously, several other sages exchanged knowing glances, their eyes sparkling as they turned towards Nuwa's palace. Converging together, the harbinger of calamity had arrived, and certain matters were now destined to unfold. Chapter 6. The return to the Li family. A month later, Li Jing returned triumphantly, leading his army towards Chaoga to deliver joyful news to Emperor Yi. Meanwhile, the Li family, having received reports of both victory and the birth of a new family member, was filled with elation. The matriarch, before Li Jing's return, personally oversaw the festivities, inviting relatives from near and far to celebrate together. On this day, the Li family was hosting a grand banquet, laughter and cheer filling the air as the atmosphere buzzed with excitement. The old matriarch wore a radiant smile, her heart swelling with gratitude towards the benevolent Nuwa as she continuously turned the beads in her hands, absorbing the congratulations surrounding her. At that moment, a soldier entered the hall, striding directly towards the gathering. The guests turned their attention to him, recognizing him as one of Li Jing's trusted guards, and their hearts lifted with delight. As he entered the hall, the soldier did not dare to look around. Kneeling on one knee, he proclaimed loudly, "Matriarch, General Li has returned victorious and is already in the palace to report. The lady has arrived at the gates and has sent me to inform you." Upon hearing this, the matriarch quickly rose, supported by her 2 grandsons, Jin Jia and Mu Jia, as she took a couple of eager steps forward, her eyes reflecting anxiety. "Has my grandson, who is 3 years and 6 months old, arrived?" "Madam, the young master is accompanying the lady and will arrive shortly," the soldier replied, a mysterious glimmer passing through his eyes. "Ah, at last my grandson has arrived. Come, let us go and take a look." Lady Li, disregarding the guests present, was unperturbed since no outsiders had been invited. Those assembled were either family friends or relatives from various branches of the Li clan. No one held her accountable for her apparent disregard. After all, a grandson awaited for 3 years and 6 months would surely evoke similar sentiments in anyone. Curiosity among the guests was piqued, eager to behold this extraordinary child. At that moment, an incongruous voice interrupted. "Mother, how can this be? As the head of our household, it is inappropriate for you to personally welcome your grandson. It would be better to wait here in tranquility." The crowd soon realized that the speaker was none other than Lady Li's own daughter. The guests who had risen awkwardly chuckled before retaking their seats. Lady Li's expression darkened as she huffed in irritation, choosing to ignore her daughter. She was aware of the discord between her daughter and Yin Shenyang. Yet such comments were inappropriate in front of their guests. She turned to her 2 excited grandsons, saying, "Come, you haven't seen your mother for quite some time. It is time to greet her. As for my old bones, is there any harm in welcoming a hero of the Li family?" Grasping her grandson's hands, she strode toward the exit, prompting the others to quickly follow suit. Meanwhile, the daughter, her face a mix of green and white, kicked a nearby table in frustration before storming out. Yin Shenyang approached the matriarch with respect. Watching the crowd emerge, she stepped forward, addressing Lady Li directly. "Please rise. I ask you, where is my little grandson? Bring him forth, so I may see him." Lady Li hastily inquired, her gaze drifting behind Yin Shenyang. "Nezha, come forward and pay your respects to the matriarch," Yin Shenyang urged, pulling a child of about 3 or 4 years old closer. The onlookers were taken aback as the child, upon hearing Yin Shenyang's words, took a few tentative steps forward, clasped his fists in greeting, and in a sweet, childish voice proclaimed. Little grandson pays his respects to the matriarch, wishing her blessings as vast as the eastern sea and longevity that rivals the southern mountains. The child's chubby face radiated innocence, and despite the throng around him, he remained composed and courteous, eliciting quiet admiration from the crowd. Lady Li beamed with delight, having never before heard such a charming greeting. Intrigued, she reached out to pinch the child's cheek and asked, "Whose child is this, so utterly delightful? Wait, did you just call him Nezha?" At that moment, Li Xing, pretending to be innocent, thought, "No, from now on he should indeed be called Nezha." Little did they know the emotions swirling within Nezha himself, as he relived his childhood, a shiver of apprehension coursing through him. Upon observing the expression of the venerable matriarch, Lady Li Xing felt a surge of joy within her heart. Ever since the birth of her third son, her husband had harbored a certain disfavor towards Nezha, particularly due to the circumstances surrounding Nezha's birth, when Li Jing mistakenly perceived him as a demon and nearly harmed their child. Subsequently, Nezha had lapsed into a state of unconsciousness for 3 consecutive days. It appeared as though Li Jing and Nezha were destined adversaries. Each encounter was fraught with tension, with neither embodying the roles of father and son, but rather resembling bitter rivals. If, at this moment, Lady Li were to take a liking to Nezha, it would undoubtedly ease the latter's future tribulations. With these thoughts racing through her mind, Xing wasted no time in responding. "Indeed, esteemed matriarch, this is Nezha, your grandson. By the grace of the goddess Enwa and your blessings, Nezha is no ordinary child. He is a celestial being, born with the ability to call out to his mother." Thereupon, she recounted Nezha's tale with embellishments that delighted Lady Li, who, in her advanced years, was particularly inclined to believe in auspicious omens. Witnessing her grandson's charming demeanor, how could she not consider him a celestial child? The surrounding guests were taken aback by her words and hurried to convey their congratulations to the matriarch. Lady Li, overjoyed, dismissed her other 2 grandsons from assisting her and, with unrestrained affection, approached Nezha. She took his hand and embraced him, exclaiming, "My dear child, it appears you have been blessed. All my prayers to the goddess Enwa have not been in vain. Come, let us return home together." However, Nezha, possessing the consciousness of an adult, felt somewhat uncomfortable being held by an elderly woman and cast a glance towards his mother, Xing. Yet, in her moment of elation, she was preoccupied and unable to notice his distress, especially as her other 2 sons were also vying for her attention, leaving her to follow behind. On that day, the festivities flourished, and Nezha, in a spirit of abandon, regaled the assembly with tales from his past life, showering them with compliments as if they were free-flowing gifts. Inciting waves of laughter throughout the hall, Jin Jia and Mu Jia, influenced by their father, exhibited a certain reticence. But it was only at this juncture that Lady Li truly experienced the joys of familial harmony. Thus, Nezha found a foothold within the Li household, yet unbeknownst to all. A forthcoming event would soon unravel all the plans he had meticulously devised. The inertia of history was not something a mere child could hope to alter. At this point, Nezha had yet to attain the wisdom to foresee the unfolding events. In the days that followed, he found himself navigating the playful antics of his 2 brothers and concocting schemes to appease Lady Li, a task that often proved more exhausting than his cultivation. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to persevere, particularly when he caught sight of the look of contentment in his mother's eyes, a sight that weighed heavily upon his heart. Throughout this period, Xing endeavored to reconcile the relationship between Nezha and Li Jing, but her efforts bore no fruit. In later generations, whenever Nezha beheld the investiture of the gods, he held a profound disdain for the seemingly honest yet truly deceitful and hypocritical Li Jing. Furthermore, having retained the memories of his past life as the fire deity, their relationship, while not overtly antagonistic, was tinged with mutual aversion. However, Nezha benefited from the dual protection of Xing and the old matriarch Li, which rendered Li Jing incapable of reprimanding his third son on several occasions. As for Li Jing, his feelings towards Nezha were equally negative. The prolonged gestation of over 3 years had culminated in a birth that hampered Xing's ability to assist him, leading to his capture in front of his soldiers. Ultimately, it was only through the efforts of his heavily pregnant wife that he was rescued, a humiliation that severely tarnished his reputation. Although none dared to voice their thoughts, Li Jing could sense the peculiar glances directed his way, particularly from Zheng Jiogong, and he attributed the underlying mockery to Nezha. Each encounter with Nezha only intensified his perception of the latter's subtle hostility, making reconciliation seem impossible. As days turned into weeks, Nezha thrived within the Li household. Just as he was on the verge of forgetting the fate that awaited him, an unexpected calamity struck, catching him entirely off guard. Chapter 7. The death of Emperor Yi and the ascension of King Zhou. On this particular day, Li Jing attended court as was his custom. With the realm enjoying peace and prosperity, even the distant demon tribes had submitted earlier in the year, bringing the Shang dynasty's authority to its zenith. Yet, as history teaches, extreme prosperity often heralds decline, a truth that must not be overlooked. Emperor Yi ruled with benevolence, striving to govern his people with leniency. However, he bore the sole concern of having only one son, Zhou, the singular heir to the vast Shang dynasty. During a morning audience, after addressing several petitions regarding flood relief, Emperor Yi suddenly felt unwell. At his advanced age, he could not help but clutch his forehead tightly, beads of sweat cascading down his brow. Panic ensued among the court officials as they rushed forward, exclaiming, "Your Majesty! Your Majesty!" Li Jing, positioned at the head of the assembly, noticed the emperor's distress and immediately stepped forward, bypassing the royal presence to support the faltering Emperor Yi. "Your Majesty, what ails you? Quickly, summon assistants to escort the emperor back." Chaos erupted in the chamber as ministers rushed to aid, while some palace attendants hurried to locate Crown Prince Zhou. Meanwhile, Li Jing, Wen Zhong, Baigon, and Zheng Jiogong dismissed several lower-ranking officials, imposed a gag order, and personally escorted Emperor Yi back to the palace. However, such events could not remain concealed. By afternoon, rumors of Emperor Yi's impending demise swept through the streets, instilling panic among the populace and evoking their lamentations. Within the emperor's chamber, powerful figures from the sect arrived, employing their magical arts to revive Emperor Yi momentarily. Yet, under the celestial mandate, mortal rulers could only enjoy a century of earthly blessings and could not attain immortality. Thus, their efforts proved only temporarily effective. Upon witnessing Emperor Yi awaken, the surrounding ministers hurried forward, their faces etched with concern as they gazed at the pallid visage of their sovereign, yet none dared to speak, fearing they might disturb his much-needed repose. The emperor drew a deep breath, his eyes sweeping across his loyal subjects. Suppressing the discomfort that clawed at his throat, "My dear ministers, it is good to see you all here. Is my son present? Please summon him." Li Jing stepped forward, his voice tinged with sorrow. "Your Majesty, the crown prince is on his way." Emperor Yi forced a smile. "Throughout our years of service to the great Shang dynasty, your unwavering dedication has been a boon to our realm. Today, it appears my time has come. I must depart. I implore you to continue to support my son as you have supported me. I am immensely grateful to you all." He coughed violently. The ministers, taken aback by the emperor's struggle to utter such words, felt a surge of sorrow and emotion. Bowing their heads in tears, "We shall undoubtedly heed your wishes, your Majesty." In truth, the ministers were acutely aware of the emperor's frail condition. Having persevered until now was already a remarkable feat. 3 years prior, a lingering injury had almost claimed his life. Only for Li Jing to journey to Tianshou Mountain to procure the blood of a celestial deer, thereby saving the emperor's life, a miracle that should not have been. However, at this juncture, Emperor Yi had reached the end of his strength. Fate had dealt its hand, and human effort could scarcely oppose it. "Father, what has befallen you?" A sudden exclamation shattered the somber atmosphere, and all eyes turned towards the entrance, where the robust and valiant Zhou rushed in, his face a mask of urgency. The emperor's eyes brightened as he beckoned Zhou closer, delivering solemn words of entrustment that compelled Zhou to weep openly, his once erect form trembling with grief. The ministers observed the crown prince's filial piety, their hearts heavy with sorrow yet moved to silent tears, particularly Baigon, who felt a surge of hope for the future of the Shang dynasty. At this moment, Zhou remained remarkably lucid. He had inherited not only his father's benevolence, but also the heart of a warrior, brimming with ambition and capability. Last year, he had personally led an army into the demon territory, capturing their leader, which resulted in the demon submission earlier this year. As for the subsequent actions of King Zhou, they were merely the interventions of sages in the affairs of mortals. Beneath the sage, all are but ants, and what is a mere earthly emperor in comparison? Gazing at his suffering son, a flicker of tenderness shone in Emperor Yi's eyes, his heart swelling with reassurance. He had once worried that his child would be incapable of upholding the legacy of the Shang dynasty, but now he found solace. He gently caressed Zhou's head, softly patting the bed, and addressed the ministers with a feeble voice. "You may all leave now, save for General Li." The ministers responded promptly, each harboring their own thoughts as they exited, particularly Zheng Jiogong and others, who wore somber expressions upon seeing the emperor retain only Li Jing by his side. In truth, it was entirely reasonable for Emperor Yi to leave Li Jing in charge. Li Jing commanded an army of several 100,000 loyal to the Shang dynasty, and with the ascension of a new king, it was inevitable that some unscrupulous individuals would seek to exploit the situation. Thus, military power became paramount for the new monarch's consolidation of authority. "My son, kneel," Emperor Yi commanded as he observed the crowd exit the chamber, addressing the figure before him. King Zhou, taken aback, Zhou did not dare to show any negligence and promptly knelt before the emperor, tears streaming down his face. With a heavy sigh, Emperor Yi spoke weakly. "Once, I too was a warrior, leading my troops into battle, engaging in campaigns far and wide, personally overseeing every endeavor. Yet now, I find myself aged. However, I have never harbored concern, for General Li stands as a bulwark for our Shang, a man of unwavering loyalty and valor, whose lineage has instilled fear in the hearts of any who would dare challenge us." Li Jing, kneeling with one knee to the ground, quickly expressed his humility, stating that it was the benevolence of the king that had safeguarded the Shang's prosperity for centuries. Emperor Yi said little more, instead turning to Prince Zhou and instructing, "Rise and fetch my sword." Zhou, not daring to delay, hastened to retrieve the emperor's treasured sword from the head of the bed. "This sword has accompanied me through countless battles, and today, I bestow it upon General Li, hoping he will guard our Shang dynasty with unwavering diligence, preventing any malevolent forces from encroaching upon our centuries of foundation. Should you, my son, falter in your duties, General Li may wield this sword against tyrants and treacherous ministers." As Emperor Yi caressed the sword, sensing its chilling aura, his eyes ignited with fervor, and he personally handed it to Li Jing. Astonished, Li Jing immediately knelt, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, this." Emperor Yi turned to the equally astonished Zhou and stated, "From this day forth, the legacy of our Shang shall rest in your hands. You must be diligent and devoted to safeguarding our kingdom. First, pay your respects to General Li in gratitude for his future assistance." "Pay my respects?" Zhou hesitated, surprised by the request. Li Jing echoed, "I cannot accept such honor from the prince." "You shall kneel," Emperor Yi asserted without room for dispute. Overwhelmed by the gravity of the moment, Zhou stepped forward and, under his father's watchful gaze, respectfully bowed to Li Jing, who hastily helped the prince to his feet. "To safeguard the people is to ensure their peace. To love with sincerity is to establish virtue. My son possesses courage, but he must also cultivate virtue. Let this be a solemn reminder." Emperor Yi spoke urgently these two phrases, as if truly fatigued, his body unable to remain upright. He collapsed upon the bed. "Father, your Majesty." Both Li Jing and Zhou rushed forward to support Emperor Yi. The light in the emperor's face faded, yet a faint smile lingered at the corner of his lips. "Very well, my son, summon the other ministers to enter." Not long after, the palace echoed with cries of mourning. Emperor Yi had passed away. That year, winter thunder rumbled, the mountains dimmed, and the people wept for the passing of a wise ruler, Emperor Yi, who had gently guided his son and departed this world in peace. On the same day, Prince Zhou ascended the throne, marking a new chapter in the history of the Shang dynasty. Chapter 8. Father and Son at Odds. In these days of the new emperor's enthronement, Li Jing was occupied with state affairs and had not returned home for several days. At this moment, the Shang dynasty was in the midst of a significant transition, bidding farewell to the old while welcoming the new. Li Jing was compelled to preside over matters personally, ordering his troops to mobilize to the borders of various vassal states to prevent any potential unrest. Meanwhile, Minister Wenzhong was stationed in the palace, with his subordinates dispatched to monitor the realm in coordination with the military. On this day, Zhou was officially conferred the title of King Zhou and granted an amnesty to the entire realm. The new ruler of the Shang dynasty had finally secured his position on the throne. The newly enthroned king, Zhou, lived up to the expectations of the people, governing diligently and showing compassion towards his subjects. He handled affairs decisively yet fairly, swiftly winning the loyalty of ministers and the joy of the populace. Li Jing, at last, found the opportunity to return home. As night deepened, Li Jing and his retinue entered the Li residence on horseback, only to find the household enveloped in slumber. Not wishing to disturb his family, Li Jing quietly arranged for his attendants and, with their assistance, removed his armor and weapons, donning his customary attire instead. Meanwhile, in the eastern wing of the house, Nezha, engrossed in his critical training, was unaware that a nearly calamitous confrontation with Li Jing was silently approaching. Recently, Nezha had sensed that he was on the verge of a breakthrough while refining his celestial artifact. His heart soared with joy. After frolicking with his two elder brothers and enjoying dinner, he could hardly contain his eagerness to return to his chamber, intending to seize the quiet of the night to push through his current limitations. Seated in meditation and channeling his vital energy, Nezha suddenly opened his eyes wide. Anyone observing would have noted the dazzling sparks that flickered in his gaze at that moment, signifying the culmination of his previous life's mastery over the fire element. Without delay, Nezha grasped the small bell hanging at his chest, holding it aloft with both hands while uttering a low incantation. Instantly, his palms flushed a brilliant crimson, and a visible stream of red energy surged from his dantian and baihui acupoints, racing towards the bell that floated before him. The Qiankuan circle and the Hunyuan silk were Nezha's innate treasures, having been refined even before his birth. At this moment, he was channeling the protective nine-dragon divine fire umbrella bestowed upon him by Tai Zhenren during his first incarnation. This umbrella was instrumental in enhancing Nezha's cultivation. As time passed, Nezha gradually unraveled the seals within the nine-dragon divine fire umbrella, which contained a total of 18 seals, classified as post-celestial treasures. Once Nezha completely refined these seals, the true power of the nine-dragon divine fire umbrella would be fully unleashed. Certainly, Nezha, with his current cultivation, has only refined 3 seals and is now striving to break through the 4th. The moment the 4th seal shatters will mark the day of Nezha's true ascension to the celestial realm. At that time, he will genuinely achieve the status of a heavenly being. As Nezha's spiritual energy continuously surged into the nine dragons' divine fire cover, a radiant red light began to emanate from his entire being, igniting the room as if engulfed in flames, with heat rising steadily from his forehead. Just as Nezha felt he could barely hold on, the nine dragons' divine fire cover, hovering before his chest, finally began to respond. The cover suddenly expanded, its walls appearing to come alive, transforming into a translucent golden hue, within which 9 divine dragons vividly emerged, gracefully swimming along the edges of the cover, occasionally letting out silent roars that echoed through the air. A smile gradually appeared on Nezha's face as he sensed his cultivation was on the verge of a significant breakthrough. However, at that moment, Nezha's ears perked up, detecting the distant sound of hooves. A sense of urgency welled up within him, for he recognized the footsteps of his father, Li Jing, and his steed, the elephant dragon. Over the years, Nezha had never disclosed his cultivation endeavors. Perhaps Yin Shenyang had an inkling of it. But as a loving mother, she had never voiced her concerns. Now, with Li Jing's return, there was a strong possibility that his secret would be uncovered. Yet, Nezha was unwilling to see his efforts come to naught at such a critical juncture. He hastily accelerated the refining process, pouring immense amounts of spiritual energy into the 9 dragons' divine fire cover, and his complexion, which had begun to recover, turned even paler in that moment. The 9 divine dragons within the fire cover, invigorated by the influx of spiritual energy, raised their heads in unison, unleashing formless flames from their mouths. Li Jing instructed his subordinates to rest while he made his way to the inner courtyard, feeling a pang of longing for Shenyang after such a long separation. However, as soon as Li Jing entered the inner courtyard, a sudden surge of red light flooded his vision, emanating from Nezha's room. Startled by this radiance, Li Jing was overtaken by a profound sense of aversion and repulsion, compelling him to stride directly towards Nezha's chamber without a second thought. "Which demon dares to act recklessly within my Li household?" Li Jing exclaimed, extending his hand to grasp the air. The treasured sword resting on the shelf in the living room trembled and, with a resounding dragon's roar, flew into Li Jing's grasp. He then hurled himself towards Nezha's room, determined to strike without a hint of concern for Nezha's life or death. Unbeknownst to Nezha, he never anticipated that Li Jing would suddenly resort to such lethal force. In that critical moment, he scarcely had time to evade and was struck fiercely by Li Jing. Nezha staggered, spitting out a mouthful of essence blood, while the surrounding red light instantly receded. The 9 dragons' divine fire cover, having lost Nezha's control, fell to the ground with a resounding thud. In that instance, Nezha's efforts ultimately ended in failure. However, at this moment, it was far from over. Li Jing had actually ascended to the pinnacle of the earth immortal realm, even brushing against the threshold of the celestial immortal level. Coupled with his extensive battlefield experience, he was certainly not a foe that Nezha could contend with at this time. After delivering a powerful strike, Li Jing did not relent. Instead, he pivoted and soared again, his sword carving a beautiful arc in the air, accompanied by the sounds of thunder and wind as it lunged towards Nezha. It was at this moment that Nezha finally sensed the peril of death. Unable to contain his fury, he cursed aloud. He had watched the investiture of the gods no less than 10 times in his previous life, always believing that Li Jing's skills were mediocre. Yet, upon experiencing it firsthand, he realized how gravely mistaken he had been. After all, One could not ascend to the position of commander over hundreds of thousands of troops in the Shang dynasty without possessing extraordinary capabilities. If the director of the Investiture of the Gods were before him now, Nezha, filled with indignation, would likely pierce him through with a single strike. Of course, before realizing such a desire, he first needed to survive. With a sudden surge of determination, Nezha enlarged the universe circle, which emitted a resonant hum as it met Li Jing's furious sword strike head-on. The two forces collided, producing a shrill sound. However, Nezha, reacting in haste and burdened by his injuries, found the universe circle unable to endure even 10 seconds before emitting a mournful cry, trembling violently and crashing to the ground. The sword that had soared through the air then plunged into Nezha's shoulder. He felt a sharp pain, and although his protective garment, the Hunyuan silk, instinctively sought to shield him, it lacked Nezha's command and failed to fully block the attack, allowing the sword to pierce through his shoulder blade. The assault, compounded by the frustration of having waited years for this opportunity only to have it thwarted, ignited a blazing fury within him. Having endured the disdain of the powerful in his previous life, he had finally been granted a second chance in this world as Nezha. Did he have to suffer humiliation once more? Resolutely, he decided to embrace a path of no return, willing to tread the same road as his past self. Once this thought emerged, Nezha found it impossible to suppress any longer. For so long, he had stifled his true self, striving to integrate into this family. Yet now, he felt utterly exhausted. If that were the case, why not follow his heart and pursue a carefree existence? Just as Li Jing summoned his sword again, preparing to strike once more, a piercing roar erupted from Nezha's room. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the roof exploded open, and Nezha emerged, enveloped in a crimson glow. One hand wielded the universe circle, while the other held the Hunyuan silk, as he pointed furiously at Li Jing, resembling a celestial being descending from the heavens. Li Jing, why do you repeatedly torment me? Nezha's eyes blazed with fury. In my previous life, you shot me down. This time, I believe the heavens had arranged our paths together to resolve our grievances, yet you still seek to slay me. Very well, Li Jing. Today, I shall make you feel the wrath of Nezha. Chapter 9. Trapped in the Linglong Tower with a thunderous roar, Nezha's eyes ignited with a fiery crimson hue. Without awaiting a response from Li Jing, he grasped the universe circle and descended from the heavens, propelled by a wave of scorching energy. Aiming a direct strike at Li Jing, Nezha, possessing the peak cultivation of an earth immortal, though recently wounded, still retained his formidable prowess. In his wrath, he unleashed his full power, surrounding himself with a swirling inferno. Li Jing felt a searing pain in his eyes, instinctively squinting as he came to realize the intensity of the situation. He had not anticipated that his third son, Nezha, would possess such extraordinary abilities. However, observing the murderous intent glimmering in Nezha's gaze, he felt no joy whatsoever. You wretched child. Li Jing trembled under Nezha's fierce glare, his anger flaring as he shouted in fury. He thrust his sword upward to meet the descending universe circle, resulting in a brilliant clash that sent sparks flying. Both combatants forced to retreat momentarily. Undeterred, Nezha unleashed the universe circle while simultaneously calling forth the heavenly silk, a harmonious blend of strength and grace, attacking Li Jing's lower defenses. Just as Li Jing had repelled the universe circle, he was caught off guard by the swift approach of the heavenly silk, which erupted in a shower of sparks. This fire was none other than the Samadhi True Fire, recently mastered by Nezha. The Samadhi True Fire, a conflagration of wood, stone, and air, could only be summoned by those who had attained the golden immortal realm in both Buddhist and Taoist practices. Particularly adept were those who specialized in alchemy. In later mythological tales, Sun Wukong feared the Samadhi True Fire during his battle with the Red Boy, yet he seemed unscathed during the turmoil in heaven, suggesting that the accounts of his rampage were deliberately orchestrated by the Buddhist and Taoist sections. As for Nezha's ability to wield the Samadhi True Fire, it was a matter of personal fortune. Li Jing, an earth immortal at his zenith, found himself utterly unprepared for the true potency of the Samadhi True Fire. Just as he recognized the impending danger, the heavenly silk had already ensnared him, a wave of heat coursing through his bones and meridians, even causing a faint ache within his very soul. Li Jing was struck with dread. Years prior, during a hunt for celestial deer, he had encountered a youth claiming to be the Lord of Fire, who had also wielded the Samadhi True Fire. However, that encounter had been mere pretense, easily quelled by Li Jing. Now, he was painfully aware of the fire's authentic might. As Nezha's tumultuous emotions surged, an outpouring of past grievances, his mind echoed with a singular thought: to slay Li Jing, the hypocritical and cruel father standing before him. Li Jing struggled fiercely, yet the heavenly silk tightened its grip, his formidable cultivation rendered ineffective in the absence of divine artifacts or spells. At that critical moment, a resplendent light emanated from the Linglong Tower, which hung at Li Jing's side, enveloping his entire being in a protective aura. A wave of relief washed over him, allowing him to exhale deeply. The Linglong Pagoda was bestowed upon Li Jing at the moment of his birth. In his previous incarnation, Li Jing was a disciple under the enlightened one of the Chan school. During a sermon before the primordial supreme being, he inadvertently shattered the glazed palace lamp, thus losing composure in the presence of a sage, which led to his descent into the mortal realm, reincarnating as a human. The Linglong Pagoda, a postnatal spiritual treasure, comprises 16 layers of prohibitions. Had Li Jing been able to cultivate in tranquility, the pagoda would have long been refined, easily countering Nezha's samadhi true fire. However, due to his preoccupation with military affairs, the Linglong Pagoda was seldom cultivated, and although it instinctively protected its master, Li Jing found himself trapped, unable to command it, and could only endure in agony. As Nezha saw his goal nearing fruition, he was thwarted by a beam of pure light. Frustration consumed him, igniting his fury. With a chilling smirk, his once gentle visage twisted into a menacing grimace. He raised the universe circle once more and unleashed a torrent of flames from his mouth, hurling the universe circle towards Li Jing. Li Jing was taken aback, ensnared by the Mengtian silk, rendering him immobile. Was it truly destined that he, Li Jing, would perish at the hands of his rebellious son? Just then, a gentle voice resonated from the adjacent hall, followed by a multitude of sharp swords surging with the sound of thunder, piercing the space between Li Jing and Nezha. The universe circle and samadhi true fire were obstructed by these divine swords, unable to break free, ensnared within the sword formation. Nezha, awaken. I am your mother. As the universe circle and samadhi true fire were contained, a sorrowful voice echoed, none other than the tear-streaked visage of Yin Shenyang. Though it seemed prolonged, the clash between Li Jing and Nezha transpired in the blink of an eye. Just as Nezha aimed to take Li Jing's life, Yin Shenyang arrived in the nick of time to save him. To her astonishment, her son Nezha, powerful as he was, appeared to be on the brink of falling into madness, a perilous state that filled her heart with alarm and anguish, compelling her to cry out. Nezha's spirit jolted. The moment her voice reached him, a clear yet indistinct visage of compassion surfaced in his muddled mind, gazing at him with overwhelming affection. Mother? A flicker of confusion crossed Nezha's furious eyes, his lips quivering involuntarily. As he uttered the word, his mind erupted in a cacophony, and everything became vividly real. He recalled his grievances, the injustices he had endured, and the moments when he had narrowly escaped his father's wrath. Tears streamed down his face, as if only his beloved mother could comprehend the entirety of his suffering. In that moment, Nezha could no longer regard Li Jing on the ground. He suddenly burst into tears, his heart and spirit laid bare, and he rushed into Yin Shenyang's embrace. Her eyes glistened with emotion. The bond between mother and son was palpable, as she sensed the pain within Nezha's heart, instinctively opening her arms to envelop her child. Rebellious child, how can the Li family harbor a parasite like you? Today, I shall cleanse our ranks. At that moment, the magical artifacts presided over by Nezha, including the misty sky silk, suddenly shrank and flew back to him autonomously. Meanwhile, Li Jing seized the opportunity to escape, and upon seeing Nezha, he wasted no time in raising the Linglong Pagoda to strike at him. In that moment, Nezha was lost in his thoughts, completely unaware of the impending danger. Only Yin Shenyang, noticing Li Jing's movement and wanting to intervene, felt a wave of despair wash over her as she let out a heart-wrenching cry. No. However, it was too late. Consumed by rage and bloodlust, Li Jing ignored his wife's pleas and swiftly captured the defenseless Nezha within the Linglong Pagoda. Did you not intend to use the samadhi true fire to burn your father to death? Today, I shall make you experience the taste of that very fire. Li Jing grasped the pagoda, a fierce expression crossing his face, and without hesitation, murmured a few incantations to it. Suddenly, a ferocious blaze erupted within the Linglong Pagoda, incinerating everything inside. Simultaneously, anguished cries resonated from within, as Nezha endured the torment of the samadhi true fire. Yet, as Nezha cultivated the power of fire, he began to regain clarity amidst the flames. And feeling the agony coursing through him, he could not help but let out a hoarse scream. You wretched being! As a son, how can you commit such an act against your father? Today, I, Li Jing, shall cleanse our ranks, sparing none but this aberration. Li Jing, with disheveled hair and singed locks, was indifferent to his own plight. Listening to the cries from within the tower, A sense of satisfaction surged within him. Li Jing, you hypocritical scoundrel, who would wish to be your son? Years ago, you brazenly killed me. Today, though I cannot slay you myself, it is a great regret. Nezha heard Li Jing's furious snarl from outside, suppressing his discomfort to retort. When have I ever sought your life, you monster? Even as death approached, he still dared to argue. Today, I shall end you. Li Jing remained unmoved, intensifying the flames within the pagoda. Nezha, racked with pain, let out a cry. And despite feeling weak, he managed a bitter smile. Do you recall 4 years ago? You hunted deer to save the king, slaying a young boy in the process. That boy was me. At that time, I was the guardian deity of the mountain, protecting the realm, only to be deemed a monster by your lips. So you are the true aberration. Very well. If I kill you once, I shall not shy from doing so a second time. Li Jing finally grasped the situation inside, yet his murderous intent only intensified. Huh, what a monster. What a Li Jing. Nezha's voice echoed from within the pagoda, though it grew increasingly feeble. As it seemed that Nezha was on the verge of being slain by his own father, one could not help but wonder if Li Xing, reincarnated as Nezha, would perish before ever experiencing the splendor of the immortal world. Chapter 10. The heartbreak of the Li family. Tianshou heard her son's anguished cries, and her heart trembled. Just as Li Jing was about to strike down and kill Nezha, she regained her senses and suddenly lunged at him, desperately clutching his arm while pleading, "Please, no. He is your son. He is your son." Li Jing's muscles twitched. Then he scoffed coldly, shaking her off with disdain. Humph. I have no such son. When he was born, I sensed something was amiss after 3 long years without a child. Who would have thought that my Li family would bear such a monster? Today, I must vow to eliminate this scourge before it wreaks havoc upon the world. Having spoken, he remained unmoved, extending his finger to intensify the flames, intent on burning Nezha alive. How could Tianshou bear to witness her innocent child perish? In that moment, she cast aside all notions of propriety and, in a fit of desperation, pointed to her treasured sword, exclaiming loudly, "Draw instantly." Countless sword shadows erupted from the sheath, converging upon the exquisite pagoda in Li Jing's grasp. Tianshou intended to forcibly breach the tower to rescue Nezha. However, Li Jing merely sneered, lightly tapping the pagoda, which emitted a radiant glow, repelling the sword shadows. The myriad of sword shadows could only emit a cry before being dispelled, retreating back to their sheath. Undeterred, Tianshou, recalling the suffering her son endured, disregarded all else and attacked the exquisite pagoda with reckless abandon. Yet, having spent years alongside Li Jing, she hesitated to strike too fiercely, fearing harm would befall him, which inadvertently stalled Li Jing's murderous intent. Nevertheless, Li Jing's cultivation was ultimately inferior to hers, and unable to fully command the pagoda. He began to falter after exchanging blows for several rounds, revealing signs of defeat. A surge of anger welled within Li Jing as he thought of his wife, who had always obeyed him, now raising her sword against him for the sake of a wretched child. Unable to contain his fury, when Tianshou attacked once more, he unexpectedly let down his guard, exploiting her reluctance to harm him and compelling her to halt. Indeed, upon seeing Li Jing cease his counterattack while her sword approached his chest, she gasped in alarm, unable to suppress a furious shout as she forcibly withdrew the blade, barely preventing it from piercing his heart. Had Nezha witnessed this, he would surely have cried out, "Shameless! Who would have thought that you would disregard our years of marital affection for this monster and turn your blade against me? Fine, if that is the case. Then you might as well kill me, and then rescue this wretched creature to let him bring calamity upon the world." Li Jing, with a facade of righteousness, now spoke with a sharp tongue. Tianshou, with tears still glistening in her eyes, felt her heart break further and cried out in despair, "My husband, he is your son. Why must you condemn him to death? I understand that you harbor a dislike for Nezha, yet he is a piece of my very being, a fragment of my flesh. How could a mother bear to witness her child being slain by her own husband? I beseech you, my lord, spare Nezha this once." Li Jing remained resolute, coldly regarding Tianshou. As she met his gaze, an unsettling chill surged through her, a sense of fear and unfamiliarity blossoming towards the husband with whom she had shared her days. Within the tower, Nezha, preoccupied by Li Jing's confrontation with Tianshou, found a fleeting moment of respite. However, upon hearing the commotion outside, he was struck by the heartlessness of Li Jing, the vile man, and the sound of his mother's anguished cries compelled tears to well up in his eyes. In his previous life, he had been an orphan, bereft of parental love, and after completing high school with the support of an orphanage, he ventured into the world alone, experiencing the harshness of human emotions and developing an even deeper yearning for familial affection. Now, feeling the profound love of his mother, Yin. He thought to himself that if he were to perish thus, it would not be in vain. Overcome with emotion, he could no longer restrain himself and knelt within the tower, proclaiming, "Mother, there is no need for you to plead with him. He is not my father. I know of your love for me, but I fear I will no longer be able to serve you by your side. Please forgive your unfilial son, and take care of yourself, for that will bring me peace." With that, Nezha bowed his head several times in a gesture of profound respect, falling silent as if he had vanished from existence. Yin, her tear-streaked face contorted in sorrow, cried out in despair, "You wretched child, quickly apologize to your father. Do not speak such nonsense now. If you continue, I shall take my life here." Just as Li Jing and Yin were at an impasse, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed from outside. There appeared the venerable matriarch, leaning on her cane, accompanied by her red-eyed grandsons, Nezha and Muzha. As she entered with trembling steps, with an imposing gaze, she swept her eyes over Li Jing and coldly declared, "Who dares to harm my precious grandson?" When the turmoil erupted, the entire Li household was roused. However, due to the fierce confrontation between Li Jing and Nezha, coupled with the battle against Yin, the onlookers refrained from approaching, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. The matriarch, hurriedly assisted by her grandsons, made her way over, while the four generals of the demon clan intervened to prevent anyone from nearing, concerned for the elderess' safety. Once the fighting subsided, the crowd could finally discern the conversation emanating from Li Jing and his wife. The matriarch listened intently and could not help but lament, "There can be no marriage without grievance, nor father and son without enmity." Later, upon hearing Li Jing's intention to kill his beloved grandson, her anger surged, and she could no longer contain her astonishment. Advancing towards him with her dragon-headed cane in hand, "Li Jing, have you lost your senses? That is your child. Do you truly wish to commit such an atrocity? As for purging the family, it is I, this old woman, who shall have the final say." Madame Li cast a glance at the charred remnants of the house and the disheveled courtyard, which had fallen into disarray due to the discord between Li Jing and his family. She gently patted the heads of Nezha and Muzha, urging them to join Yin before she could no longer suppress a huffy sigh directed at Li Jing. Nezha and Muzha hurried to their mother's side, their eyes filled with anxiety as they beheld the exquisite pagoda in their father's grasp. They could not fathom why their father would imprison their younger brother within it, let alone seek to end his life. All they knew was that their brother had been playing with them just that evening. Upon hearing the old lady's words, Yin eyes flickered with a hint of joy as she forced a grateful smile toward Madame Li. Without waiting for Li Jing's response, Madame Li approached him directly and addressed Nezha within the pagoda. "My child, do not despair. I shall rescue you at once." Upon hearing this, hope surged within Nezha, and he choked out his gratitude. "Grandmother, I am thankful for your salvation." Madame Li managed a faint smile before straightening and commanding Li Jing, "Release Nezha." The moment Madame Li spoke, Li Jing sensed the gravity of the situation. Yet, at this juncture, he had resolved to sever ties, unwilling to relinquish this troublesome son. He could not help but retort, "Mother, it is not that I refuse to release him. Are you not aware that this wretched child has just attempted patricide? How can such an egregious transgression go unpunished?" Madame Li's eyes widened in outrage. "How dare you speak thus?" Nezha was clearly in a fit of hysteria, uttering nonsensical words. "As a father, have you fulfilled your obligations? You have neglected him, and now you wish to extinguish your own flesh and blood? I understand your disdain for Nezha, but he is nonetheless your child. Even a tiger does not consume its young, let alone a human." Li Jing surveyed the surrounding servants, who regarded him with a mixture of disbelief and disdain, and could no longer contain the fire of indignation within him. "Second mother, your words are misguided." "Second mother." Madame Li trembled at his words, her complexion paling as she stared at Li Jing, as if he were a stranger. "What did you just call me?" "Second mother." The moment Li Jing spoke, he realized he had erred. Faced with Madame Li's incredulous gaze, he found himself unable to meet her eyes, lowering his head in silence. The elder family members looked on in shock, particularly the four generals of the demon clan, who wore expressions of utter astonishment, as though confronted with an unfamiliar figure. "Ha ha! Splendid! What a splendid second mother! I never anticipated that in this lifetime, I would ultimately not be a member of the Li family. Very well. I shall return to my retreat. Nezha is your child, and I shall no longer involve myself." With that, Madame Li staggered, nearly losing her balance. Yin, roused from her shock, promptly addressed the old lady, Madame Li. Madame Li waved her hand dismissively, speaking with a tone of melancholy. "My child Nezha, it seems I am powerless to save you. Alas, it is your fate to have been born into the Li family. Upon my return, I shall offer my prayers to the revered Nuwa, hoping that in your next life, you find yourself in a good family. Having spoken these words, the matriarch, Lady Li, appeared to age a decade in an instant, her figure hunching as she slowly made her way towards the door, leaving behind a group of onlookers with expressions of complexity. It was revealed that Lady Li was not the biological mother of Li Jing, but rather the second wife of his father. While Li Jing's true mother was the first lady, who tragically passed away due to illness when Li Jing was merely a year old, leaving him in the care of Lady Li. Having borne no children of her own, Lady Li had treated Li Jing as her own son, pouring all her devotion into him and the Li family. Thus, when Li Jing referred to her as second mother, it was a bitter blow to her heart. At that moment, Li Jing could not help but feel a pang of regret. However, those words had already escaped his lips, and there was no way to retract them. This incident had escalated to an irretrievable point. Watching Lady Li's figure gradually fade from view, Li Jing's face turned a ghastly shade, and he noticed his wife, Investiture, staring intently at the exquisite pagoda in his hands. With a deep sigh, he resignedly commanded, "The 4 generals of the demon clan, heed my orders. Confine the rebellious Nezha to the Nuwa palace, and let him never set foot in the Li family again. Henceforth, we sever all ties with this wayward son." The 4 generals promptly responded affirmatively, lifting the unconscious Nezha, released by Li Jing, and carried him towards the gates of the Li residence. Investiture, witnessing her recently freed son, was overwhelmed with tears, especially upon seeing Nezha's cherubic face and the vitality seemingly drained from his being, as if her heart had been mercilessly pierced. Observing Nezha being taken away by the 4 generals, she hurriedly stepped forward, gathering Nezha's treasures alongside Jin Jia and Mu Jia, determined to follow closely. As long as her child remained alive, perhaps her husband would eventually change his mind. Li Jing made no attempt to intervene, his countenance fluctuating between darkness and light as he gazed at the charred remnants of the house and the shattered ground, lost in a tumult of emotions. 3,500 words of a grand chapter, freshly composed. Yet, I must express my discontent. Those who adapt tales for television are quite irresponsible. The classic of filial piety appears in the Investiture of the Gods, which is quite troubling for me. If my memory serves me right, the events of the Investiture transpired during the Shang dynasty, a time long before the classic of filial piety was even conceived. Of course, it is also possible that it involves time travelers like Nezha, but that remains uncertain. Chapter 11, Nuwa. In the depths of chaos, beyond the 33 heavens, stood a magnificent palace, adorned at its entrance with 3 gilded characters. Nuwa Palace. Surrounding the palace were golden-armored deities, perpetually patrolling, bestowing an air of majesty upon the entire structure. Nuwa, originally a member of the demon clan, possessed a heart full of kindness and a singular pursuit of enlightenment. Ultimately, she comprehended the mysteries of the cosmos, molding clay to create humanity, thereby achieving the status of a saint. She is regarded as the foremost saint beneath the great Hongjun in the universe. The human race, recognizing her virtues, venerates Nuwa as the holy mother of humanity, bestowing upon her the highest honors and offerings, even surpassing the reverence afforded to the 3 pure ones. However, as a saint who attained her status through merit, Nuwa bears many concerns in her heart. Since her ascension, moments of joy have become scarce, as she must not only attend to the needs of humanity, but also care for the increasingly declining demon race. Despite her saintly status, she remains weary and burdened. Following the last conflict between the witches and demons, both clans fell into disarray, while humanity began to flourish. Under the shifting tides of fate, Nuwa could only draft a summons to gather the powerful beings of the demon clan within the Nuwa Palace, urging them to concentrate on their cultivation to avert calamity. Meanwhile, the Tontian offered a refuge for the demon clan, ensuring the continuation of their bloodline. However, after 12 cycles of the celestial order, the heavens showed no signs of mercy towards the demon clan. With the other saints intent on reinstating the function list, Nuwa could not suppress her furrowed brow. Although she had delayed the matter by citing the remaining century of fortune for the Yin and Shang dynasties, she knew this was merely a temporary measure. The aggressive stance of the other saints ignited an unnameable fury within the typically graceful Nuwa. When a saint's wrath arises, the heavens and earth shift. Suddenly, the boundless void outside the Nuwa Palace trembled, and countless stars began to explode, forming an array of pitch-black cosmic black holes that left onlookers in awe. The other saints, feeling the disturbance, turned their gazes towards the source, contemplating the implications. It seemed that Nuwa, ultimately, could not resist the threads of fate dictated by the celestial order. Consequently, each saint summoned their disciples, preparing meticulously for the impending conflict over the function list. Please, calm your anger, Holy Mother. Please, calm your anger. A chorus of pleas resonated throughout the Nuwa Palace, as all the golden-armored deities and the demons seeking refuge bowed, in unison, towards the Grand Hall. Hearing the voices from outside, Nuwa sighed softly, regaining her composure and restoring her majestic presence as a saint. At this moment, a flicker of intuition stirred within Nuwa's heart. As if responding to her feelings, a mirror-like surface materialized in the void above the Nuwa Hall. Observing the events unfolding within, her eyes softened with compassion as she murmured, "Dear Zhuer, when will you grow up?" Inside the Nuwa Palace, Nezha had awakened from his stupor. Following his arrival at the Nuwa Palace, In Shinyang was summoned back to the Li family by Li Jing. Gazing at the empty hall, Nezha could not help but reminisce about past events, a wave of sorrow washing over him. Turning his gaze to his Qinkuan circle, he found the Hunyuan silk present, and even the 9 dragons' divine fire shield hung around his neck, providing a slight sense of reassurance. Nezha remained in a daze within the hall, uncertain of his whereabouts. Yet the fragrant sandalwood filled the air, invigorating his spirit. However, when he attempted to summon his powers, he felt an overwhelming weakness. Unable to wield any of his magical abilities, Nezha could not help but let out a bitter laugh. It appeared that Li Jing had granted him a reprieve, yet he was now stripped of all his magical powers, rendering him inferior even to an ordinary mortal. Nevertheless, survival was paramount. With a cold smile, Nezha summoned his strength to rise and slowly made his way outside, eager to discern the nature of his surroundings. As he ambled along, he was taken aback by the absence of any other souls. Little did he know that today marked the birthday of the goddess Nuwa, and at that moment, King Zhou was leading his ministers to pay homage, causing all those responsible within the palace to attend to the king. After traversing several courtyards, Nezha finally recognized that the location he had just occupied was but a corner of the palace, and before him loomed a magnificent hall. For reasons unknown, Nezha suddenly felt a deep sense of affection for this grand edifice, and, almost instinctively, stepped inside. Nuwa, upon gazing at the golden statue ahead, a wave of clarity washed over him, and he felt the seal on his powers begin to gradually lift. Elated by this transformation, Nezha was nonetheless perplexed as to why the goddess would extend her assistance. Those saints possess boundless abilities, those beneath them are akin to mere ants. It was not self-pity that stirred within him, but rather the realization that in the eyes of the saints, he was likely less than an insect. Yet, Nezha straightened himself, his expression solemn as he offered a respectful bow to the golden statue of Nuwa, murmuring, "Thank you, my goddess, for your benevolent aid. Nezha shall forever be grateful." Though this Nezha was not the same as the one from ancient tales, his familiarity with countless myths imbued him with profound reverence for the compassionate Nuwa. And this bow was offered sincerely. Immediately after Nezha's reverence, the statue of Nuwa radiated a brilliant golden light, and a gentle glow emanated from the back of the deity's head, revealing a myriad of scenes. Among these, the most prominent depicted Nuwa creating humanity and mending the heavens. Nezha was struck with awe, his gaze fixed upon the miraculous statue, rendered speechless by the spectacle. "Alas, foolish child, you once served as my disciple, but due to your transgressions against the saints, you were cast into the mortal realm. I had hoped you would lead a tranquil life and eventually return to my side. I never anticipated such a turn of events. The world is on the brink of chaos, and you must tread carefully henceforth, lest you fall into the path of darkness." A voice suddenly resonated from all directions, penetrating deep into Nezha's consciousness. Just as he grappled with this revelation, the gentle voice abruptly vanished into silence. When Nezha could no longer resist the urge to gaze upon the statue of Nuwa again, he discovered that all he had witnessed moments prior had dissipated, as if it had been but a dream. Yet, the voice that had resonated so intimately within him lingered clearly in his mind, echoing for ages. "His Majesty has arrived." A sudden, resounding announcement pierced the air, followed by the sound of approaching footsteps, drawing nearer to the main hall of Nuwa. Nezha was momentarily taken aback, and without further hesitation, he cautiously exited the side hall. At this juncture, his cultivation had been restored, and he departed silently. Upon returning to the original palace, Nezha sat in quiet contemplation for a considerable time, ultimately coming to a realization. Despite the dangers outside, a vast world awaited him, and he resolved never to linger within the confines of Nuwa Palace again. Having made this decision, Nezha located a carving knife within the hall, along with several unused bamboo slips. With some difficulty, he inscribed the characters he had recently learned, crafting what amounted to a farewell letter for his mother. Once Nezha completed his letter, he suddenly heard a chorus of exclamations emanating from within Enhua Palace. Momentarily stunned, he did not dwell on it, but instead sincerely knelt in homage towards the palace before gracefully departing. Nezha resolved that his future path would be one he traversed step by step, not for the sake of the masses, but for himself alone. Chapter 12. The Pain of Tianshou, the Western Paradise, a celestial realm conjured by the great powers of the saints Zhuanti and Li Jing, stands as the ancestral home of heterodox paths. However, the heavenly Tao favors the East. At the dawn of creation, nearly all spiritual treasures and artifacts gravitated towards the eastern lands, rendering them rich in spiritual essence, in stark contrast to the West, which languished in barrenness. Even later, when Hongjun united with the heavenly Tao, he merely bestowed a handful of spiritual treasures upon the two saints, which incited their profound dissatisfaction. Yet, the heavenly Tao is capricious. The East's abundance of spiritual energy, coupled with its unique advantages, led to multiple devastating wars since the primordial era, leaving both celestial and mortal realms in disarray. Due to the finite spiritual energy between heaven and earth, and the ever-increasing number of cultivators, the heavenly Tao sought to maintain balance by accumulating the malevolence of the world. Thus, every 12 celestial gatherings, there would be a calamity of celestial slaughter, claiming the karmic burdens of those who pursued cultivation. Consequently, during each 12-year cycle, the East invariably bore the brunt of these tribulations. Amongst this turmoil, some cultivators, weary of worldly strife, turned their aspirations westward, where the two saints established the Western teachings, declaring themselves its founders and welcoming Eastern practitioners. However, this passive approach yielded little success, provoking feelings of greed and resentment within the two saints whenever they beheld the throngs of Eastern cultivators and golden immortals. As the impending calamity of the Fengshan unfolded, the two saints felt compelled to act. They resolved to no longer treat the situation with indifference, but rather to take proactive measures in secret, striving to rescue the suffering cultivators of the East, while vigorously disseminating rumors to promote the burgeoning Western teachings. On this day, in the serene ambience of the Western Paradise, amidst the harmonious strains of celestial music, the two founders of the Western teachings, who were meditating in their abode, simultaneously opened their eyes and exchanged knowing smiles. Zhuanti spoke first. "Brother, today marks the birthday of Lady Enhua." Li Jing, with hands clasped in reverence, replied, "Fear not, brother, as the one who guides, I shall fulfill my duty to the Western teachings, delivering aid to those fellow cultivators who are suffering." With that, Li Jing gradually dissipated into the ether, leaving behind the compassionate visage of the Saint Zhuanti. Outside the temple of Enhua, a battalion of robust soldiers arrived, encircling the entire sanctuary and preventing any unruly individuals from entering. Following this, a sedan chair, carried by 8 strong men, approached slowly. The surrounding populace, upon catching sight of the occupant, erupted in jubilant cheers. "Welcome our king. May the great Shang dynasty endure for eternity." The individual seated within the chair exuded an aura of nobility, clad in magnificent robes adorned with celestial motifs of the sun, moon, and stars. This was none other than the contemporary emperor of the Shang, King Zhou. Since ascending to the throne, King Zhou had upheld the edicts of his predecessor, focusing on agriculture and the cultivation of silkworms, thus fortifying the nation's power. He also launched offensives against the Eastern Yi tribes and the demon clans, successfully repelling foreign invasions, earning the adoration of the people who regarded him as a wise ruler. On this day, coinciding with the sacred birthday of Enhua, King Zhou sought to express his profound reverence for her divine act of creation. In preparation for this holy occasion, he had bathed and burned incense for 7 days, arriving today to offer prayers for the health and prosperity of the Shang citizens and the stability of the realm. Behind him, his ministers donned official robes, following closely in step. Even Li Jing, despite the turmoil that had befallen his household the previous night, remained steadfastly by King Zhou's side. As he heard the cheers of the citizens, a smile unexpectedly graced King Zhou's resolute face. He extended his hands in a gesture of salute towards the joyful crowd, whose exuberance only intensified. Yet amidst the jubilation, a sense of unease lingered. Beside the king stood a lord from a vassal state, present to celebrate the new king's ascension and coincidentally witnessing Enhua's birthday. He had been summoned by King Zhou to partake in the festivities, but once the celebrations concluded, he and the other lords would be permitted to depart. These vassal lords, sensing the king's formidable presence and the fervent cheers of the people, turned pale with trepidation. Only the Duke of Shibua, Ji Chang, and the Duke of Yizhou exhibited a slight twitch of their facial muscles, hastily lowering their heads in a facade of indifference. Enraptured by the adulation of his subjects, King Zhou inhaled deeply before gracefully disembarking from the sedan chair, accompanied by his ministers as they approached the temple of Nuwa. Inside the temple, the fragrant incense wafted through the air, and any virtuous observer would discern the radiant energy emanating from within, a celestial sign of the sage's presence. Witnessing such a grand spectacle, Wen Zhong, the esteemed Grand Master, felt a swell of joy in his heart. Reflecting on how the teachings of the had indeed proven to be a fortuitous choice, alongside its inclusive doctrine that had propelled its prominence, should the Shang continue to flourish, would undoubtedly emerge as the foremost faith beneath the sages. King Zhou held Nuwa in the highest regard. Upon entering the hall, he reverently offered incense and personally recited the sacrificial text. Once all rites were completed, Wen Zhong stepped forward to address the king, stating, "Your Majesty, Nuwa's creation of humanity from clay and her mending of the sky with stone have brought salvation to the world. Her unparalleled deeds have made her a revered figure among all beings in the universe, hence the establishment of this sacred temple in her honor." King Zhou nodded thoughtfully at these words and offered another stick of incense. At that moment, a sudden waft of fragrant aroma filled the hall, causing everyone to pause and lift their gaze towards the golden statue of the goddess Nuwa. To their astonishment, a radiant light of virtue appeared behind her head. King Zhou was profoundly shocked and quickly bowed in reverence. However, as he raised his eyes to behold the visage of the goddess, he was inexplicably enveloped in a haze, his eyes betraying a look of infatuation. He found her beauty unparalleled, akin to a fish sinking or a swan alighting, with her noble aura ensnaring his senses. In that instant, he perceived that his so-called beauties were unworthy even to serve her. Such blasphemous thoughts surged within him, and he could no longer restrain himself. King Zhou felt as if he had transformed into another being, consumed by visions of overwhelming desire to possess her, causing his blood to race, and illusions to dance before his eyes. The ministers, oblivious to the king's unusual behavior, approached to kneel and pay their respects, offering incense and prayers. Yet Li Jing, standing nearby, noticed the king's stillness and stepped forward, gently whispering into his ear, "Your Majesty." King Zhou trembled, startled, yet remained ensnared in his trance, as if under some enchantment, and took a step forward, murmuring, "Truly, she is the embodiment of beauty, yet I, alas, cannot enjoy such splendor. My heart yearns in vain." As he spoke, to the astonishment of all present, he suddenly leaped onto the altar, instinctively caressing the face of the Nuwa statue, his eyes reflecting an expression of obsession. The phoenix and dragon adornments are exquisite, crafted with golden finesse. The distant mountains are cloaked in emerald hues. As swirling sleeves dance amidst the rosy clouds, the pear blossoms, dripping with dew, vie for beauty, while the peonies enveloped in mist flaunt their allure. If only one could possess such enchanting grace, to reclaim the favor of the sovereign in Chaoga. Upon the recitation of this poem, the ministers were struck with terror, collectively exclaiming, "Your Majesty." Yet, King Zhou paid them no heed, continuing to murmur, "What a pity, what a pity." Wen Zhong, unable to contain himself any longer, abruptly stood up. The goddess Nuwa and the Jie sect had maintained a harmonious relationship due to the affairs of the demon race, which had allowed the Jie sect to flourish among the human populace. Witnessing the king's uncharacteristic demeanor, he could no longer suppress his trepidation and fell to the ground, exclaiming loudly, "Your Majesty, consider the goddess Nuwa, who mended the heavens with stone, her contributions everlasting. It is utterly unreasonable for you to engage in such frivolous behavior." King Zhou remained unresponsive, instead taking a brush to inscribe his verses upon the pillars flanking the Nuwa temple. Observing the king's actions, the minor lords below were taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances at a loss for words. However, the lords of Izhou and Shibua exchanged cold smirks, choosing to remain silent, withholding their comments. Subsequently, the ministers, disregarding their decorum before the sovereign, hastily seized King Zhou under Li Jing's guidance, forcibly dragging him away from the Nuwa temple in a flurry. Meanwhile, Baigan, who trailed behind, took it upon himself to cleanse the lascivious verses inscribed on the temple pillars before departing in trepidation. Yet, once the crowd had vacated, the erased words re-emerged upon the pillars. A triumphant chuckle echoed through the air, followed by a gust of wind that rendered the voice silent. After the hurried exit of King Zhou and his entourage, the citizens who came to pay their respects beheld the obscene poem and quickly grasped the gravity of the king's actions within the Nuwa temple, leaving them aghast and inciting a chorus of reproach. Within the Nuwa palace, the goddess Nuwa, her jade visage imbued with menace, chuckled coldly. Addressing the void, "How hasty you sages are, pulling me into your affairs. Very well, I shall not intervene. Let you proceed as you wish. I am eager to witness the schemes you sages are concocting. Thereupon, Nuwa brandished her demon-summoning banner, commanding the demon kin within her palace to remain dutifully within its confines, forbidding any from stepping outside without her express command. Simultaneously, she dispatched invitations to summon the three pure ones to discuss the matter of the canonization. Chapter 13. Each with their own intentions. The initial determination of canonization, the initiation of the canonization list, is a matter of paramount significance across the three realms. Upon receiving Nuwa's invitation, various powerful beings hastened to attend. Even if not for their own sake, they felt compelled to consider their disciples. In the timeless chaos, barely a moment passed after Nuwa's missive was sent when the three pure ones arrived first. Although Nuwa may not be the most formidable among the sages, she was nonetheless the first to attain sainthood beneath Hongjun, having achieved her status through merit. After bowing to Nuwa, the trio took their seats at the head of the gathering. Once Tongtian and Yuanshi took their places, they exchanged a disdainful snort, ignoring one another, while Taishang Laojun, the elder brother of the Taoist sect, remained silent, seemingly detached from the proceedings. However, on a personal note, Laojun had little to concern himself with, possessing only a single disciple who seldom ventured out, thus rendering the impending cataclysm of heaven and earth irrelevant to him. Following them were the figures of Jane and Zhuanti. Upon their arrival, the three pure ones and Nuwa cast them unfriendly glances. Why should these beings from the west intrude upon eastern matters? Nuwa had not even extended an invitation to them, but since they brazenly appeared, the sages, valuing their dignity, refrained from expelling them. Nuwa had additional seats arranged for the two saints, who expressed their gratitude and promptly took their places. Had Nuwa known that the incident at the Nuwa temple was instigated by Jane, she would likely have severed ties. As the assembly settled, a resounding dragon's roar echoed from afar. Heavenly Sovereign Haoyan had arrived. Appointed by Hongjuan's decree as the ruler of the celestial realm, the sages naturally afforded him some respect, nodding in acknowledgement. In truth, Haoyan stood to gain the most from this impending battle of canonization. Since the last conflict with the Lich, the heavenly court has been in disarray, with no remarkable talents emerging. The only two potential saints are the heavenly emperor himself and the queen mother of the Yaoqi. The rest are merely scattered celestial beings, with no golden immortals in sight. This situation weighs heavily on the heavenly emperor, as although disciples from the Intercept School and the Chan School serve in the heavenly court, they mostly act on their own whims, disregarding his authority. These individuals, bolstered by the support of saints, do not regard the heavenly emperor with the respect he deserves. The 12 golden immortals of the Chan School, in particular, exhibit outrageous arrogance, frequently flouting celestial laws and descending to the mortal realm at will, causing the heavenly emperor to lose face. After this battle for canonization, it is certain that celestial beings will fall, thereby entering the canonization list and coming under the jurisdiction of the heavenly court. This is the decree of the Tao ancestor, and the mere thought of reinstating the authority of the heavenly court fills the heavenly emperor with excitement. However, in the presence of several saints, particularly Tongtian and Yuanshi, he dares not reveal a hint of joy. Soon, the ancestral figure of the earth immortals, Zhen Yuan de Xian, and other potential saints arrive. The great powers from the primordial realm have gathered in significant numbers, indicating the gravity of this canonization meeting. The goddess Nuwa, with her exquisite gaze surveying the assembly, noted that all expected attendees were present before she spoke. The Tao ancestor once entrusted me with the canonization list to seek out fated individuals to oversee the canonization affairs. In light of this calamity, all disciples of the three teachings who violate the killing ban and lack virtue, as well as various scattered cultivators, shall fall during this battle for canonization. This will serve to perfect the calamity, and those who fall will be inscribed on the canonization list, subject to the heavenly court's governance over the celestial realm. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the attendees varied, yet Yuan Shitianizun's brow furrowed tightly. If this were the case, would not all of his 12 golden immortals inevitably fall onto the canonization list? Nuwa observed the faces of the crowd, attempting to discern who might have acted against her within her temple, yet found no clues, leading to a sense of disappointment. She then continued, maintaining her composure. According to the Tao ancestors' decree, the canonization shall be classified into 3 tiers. Those with profound roots may ascend to immortality. Those of lesser merit shall become deities, and those further down will endure the suffering of mortal reincarnation. After speaking, Nuwa produced an object from thin air and cast it into the sky above the Nuwa palace, whereupon the resplendent canonization list materialized, suspended in the void. supported by several canonization platforms, resembling stars surrounding the moon. After completing this, Nuwa fell silent, her eyes gently closed, seemingly lost in contemplation. As the assembly prepared to discuss the significant matters of canonization, the closed-eyed Nuwa suddenly let out a thunderous snort, reverberating through the grand hall, startling everyone present. They turned to gaze at the goddess Nuwa, who, with a fierce expression, scanned the faces before her. She then coldly declared, "Jane, you have gone too far. Do not think that just because you are a saint, I fear you." Jane's expression tightened, recalling his actions after leaving Nuwa's temple, which had indeed tarnished the dignity of a saint. However, he could not afford to admit this. "I do not understand the meaning of your words, my lady. I have been in seclusion with my senior brother in the Western Paradise, unaware of any offense committed against the Divine Mother, and I humbly seek her guidance." Oh, what a remarkable connection. "Do not presume that you can veil the heavenly secrets from me. I can still fathom them. Let us not forget that there remains a piece of the heavens that belongs to me." Upon uttering these words, the Divine Mother Nuwa gestured, summoning a piece of the sacred soil from the 9 heavens into her palm. In an instant, she conjured a vivid and lifelike celestial form, captivating the onlookers. They beheld with eager eyes, for Nuwa's art of creation is unparalleled, even outmatching the esteemed Hongjun Laozu. At this moment, she utilized the most precious 9 heavens soil to personally sculpt a physical form, leaving many to ponder which fortunate soul would benefit from this extraordinary gift. Without further explanation, Nuwa entrusted the clay figure to an attendant nearby, her lips moving ever so slightly. The attendant, startled, swiftly carried the small figure down to the mortal realm. Speculation arose among the crowd, yet they could not discern the underlying cause, only noting the connection to Nezha, who was a soul of a later era, long removed from the current cycle of cause and effect. The ability of Nuwa to divine matters concerning Nezha stemmed from a profound bond between them, a tale that would unfold in due time. In the present moment, however, the matter of the Fengshen Bang was of utmost importance, and the crowd quickly set aside these thoughts. Only the figures of Jane and Zhuanti exhibited signs of unease, while the Tongtian Patriarch appeared contemplative. As the foremost of the Sanqing, Taishang Laojun took the initiative to speak. This time, there ought to be 365 deities of good fortune appointed to oversee the world, among them various stars and malevolent spirits. Since we of the Sanqing are one, let us finalize the list for the Fengshen Bang today, to avoid any loss of camaraderie. Upon hearing this, Jane and Zhuanti were taken aback. If this method were indeed employed, how could they realize their own designs? Just as they prepared to interject, they caught sight of the ominous expression on Yuan Shi's face, prompting them to simultaneously close their mouths in silence. The Tongtian Patriarch, sensing the mood, spoke, "Since my elder brother proposes this, why not follow the Taoist ancestors' decree? Let all those who have committed acts of killing be listed. Does this not align with the will of heaven?" At this, Hao Ian's heart soared with joy, his eyes glinting with a keen light. If this course were pursued, all the golden immortals of the Chan sect would fall into his grasp, allowing him the freedom to mold them as he pleased. This clearly revealed the depth of his resentment towards the Chan sect's golden immortals. Yuan Shi, observing this, felt a shadow cross his gaze. As their master, he was well aware of the actions of his disciples. The words of Tongtian were evidently aimed at placing all 12 golden immortals under the Fengshen Bang, revealing a malicious intent. Yet, if one were to heed the Taoist ancestors' words, his disciples were indeed deserving of such a fate. However, every person harbors selfish desires, and even sages possess their own biases, remaining within the realm of humanity. Since the list is based on inherent nature, those of virtuous essence should be spared. My 12 golden immortals, each blessed with profound fortune and exceptional nature, are, without a doubt, destined to remain untouched by the Fengshen Bang. The disciples of the Tongtian master are predominantly individuals clad in armor and carrying phosphorescent weapons, each lacking in virtue and deserving of the list. The onlookers, initially inclined to voice their opinions, fell silent upon witnessing the two saints embroiled in a dispute. Meanwhile, Jane and Zhuanti exchanged a knowing smile, but at that moment, they suddenly felt a chilling gaze upon them. They looked up to find the goddess Nuwa fixated on them, causing a shiver to run down their spines. Having achieved their desired outcome, they decided to leave the area to avoid provoking Nuwa's wrath, recognizing that this was her sacred ground. With this thought in mind, Jane and Zhuanti hastily took their leave, departing in unison under Nuwa's watchful eye. Tongtian, upon hearing the audacity of Yuan Shi's words, felt a surge of fury. He pointed an accusing finger at Yuan Shi, exclaiming, "How dare you, Yuan Shi? How could my disciples lack virtue? Humanity has flourished under the guidance of my GS sect." in accordance with the heavenly principles, accumulating merit as testified by Lady Niwa. Everyone bears witness to this. Conversely, your Chan sect is notorious for relying on the power of golden immortals, repeatedly violating the sanctity of the killing ban, mired in endless karma. You should be the one on that list, not us. At this juncture, the two saints, driven by the fortunes of their respective sects, cast aside their dignities and engaged in a fierce war of words. Yet, Tong Tian's straightforward nature put him at a disadvantage against Yuanshi, who was full of cunning strategies. After several exchanges, it was clear that Tong Tian was no match for Yuanshi. Had it not been for the intervention of the Supreme Saint, a physical confrontation might have ensued. In the palace of Niwa, onlookers exchanged glances as the two saints clashed, enveloped in an uneasy silence. Finally, Niwa, seated at the head, broke the tension. This matter cannot be delayed. Time is of the essence, and prolonging it would be unseemly. Since the three saints are unable to come to a consensus, I propose a solution, if you would be so kind as to hear me out. The three saints paused at her words, turning their attention to Niwa. What wisdom do you offer, my lady? She continued, since none wished to sign, let us abandon this matter. If none of you fill in the forms, the fate of the disciples shall be left to the will of heaven, determining who shall ascend and who shall fall to ashes. Would this be agreeable? Niwa's proposition was not without merit. During the Great Calamity, the Tao ancestor had decreed that the saints should not interfere. Given that many of GSX's members were of Niwa's lineage, and under Tong Tian's guidance, numerous golden immortals had adhered to the heavenly principles and accumulated merit. Her decision favored GSX. Subsequent events indeed unfolded as Niwa had anticipated, yet no one foresaw Yuanshi's brazen interference in the matter of the investiture of the gods, which shrouded the entire conflict in uncertainty. Tong Tian, upon hearing her words, was overjoyed and quickly nodded in agreement. Lao Jun, after some contemplation, found no better alternative and reluctantly concurred. Only Yuanshi's expression fluctuated between anger and despair. However, with the other two saints in agreement, his opposition held little weight. Enraged, he let out a snarl, mounted his fragrant chariot, and departed in haste. The surrounding crowd, witnessing the sage's resolution regarding the deification, realized their own affairs had become inconsequential and thus dispersed, hastening to impart wisdom to their disciples. Chapter 14. The loss of the tortoise. The day's King Zhou of Shang was dragged back to the palace by his ministers, subsequently escorted by eunuchs to his chamber for recuperation. Upon hearing the events that transpired, the queen and others were rendered pale with fear. Unable to comprehend how the once wise and valiant king, Zhou, could commit such folly. Yet, it was Queen Jiang who understood him best, having been his wife since his days as Prince Shou, when their bond was strong. Consequently, she sensed something was amiss. After assisting the king into his quarters to rest, she summoned the anxious Grand Master to voice her suspicions. When Zhou, upon hearing this, did not dare delay, he promptly led a large number of cultivators back to the Niwa Palace, seeking clues about any malevolent forces at play. However, given the nature of this conflict among sages, it was unlikely that when Zhou, a disciple of the Jie sect for 3 generations, could discern anything of significance. In his stupor, King Zhou felt an excruciating headache, and the echo of his father's furious reprimands resonated in his mind, filling him with dread. He involuntarily shouted, abruptly awakening from his terror. Queen Jiang had been vigilantly watching over him by the royal couch. At the sound of his furious outcry, she too was startled awake. Not daring to delay, she rubbed her dry eyes and, without summoning the palace attendants, rose to support the king, her face etched with anxiety as she repeatedly inquired, "My lord, how do you fare?" As King Zhou emerged from his haze, he sensed discomfort in his head and, gazing at the palace lanterns, was engulfed in confusion. He pondered how he had transitioned from the Niwa Palace to his chamber. "Queen, why am I here? What has transpired?" he weakly questioned. A surge of alarm struck Jiang. Could it be that the king remembered nothing? Earlier that morning, he had led the officials to the Niwa temple to offer incense and seek blessings. Yet, as her astonishment grew, she recounted the events, all the while carefully observing the king's expression, hoping to glean some insight. Initially, King Zhou maintained his composure. However, as Jiang recounted his brazen words at the Niwa temple, insulting the sage, cold sweat cascaded down his brow, and terror gripped his heart. At that moment, the realms of the celestial and mortal intertwined. Despite his self-assured prowess, King Zhou was acutely aware of the sage's might. Recalling his father's scathing reprimands from his dreams, he turned pale. Fortunately, he retained a semblance of calm, forcing himself to regain composure, and declared, "These matters are only vaguely recollected. It seems I have fallen victim to treachery. Dispatch someone to investigate. I shall uncover who dares to conspire against me." Upon hearing the king's words, Jiang felt a slight relief. Yet, upon reflecting on Wen's investigation, her worry resurfaced. My lord, Grand Master Wen has personally gone to examine the situation, but he has uncovered nothing. The king's countenance darkened ominously at her words. Ignoring Jiang's concerns, he rose decisively and commanded, "Go. Summon Grand Master Wen to me. This matter must be resolved swiftly." On that night, the esteemed Grand Master Wen and King Zhou convened in the royal palace, deliberating until the break of dawn. The following morning, the loyal ministers, including Bai Gan and Li Jing, arrived in succession. King Zhou personally led the officials in a grand celestial sacrificial ceremony and proceeded to the Nuwa temple, where he inscribed his transgressions and offered incense and prayer. Yet, the incense refused to ignite on multiple occasions or was abruptly broken, instilling fear among the courtiers and sparking rumors. In truth, the goddess Nuwa found herself in a precarious position. Should she accept the prayers of the Tianshou royal family, she would inevitably become embroiled in the calamity of the divine ordination. Although she was untroubled by this prospect, she had to consider the ramifications for her myriad demon subjects. After a day filled with toil, King Zhou appeared to have aged significantly. Nevertheless, he possessed a resilient spirit, and upon realizing that he could not attain the forgiveness of the sage goddess Nuwa, he resolved to bolster his morale, ceasing to dwell on the matter. He donned his treasured sword at his side, ready to intimidate any potential adversaries. However, this ordeal was far from concluded. In the rear mountains of the Tianshou royal palace lay a forbidden realm, accessible only to emperors, where the dragon turtle, a creature suppressing the dynasty's fortunes, resided. This dragon turtle boasted a remarkable lineage. Its father had once roamed the northern sea, commanding dominion over a vast territory. Yet, during the calamitous collapse of Mount Zhoubu and the upheaval of the cosmos, the goddess Nuwa witnessed the suffering of the world's populace, as myriad beings faced extinction. In her sorrow, she intervened, utilizing the nine heavens' essence to mend the heavens. However, the collapse of the celestial pillar led to instability across the realms, necessitating Nuwa's quest to the farthest reaches of the northern sea to seek the progenitor of the dragon turtle. She severed its limbs to serve as the celestial pillars, stabilizing the four corners of the world, while the body of the progenitor was interred in the depths of the land, uniting it with the cosmos to prevent further calamity. This, however, was a disaster of monumental proportions for the dragon turtle clan. Among the offspring of the sacrificial dragon turtle was the guardian beast of the Tianshou. The dragon turtle had accrued great merits for its contributions to the primordial chaos, yet the divine order, while seemingly unjust, was also impartial. It bestowed considerable merits upon the descendants of the dragon turtle, thus enhancing the cultivation of the guardian beast, transforming it from a naive creature into a formidable entity. Upon learning of its father's fate, the young dragon turtle, still grappling with its immature psyche, made a fateful decision driven by resentment. It ventured forth from the extreme northern lands into the primordial chaos, stirring the winds of upheaval. Some powerful beings, aware of the dragon turtle's lineage, chose to turn a blind eye, remaining indifferent. However, fueled by its bitterness towards the primordial world, the dragon turtle initially wrought great havoc, exhausting the residual blessings left by its father. Only after the goddess Nuwa's enlightenment did it attain clarity. In an effort to atone for its transgressions, it journeyed to Tianshou to serve as a guardian beast, compiling merits over centuries. As the years passed, the dragon turtle gradually adopted a more composed demeanor, silently safeguarding the Tianshou dynasty. Yet, upon the initial establishment of the divine ordination within Nuwa's palace, the dragon turtle sensed an ominous change, prompting it to emit a mournful cry towards the heavens, expressing its profound trepidation. Though the dragon tortoise had become increasingly composed over time, its heart and mind had not matured beyond that of an 8-year-old child, which explained its reckless emergence from the North Sea, unleashing chaos upon the primordial realm. At this moment, sensing that its very existence might be entangled with the fate of the Tianshou, it could not help but contemplate an escape from this place. In recent days, King Zhou had been utterly flustered by the debacle surrounding the Nuwa temple. Although he sought to make amends the following day, he was met with the goddess Nuwa's refusal to forgive him. Rumors began to proliferate, compelling King Zhou to issue a temporary decree to apprehend the disseminators of these tales. However, this only served to amplify the situation throughout Chaoga, and with the encouragement of ambitious figures, it transformed into an outrage that the king's subjects could scarcely endure. On this day, just as King Zhou reclined in the comfort of the Jiang clan's presence, a sudden shock gripped his heart. A resounding dragon's roar erupted in his ears. His complexion paled, and without a moment's hesitation, he instructed the queen to await his return before seizing his sword and hastening towards the forbidden grounds of Tianshou. Simultaneously, Zhong, stationed in the palace, was filled with urgency and led his disciples forth to the same destination. In the back mountains of the palace, within the forbidden area, the dragon tortoise wailed incessantly towards the heavens, causing the skies to darken, thunder to rumble, and lightning to flash. The sound reverberated through the atmosphere, stirring up dust and debris around the forbidden grounds. King Zhou and Zhong arrived almost simultaneously, and as they witnessed the dragon tortoise on the verge of breaking free from this place, they scarcely had time to exchange words before ordering their disciples to surround the creature, forming a formidable barrier to subdue it. Yet, the dragon tortoise, overwhelmed by fear and sorrow, found no solace in their attempts at restraint. Zhong and his followers were successively repelled by the immense aura emanating from the creature, leading to chaos in their ranks. A surge of crimson malevolence erupted from the dragon tortoise, a manifestation of the karmic retribution from its past upheaval of the primordial realm, as well as the bloodshed wrought by the constant campaigns of the Shang dynasty. King Zhou, witnessing the guardian beast whose fate was intertwined with that of Shang facing such calamity, could no longer contain himself. He stomped his foot upon the ground and leapt into the air, catching the falling Zhong. Grand Preceptor, are you well? Zhong, suppressing the warmth of blood rising in his throat, replied, Your Majesty, I am unharmed. The dragon tortoise's lament pertains to the fate of the nation. We cannot treat it lightly. I implore Your Majesty to wield the imperial aura to quell this calamity. King Zhou promptly agreed, and together with Zhong, they ascended onto the back of the dragon tortoise, channeling their power. Streams of golden imperial aura radiated from King Zhou, merging with Zhong's celestial energy to suppress the malevolence surrounding the dragon tortoise. At that moment, the dragon tortoise, with tears welling in its eyes, could no longer contain its fear and helplessness. It suddenly unleashed the benevolent energy bestowed by its father, along with the accumulated primordial essence it had gathered over the years, directing it towards the malevolence. Zhong, witnessing this, felt a surge of joy. However, he was unprepared for the realization that this benevolent energy could not dispel the bloodthirst that had accumulated over centuries within the Shang. Soon, the dragon tortoise grew weak, as if its very essence were being stripped away. At that moment, it sensed a familiar aura emanating from the southeast. And for the frightened creature desperately in need of comfort, it felt as if tears were about to stream down its face. Thus, the dragon turtle, no longer hesitating, chose to relinquish all of its accumulated virtues and cultivation, unwilling to endure such terror any longer. At the moment when the malevolent aura intertwined with the energy of virtue, breaking through the sinister force, the dragon turtle seized the opportunity and soared into the heavens, vanishing from the astonished gazes of King Zhou and Zhong. On that day, the winds of fate surged across the realm, and all virtuous souls gazed skyward, murmuring their thoughts, then casting their eyes towards the Shang dynasty. This cataclysm, which originated in the mortal realm, had been unleashed. Chapter 15. The reason at Mount Tianshou. Upon returning home, Li Jing discovered Shenyang prostrate on the ground, her pallid visage marred by trails of tears. Beside her sat the elderly matriarch, kneeling silently on a mat. A wave of alarm surged through Li Jing's heart. Although their relationship had soured over the matter of Nezha, the bond forged over 2 decades of marriage could not easily be severed. On the battlefield, Shenyang had saved Li Jing countless times. Despite his hardened heart, he stepped forward, filled with concern, and inquired gently, My lady, what has transpired? Hearing Li Jing's voice, Shenyang slowly raised her head, her eyes reddening as she suddenly clutched his legs and cried out mournfully, Sanner. Sanner is gone. Sanner is lost. Whether it was the signing of the Fengshen list, the wrath of the dragon turtle of Shang, or Shenyang's descent into a frenzied longing for her son. At that moment, Nezha seemed to bear no relevance. He was merely a wandering spirit, filled with dread and helplessness. At Mount Tianshou, Nezha trembled, recalling the memories of the fire deity, which guided him to a cold, shadowy cave where he sought refuge, too fearful to make a sound. Simultaneously, he sensed the presence of 3 magical artifacts within his spirit, his eyes brimming with terror. Suddenly, footsteps echoed outside the cave, accompanied by a deep, resonant voice. Today, we are fortunate that the general unleashed his fury, otherwise, we would have encountered calamity. That fiery little demon was truly frightening. I nearly met my end from fright. Despite his youth, how could he be so formidable? One of the 2 creatures, dismissive of the remark, retorted, And so what? Was he not subdued by the general? Huh. Though we are water spirits, with our prince backing us, we can rampage across the land. Indeed, this is a splendid place, especially with those celestial deer and the mountain folk. Their essence is truly a great tonic. Nezha listened to the commotion outside, his heart seething with rage. Yet he dared not move, instead striving to suppress his presence. At that moment, even the fiercest beast would send him into a state of utter terror. It was after Nezha departed from the Nuwa temple that he intended to return to his sanctuary at Mount Tianshou for quiet meditation, awaiting the culmination of his powers before venturing forth to experience the wonders of the immortal world. Little did he know that while this aspiration was noble, the world outside was far too chaotic, especially after leaving the Nuwa temple, where the reality of his situation became all the more palpable. As Nezha emerged from the Nuwa temple and set foot on the Tianshou Mountain, he was met with the disheartening sight of a thick, suffocating haze enveloping the area. The air was heavy with mist, and faint, sorrowful cries of celestial deer echoed in the distance, igniting a fierce anger within him. This was to be his future domain, a place abundant with spiritual essence. Though the terrain was not particularly imposing, it was a series of connected peaks, forming a pristine realm of immortals. Nezha had long regarded this place as his home, and the presence of malevolent spirits wreaking havoc here was intolerable. Without a moment's hesitation, Nezha dashed towards the summit of Tianshou Mountain to confront the intruding demons. To his astonishment, he discovered that the culprit was a water spirit, inexplicably causing mischief on land. Although this water spirit was of peak earth immortal cultivation, it stood no chance against Nezha, who bore 3 divine treasures and wielded the purifying flames of Samadhi. The elemental conflict of water and fire rendered the spirit utterly powerless against him. In a mere 10 exchanges, Nezha seized an opportunity, unleashing a torrent of true fire upon the fiend, while simultaneously activating the 9-dragon divine fire shield to ensnare and incinerate the nearby lesser demons. The water spirit, unable to withstand the ferocity of the Samadhi fire, let out pitiful wails. Nezha, devoid of any sadistic tendencies, and the fire deity, even less so, contemplated ending the spirit's suffering swiftly. At that moment, however, Nezha was struck by an overwhelming sense of impending doom, so profound that escape seemed impossible. The true fire engulfing the fallen spirit abruptly vanished, and Nezha felt as if time and space were disregarded as the spirit materialized before him, an immense pressure descending upon his crown. The body of Nezha, a being of earth immortal stature, crumbled under this seemingly gentle blow, exploding into oblivion. Fortunately, his 3 divine treasures had been refined to protect him, barely preserving his soul as he fled. Nezha was bewildered by the turn of events, but understood that had he hesitated even slightly, he would have been reduced to ashes, facing annihilation. Unbeknownst to him, as he escaped, the water spirit also succumbed to unconsciousness, only now regaining awareness, equally perplexed by its newfound strength. As Nezha reflected on the harrowing experience, he heard the sinister chuckles of 2 small demons outside. Oh, who is this enchanting celestial sister? Have we captured the attention of a lonely goddess, come to offer solace? Nezha, unaware of the unfolding drama, hesitated to venture out, choosing instead to listen intently. Just then, a melodious female voice pierced the air. You deserve to perish. Moments later, 2 dull thuds echoed, plunging the surroundings into silence. Nezha's heart raced with trepidation, realizing that the 2 demons outside had likely met their demise, and the mysterious woman appeared to possess even greater power than himself, if she were to discover his presence. As Nezha was lost in his thoughts, a distinct sound of footsteps echoed towards the cave. Then, the previously frigid voice transformed into a gentle tone. Zhuer? Zhuke, are you here? Please come out. It is Linger. Who is Zhuer? I am all alone here. Where could this Zhuer possibly be? Nezha's heart filled with unease, and he couldn't help but silently curse, fervently wishing for the intruder to depart. Yet, the individual outside seemed convinced that Nezha was concealed within, and upon receiving no response, did not leave. Instead, driven by concern, they ventured deeper into the cave. Zhuer, I know you are here. Have you forgotten the past? I am Linger, a child of the goddess Nuwa. I have come to rescue you at her command. Quickly, come out. Upon hearing this, Nezha's heart stirred. The mention of rescue and the goddess Nuwa made him ponder. Could it be that the Zhuer spoken of was indeed himself? With this thought in mind and sensing no malice in the stranger's tone, Nezha resolved to step out, realizing that remaining hidden was not a viable option. Thus, he called out softly and cautiously made his way outside. You are indeed Zhuer. Just as Nezha took his first step, a fragrant breeze wafted through, and before he could comprehend the situation, he felt his ethereal form being enveloped in a warm embrace. Instinctively, he attempted to resist, but the grip was too tight. And being a spirit, his struggle proved futile. The woman seemed to sense Nezha's resistance and released him, then pointed into the cave, which instantly transformed from darkness into light. Nezha then beheld the figure before him, a woman clad in white, her hair elegantly styled, her face as pure as jade, occasionally flushed with a rosy hue, indicating her extraordinary cultivation and vitality. However, Nezha was certain he had never encountered her before, neither in his past life as the fire deity, nor as Li Xing, nor even as Nezha in this life. Who are you? Why do you call me Zhuer? Nezha cautiously took a step back, eyeing her with wariness. The woman, upon hearing his words and seeing the caution in his eyes, sighed deeply. She had intended to chide him for forgetting his former companions. But upon noticing Nezha's unstable spirit form, seemingly at risk of dissipating, and recalling Nuwa's instructions, she quickly spoke with concern. I cannot believe you have truly forgotten. After 2 cycles of reincarnation, alas, let me clarify everything for you. In truth, we were both disciples of the goddess Nuwa. You even served her before I did. I have heard her speak of you. Your true form was a pearl, the very one bestowed upon Nuwa by the Tao ancestor. Part of the red embroidered ball. After enduring countless tribulations, Nuwa suddenly attained enlightenment and transformed, giving rise to you. Among the myriad treasures in the world, all possessing spirit, you are the only one to have taken form. Naturally, the goddess cherishes you. As time gently ebbs away, the woman gradually reveals the past and present of Nezha, whose expression becomes increasingly vivid, one moment filled with joy, the next marred by anguish. However, it is through this that Nezha comes to understand many profound truths. He contemplates why he feels an innate closeness to the goddess Nuwa, why he was referred to as the spirit pearl in the investiture of the gods he witnessed in his previous life, and why Nuwa aided him within her temple. It seems that all these enigmas are resolved in this very moment. It is revealed that Nezha originated from the bead atop the red embroidered ball, subsequently transformed and enlightened by Nuwa, serving by her side and earning her favor. Yet one day, the primordial lord discovered the origins of the spirit pearl and deceitfully led it to take Master Tai as its teacher. Upon learning this, although Nuwa was filled with anger, she ultimately had to accept the situation. The primordial lord, adept in handling affairs, presented the 9-dragon divine fire cover to Master Tai to appease Nuwa's resentment, thus granting the spirit pearl a magical artifact. However, during a celebration for Nuwa's birthday, the spirit pearl, still youthful, overindulged in the heavenly peaches, causing a commotion and vocally berating both Tai and the primordial lord, accusing them of deception. This public outcry humiliated the primordial lord, who insisted on punishing Nezha for the transgression of betraying his master and ancestral teachings, thereby incurring the wrath of the saints. In a state of helplessness, Nuwa ultimately permitted the spirit pearl to reincarnate, while bestowing upon it the 2 postnatal spiritual treasures, the embroidered cloth of the red ball and its handle, to protect its soul, which are now embodied in Nezha as the Hunyuan silk and the Qianquan circle. Once Nezha merges these 2 treasures into one, he will transform into an entity of innate spiritual treasure, a fact unknown to all. As for the subsequent events, they are straightforward. Nezha is already aware. The reason Nuwa does not reclaim Nezha at this moment is that he serves as a key to the impending calamity. Deeply enmeshed in the cycle of death and rebirth, an inevitability even the saints cannot alter when confronted with the will of heaven. The woman remains unaware of who has plotted against Nezha but, following Nuwa's instructions, advises Nezha not to seek the identity of his assailant. Thus, Nezha ponders deeply, becoming increasingly cautious, suspecting he has fallen victim to an unknown saint's machinations. The significance of the why seems trivial now. Zhuer suddenly recalls, almost forgetting the matter at hand. Come with me, the woman declares, having finished her account, as she guides Nezha outward. Upon hearing the name Zhuer, Nezha internally groans, realizing how delightful that name is, pondering why he must be called Zhuer. Chapter 16. The temple of the fire deity. The fairy named Shwetter sighed softly, casting a glance at the miniature Nezha in her palm, shaking her head before gracefully waving her sleeve and gliding forward on the wind. After Cher traversed the mountains, she finally discovered the place she sought. Upon seeing it still intact, a smile graced her face. With a graceful movement, she descended before a somewhat dilapidated temple. The entrance bore a wooden plaque inscribed with the words Fire Virtue Star Lord, while within the temple stood a wooden tablet adorned with the 9 characters, Honored Guardian of the Mountain, Fire Virtue Star Lord. Circling the temple, Cher murmured, I never expected Zhu to partake in incense offerings among mortals, yet, in just 4 short years, it has fallen into such disrepair. With a sigh of lament, she made no further gesture, but merely exhaled gently towards the temple. Instantly, a refreshing breeze swept through, dispersing the dust and cobwebs within, restoring clarity to the temple in mere moments. The tablet and the offering table were scattered into fragments, vanishing from sight. Content with the transformation, Cher then retrieved a gourd from her bosom, positioning its mouth towards the temple's center. Incanting a spell, a radiant light burst forth, revealing a lifelike white jade statue that took the place of the former tablet. This statue, crafted from white jade, was adorned with a circular collar, holding a golden bell in its left hand and a flute in its right, draped in an ethereal ribbon of white jade. Its expression was a blend of solemnity and mischief, resembling the likeness of Nezha himself. It became evident that this statue was the corporeal form, refined from the nine heavens soil, which Niwa had commanded Cher to bring forth. Devoid of a soul, the body had been magically transformed into a white jade statue by Niwa, awaiting Nezha's occupancy. Only when Nezha attained the status of a true immortal could he truly merge with this body, acting with complete freedom. Furthermore, to secure Nezha's future, Niwa directed Cher to return him to the Fire Virtue Star Lord's temple, thereby drawing upon the strength of earthly faith and incense offerings. Whether Nezha could comprehend this spiritual power would depend on future opportunities. Having completed her task, Cher extended her hand, gazing at the minuscule essence of Nezha, and then blew a breath of celestial energy towards the statue. Instantly, Nezha's soul transformed into a stream of white light, soaring directly into the statue. At the moment of his entrance, the previously somewhat inert statue radiated a burst of brilliance, emanating a nurturing aura that gradually spread outward from its center. The first to sense this change were the surviving celestial deer of the mountain. As Nezha returned to the temple, the deer, long trapped in fear, suddenly felt a wave of relief, as if their guardian had come to their side, instinctively leading them to the Fire Virtue Star Lord's temple. Cher, hearing the distant calls of the celestial deer, turned and gracefully departed from the site. Nevertheless, regardless of the transformations occurring on Mount Tianshou, there has been no discernible impact on the world at large. Yet for Mount Tianshou itself, the changes are nothing short of revolutionary. Time flows slowly through the fingers. And outside the temple of Nezha, surrounded by celestial deer, a peculiar creature resembling a dragon's head atop a turtle's body has taken its place at the feet of Nezha's statue. The celestial deer occasionally cast fearful glances at the creature, yet unexpectedly, a graceful spotted deer stands defiantly, vocalizing its discontent at the creature's presence. The creature, however, pays no heed, lazily half-closing its eyes and remaining still. The spotted deer, feeling exasperated, sulks to the other side, glaring at the creature. Upon closer inspection, it becomes evident that this creature is a diminutive version of a dragon turtle. In comparison to the ominous confines of the Shang dynasty, this scene is drastically different. One could hardly fathom that even King Zhou himself would recognize this dragon turtle as the same entity. On this particular day, within the mountain temple, a gentle sigh unexpectedly emanated from the statue, which had remained silent for half a month, startling the deer and the turtle nearby into raising their heads in surprise. Suddenly, the statue radiated a brilliant red light, flickering intermittently, followed by a voice proclaiming, "Ah, it has been quite some time, my friends." Upon hearing this, the celestial deer rejoiced, hastily kneeling, bowing earnestly in reverence to the statue, a sight that would undoubtedly astonish any mortal witness. However, Nezha, possessing the memories of the fire deity, felt no astonishment. He was well acquainted with these celestial deer. Observing them kneeling, he sensed a refreshing aura emanating from the statue's base, ascending towards the heavens. Yet, this sensation was so feeble that Nezha paid it little mind. He sighed, "I am aware of your suffering. I did not expect that after several years apart, we would meet again. Rest assured, I shall protect you from now on. Little Linger, you too should rise." At that moment, Nezha noticed an incongruous presence beside him, stirring his curiosity. The dragon turtle, upon hearing Nezha's voice, felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. During the time when Niwa repaired the heavens, it had been adorned with a red embroidered ball, thus inheriting the essence of the dragon turtle's ancestor, which fostered a deep affinity for Nezha. After escaping the confines of the Shang dynasty, it had rushed here to watch over Nezha. However, due to significant injuries to its cultivation, the dragon turtle could not speak, merely nodding eagerly at Nezha, its eyes betraying a sense of dependence and affection. Nezha, puzzled by this, recalled the legendary figures he had seen in his past life, who often had their own steeds. This extraordinary creature before him seemed to align perfectly with his own aspirations. Certainly, while Little Linger was also a viable option, the spotted deer appeared less imposing, and considering it was female, the implications of such a choice were rather delicate. Upon this contemplation, Nezha's thoughts shifted, and he could not help but entertain the notion of abduction, although he was unaware of the true nature of this being, since fate had brought it to his presence. He decided that it might accompany him in cultivation henceforth. The dragon tortoise, oblivious to the destiny that awaited it, felt a surge of joy and eagerly nodded in agreement. Beside them, the little spirit girl, though displeased by this turn of events, had no choice but to lower her head in silence, entirely oblivious to the fact that the dragon tortoise had unwittingly accepted its fate as a steed. Report. General, trouble brews. Our brethren have scoured the mountain tops, yet found no trace of the celestial deer. The mountain folk are beginning to migrate to the outskirts, and our supply of blood offerings dwindles. What's the matter? Do those celestial deer dare to abandon their breeding grounds? They must understand that should they leave this sanctuary, their fate shall be far worse than their current plight. Go, extend the search. We must locate these celestial deer without fail, for the Dragon King's birthday approaches. And the third prince has already given his orders. The moonlight, dim yet penetrating, filtered through the dense forest, casting a delicate layer of frost and dew upon the mountainside. The sound emanated from a cave nestled in the heart of the celestial longevity mountain, where the interior was illuminated as if it were midday by several luminous pearls. In the center stood a humanoid crab, eyes wide with fury, wielding a large weapon resembling a massive claw, and upon closer inspection, one could discern various burn marks adorning its form. Chapter 17. The Approaching Enemy. Trapped within the jade statue, Nezha's soul was indeed able to leave his corporeal confines, yet due to hidden injuries, his excursions were fleeting, and his cultivation diminished drastically, plummeting from the pinnacle of earth immortal to the initial stage. Recognizing the perils that lurked within the primordial chaos, Nezha refrained from unnecessary movement. Even the crab general, who occupied the celestial longevity mountain, resolved to bide his time, awaiting the moment when Nezha's cultivation would reach fruition before confronting that adversary. Thus, Nezha settled his mind, immersing himself in earnest practice, communicating with the jade statue through his divine consciousness, and persistently refining magical artifacts, tirelessly engaged without respite. Within his spirit, Nezha sat cross-legged at the apex of the jade statue, one hand forming seals while the other grasped his magical instrument, his entire being ablaze with elemental fire. Red light piercing through his soul. Outside, the spiritual energy surrounding the temple began to swirl around it, subsequently entering the jade statue, which in turn benefited the celestial deer nearby. The dragon tortoise, although a creature of the water, possessed the ability to traverse land and soar through the skies. With memories inherited from its father, it understood water-based cultivation techniques and the gateway to fiery ascendance. Sensing the abundant spiritual energy and the lively fire elements in the vicinity, the dragon tortoise closed its eyes and dedicated itself to its own cultivation. Meanwhile, the little deer knelt upon the ground, repeatedly calling out to the dragon tortoise. After an indeterminate duration, the dragon tortoise, seemingly irritated, exhaled a burst of white light, which then struck the deer's forehead, causing it to close its eyes in response. In the temple of the fire deity, a jade statue, a dragon tortoise, and an immortal deer were immersed in their cultivation. Amidst the flickering red light, the three entities gracefully swirled around one another. As winter approached, the air turned brisk, and gusts of cold wind began to sweep through the temple, occasionally stirring up fallen leaves on the mountainside, only to be carried away by the surrounding immortal deer. Unbeknownst to anyone, the once dormant temple gradually exuded a newfound vitality. On this day, Nezha suddenly felt a stirring within his heart, awakening from his meditation. His divine consciousness now enveloped the mountain peak on which the temple stood, allowing him to perceive the thickening moisture in the air and an emerging sense of danger. Nezha could not help but open his eyes, peering through the void of the temple toward the foot of the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, a shrimp soldier, wielding a silver spear, accompanied a crab general clad in silver armor, reporting, "General, the immortal deer are currently hidden here. However, my brothers have detected signs of a mountain spirit's activity in the vicinity, which is why we dared not delay in informing you." Humph, what a trifling mountain spirit. How dare it disrupt the prince's affairs? Why have I never heard of such a spirit in this place before? Could it be that the fire deity has returned? The crab general scoffed disdainfully, his small, crimson eyes brimming with a thirst for blood, recalling the days he had gone without the exquisite taste of deer blood, causing him great discomfort. The shrimp soldier dared not approach too closely, reasoning that their presence here was warranted. He stole a fearful glance at the crab general and spoke. "It seems that the spirit ought to be dealt with." Indeed, the shrimp soldier held a respectable position here, for the silver spear was a gift from the dragon prince. However, since the crab general had demonstrated his formidable prowess by vanquishing a fiery little troublemaker who had come to wreak havoc, the shrimp soldier no longer dared to express any dissatisfaction or grievances towards him. "Ah, your caution is commendable. Even a mere mountain spirit has instilled such fear in you. It is no wonder you are one of the vanguards of our army." The crab general, noticing the flicker of fear in the shrimp soldier's eyes, felt a swell of pride, albeit tinged with sarcasm. The shrimp soldier forced a smile, secretly chiding himself for being overly cautious. Convey the orders. Let everyone prepare the formation, and show that mountain spirit the might of our dragon palace. The crab general commanded, raising his claw toward the shrimp soldier. Yes, brothers, let's bolster our formation. The mist at the foot of the mountain thickened, the air so saturated that droplets of water could be felt falling. The humid atmosphere rapidly spread, accompanied by the faint sounds of clashing armor and the occasional glimpses of various bizarre aquatic creatures. In the temple atop the mountain, Nezha suddenly spoke, addressing the perceptive dragon tortoise. Let the immortal deer retreat to the mountaintop for the time being. We must prepare to welcome our guests. The dragon tortoise nodded and then hissed softly to the young deer. Sensing the increasingly dense moisture outside and observing the fearful expressions of their kin, the young deer quickly nodded and leaped from the temple, calling out twice as the immortal deer hastened toward the mountaintop. The dragon tortoise and the young deer, however, remained behind. Soon after, a sudden clamor of battle erupted outside the mountain god temple, the misty water even dampening the temple's entrance. Nezha, observing the droplets falling before the temple, felt a surge of inner fury. As a practitioner of fire-based techniques, he instinctively harbored a disdain for water magic. Witnessing the sacred grounds of his temple sullied by this hidden, magical water, his anger was inevitable. Within the temple, a pure aura suddenly rose, imbued with the essence of true fire. The moisture at the entrance encountered this refreshing energy and instantly transformed into vapor, vanishing from sight. Simultaneously, a brilliant crimson light radiated from the temple, creating a barrier that repelled the surrounding humidity, preventing it from encroaching within 3 paces of the sanctuary. The crab general, witnessing this phenomenon, felt a flicker of caution and trepidation. He had not anticipated the presence of such a formidable deity in a seemingly insignificant location. While most mountain gods possessed similar power, the execution of this particular feat was executed with such fluidity and grace that there was no hint of hesitation, and thus far, he had yet to lay eyes on the deity himself. The shrimp soldier, leading the charge, failed to notice these subtleties. Although he saw the radiant light flashing within the temple, he paid it no heed. Remembering the mockery he had endured at the hands of the crab general, he felt compelled to display his bravery and restore his lost dignity. Resolving to act, the shrimp soldier's small eyes darted, and with several limbs in motion, he stepped forward, declaring, "O spirit of the mountain, do you know before whom you stand? I am the esteemed general of the Eastern Sea. Come forth and greet me without delay." The crab general's grotesque visage twitched, remaining silent. Allowing the shrimp soldier to take the forefront was acceptable. He had lingered in the Eastern Sea long enough to possess some wit, or else he would not have earned the trust of Prince Longsan. Seeing the crab general's lack of response, the shrimp soldier assumed it was tacit approval, emboldening him further. However, the temple remained eerily quiet, igniting the shrimp soldier's fury as he felt disdained by the perceived slight. A glint of resentment flickered in his eyes, and his claws began to thrash restlessly. Unbeknownst to the gathered crowd outside, Nezha within the temple was seething with rage, constrained from venturing out. He had momentarily spared the crab general, only to find that the adversary dared to encroach upon his domain. Was this not a stroke of fate? Before Nezha could act, the shrimp soldier, unable to contain himself, brandished his silver spear and pointed toward the temple, shouting, "You lot, tear down this decrepit temple. Drag this spirit out and let him taste the consequences of defying the might of my dragon palace." His subordinates, a cacophony of water spirits, responded with a collective cry, summoning torrents of water from unknown sources. These aquatic beings surged forth, crashing toward the mountain god temple with formidable waves. Yet, this seemingly overwhelming assault advanced only a few meters before faltering, rendered powerless beneath the radiant glow emanating from the sanctuary. Then, without allowing the water spirits another moment to gather strength, a plume of smoke, crackling with sparks, suddenly erupted from within the temple, shooting toward the water creatures with fierce intensity. The aquatic monsters were taken aback. The notion of water and fire opposing each other seemed to hold true. This spectacle of flames appeared as a billowing smoke, yet it faintly resonated with the sounds of thunder and wind. Particularly, the sparks that erupted were reminiscent of volcanic torrents, causing those who came into contact to wail in agony, for even a mere brush with it would lead to demise. The offensive initiated by the water creatures vanished under this singular assault. Even the surging flood dissipated entirely, leaving behind only patches of mud and the charred remains of the aquatic beasts. At this moment, the shrimp soldiers were paralyzed with fear, their claws trembling, too terrified to advance. Nearby, the crab commander cursed his misfortune, lamenting his repeated encounters with those who toyed with fire in recent days. In truth, it was not only the crab commander who was astonished. Even Nezha himself stood in stunned silence. gazing at the dragon-headed turtle at his feet. Just moments prior, as Nezha was preparing to strike, the impatient dragon turtle had unexpectedly taken the initiative, unleashing a torrent of flames from its mouth, which resulted in the current predicament. The dragon turtle was an extraordinary beast from the primordial era, capable of spewing fire and commanding storms, capable of turning rivers and seas upside down. Although its powers were significantly diminished at this moment, dealing with the minor shrimp soldiers and water monsters was a trivial task, requiring little effort. Chapter 18. Battle at the Temple. If you claim to be of the Dragon Palace, why venture onto land to wreak havoc? As a creature of the water, I suggest you return to your eastern sea for leisure, lest you meet a grim fate. Just then, a cold snort echoed from within the temple, and the radiant light receded, revealing the interior in its entirety. The crab commander and his comrades were incensed upon hearing the insult that labeled them as mere creatures of the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Palace, a sovereign in the eastern sea, had always acted with impunity. Who would dare disrespect them? Yet, the cold mockery from their adversary stoked their fury further. However, as the temple's radiance diminished, the crab commander was taken aback by the scene within, gasping in shock. The vividly depicted figure was none other than the fire-breathing fiend. He opened his mouth to speak, but found himself at a loss for words, his face paling as he became rooted in place. Witnessing their reaction, Nezha could not help but smirk inwardly, recognizing that they had indeed learned from their past encounters. Clearly, his mere presence instilled fear among the surrounding water monsters, bringing forth haunting memories of the last encounter with the rising flames. The leading shrimp soldiers were equally astonished, but then their bulging eyes darted around as if struck by a sudden realization, growing increasingly arrogant. Humph. So it is you, little brat, causing trouble again. Last time, our general spared your life, yet you showed no gratitude, lingering here to act like a specter. You are but a mere ghost now. Do you think our general fears you? The surrounding water demon's eyes brightened at these words, recalling that their general was indeed a formidable figure. Last time, this arrogant foe was nothing more than a mere shell, shattered by their general's hand. At this moment, the opponent was nothing more than a restless spirit. And although the reasons for occupying this divine position were unclear, it was evident that he would not stand a chance against the general. Contemplating this, the morale of the water demons surged, and they straightened their postures, clamoring for the general to annihilate the foe's very soul. Only then did the general realize, inwardly mocking himself for his newfound timidity, he had come prepared, and the words of the shrimp soldiers rang true. If he had been capable of vanquishing the enemy once, he could surely do so again, especially since this time the adversary was merely a mountain spirit devoid of even a corporeal form. With this thought, the crab general silenced the ruckus, stepping forward with formidable presence, casting not even a glance at Nezha, merely glancing inside before declaring, "You, boy, last time I spared your life out of pity, thinking of the heavenly virtues of my dragon palace. Yet, you have shown yourself to be incorrigible. This time, I shall show no mercy." Nezha, incensed, laughed. "You have slain my celestial deer, causing immeasurable slaughter. Now that you are here, let us settle this with our own hands." As these words left his lips, the temperature within the temple surged dramatically. The crab general felt a flash of red light in his eyes, startling him into a sudden retreat. After evading that strike, the crab general felt a surge of anger. The dense surrounding mist aided his movements, imbuing him with an unexpected grace and agility that seemed incongruous with his form. After dodging Nezha's attack, the crab general wasted no time. He abruptly raised his pincers and struck fiercely at the temple, fully aware of the Dragon King's warning that terrestrial deities, particularly those reliant on worship, abhorred the destruction of their temples, as it would severely diminish their power. Of course, if he were assured of victory before dismantling the temple, there would be no need for caution, but lacking such confidence, he must avoid engaging in sorcery within the opponent's sacred space. The crab general recalled this wisdom in that moment. Being at the pinnacle of earthly immortality, his strike possessed tremendous force. If the temple were struck, it would likely suffer grave damage. Suddenly, a red light flashed within the temple, and a specter appeared atop the jade statue. Wielding the universe circle and draped in the heavenly silk, none other than Nezha. Without any visible action, Nezha merely shouted towards the temple's entrance, "Protect!" Instantly, another surge of red light flickered, and the nine-dragon divine fire shield vanished into nothingness, crashing down to envelop the temple, rendering the crab general's strike futile. After the failed attack, the crab general showed no surprise. He pivoted, his pincers moving with extraordinary agility through the void, swiftly maneuvering around the nine-dragon divine fire shield to slash at Nezha's spectral form. Nezha's eyes glimmered with an inexplicable understanding, and he ascended gracefully, finally activating the universe circle. It collided forcefully with the crab's pincers, while simultaneously, Nezha flung the heavenly silk, transforming it into a crimson ribbon that silently danced with vibrant flames toward the crab general. The crab general sensed the terrifying force emanating from the opponent's weapon, his heart sinking in alarm. The pincers he wielded were his own forelimbs. Shed upon attaining the earthly immortal status, and later forged into a personal weapon by the Dragon King. To his astonishment, upon colliding with the Tianshou circle, his pincers shattered in two, filling him with dread. Nezha remained silent, watching as the Mingtian silk was about to ensnare the crab general. Unexpectedly, the crab general, in a sudden burst of resolve, swept his broken pincers before him, creating distance between them and retreating swiftly. The Mingtian silk, seemingly aware of Nezha's intentions, did not relent but surged forward with unyielding determination. Alarmed, the crab general, unsure of the nature of this treasure, seized a nearby shrimp soldier and thrust him forward. The Mingtian silk immediately coiled around the shrimp soldier, ensnaring him, while crimson flames erupted, incinerating the shrimp soldier before he could even utter a cry, leaving only his silver spear on the ground. The crab general, taken aback by Nezha's formidable prowess, found himself cornered and seemingly powerless against the relentless advance of Nezha, causing the surrounding aquatic creatures to stare in shock, their expressions a mix of fear and confusion. However, the demise of the shrimp soldier finally granted the crab general a moment to react, interrupting Nezha's continuous assault. With the agility of lightning, he retreated while exclaiming, "You little brat, you do possess some skill. No wonder you are unaware of your own insignificance and have dared to offend me, the East Sea Dragon Palace." Nezha, however, remained mute, his countenance grave as he sat atop the jade statue, his hands moving in rapid succession. The three innate spiritual treasures trembled, seemingly poised to strike. The Tianshou circle was the first to launch again, breaking through the temple gate and crashing fiercely towards the crab general, who had just regained his footing. Helpless, the crab general's eyes flickered with hatred, lamenting internally for his arrogance in not bringing the formidable cold iron blade bestowed upon him by the third prince of the dragon. In desperation, he unleashed a silent roar, transforming into a rampaging crab. The Tianshou circle struck hard against his back, but due to Nezha's lingering injuries and low cultivation, he could not fully unleash the circle's power. The giant crab let out a mournful cry and turned to retreat. Simultaneously, Nezha felt a jolt to his spirit. Being a spectral entity, he was affected by the immense force transmitted through the Tianshou circle, causing his recently solidified form to nearly dissipate. Hastily, Nezha steadied his mind, retracting the Tianshou circle back into the temple, and sat down in meditation, preparing for the next wave of assault. At that moment, he truly grasped the torment of being trapped within the jade statue, resolving to diligently train and merge with this physical form, lest he be condemned to a prolonged imprisonment in this place. The crab general was astonished by the display of power exhibited by Nezha at that moment, yet he discerned a glimmer of hope. As he distanced himself from the temple, he noticed that Nezha's attacks grew increasingly feeble, which thrilled him immensely. However, he also felt a twinge of helplessness, as he now dared not approach within 500 meters of the deity's temple. Strangely, once he had retreated a kilometer away, his adversary could hardly inflict any harm upon him. Thus, an impasse was formed between them. Before long, the crab general, unable to devise a solution, had no choice but to withdraw to his abode, intending to gather formidable weaponry for a rematch. He was resolute in his determination to raise the opponent's temple. At that point, he would see how brash they could remain. Chapter 19. The Rematch. Humph, you insignificant little deity. I am the Grand General of the East Sea Dragon Palace, commanding countless sea creatures. When angered, I can summon winds and rains, altering the very heavens and earth. My soldiers can assemble into formations to ensnare gods and bind immortals. Are you, a mere ignorant spirit, aware of this? On this night, as the cold dew thickened, the crab general gathered hundreds of sea monsters before Nezha's temple, shouting loudly. A cold laugh echoed from within the temple. Each time they came, they boasted of their dragon palace heritage, attempting to exert pressure through their status. This might have had some effect on others, but Nezha felt no fear whatsoever. Not only did he have the dragon palace to contend with, but he was also backed by the formidable goddess Niwa. Humph, I see that your dragon palace is overstepping its bounds. According to the established celestial laws and natural order, the seas fall under the jurisdiction of the aquatic tribes, and thus, they are of no concern to anyone. However, the land belongs to humanity. Do you still harbor delusions? A glint of murderous intent flashed in Nezha's eyes. If he could roam freely, he would never allow this spirit to act so brazenly before his temple, polluting its sanctity. The crab general, unfazed, retorted, "It seems you are aware of the former glory of my dragon palace. If so, you should be more submissive to us. My grandfather, the Dragon King, was indeed a formidable being of ancient times. You, a mere insignificant deity, ought to recognize your place and depart while you still can." Nezha's ethereal form materialized before the jade statue, a smirk playing on his lips. Huh, how utterly ridiculous. When the Dragon Clan once dominated the ancient world, they were indeed a sight to behold. And your Dragon King? Huh, merely a larger loach. To think he still dreams of reclaiming the land is nothing short of fanciful delusion. Bold of you to insult my esteemed Dragon King. It appears I cannot let you off the hook. The Crab General's face flushed crimson. Should the Dragon King learn of these words, even though they were spoken by another, his life would surely be forfeit. In that moment, he resolved that the only way to keep this matter under wraps was to eliminate Nezha. Knowing that the Crab General would have some form of support upon his return, Nezha did not dare to be careless. He tightened his grip on the universe ring, which trembled and emitted a clear chime, while red light swirled around it. Nezha ceased his words, focusing instead on the increasingly dense mist and vapor that enveloped the area before him. However, at this moment, none of the onlookers, both inside and outside the temple, noticed the glimmer of excitement in the eyes of the dragon tortoise at Nezha's feet, as he vehemently berated the contemporary Dragon King, referring to him as a mudfish. The tortoise's mouth slightly parted, a sheen of light gliding along its lips. Even the little deer nearby began to paw the ground with its hooves, a faint red glow enveloping its form. From the array, a soft command echoed from outside, prompting General Crab to retreat abruptly, vanishing into the dense fog. Concurrently, the sea creatures that accompanied him firmly struck their weapons against the ground, unleashing a breathtaking halo of vibrant colors that expanded to form a circular barrier, encasing the entire temple. This formation was known as the Severing Immortal Array. It was aptly named for its ability to sever the connection between the enemy and the spiritual energies of heaven and earth, forcing adversaries to rely solely on their innate divine power in combat, devoid of assistance from the forces of nature. However, the primary flaw of this technique lay in its ineffectiveness against formidable opponents. The barrier could be easily breached. Beneath the allure of such beauty, peril often lurked. At this moment, General Crab concealed himself within the resplendent hues of the array. As a denizen of the Dragon Palace, he had learned from past encounters and was now cautious, despite his bravado. He approached with meticulous preparation, wielding his most formidable weapon, the 1,000-gene cold iron blade. At this juncture, General Crab was acutely aware of the auspicious timing, arriving under the cover of night as the golden crow rested, allowing the humidity of the world to peak. The moonlight was pure and white, casting a silvery frost upon the earth, further augmented by the temple's kaleidoscopic glow, creating an enchanting atmosphere. The recent disturbances within the temple had already alarmed the mountain villagers residing at its foot, who had suffered under the tyranny of General Crab. Days prior, they had sensed the unusual occurrences before the temple but dared not investigate, knowing a battle of magic was underway, leaving them anxiously observing from a distance. Suddenly, the sound of crashing waves emanated from the direction of the temple, prompting the villagers to realize that the crab's spirit was indeed present. Some astute individuals began to conjecture the situation, leading them to higher ground where they knelt in reverence towards that direction, murmuring, "The mountain god has finally returned. He comes to protect us." Yet, fear and worry gripped their hearts at the thought that the mountain god might not prevail against his adversary. Within the temple, Nezha's expression grew solemn as he sensed the stagnation of spiritual energy surrounding him, realizing it was the result of the external array. Nevertheless, as he grasped his magical artifact, he felt no trepidation. Rather, his eyes sparkled with excitement. This was a perfect opportunity to test the true might of his postnatal spiritual treasure. With this thought, Nezha recited the incantation, and the Tianshou circle emitted a resonant cry, launching forth with light and shadow, directly striking the exterior formation. Instantly, where the two forces met, a thick plume of smoke billowed forth. Upon the summit of the temple, a spectral figure emerged, standing in the moonlight. One hand gestured forward, commanding the Tianshou circle and the Huntian silk to confront the adversary, while its mouth sporadically expelled billowing flames, scorching a resplendent spherical transparent array positioned before the temple. Within the temple, a deer and a tortoise stood guard on either side. Any water spirits unworthy of participating in the fray and daring to approach the temple were devoured by the dragon tortoise, while the deer kicked wildly, trampling the encroaching water monsters into fragments. This prompted fleeting glimmers of sorrow in the dragon tortoise's eyes, silently lamenting the deer's ignorance of resource conservation. Meanwhile, within the luminous array, hundreds of shrimp soldiers lay concealed, Each time the Tianshou circle descended, shadows would flicker within, dissipating into vapor and merging into the formation. Yet, the array trembled under the dual onslaught of the Tianshou circle and the Huntian silk, further exacerbated by the scorching flames emitted by Nezha. Throughout this tumult, Nezha's gaze remained fixed on a flickering figure within the light barrier. Whenever Nezha's weapon struck, that figure would dance amidst the fray, utilizing the formation to intersect with Nezha's weapon, producing crisp sounds of collision. Thus, separated by the light shield, two crimson figures and one white figure darted back and forth. Nezha grew increasingly adept at wielding the magical artifact, leveraging the postnatal spiritual treasure without concern for spiritual energy depletion. At this moment, enlightenment dawned upon Nezha, recalling the ancient tales from his previous life that emphasized the significance of magical artifacts. He recognized the fallacy in the notion that possessing a formidable treasure alone could ensure dominance in the primordial realm. If that were true, why would there be instances of murder and treasure theft in such a world? Those who sought to claim treasures would inevitably meet their demise at the hands of their opponent's artifacts. In circumstances of comparable or similar cultivation levels, magical artifacts undoubtedly provided substantial advantages. However, if one's strength was lacking, the true power of the artifact could not be unleashed. Relying solely on it would ultimately lead to catastrophe. Much like a sage, a quasi-saint, no matter how potent their artifacts, could never hope to defeat a true saint. Ultimately, it is the strength that prevails. Only with sufficient personal power can one truly roam freely in the primordial realm. Beneath the moonlight, two crimson figures and one white figure swirled incessantly, their melodious sounds resonating throughout the surroundings. The Tianshou circle and the Huntian silk, akin to a relentless hunter seeking flaws, continuously attempted to breach the defenses, while the white figure within patiently awaited, seemingly anticipating the moment Nezha would falter. As dawn gradually approached and the moonlight receded, the sun began its ascent. Nezha felt a warm current surging through his soul, invigorating him, causing his attack speed to quicken exponentially. In stark contrast, the array, having endured the night, exhibited signs of retreat under the sun's illumination as the ethereal mist above appeared to condense. At this juncture, the crab general had no choice but to withdraw, seeking refuge in a cool cave to recuperate before returning to challenge once more. Nezha, meanwhile, retreated within the temple, closing his eyes to meditate, aware that the upcoming days would be filled with arduous tasks. Unbeknownst to all, Nezha harbored a profound joy within, for he realized that through his battle with the crab general, his cultivation was steadily solidifying, seemingly approaching a critical threshold, yearning for a breakthrough. Chapter 20. The breakthrough and the conversation with the dragon turtle. After this battle, Nezha discovered that he had unexpectedly gained two allies, a fawn and a dragon turtle. Observing the shattered fish scales and remnants of fish meat beneath the fawn's hooves, Nezha sighed, astonished that such a seemingly docile creature could unleash such formidable combat prowess, leaving the small shrimp and fish unable to escape its grasp. In contrast, the dragon turtle exuded a more dignified demeanor. Had it not been for the faint traces of blood at the corner of its mouth and the occasional expression of indulgence, Nezha would hardly have believed that this creature had just devoured at least 100 pounds of fish and shrimp, which were, after all, newly transformed sea monsters from the Dragon Palace of the East China Sea, brimming with spiritual essence. The entire temple was saturated with a fishy odor, and Nezha, feeling vexed, waited until the crab general and his troops had moved far away before unleashing a powerful breath toward the temple. Instantly, a whirlwind arose, cleansing the surrounding stench of fish and the remnants of the battlefield. Afterward, Nezha returned to the jade statue, sitting cross-legged at its apex, commencing the digestion of the spoils from today's combat, while simultaneously preparing to break free from his shackles and attain the celestial realm, thus rectifying the regret left behind at the Li family's abode. The area surrounding the temple gradually returned to tranquility. For several consecutive days, both the crab general and Nezha appeared to have ceased hostilities, retreating to tend to their wounds. However, both parties were acutely aware that this was merely the calm before the storm. Upon returning, the crab general was consumed by an unshakable gloom, contemplating the imminent birthday of the Dragon King, while the task entrusted to him by the third prince remained unfulfilled due to the unforeseen emergence of a divine being. Anxiety and trepidation gripped him as he understood the nature of the third prince, proud and ruthless. Although he was a trusted confidant, should he cause the prince to lose face, he would not escape unscathed. The crab general contemplated challenging Nezha once more, but lacking confidence, he reluctantly decided to lay down his arms for the time being. However, he did not resign himself to inaction. Instead, he dispatched his subordinates, commanding the river deities in the name of the Dragon Palace to lend their support. In the Tianshou Mountain region, there were indeed numerous rivers. While the land was nominally under Nezha's jurisdiction, the rivers operated within their own systems. Over 20 river deities arrived to assist, though their powers were only at the initial stage of the Earth immortal realm. Their strength lay in their numbers. Once gathered, they could summon the torrent of the rivers, launching a direct assault on Nezha's temple. As the crab general prepared for the next duel, Nezha found himself on the precipice of a breakthrough, while the fawn and dragon turtles stood vigil at the temple's entrance, resolutely guarding either side. Even the returning celestial deer was driven away 100 meters beyond. At noon, as the golden sun unleashed its fervent warmth in a display of unrestrained energy, Nezha, enshrined within the jade statue in the temple, suddenly sensed a surging wave of searing heat emanating from the heavenly gathering point. His 3 fire-attributed postnatal spiritual treasures quivered in response, emitting a melodious resonance, filling Nezha's heart with uncontainable joy. He recognized that the moment of his breakthrough had arrived. Within the statue, Nezha settled into a meditative posture, his knees crossed and hands forming intricate gestures, while the 3 spiritual treasures encircled him, radiating soft glimmers of light in harmonious synchrony. Soon, a thick layer of crimson light enveloped Nezha's body, permeating through the jade statue and illuminating the entire temple with a resplendent glow that caused the surrounding temperature to soar dramatically. However, Nezha's spirit was enduring the torment of his soul. He felt the pure yang energy, once drawn into his body, transform into a searing red light that incessantly scorched his soul, a pain even more excruciating than during his previous breakthrough at the Li residence, distorting his visage in agony. Yet, Nezha was resolute, unwilling to squander this precious opportunity. He gritted his teeth and allowed the inferno of pure yang to ravage within him. As the fiery orb encircled Nezha, it grew increasingly larger, drawing forth all of his internal mana, which flowed into the fireball as if it were a magnet, attracting the spiritual energy within him like iron filings. This transformation was not without reason. In the era when the witch and demon clans dominated the primordial world, 2 emperors arose from the demon race, Li Jing and Tai. Both were born with regal essence and possessed quasi-saint cultivation. Their origins traced back to the sun, their true forms being the golden crows, with their innate divine abilities rooted in the samadhi true fire. Later, Li Jing united with Shi, also born of the sun, and together they bore 10 demon princes, who would later wreak havoc across the primordial realm as the 10 golden crows. In the early days of cultivation, before the emergence of humanity, various races striving for immortality needed to practice inner alchemy, which was invariably accompanied by a phenomenon known as heart fire, the samadhi true fire of Taoism. Cultivators greatly feared this heart fire. A moment's carelessness or insufficient cultivation could lead to madness and death. It was not until the emergence of Tai and Li Jing that this peril began to shift. The 2 emperors unified the demon race, establishing the celestial court atop Mount Buzhou, overseeing the order of the primordial world. However, on land, another race known as the witches harbored deep discontent toward the demon's dominion over the primordial realm. Furthermore, within the witch clan, 10 formidable beings occasionally resisted the celestial court, further inflaming the animosity between the 2 factions. In light of this situation, Li Jing and Tai sought to enhance the strength of the demon race by imparting the method to wield the samadhi true fire, resulting in a significant bolstering of their power and a marked decrease in the number of demon greats perishing during tribulations. The myriad beings of the demon race, feeling the grace bestowed upon them, increasingly flocked to the celestial court. Thus, the legendary demon kings, who roamed the vast wilderness in later times, came into existence. Even the renowned Kuanping, who lived in the same era as Li Jing and Tai, joined their ranks. Although in due course, the conflict between the Wu and the demon clans led to a catastrophic upheaval, resulting in their abandonment by the heavenly Tao and the loss of their rightful place in the primordial realm. The method of utilizing the samadhi true fire endured. This signifies that the samadhi true fire inherent to the golden crow is indeed the most authentic progenitor of the samadhi true fire. As days turned into nights, the radiant light within Nezha's temple persisted, growing ever more vibrant. Outside, the dragon turtle and the young deer grew increasingly anxious, yet dared not intrude, instead pacing restlessly with hearts laden with worry. As time slipped by, just as General Crab, brimming with confidence, prepared to launch another assault on Nezha's temple, Nezha finally awakened. Under the luminous moonlight, as the dragon turtle and the young deer exchanged glances, the red glow within the temple suddenly receded, replaced by a pure light. Concurrently, A voice filled with joy emanated from Nezha. "Little turtle, little deer, our old friend has returned. Go, let us allow the celestial deer to hide for a while. After today, I shall grant you your freedom once more." The mountain god has awakened. The dragon turtle and the young deer rejoiced at these words, their hearts swelling with happiness, and they immediately turned to rush into the temple. Upon entering, the dragon turtle felt at ease. But the young deer suddenly perceived that the statue of the mountain god before them appeared even more ethereal, as if it had come to life. At that moment, the dragon turtle unexpectedly spoke, its voice crisp and childlike. "Congratulations, young master, on your successful cultivation." However, the utterance startled both Nezha and the young deer, the latter leaping behind Nezha, eyes wide with caution as they surveyed their surroundings. "Little turtle, you can speak now." Nezha, realizing the words emanated from the dragon turtle, was taken aback and inquired, though the statue's expression remained inscrutable, leaving the dragon turtle wary of Nezha's reaction. "Young master, I could only speak the human tongue 3 days ago. At that time, you were immersed in your cultivation and I did not wish to disturb you. I hope you will not take offense," the dragon turtle quickly clarified. Nezha, astonished yet understanding the wonders of this world, recognized that among the demon race, many had achieved remarkable cultivation and moral integrity, and that such progress was not exclusive to humans. Hearing the dragon turtle's explanation brought him some relief, as he assumed that it too had experienced a breakthrough in its cultivation. Curiously, Nezha then inquired, "So how old are you?" The dragon turtle, pondering the question, finally replied, "I seem to have forgotten, but I am equivalent to a human child of about 8 or 9 years. Upon finishing, the dragon turtle appeared somewhat bashful. Nezha then realized the truth behind the saying, "A 1,000-year-old tortoise, a 10,000-year-old creature." The dragon turtle's recent response indeed held some merit. At that moment, Nezha felt a stirring within, sensing the mist rising from the foot of the mountain. This reminded him of the urgent matter at hand. He turned to the little deer, who had regained its composure and was watching the little turtle with envy, and instructed, "Quickly inform your kin to take cover. Those who approach this time harbor ill intentions. Exercise caution, and you should accompany them. Return only once the situation here is calmed." Hearing this, the little deer felt a pang of reluctance. Since the last time it had displayed its prowess, its confidence had swelled. However, Nezha's tone allowed no room for dissent, compelling the little deer to depart reluctantly, planning to later seek out the little turtle to recount the tale of the recent magical duel. Chapter 21. Nezha's Resentment. Meanwhile, at the base of the mountain, a wave of magical energy, harnessed by hundreds of sea creatures, surged upwards, heading toward Nezha's temple. Leading the charge were several figures, their powers palpable, encircling a silver-armored crab general who shouted commands. With each utterance, the oncoming wave grew ever more perilous. Thus, this peculiar tidal wave manifested upon the land, resembling a white jade ribbon that expanded and surged upward, transforming into a waterfall that flowed against the current. In that moment, the spectacle was magnificent, akin to thunder rumbling upon the plain or a legion of horses falling silent. Sensing the immense power contained within the torrent behind him, the crab general's eyes sparkled with excitement. Victory seemed imminent. Such a formidable wave could likely demolish the mountain god's temple. Previously, the crab general had regarded the river gods with disdain, believing his noble lineage from the dragon palace set him apart from these rustic deities. Yet now, faced with this terrain, he found that commanding water to inflict harm was not his forte. Conversely, the river gods excelled in intricate maneuvers, particularly when working in unison. Their combined might was awe-inspiring, capable of making even the most formidable celestial beings retreat in caution. Nezha closed his eyes to assess the situation below, startled to discover the sheer number of allies the adversary had summoned this time. More daunting was the realization that the furious waves steered by the sea creatures were several times more potent than before, jolting Nezha from his contemplation. At the temple's entrance, the humidity intensified, and mist enveloped the entire structure at a visible pace. The most notable change was the increasingly clear sound of rumbling in the air. The dragon turtle seemed to sense the impending danger, a flicker of excitement crossing its eyes, yet it remained silent. Although Nezha had recently achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation, he felt acutely aware that this crisis was more severe than any he had faced before, prompting him to exercise greater caution. He cast an object into the air, which instantly transformed into a transparent barrier centered around the temple, effectively cloaking it within the 9-dragon divine fire shield. With this act concluded, Nezha spoke no further, instead stepping away from the jade statue to stand atop the temple, observing the approaching white tide with keen anticipation. At long last, the colossal wave surged forth with astonishing speed, and Nezha opened his eyes to gaze down the mountain. Before him lay a naturally formed valley at a bend, where a towering wave, over 10 zhang high, seemed to erupt from the earth, sweeping toward him. Above this wave, dark clouds loomed ominously, with flashes of lightning flickering within. The heavens and the earth appeared to be enveloped in an oppressive unease. This wave, climbing the mountains, defied the laws of physics through the combined efforts of the river deities, rising ever higher, as trees and stones along the way were ground into fragments and swept along. As Nezha observed this oncoming tide, a fierce killing intent flickered in his eyes. He cast a distant glance at the river gods summoned by General Crab and, without a doubt, realized that such a formidable force must be attributed to these deities. These river gods, who enjoy offerings and govern the seasonal changes of their domains, ought to act as protectors of the land. Yet, at this moment, they choose to assist in tyranny, persecuting the beings of the earth. It seems that from now on, my Tianshou Mountain shall no longer require your presence. Very well, I shall first eliminate these derelict river gods, and then deal with that self-proclaimed creature from the Dragon Palace of the East Sea. Nezha tightened his grip on the universe ring, a murderous aura enveloping him as he spoke in a chilling tone. Indeed, those ignorant wretches deserve to experience the wrath of my true fire, to taste its essence and understand the gravity of their transgressions against my authority. By the way, do save that giant crab's body for me. Let it not be charred beyond recognition, for it is a great source of nourishment. At that moment, the voice of the dragon turtle, tinged with childishness, unexpectedly echoed. Nezha agreed with the first part of the statement, yet the latter half revealed the dragon turtle's gluttonous nature. Dismissing the dragon turtle, Nezha turned his attention to the increasingly clear forms of his adversaries. His expression darkened, as the present situation reminded him of the moment his physical body was destroyed not long ago, the sensation of his soul threatening to disperse, leaving him utterly vulnerable, still lingered vividly in his mind. The agony of being trapped within the jade statue solidified Nezha's resolve. From this point onward, anyone seeking to extinguish his physical form or dissipate his soul would pay a harrowing price. Thus, a surge of hatred welled up within him, and the true fire erupted around him, casting Nezha's spectral form as a blazing torch. Facing the towering wave, Nezha coldly proclaimed, "This time, I shall eradicate every foe that dares to intrude. Henceforth, Tianshou Mountain shall become my solitary sanctum, safeguarding this realm's peace." Upon uttering these words, Nezha unexpectedly experienced a moment of clarity. His confidence surged, as if he had tapped into boundless might. It turned out that his fervent thoughts had resonated with the celestial order, which acknowledged Nezha's grand aspirations at that moment, bestowing upon him the power of merit. Of course, should Nezha fail to protect this realm, he would likely face a fate of utter disintegration. For it is said that the celestial order cannot be deceived, such is the nature of this truth. Had Nezha been confronted with such overwhelming might prior to his breakthrough, he would undoubtedly have chosen self-preservation, though the success of such a choice would remain uncertain. Annihilating the encroaching foe would not even cross his mind. However, at this juncture, Nezha had transcended to the celestial realm, gaining a deeper mastery and control over his spiritual treasures. How could he possibly fear the adversary before him? As the towering waves drew ever closer, accompanied by the audacious roars that echoed through the air, Nezha's hands trembled, causing the Qiankuan circle and the Hunyuan silk to quiver intensely. They detached from Nezha's increasingly solidified shadow spirit, transforming into two radiant and resplendent orbs of crimson light. Standing before the temple, the surrounding mist dissipated into a plume of white smoke, rendering the temple and the outside world as two distinct realms. Sensing a challenge, the Qiankuan circle and the Hunyuan silk exuded an even greater aura, their emitted crimson light resembling flowing flames, poised to descend at any moment. Since ancient times, water and fire have been irreconcilable. As the waves surged closer, propelled by Nezha's formidable powers, the momentum of the Qiankuan circle and Hunyuan silk surged swiftly, prepared to deliver a fatal blow to their opponent. In the blink of an eye, the colossal wave approached the temple with a sweeping force, rapidly displacing the surrounding ground and causing the moisture above the surface to rise again, forming streams that surged into the torrent. Perceiving a tremor at the temple's base, Nezha realized that the adversary's assault had commenced in earnest. Should this situation persist, there was a genuine risk that his temple could be destroyed. Although Nezha understood that the physical body created by the goddess Nuwa could not be obliterated, if the temple were to fall, where would he seek refuge? How could the enemy simply watch him depart unscathed? Thus, contemplating these uncertainties, Nezha was reluctant to bear the potential consequences, gazing intently at the torrent encircling his temple, which showed no signs of abating. Nezha scrutinized the scene. The floods surged tumultuously like thunder, enveloping the heavens, accompanied by howling winds and oppressive black clouds. It seemed as if the heavens themselves were collapsing. Amidst the torrent, aquatic beings intermittently emerged, employing their water manipulation techniques, desperately channeling their spiritual energy into the flood. Consequently, the wave grew ever higher and more formidable. At this moment, the dragon turtle, once languid, now focused intently on the overwhelming tide that approached with relentless fury. The small temple, not particularly grand, now appeared diminutive, akin to an ant standing at the foot of a mountain in the face of the towering flood. Finally, Nezha made his move, as the waves collided with the 9-dragon fire shield, blocking the first wave of the flood's assault. He suddenly retracted the shield and gestured toward the Tianshou circle. The Tianshou circle, already refined to a seamless extension of Nezha's will, surged forward with astonishing speed, leaving a trail of red light in its wake as it charged toward the foremost figure of the advancing sea. Wherever the Tianshou circle traverses, the torrents seem to be cleaved asunder by a sharp blade, forced apart in the middle. Though they quickly restore, their formidable might is now somewhat diminished and barely perceptible compared to its original ferocity. As the Tianshou circle strikes, General Crab suddenly feels a sharp pain in his back, recalling that it was this very round object that had struck him previously. The lingering ache compels him instinctively to recoil, vanishing behind the torrents and leaving the river deities at the forefront. At this moment, the torrents surged, and although the Tianshou circle could not halt their advance, it was capable of penetrating through them. The river deities, being the principal controllers of the flood, were among the first to sense the shift in the waters. Realizing that the overwhelming deluge they commanded was being cleaved by an unknown circular artifact, slicing through the spells they had set in place, much to their astonishment. However, these river deities, seasoned in their craft, swiftly regained their composure. In unison, they raised their water-controlling incantations and magical instruments, causing the torrents to erupt into countless splashes. These seemingly innocuous droplets then coalesced and exerted force, striving to ensnare the Tianshou circle in its path. Nezha, sensing the alterations emanating from the Tianshou circle, suddenly bore a cunning smile, as the long-prepared Hunyuan silk transformed into a slender streak of light, racing across the distance between the torrents and the silk, directly plunging into the waves opposing the Tianshou circle. Before the river deities could react, it shot forth right before them. Chapter 22. The celestial realm exits the battlefield. The Hunyuan silk arrived with such swiftness that the river deities had no opportunity to react. Under the command of Nezha, it lunged at one of the slower river deities, swiftly ensnaring him, while flames of fervent intensity ignited around it. It is well known that water can extinguish fire, yet it can also fuel it. As this river deity felt his very soul ablaze, he was reduced to ashes by the Samadhi true fire. The other river deities were instantly struck with terror and hastily concealed themselves within the waves, while the relentless force of the torrents was momentarily halted. General Crab, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of anxiety, yet found himself powerless. He realized Nezha's transformation. Should he engage directly now, he would likely prove no match for him. Given these considerations, he naturally hoped the river deities could vanquish Nezha's temple. However, after this setback, General Crab suddenly recalled another approach. Though the Samadhi true fire was indeed formidable, previously Nezha would have struggled to annihilate a deity of the river with mere flames. Yet, upon ascending to the realm of celestial beings, Nezha's spiritual essence had been refined by the solar true fire released by the golden crow, greatly augmenting its potency. Coupled with the river deities' inability to react in time to invoke their protective powers, this resulted in such overwhelming intimidation. At this moment, the river deities, having learned from past experiences, dared not take the lead any longer. Furthermore, with the recent demise of one of their own, the floodwaters under his influence surged chaotically, devoid of restraint. The other river deities, yet to establish dominion over the opposing river domain, could only strive to assist the minions in controlling the turbulent waters. Gradually, the floodwaters began to calm, swirling endlessly around the temple of Nezha, contending against the 9 dragons' divine fire shield. From a distance, it appeared as though a vortex had formed around the Nezha temple, encircled by raging waters, which incessantly sought to fill the remaining space, yet were thwarted by an invisible barrier at the temple's forefront. However, it seemed that both sides had reached a stalemate. The floodwaters had eased, yet the water level encircling the Nezha temple had risen significantly, even threatening to engulf it entirely. Under ordinary circumstances, Nezha would fearlessly confront any flood, Yet these waters were imbued with immense magical power. Should he be submerged, the temple would undoubtedly be unable to withstand such overwhelming pressure for long. At the peak of the mountain, a herd of celestial deer, led by a diminutive spotted fawn, gazed anxiously down towards the Nezha temple, their eyes brimming with concern and unease. Even the fawn, which had always regarded Nezha with utmost reverence, sensed from afar the tremendous force emanating from the mountainside and could not help but worry. Yet, upon closer inspection, one would find that Nezha exhibited no trace of anxiety upon his face. He understood that the crab general had summoned a multitude of reinforcements, and it was evident that they would not relent easily. Allowing the river deities to take the forefront was merely a cunning strategy to exploit the situation, intending to deplete Nezha's divine energy. After the initial, forceful attempt to assault the river deity temple had failed, the crab general and the river deities had reached a tacit agreement to fortify their position and wear Nezha down. If they could encircle the Nezha temple for an extended period, Nezha would inevitably exhaust his spiritual energy in defending against their onslaught, and being enveloped by floodwaters would leave him bereft of a source to replenish his fiery essence. However, Nezha was not oblivious to this scheme. Should the adversaries launch a vigorous assault now, despite his celestial prowess, facing such a multitude of divine beings would still pose a grave danger. If they merely prolonged the conflict, they would remain unaware that Nezha had ascended to the celestial realm. Moreover, Nezha's samadhi, true fire, was divine in nature, while the floodwaters commanded by the river deities, though infused with spiritual energy, were ultimately ordinary water. In this scenario, it was inevitable that the river deities would falter first. With this thought, a glimmer sparked in Nezha's eyes, and a plan began to form in his mind. He gently waved the magical silk ribbon in his hand, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to surge. Suddenly, a crimson light erupted from within the Nezha temple, soaring towards the heavens. Although night had fallen, the radiance became increasingly prominent. At that moment, Nezha suddenly stepped forward and addressed the boundless sky. Today, a malevolent spirit has invaded my Tianshou Mountain range, taking the lives of my kin and slaughtering my people. I, Nezha, shall not rest until I have vanquished the foe. I hereby pray to the heavenly emperor and the goddess Nuwa, vowing to eradicate all who dare to trespass and to annihilate the deities that aid them. Having spoken, Nezha gracefully seated himself before the temple, his expression returning to a solemn demeanor, closing his eyes and falling silent. General Crab, concealed within the torrent, was taken aback upon witnessing Nezha communicate with the heavens through his immense powers, offering his fervent prayers. He feared that if the heavenly emperor dispatched celestial troops to intervene, he, despite his reliance on the Dragon Palace, would be compelled to withdraw, which was a prospect he found intolerable. Fortunately, after Nezha's supplication, the celestial realm remained undisturbed, allowing General Crab to breathe a sigh of relief. Little did he realize that Nezha's actions were merely symbolic. Being aware of the ongoing war of the gods, he understood that no one from the heavenly court had ever intervened in this grand conflict. Nezha's display was a recent epiphany, a realization regarding the importance of rightful naming. As the saying goes, if a name is not correct, words will not flow. If words do not flow, deeds will not succeed. Throughout the war of the gods, victory between deities determined the fate of the realm. However, GFA and his lineage lived by the mantra of overthrowing the tyrannical Shang dynasty, which exemplifies the significance of rightful naming. In accordance with the celestial order, this understanding subtly enhanced their chances against adversaries. At this moment, Nezha appeared austere, seemingly tranquil. Yet he was acutely aware that in his recent efforts to ambush a river deity and to wield his powers against the formidable initial wave of the torrent, he had expended a third of his divine energy, depleting his inner fire essence considerably. However, he was suddenly astonished to find that his spiritual essence and primal yang had replenished significantly in a remarkably short period. Simultaneously, after Nezha uttered his prayer, he sensed a chilling aura converging towards the divine statue in the void. This frigid essence entered the jade effigy, which, upon receiving it, began to channel this coolness through the connection between Nezha's soul and the statue, permeating his being. Once inside, this cooling energy swiftly settled, yet where it flowed, a refreshing sensation arose, invigorating him once more. Legend has it that the heavenly court is divided into 4 cardinal directions: the south, north, east, and west. These quadrants were established by the demon emperor, symbolizing dominion over the 4 corners and instilling fear in the wilderness. Each direction housed a great heavenly gate, tasked with guarding and monitoring the 4 primordial continents. The domain of Nezha, currently situated within the Shang dynasty, is known as the Eastern Victory Divine Continent. In subsequent mythologies, references to the heavenly court often mention the southern heavenly gate, a mere convention of habit. On this day, a divine general stationed at the eastern heavenly gate, guarding the realm of the east, hastily made his way to the central Haotian temple of the heavenly court, clearly bearing urgent news to present to the heavenly emperor. After a series of communications, the divine general guarding the heavenly gate finally arrived at the hall of the supreme heaven to meet with the celestial emperor. The notion of a day in heaven equates to a year on earth held true, as the celestial emperor had just emerged from the palace of Nuwa and returned to the heavenly realm. Before he could relay his instructions, he received word from a celestial envoy that the guardian of the heavenly gate had urgent matters to report. Without delay, the celestial emperor tidied himself up and took his seat on the throne within the hall of the supreme heaven. Your Majesty, today several golden immortals of the Chan sect have brazenly departed from the heavenly court and flown down to the mortal realm. I dared not impede them, and subsequently, those disciples of the third and fourth generations followed suit. The divine general, upon confronting the celestial emperor, dared not conceal the truth, reporting the events of the day with a slight tremor in his voice, betraying his anxiety. Such a matter was of monumental significance. Those golden immortals and celestial beings had transgressed the heavenly laws by leaving the heavenly court without permission. However, they were backed by saints, while he was merely an unremarkable loose cultivator who had ascended to immortality with great difficulty. Little did he expect that the heavenly court would be fraught with such turmoil. He feared that he could not escape the charge of dereliction of duty, and the thought of the excruciating punishment by thunder made him shudder. Previously, upon hearing such news, the celestial emperor would shatter several jade bowls and cups in rage. Yet, this time, to the astonishment of the divine general kneeling below, the celestial emperor's eyes flickered with a glint of cold light before returning to composure. I understand this matter. Since they wish to leave, let them go. Without waiting for the divine general to respond, he addressed an elderly man with white hair beside him. Go, convey my decree. From now on, the heavenly court shall seal all four gates. No celestial being shall step beyond the heavenly court until the calamity is past, and only then shall the gates be reopened. As for the deities sealed within the primordial chaos, let them be. After pronouncing this decree, the celestial emperor turned and retreated into his cultivation. The elderly man paid no heed to the astonished guardian of the heavenly gate, bowing gracefully in the direction of the celestial emperor's departure before exiting the hall to convey the emperor's edict. Once the elderly man departed, the guardian of the heavenly gate emerged from his stupor, hastily returning to his post to seal the eastern heavenly gate. The other matter concerning the dispute between the terrestrial deities and the dragon palace was swiftly cast aside, for the celestial emperor had stated that the fate of the terrestrial deities depended solely on their fortunes. Thus, the heavenly court of the primordial chaos sealed itself off, ceasing to concern itself with mortal affairs. Meanwhile, among the primordial continent, the deities, now devoid of the heavenly court's restraint, began to grow restless amidst the ongoing conflict of the three teachings in the War of the Deities. The entire primordial world was engulfed in turmoil, with battles between gods, humans, and demons erupting constantly, bloodshed occurring daily, and malevolence saturating the land. The War of the Deities, amidst various factions vying for dominance, centered around the contest for the fate of the Shang and Zhou dynasties, thus commencing in earnest. Chapter 23. Reclaiming Mount Tianshou. As time gradually slipped away, General Crab's patience waned, particularly as the first light of dawn painted the eastern sky. He observed that although Nezha's ethereal spirit appeared weaker than at the outset, the vibrant red glow had significantly diminished. However, any joy was swiftly overshadowed by a cloud of anxiety. The torrential flood surrounding the Nezha temple was perilously close to engulfing its apex when it was suddenly thwarted by the mystic silk. The surrounding mist billowed, rendering the initial hopes of General Crab and the river gods unattainable. In that moment, the long silent dragon tortoise emitted a deep, resonant roar. Its seemingly small mouth opened unexpectedly, to the astonishment of onlookers, and it inhaled the surrounding flood with fervor. The torrents, akin to wild stallions unleashed, were drawn into the dragon tortoise's belly, leaving the river gods aghast as they attempted to rein in the deluge, only to discover their divine powers were impotent against the raging waters. The dragon tortoise, an ancient behemoth known for swallowing rivers and spitting seas, despite its diminished prowess, found its domain as the flood slowed, instinctively compressing the surging waters into slender streams that flowed into its mouth and nostrils. Time seemed to freeze amidst the collective shock, save for the reverberating roar of the compressed torrents echoing through the slopes of Mount Tianshou. Unbeknownst to all, Nezha had taken a seated position atop the highest point of the temple, a vivid crimson lotus blossoming beneath him. In that instant, he grasped the celestial transformation technique, converting his fiery essence into a flame lotus that cradled him aloft. Seated upon the blazing lotus, Nezha heard the terrified laments of the river gods and sea monsters surrounding him. Casting a glance at the dragon tortoise, which was devouring the flood, he erupted into laughter, rising to his feet with renewed vigor as the lotus supported him. Now it is my turn. Nezha's youthful cheeks flushed with fervor. He had never envisioned this day would come, where he would experience firsthand the grand spectacles that merely existed in the games or films of his past life. With this thought, a surge of ambition ignited within him. Today, let me unleash my wrath. Nezha stood tall, surveying the temple and its surroundings amidst the terror-stricken gazes of the river gods and sea monsters. He extended his focus until he encompassed all of Mount Tianshou within his mind, before finally retracting his gaze. Today, you dare to defy the heavenly decree and instigate divine warfare. I shall ensnare you all, and from this day forth, there shall be no gods remaining in Mount Tianshou besides myself. Flames danced in Nezha's eyes, yet his tone was unervingly calm, causing the river gods and General Crab to shudder. However, General Crab quickly regrouped. Since he could not obliterate the river god temple in one fell swoop, he resolved to confront his adversaries head-on. With several capable river gods by his side, he found little reason to fear the opposition. Upon reflecting on this, General Crab felt a slight alleviation of his fear. However, an ominous premonition continued to linger in his heart. He vigorously shook his head, attempting to dispel the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, and then addressed those around him with a fierce tone. Esteemed comrades, since we have ventured here together, we have forged an irreconcilable enmity with our adversaries. If we do not eliminate them, we shall find no refuge on Mount Tianshou. As for myself, I can always return to the Dragon Palace, but for the rest of you, it is likely that you will be reduced to mere prisoners, your cultivation seized, your millennia of training rendered futile. With a powerful shout, his voice, unbeknownst to him, resonated with the strength of his peak celestial being, echoing across the land. As if thunder rolled through Mount Tianshou. Esteemed ones, you have no path of escape. Why not gamble everything and bring our foes down from their lofty pedestal? Simultaneously, he thrust his mighty cold iron blade into the ground, producing a resounding crash. The river gods exchanged glances, and then, suddenly, one of them shouted, "Kill!" The battle cry erupted, reverberating in waves, and the river gods were stripped of any celestial demeanor. From his elevated position, Nezha observed the unfolding chaos with a cold gaze. As the clamor of battle intensified, he summoned the Qian circle into his grasp, secured the Hunyuan silk around his waist, and soared toward the exposed river gods and General Crab, leaving the newly transformed sea creatures behind. With the dragon tortoise guarding the temple entrance, Nezha felt assured. Chun Jing pointed his sword toward the surging waves, causing the embroidered spring to erupt into a boiling tide. At that moment, Nezha's eyes were filled solely with a chilling murderous intent, fixated on the enemies before him. This would be the inaugural divine battle of the calamity of sealing gods. Though unnoticed by many, it was, in fact, the most significant conflict among deities since the struggle between the Wu and the Lich, erupting on land with the most divine beings involved. Within Nezha's spirit, a refreshing energy enveloped his crown, ensuring clarity despite the overwhelming desire for carnage. Flames began to rise from his head, enveloping his entire being and searing the surrounding air. Each time he wielded his artifact, clusters of red flames would detach, and, after being amplified by the artifact, rain down upon the sea monsters and river spirits, filling the air with the aroma of grilled fish. With a leap, Nezha, the Qian circle, and the Hunyuan silk unleashed their full power. In the sky, they formed a crimson fireball, slicing through space and charging directly toward the river gods. With deft movements, Nezha had already dispatched a careless river god. The surrounding sea creatures, seemingly wiser from their previous encounter, refrained from rushing into Nezha's temple and instead established a simple formation based on their prior experience. However, at that moment, Nezha had already connected with the forces of heaven and earth, with fire spirit energy gradually rising while water spirit energy diminished. Nezha, utilizing his celestial cultivation, could navigate amidst the onslaught of the river gods, and General Crab perceived this shift most acutely, his heart filled with dread. Ever since Nezha's statue was established in this locale, it has symbolized the divine promise bestowed by the goddess Nuwa. The celestial longevity mountain has once again fallen under Nezha's dominion, signifying that atop this sacred mountain, Nezha possesses unparalleled advantages that others cannot claim. Once Nezha connects with the entirety of the celestial longevity mountain, every blade of grass and every tree within its bounds will bestow upon him an inexhaustible supply of spiritual power. As the river gods and General Crab engaged in their fierce battle, the skies above the celestial longevity mountain became shrouded in mist, laden with dark clouds. As ominous winds surged, reminiscent of an impending catastrophe, thunderous roars occasionally erupted from the fray, instilling dread in the mountain's inhabitants. The area surrounding the Nezha temple was engulfed in flames and fog, punctuated by the clashing sounds of weapons and the anguished cries of defeated river gods echoing through the air. At that moment, a thunderous clap reverberated through the heavens, causing the oppressive clouds to violently rupture and scatter, while a brilliant crimson light surged forth, seemingly in pursuit of the retreating shadows. The confrontation resembled water poured upon ice. As the dark clouds hastily dissipated, and the radiance of the golden crow gradually descended, illuminating every inch of land before the Nezha temple. The protracted conflict among the deities, which had persisted intermittently for 3 months, appeared to culminate at this juncture. At long last, the young lord triumphed. High upon the mountain, a congregation of celestial deer knelt in reverence, led by a spotted deer, as they earnestly prayed towards the Nezha temple. Witnessing the sudden eruption of red light from below, the foremost little deer felt a surge of joy, realizing that the young lord had vanquished the malevolent deities and the monster that feasted upon celestial deer. Below, before the Nezha temple, Nezha surveyed the grim scene before him, a wave of nausea rising within him. Yet, as a spiritual entity, even the desire to retch seemed an absurdity, sparing him the embarrassment of such a display before others. The ground before the Nezha temple was strewn with indistinguishable masses of bloodied remnants, mingling with the mud to form a grotesque amalgamation, emanating an unbearable stench. The river gods, ranging from transformed carp to yellow eels and water snakes, each possessing their unique legacies, were a diverse assembly. Their formidable abilities were derived from the currents of water. Yet upon land, they struggled to manifest their true powers, especially when faced with Nezha, who had already ascended to the celestial immortal realm. At this moment, Nezha remained suspended above the ground, cradled by a fiery lotus, quietly hovering above the Nezha temple. His once youthful visage seemed to have matured instantaneously through the trials of battle. Extending a hand, he pointed at the shapeless forms of the defeated river gods below and called out to a disoriented creature resembling a crab, proclaiming, "Do you see this? Humph. This is the fate that awaits you." As the words fell, Nezha suddenly moved, landing forcefully upon the back of the crab-like creature. He raised the universe circle high above his head before bringing it down with a thundering crash. The creature trembled, its eyes betraying disbelief and shock. It remained uncertain whether it was astonished that Nezha dared to strike against the dragon palace, or if it was in awe of the formidable strength Nezha had just displayed. With the demise of General Crab, along with the ensuing deaths of the river deities and the newly awakened sea monsters of the East Sea, a pool of blood was left behind, mingling with the lingering scent of slaughter that surrounded Nezha's temple. As Nezha dispatched General Crab and his cohorts, deities across the vast expanse of the wilderness, from the lofty mountains to the flowing rivers, sensed a simultaneous severance of their connection to the heavenly court. Following an initial shock, chaos erupted among these divine beings. They turned upon each other in a frenzy, vying to enhance their own power. Particularly after rumors of the deification process began circulating, the deities became increasingly reckless, plunging the world into one of the most tumultuous periods since the last calamity of the witch and demon war. Chapter 24. Regaining freedom within the Nezha temple. Fragrant wisps of incense began to waft gently through the air, evoking a sense of tranquility. In front of the temple, hundreds of human worshippers gathered to offer sacrifices of 3 kinds of offerings, their prayers resonating continuously. Simultaneously, countless beings from Tianshou Mountain turned towards the Nezha temple in reverence. After Nezha eradicated General Crab and the malevolent river deities, the long-suffering mountain dwellers and awakened creatures finally emerged from their anguish. The human populace, led by their elders, approached the Nezha temple to express their gratitude for the demise of the wicked gods and to beseech Nezha's protection. Hoping to shield the mountain folk from further suffering at the hands of celestial beings, Nezha sat quietly at the top of his jade statue, listening to the ceaseless prayers that drifted to his ears. A flicker of indescribable emotion danced in his eyes, a blend of joy and concern, as if he were grappling with a difficult decision. Before Nezha's statue, a white jade altar had been placed for sacrificial offerings, adorned with several burning incense sticks that released waves of fragrant devotion. Beside the altar lay a tortoise and a deer, exuding an air of divine and ethereal grace. Time passed unnoticed until Nezha sensed an increasingly fervent wave of devotion emanating from outside, accompanied by a longing that seemed to arise from the very souls of the worshippers. With a deep sigh, a resolute glimmer crossed his gaze. Very well, if this is fate, I shall embrace it. As his thoughts meandered, Nezha's spirit began to disperse, intertwining with the thick atmosphere of faith and incense that enveloped him, finally finding a place of belonging. Suddenly, this torrent surged towards Nezha's spirit with such intensity that even he, well prepared, felt a tumult within his soul before achieving stability. Outside, as the mountain dwellers sensed Nezha's acceptance of their earthly fate, a wave of emotion and security surged through them, igniting joy among the crowd. Turning to one another, they bowed even more reverently towards the Nezha temple, and in that moment, they beheld the temple shimmering with a faint, ethereal light. Simultaneously, the enlightened celestial deer at Tianshou Mountain reverently bowed towards the direction of the Nezha temple. It became apparent that during the confrontation between Nezha and General Crab, a refreshing essence within their souls had been sensed, yet there was no time for further contemplation amidst the chaos of repelling enemies and severing countless foes. Only after the turmoil subsided could they meticulously observe this phenomenon. Indeed, as the saying goes, one may be oblivious until they take a closer look. And the discovery of this refreshing essence's origin, namely, the power of collective belief, startled Nezha. For the beings of the primordial world, the concept of absorbing the power of faith is difficult to comprehend. In all likelihood, only Hua, who achieved sanctity through merit, and the three sovereigns of Huayun Cave might possess knowledge of this secret, yet none have dared to articulate it. In later generations, a saying became widely known: humans strive for a breath, while the Buddha receives a stick of incense. Even the Buddhist sect, which prides itself on purity and self-cultivation, acknowledges the power of incense, not to mention other various religions. The wars ignited by faith in subsequent eras were hardly few. This Nezha was no longer the Nezha of the original investiture of the gods. Today, he bore the soul of a later era, swiftly grasping the implications of these matters. The efforts of Hua in placing him within this temple were not in vain. However, Nezha had previously hesitated. Contemplating the myriad versions of the investiture of the gods and various tales of the primordial era, where nearly all great beings exhibited a profound fear of causality, even the saints, who would blanch at the mere mention of it. Thus, Nezha found himself ambivalent about accepting the collective will of the people. Yet, upon sensing the faith and reliance within the hearts of the mortals outside, an epiphany struck him. Faith, it seemed, could arise from any sentient being with awakened intelligence. Born of the Li family, he was destined to remain intertwined with the mortal realm. As for causality, how could one, immersed among the multitude, remain unencumbered? The saint's notions of desirelessness appeared to Nezha as distant ideals, far removed from his reality. With newfound resolve, Nezha released his spirit, truly experiencing the intangible power of incense offerings. Concurrently, his soul began to expand throughout the Tianshou Mountain range, encompassing the entirety of the domain. The rivers were instantaneously drawn into Nezha's essence. In that moment, Tianshou Mountain seemed to transform into an extension of Nezha's own arm. Even the leaping white rabbit within the mountains was perceived with utmost clarity. Not to mention the lecherous spotted leopards nestled within a cave. At that moment, the influx of incense power permeated Nezha's soul and the jade statue, causing his cultivation to ascend unknowingly. However, just as Nezha reveled in the exhilarating sensation of having everything under his control, he suddenly experienced a sharp pain in his soul. From the statue, an overwhelming force emerged, mercilessly tugging at Nezha's miniature soul, drawing it to the same size as the statue itself. The dragon tortoise and the fawn, taken aback, had never witnessed such a phenomenon. Even in the dragon tortoise's ancestral memories, there was no reference to this occurrence. Faced with Nezha's dire predicament, both creatures found themselves utterly powerless, hesitant to take a step closer for fear of exacerbating Nezha's plight. Outside the temple, a sudden crimson light surged forth, thickening into a viscous substance that resembled blood, swirling ominously around Nezha's shrine. The villagers in front of the temple were instantly alarmed, uncertain of what was transpiring. Yet they felt compelled to remain, unable to flee from the unknown. In their trepidation, the only recourse left to these mountain folk was to fervently pray to Nezha, seeking solace from their fears. At that moment, no one could fathom the agony that Nezha endured. He had believed that the torment from his previous physical disintegration and near obliteration of his soul was the zenith of suffering. Yet he soon realized that the pain of his soul being gradually torn apart was a torment far beyond that, akin to a stark contrast between heaven and hell. As he felt his essence being shredded into fragments and then ruthlessly reassembled, Nezha found himself wishing for death. The anguish emanating from his soul was beyond the realm of words to articulate. If only he could succumb to unconsciousness, it might have been a relief. Yet in this moment, he remained acutely aware of his plight. Time slipped away unnoticed, even by the multitude outside who were paying their respects. To them, the universe seemed suspended in stillness. When they finally regained their senses, the temple, recently restored by the villagers, had quelled the terrifying red light, instead emanating a soft, hazy pink glow. By this time, darkness had fully enveloped the sky. With the infusion of faith, Nezha, unbeknownst to him, had completely integrated his soul into the statue. The only distinction now was that he struggled to command the statue that had become one with his essence. Yet, as the pain dissipated and he reacquainted himself with a sense of grounding, Nezha was filled with exhilaration. But the ordeal was not yet over. Shortly after Nezha's essence merged with the statue, everything within the statue became as clear as a moonlit night. At that moment, Nezha felt his spirit soar, as if he could effortlessly lift his limbs and ascend to the heavens, truly liberated from the mundane world and the confines of his earthly existence. The moonlight shimmered like water, and the Nezha temple stood as a beacon of hope in the darkness, providing warmth to the beings on Mount Tianshou. As the villagers gradually departed once the dense crimson light receded, only the fawn and the dragon tortoise remained steadfastly by Nezha's side. At that moment, the eyes of the Nezha statue seemed to flicker briefly before returning to tranquility. However, this subtle movement did not escape the notice of the dragon tortoise and the newly initiated fawn. Nezha found himself at a loss for words to describe his emotions. In that instant, he felt as though his meridians had awakened, blood coursing through his body in a gentle flow, circulating endlessly. It was as if, in that moment, rain suddenly fell upon a parched land long deprived of moisture, nourishing the dry earth until streams began to form, converging into rivers. Everything unfolded with an air of naturalness. There were no legendary thunderclaps or ominous tribulations. Thus, Nezha was reborn. The perilous path of losing oneself in the throes of cultivation, where inner fire could consume the practitioner, posed no threat to Nezha, who had transformed from the essence of the red tassel ball into a manifestation of true fire. In fact, it became a component of Nezha's enhanced spiritual power. Within the temple, shortly after the statue's eyes shifted, a crisp sound emanated from its finger joints. To the astonishment of the dragon tortoise and fawn, the statue's range of motion expanded, gradually spreading to its arms, shoulders, legs, and eventually its neck and head. As Nezha reveled in his newfound freedom, a dazzling radiance erupted within the temple, and the dragon tortoise and fawn gazed with adoration at the rejuvenated Nezha. In the depths of chaos beyond the 33 heavens, within the palace of Nuwa, the goddess Nuwa sat in meditation on her mat, oblivious to the passage of time. Meanwhile, Zuner managed the various demonic clans seeking refuge within the palace. One day, after completing her rounds, Zuner's expression grew tense upon discovering that the notoriously restless nine-tailed fox had secretly descended to the mortal realm, returning to the primordial wilderness. Fearing the grave oversight of her duties entrusted by Nuwa, Zuner felt both apprehensive and ashamed, prompting her to seek out Nuwa in her cultivation chamber to confess her transgression. Upon hearing Zuner's account, Nuwa was momentarily taken aback but did not express any reproach. Ah, the ways of heaven are unpredictable. One must accept their fate. Truly, it is worthy of the spirit pearl. You may leave. Do not concern yourself with this matter. Upon hearing Nuwa mention the spirit pearl, Zuner's heart stirred. Yet seeing a hint of joy on Nuwa's face, she refrained from further inquiry, bowing her head in acknowledgement before departing. Chapter 25. The first meeting with Jiangxia since General Crab's demise. Nezha had taken measures to ensure the mountain dwellers returned to their homes to recuperate. Freed from the threat of General Crab, the celestial deer resumed their carefree lives in the mountains. On Mount Tianshou, a sense of tranquility reminiscent of 4 or 5 years prior seemed to return. Yet Nezha understood that when calamity struck the world, no one could evade the oncoming tribulations. Nezha, despite possessing a celestial essence and having regained his true form, exhibited no signs of complacency. Each day he diligently practiced with his treasured artifacts while deepening his connections with the Tianshou Mountain region, thereby acquiring the powers of the earth and faith. On one particular day, an elderly man with white hair and beard arrived at Tianshou Mountain, and Nezha sensed that the inevitable had finally come to pass. Jiangxia, a disciple of the primordial supreme being, was wholly devoted to the path of immortality, tirelessly seeking methods to ascend. However, Due to his ordinary talents and lack of any innate aptitude for cultivation, he had been repeatedly turned away by various celestial sections. As the years swiftly passed, Jiang Zia had long abandoned his youthful aspirations of becoming an immortal. Having grown accustomed to the vicissitudes of life, he became shrewd, opportunistic, and somewhat cunning. Yet, despite the years of stagnation, a sense of discontent brewed within him. He persevered, navigating the renowned mountains and rivers, seeking the path to transcendence through trickery and deception. As fate would have it, he inadvertently stumbled into the realm of Kunlun and, at that moment, vehemently cursed the heavens for their injustice. At this juncture, Kunlun Mountain was a sanctuary for immortals, home to two formidable factions: the Yusu Palace, led by the primordial supreme being, with its profound practitioners of the Chan sect, and the Jade Pool of Kunlun, a sacred ground for female immortals under the jurisdiction of the Queen Mother of the West. The reason for Jiang Zia's fortunate turn of events soon became apparent. As he cursed the heavens, had the Queen Mother become aware of his words, he would surely have faced divine retribution, leading to a fate of disintegration. Yet, in a twist of fate, he encountered the unconventional Shun Gongbao of the Chan sect. Shun Gongbao, though lacking in magical prowess and far removed from the practice of meditation, possessed a silver tongue, often wandering the Kunlun Mountains and even occasionally mingling with the disciples of the Jie sect. Strangely enough, despite the enmity between the Chan and Jie sects, Shun Gongbao thrived in the Jie sect while facing disdain and oppression in the Chan sect from the other 12 golden immortals. Upon their meeting, Shun Gongbao was intrigued to find Jiang Zia audaciously cursing the heavenly emperor, believing him to be a kindred spirit unafraid of divine wrath. As their conversation unfolded, the two formed a bond, with Jiang Zia confiding in Shun Gongbao about his plight. Upon hearing this, Shun Gongbao wished to assist him. However, given his own lack of abilities and Jiang Zia's absence of celestial connections, he feared that introducing him to his Jie sect friends would lead to ridicule. In contrast, the Chan sect was a different matter. Since he was already despised by them, he thought it might be worth the risk to introduce Jiang Zia to his master, the primordial supreme being. Thus, Shun Gongbao shared his intentions, and Jiang Zia was overjoyed, nearly moved to tears at the prospect of being accepted under the wing of a sage. In truth, the primordial supreme being had recently been troubled by the search for someone to oversee the consecration of gods, a role that could not be filled by the Jie sect, lest he be consumed by them. Additionally, this individual, once appointed as a god, would inevitably face destruction due to the overwhelming karmic ties, leading the Jie sect to hesitate in pursuing this coveted position. However, when Jiang Zia arrived, the primordial heavenly venerable was filled with great joy and thus devised a plan. Jiang Zia, it must be said, possessed no innate talent for cultivation. Under the guidance of the primordial heavenly venerable, he even broke the fundamental taboos of cultivation, relying heavily on a plethora of celestial elixirs to elevate his skills. Yet, despite such assistance, his progress was modest, and after a year, he only reached the early stage of Earth Immortal. If he were an independent cultivator, achieving Earth Immortal status in a year would indeed be remarkable. However, under the tutelage of a sage and with the aid of elixirs, this level of attainment was rather trivial. The primordial venerable remained outwardly unmoved, until he sensed unrest in the primordial realm, and as the grand calamity of the gods began to unfold, he finally released Jiang Zia back into the wilderness and instructed him to journey to Shiqi to assist the rightful sovereign. Jiang Zia, believing himself to be a celestial being, and eager to curry favor with the other 12 golden immortals, had already fallen out with Shun Gongbao. Thus, he descended the mountain in high spirits, alone and filled with ambition, determined to make a significant impact in Shiqi. After a fortnight's journey from Kunlun, he finally arrived at Mount Tianshou, where he encountered Nezha. It is worth noting that Jiang Zia's visit to Mount Tianshou was not a mere whim. He harbored a purpose. As the saying goes, having ascended to immortality, he felt compelled to embody the demeanor befitting such a status, with at least one celestial beast as a companion. Upon hearing of the presence of a spiritual deer at Mount Tianshou on his return journey, he took a detour to capture the celestial deer as his steed. This ambition, while understandable given his status as a disciple of a sage, could not have been more ill-timed, as he inadvertently crossed paths with Nezha's prideful and exquisite little spotted deer. At that moment, the little deer was proudly patrolling the territory of Mount Tianshou on Nezha's behalf, directing a few newly acquired subordinates, exuding an air of regality. It was at this moment that Jiang Zia encountered the deer head-on. Despite his lack of formidable cultivation, he possessed a discerning eye and immediately took a liking to the deer, elated at the prospect of capturing it to enhance his own image. Seizing the opportunity before the deer could react, he made a sudden attempt to seize it. However, he underestimated the deer's cunning. Upon sensing Jiang Ziya's approach, the little deer became wary. Just as Jiang Ziya made his move, the deer deftly evaded him and dashed towards the Nezha temple to report the incident, abandoning any pretense of its regal demeanor. Unwilling to let the deer escape so easily, Jiang Ziya pursued closely behind, ultimately finding himself face to face with Nezha, who was meditating within the temple. Nezha glanced at the old man outside, momentarily shifted form, and emerged from his divine seat. He gently waved his hand, silencing the deer's plaintive murmurs, and addressed the temple's exterior, saying, "I am unaware of which esteemed being has graced Mount Tianshou. I have not extended a proper welcome, and I humbly ask for your forgiveness." Upon witnessing the emergence of Nezha, Jiang Ziya was taken aback, his heart racing with apprehension as he realized he could not discern the depth of the other's cultivation. Undoubtedly, it was beyond his capacity to confront. He contemplated fleeing. However, the sight of the exquisite, crystalline-eyed fawn, embodying both cunning and nobility, stirred a sense of reluctance within him. Yet, when Nezha posed a particular question, a spark ignited in Jiang Ziya's eyes as a revelation struck him. His fellow disciples were indeed of golden immortal status, renowned throughout the primordial realms. And as a disciple of the primordial saint, albeit a nominal one, could this diminish the reputation of his Yushu palace? Although the other's cultivation seemed formidable, he was merely a mountain deity, unworthy of comparison to a disciple of a saint. Thus, emboldened by this line of thought, Jiang Ziya felt a surge of courage. He had a saint as his backing. The fawn, he reasoned, was fortunate to encounter him. The more he pondered, the more convinced he became of his rationale. It seemed that this mountain deity was indeed a celestial being. As a divine entity passing through this realm, he had encountered a fawn of destiny and was inclined to offer it a transformation. Little did he know that this fawn was under the auspices of the mountain deity. Might the mountain deity permit him to take this fawn? With an air of conviction, Jiang Ziya articulated his thoughts, raising his head slightly, reflecting on the tribulations of his many years. Finally, he could lift his gaze before a deity he once feared, nearly moved to tears by his own exhilaration. "Since we have met, it must be fate. Allow me to introduce myself. I am a celestial being from Yushu Palace, a disciple of the primordial saint." Nezha paused, momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing Jiang Ziya closely. In his memory, the primordial saint was notorious within the Fengshan world, blamed for the rise of Western teachings and the decline of Taoism. However, he could not deny that the 12 golden immortal disciples of the primordial were indeed exceptionally powerful, renowned in the primordial realms. Yet, the individual before him, Nezha furrowed his brow, lacking any recollection of such a disciple of the primordial. If it were merely a matter of overhearing teachings, it could be excusable, but the insistence on being from Yushu Palace raised his suspicions. Was this person a fraud? A disciple of a saint, yet unaware of which saint's disciple he was? Nezha cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Ziya, his tone growing frosty. At this moment, Jiang Ziya was caught in a state of excitement, yet seasoned by the world. He possessed a certain cunning. If he were to reveal his name, admitting to only a year of cultivation in Yushu Palace, it would surely raise doubts. Thus, he opted to withhold his name, allowing the other to speculate. "Ah, that is something you need not concern yourself with. Just let the fawn come forth. I shall take it with me." Upon hearing this, Nezha's suspicions were confirmed. He could hardly believe Jiang Ziya was mocking him. No longer concealing his anger, he scoffed coldly. "You, Taoist, are utterly oblivious to your own folly. Do you dare to attempt capturing my celestial fawn and speak so brazenly? Do you even know where you are? I suggest you depart swiftly, lest I leave you with nothing but ashes." Upon hearing those words, Jiang Ziya was taken aback, bewildered by the sudden shift in demeanor of his opponent. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a burst of flames erupted within the temple, hurtling directly towards him. Startled, Jiang Ziya swiftly invoked the jade clear celestial method, and a shimmering azure light flashed forth, successfully intercepting the samadhi true fire unleashed by Nezha, while simultaneously dispersing its fiery essence. Nezha, however, was not surprised. His intention was never to inflict harm, but rather to drive away this rambling madman. Observing Jiang Ziya's evasion, he calmly declared, "Considering your arduous path as a practitioner, I implore you to depart swiftly, otherwise, I shall no longer be courteous." Chapter 26. The Robbery of Jiang Ziya. Nevertheless, Nezha's condescension ignited a profound ire within Jiang Ziya, who had only recently reclaimed a semblance of dignity after enduring decades of humiliation, having finally cultivated his path to immortality under the tutelage of the primordial saint. He had envisioned his descent from the mountain as a classic tale of resurgence, yet here he found himself subjected to further indignities. You are outrageous. I am a disciple of a saint, Jiang Zia exclaimed, his face flushed with anger. Although the flames projected towards him were indeed scorching, they were not as terrifying as he had anticipated, instilling him with a renewed sense of confidence as he shouted in defiance. Nezha paused momentarily, then burst into laughter. Twirling the cosmic circle in his hand, he strolled out of the temple, circling around Jiang Zia twice amidst the latter's furious gaze, and remarked with a tisque, "A disciple of a saint? Oh, as far as I know, the primordial saint possesses immense powers, and all his disciples are formidable, steeped in profound cultivation. Even his third-generation disciples are at the celestial immortal realm. I wonder which esteemed elder you are?" However, Nezha had unwittingly struck a nerve with Jiang Zia. Although he believed himself to be accomplished, the memory of being expelled from Kunlun by the primordial saint lingered painfully in his heart, especially the words, "You shall have no connection to the path of immortality in this lifetime. You may only enjoy the riches of the mortal world." At his age, how many days of those so-called mortal riches could he truly savor? Jiang Zia's eyes instantly filled with blood, and seizing upon Nezha's unguarded posture, he made a sudden move as Nezha turned away. With a flick of his right hand, a surge of clear light shot forth from his fingertips, striking fiercely towards the back of Nezha's head, intent on delivering a lethal blow. Yet, Nezha had keenly observed Jiang Zia's every action. Since assimilating this mountain, it had become his domain, and every flower, tree, and living being within it served as his eyes. Thus, at the moment Jiang Zia launched his attack, a crimson glow erupted from Nezha, instantly forming a protective barrier that interposed itself between them. With a resounding bang, the clear light emitted from Jiang Zia's hand collided with Nezha's protective red aura, producing a melodious chime before reluctantly dissipating into a flurry of scattered light, vanishing from existence. Jiang Zia gazed in disbelief at his own unremarkable hands, his eyes filled with shock and dread. He never anticipated that the jade-clear celestial thunder he unleashed could be so effortlessly dispelled. What kind of entity had he provoked this time? Nezha slowly turned around, a cold smile flickering in his eyes. He retracted his protective true energy and took a step toward Jiang Zia, a dangerous red flame igniting at his fingertips. "What is this? Do you wish to compare skills with me, Taoist? Very well. I have recently made progress in my cultivation, and my hands are itching for a challenge." Upon hearing Nezha's words, Jiang Zia's heart trembled. As he sensed the looming threat to his life, he recalled the ultimate technique he had honed over decades for self-preservation. Even when Nezha referred to him as Taoist instead of the more respectful celestial title, he felt no urgency to correct him. Instead, his expression morphed into one of abject fear as he stammered, "Oh, esteemed immortal, you jest. I merely lost my wits momentarily and inadvertently offended you. I humbly beseech your forgiveness. I shall take my leave. I shall take my leave." Having uttered these words, Jiang Zia lowered his gaze and turned to flee, no longer daring to mention his identity as a disciple of the primordial saint, fearing further humiliation. Little did he know that had he revealed himself as Jiang Zia, Nezha might have readily believed him. However, as Jiang Zia attempted to depart, Nezha's eyes narrowed in discontent. "How dare you, you mad Taoist, presume to come and go as you please in my presence?" "Halt!" Nezha scoffed, taken aback by Jiang Zia's apparent lack of resolve. The boldness he had displayed moments earlier evaporated as he prepared to flee. Jiang Zia's heart sank at the command, lamenting his misfortunes. He yearned to escape swiftly but feared the repercussions of Nezha pursuing him. He forced a stiff smile and turned back. "Might I inquire if the esteemed immortal has any further instructions?" Nezha's brow twitched, surprised to encounter such shamelessness from a cultivator. Nonetheless, since Jiang Zia displayed no sense of shame, he seized the opportunity to voice his intentions without remorse. "Since we are fellow practitioners, it is only fitting that we assist one another. As for the matter of the little deer," Jiang Zia's eyes brightened at these words, disregarding Nezha's tone as he eagerly leaned forward. "What about it? That is out of the question. Haha. However, as cultivators, we ought to avoid needless conflict, as it disrupts the harmony of the heavens. Since we have established some connection during this encounter, why not leave me with a token of remembrance before you depart? This way, when I think of you, I shall have something to hold on to." Nezha scrutinized Jiang Zia, seemingly contemplating what could serve as a memento. Instantly, Jiang Zia felt deflated. Having long navigated the treacherous waters of the mortal realm, he recognized this as veiled extortion. It was disheartening that despite his aspirations for transcendence, he found himself subjected to such indignities once more. Was this the true nature of the connection between mortals and immortals, reflecting the age-old decline of human decency? Upon reflecting on this, Jiang Ziya was inevitably engulfed by sorrow. However, under Nezha's scrutiny, he was compelled to tremblingly search his entire being. Eventually retrieving a couple of celestial herbs he had carelessly brought from Kunlun Mountain, which he reluctantly offered to Nezha. Nezha, ungraciously accepting, was not deterred from his objective. As his hand returned to reach out once more, his intentions unmistakably clear, causing Jiang Ziya's heart to bleed with despair. Yet, the circumstances were unyielding to preserve his life. He had no choice but to produce the sole celestial artifact bestowed upon him by his master. With a pallid complexion, trembling lips, and gritted teeth, Jiang Ziya reluctantly extracted a shimmering golden rope from his bosom and handed it to Nezha. Upon seeing this treasure, Nezha's heart leaped with joy as he seized it. Inspecting it closely, only to realize that it was indeed a binding celestial rope, one he had encountered during his time at the Li household. Though this particular one was evidently of a considerably superior quality, this binding celestial rope had been personally refined by the primordial heavenly master. Although it had not undergone extensive refinement, it was nonetheless a remarkable artifact. Regrettably, due to Jiang Ziya's inadequate cultivation and his restless heart after descending the mountain, he had neglected to properly refine it, much to Nezha's benefit. Nezha observed the eager expression of the Taoist before him, who was nearly stripped of his dignity, and he silently cursed his misfortune. Little did he expect that his first encounter in such dealings would be with a financially struggling Taoist. However, believing in the virtue of benevolence, he resolved not to be overly harsh and decided to forego the pretense. As he tucked the item into his robe, he directly stated, "Fellow Taoist, these possessions are mere externalities. How can we cultivators regard them with such importance? Since you have entrusted me with their safekeeping, I shall accept them." Jiang Ziya's countenance twitched as he gazed at the binding celestial rope now nestled within Nezha's embrace, his eyelids flickering in agitation. He managed a reluctant salute, finding himself at a loss for words. "Very well, since I am to safeguard these items, I must possess some form of magic, lest they be taken from me. That technique you employed, the palm thunder, piqued my interest. Would you be so kind as to share that method with me? I may find myself in need of a diversion later." Nezha had taken note of Jiang Ziya's lackluster display of the jade clear thunder earlier, and he was disinclined to allow Jiang Ziya to remain unaware of his own limitations. From the thunder technique displayed, Nezha distinctly sensed a subtle pressure and the presence of pure energy within it. The reason Jiang Ziya could not wield the thunder's intended power was solely due to his insufficient cultivation. Upon hearing Nezha's request, Jiang Ziya felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He had not anticipated that Nezha would be interested in his humble palm thunder. Initially, he had believed it to be quite formidable, but based on its recent performance, it was merely a decorative fade, beautiful yet ineffective, a testament to his master's overly frugal nature. At this moment, upon realizing that the other party had taken a liking to this item, Jiang Ziya felt a sense of relief wash over him. However, a twinge of regret also lingered within him for his delayed understanding. Had he been more astute, his binding immortal rope would not have slipped from his grasp into another's possession. "Ah, so the celestial being has taken a fancy to this trinket. I shall present it to you at once." Without hesitation, Jiang Ziya retrieved a jade slip from his bosom and handed it over to Nezha without a trace of reluctance. Nezha inwardly cursed, calling him a fool, yet adorned his face with a congenial smile while accepting the jade slip into his embrace. "Since you are so gracious, it would be impolite of me to refuse. May I inquire your name, esteemed Taoist, so that I might pay my respects in the future?" Hearing this, Jiang Ziya dared not disclose his name. Should the other party seek him out again, he feared his frail old bones might be sold off. Thus, he hurriedly changed the subject. "Might I ask?" As he spoke, Jiang Ziya's gaze fell upon the binding immortal rope that Nezha had not yet completely concealed, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Nezha, however, was indifferent to the inquiry about names. His question had been merely casual, and since Jiang Ziya chose not to respond, he felt no inclination to press further. Nevertheless, upon noticing the look in Jiang Ziya's eyes, the smile on Nezha's face vanished in an instant. Naturally, he slipped his hand into his bosom and, under Jiang Ziya's eager gaze, grasped the portion of the binding immortal rope that was still exposed, drawing it further into his embrace, fully concealing it. "Since you have matters to attend to, I shall not detain you. I hope you will strive for goodness in the future and refrain from impulsively claiming connections to things that catch your fancy. Safe travels, esteemed Taoist." With that, Nezha stepped back into the Nezha temple, while the little deer he had previously coveted peeked its head out and bared its teeth at Jiang Ziya, as if mocking him. Thus, Jiang Ziya left the Nezha temple, feeling somewhat disoriented as he made his way toward the heavenly longevity mountain. Yet the seed of resentment had firmly taken root within his heart, poised to ferment and erupt at any moment. Chapter 27. Winds rise over the eastern sea. After Nezha had expelled Jiangxia, he paid little heed to the mad Taoist, instead immersing himself in the jade slip that recorded the jade, clear celestial thunder. As Nezha continued to explore, he discovered that this jade clear celestial thunder was indeed remarkable. While it might not hold much weight in battles against celestial beings, it was a bane to malevolent spirits. In truth, the primordial heavenly venerable had entrusted the jade clear celestial thunder to Jiangxia with his own considerations in mind. The so-called sealing of the divine list naturally pertained to the deities who perished during the great calamity of the three teachings. This method was well suited for controlling the souls of those deities who, after death, were unwilling to submit to the dictates of the divine list. The sage could discern all things, revealing their true forms. However, there lay an anomaly in this world. Nezha was not a soul of this realm. Thus, he was exempt from the cyclical nature of cause and effect, free from the constraints of the heavenly Tao. Although the primordial was a sage, when calculating the heavenly mechanisms, he relied on the power of the heavenly Tao, making it difficult for him to ascertain matters pertaining to Nezha. And he remained unaware that his jade clear thunder technique had been carelessly discarded by Jiangxia as though it were mere cabbage. The only entity capable of determining Nezha's whereabouts in this world appears to be the esteemed goddess Enhua, who, through her connection with the red embroidered ball, deduces his location. In the ensuing days, Nezha embarked upon a new phase of cultivation, mastering the jade clear heavenly thunder. Each night, when the hour grew late and unsuitable for Nezha to practice his true fire of samadhi, the temple resonated with the sound of thunder. Initially, the rumblings were faint, yet they gradually intensified, instilling fear in the spirits and phantoms lurking near Tianshou Mountain. Meanwhile, after a harrowing escape from Tianshou Mountain, Jiangxia prepared to journey towards Shiqi, seeking respite from his heartache. However, upon inadvertently overhearing a conversation, he altered his course and turned eastward, with his destination set on the Dragon Palace of the East Sea. After traversing mountains and rivers for nearly half a month, Jiangxia finally beheld the boundless expanse of the East Sea, igniting a fervent passion within him. At this moment, he invoked the water control technique, undeterred, and plunged into the depths of the ocean, where the surrounding waters recoiled from him. Suddenly, from the depths of the sea, a shadow stirred rapidly and obstructed Jiangxia's path. Startled, he halted and scrutinized the creature before him. It bore a protruding forehead, resembling a glowing, fleshy mass, with sharp ears standing erect amidst disheveled hair. Its mouth was dark and purple, and its eyes gleamed with a sinister light, while its scaly hands gripped a forked weapon tightly. Do you not know this is the domain of the East Sea Dragon Palace? What business do you have here? The grotesque being boldly challenged Jiangxia. In response, Jiangxia smiled amiably, recognizing the creature as a night watchman of the East Sea, a lowly position among the denizens of the ocean, often looked down upon. However, with pressing matters at hand and years of experience behind him, he understood the dynamics of power. Esteemed General of the East Sea, I come bearing a message of urgent assistance from Tianshou Mountain, seeking an audience with the third prince. Might you guide me? Upon hearing the mention of Tianshou Mountain, the night watchman scrutinized Jiangxia closely. Since you are indeed an associate of the third prince, please wait here while I consult him. With that, the night watchman vanished into the depths, leaving Jiangxia to await his return. Inside the Dragon Palace, opulence abounded, with pearls and treasures adorning every corner, overwhelming the senses. Within a crystalline chamber, partitioned by a glass curtain, two figures could be seen. One figure stood before a desk, a human form with a dragon's head, moving with an elegance reminiscent of flowing clouds, exuding authority. The other, also a dragon-headed figure, sat at the table, engrossed in carving something, though his body fidgeted restlessly, betraying his inability to remain still. These two figures were none other than the Dragon King of the East Sea and his beloved third prince, Ao Bing. At this moment, an elderly turtle unexpectedly entered from outside the palace. Upon reaching the curtain, it paused and transformed into a human figure, addressing the interior. My king. There are primordial cultivators seeking an audience with the third prince, but their intentions remain unclear. Hearing these words, Ao Bing, seated at the desk, revealed a flicker of joy in his eyes and discreetly glanced at his father. The Dragon King of the East Sea furrowed his brow upon learning of the primordial cultivator's visit. He was aware that his son had been wandering aimlessly and associating with some primordial cultivators. Although he felt helpless, there was a hint of indulgence in his gaze towards Ao Bing. Ao Bing, being exceptionally astute, had earned his father's favor for good reason. Noticing the Dragon King's expression, he quickly suggested, "Father, since there are cultivators seeking me, perhaps I should go and meet them first, and later I can transcribe this document again. What do you think?" The Dragon King's eyes shifted slightly, and he reluctantly nodded. "Be swift in your return. My lifespan is drawing to a close. And do not create any disturbances that might tarnish the dignity of our Dragon Palace." "Yes, father, I shall obey," Ao Bing replied joyfully, hastening out. The Dragon King watched Ao Bing's disappearing figure, pondering for a moment before turning to a shell adorned with sea pearls. He slowly exhaled his dragon breath, causing the shell to tremble and reveal a dimly lit entrance, which he then entered, with the chaos in the primordial realm. Perhaps this is an opportunity for the rise of our dragon clan. Upon arriving at his palace, Ao Bing saw the water yaksha stationed outside and called out, "Who seeks my presence?" The water yaksha, not daring to be negligent, quickly bowed and replied, "Your Highness, an elder wishes to pay his respects." "An elder? I do not know him. By the way, did he bring any gifts?" The third prince was about to order the water yaksha to dismiss the visitor when he suddenly recalled the blood offerings from the primordial realm and inquired hastily, "Not that I know of, but he claims to have come from Mount Tianshou with urgent matters to report." The water yaksha was well aware of Mount Tianshou and the affairs concerning the third prince, so he promptly recounted Jiang Ziya's background. Ao Bing's eyes flickered with suspicion. "Mount Tianshou? Indeed, it has been quite some time since we received news from there. I had instructed that crab general to prepare 9 celestial deer as offerings for my father's birthday celebration, but it seems he has forgotten." "Humph. Let the old man in." The water yaksha quickly complied and withdrew. Not long after, Jiang Ziya, waiting outside, saw the water yaksha return. "Our third prince wishes to see you. Please follow me." Overjoyed, Jiang Ziya promptly followed behind. The two parted the waters and soon entered the Crystal Palace. Deep within the East Sea, magnificent palatial halls paved with crystal rose one after another. With countless doors to count, pearls hung everywhere, and the courtyard was filled with exotic flowers and trees, diverse and abundant. Such opulence was dazzling to Jiang Ziya, who had never beheld such grandeur before and was utterly astonished by the spectacle before him. Upon observing the expression on Jiang Ziya's face, the water yaksha could not help but feel a sense of satisfaction. This rustic fellow was indeed pitiable, for how could the land compare to the opulence of the Dragon Palace? After strolling for a while longer, the water yaksha instructed Jiang Ziya to halt before a resplendent crystal hall, stating, "Stay here for a moment. I shall report your arrival." As Jiang Ziya surveyed the heavily guarded surroundings, he noted the pairs of shrimp soldiers passing by, some of whom were of the earth immortal realm, casting glances in his direction. While he marveled at the profound heritage of the Dragon Palace, a thread of anxiety began to stir within him. What manner of place is this? The water yaksha, growing impatient, declared, "This is the great hall of the third prince of the dragon." Once the water yaksha departed, Jiang Ziya seized the opportunity to examine the palace. For a brief moment, he felt as though the world's treasures were all gathered within these walls. The pillars were crafted from white jade, the steps paved with green jade, the bed adorned with coral, and the curtains woven from crystal. The green doorframe was inlaid with glazed tiles, while the rainbow-like beams were embellished with amber. The exquisite and enigmatic scenery was beyond description. As Jiang Ziya's heart filled with astonishment, he could not help but feel a flicker of joy. Perhaps he was about to align himself with a formidable patron. After a considerable amount of time had passed without anyone emerging, Jiang Ziya, despite the grandeur surrounding him, remained patient. It wasn't until another quarter of an hour had elapsed that the palace doors suddenly swung wide open, releasing a cascade of radiant light. Concurrently, a throng of ethereal sea creatures, exuding an aura of vitality, surrounded a man clad in a purple robe, whose movements were grand and sweeping. With a mere glance, Jiang Ziya recognized him as Ao Bing, the third prince of the Dragon King. The accompanying yaksha then stood and addressed Jiang Ziya. "Behold, this is our Dragon Palace prince." Jiang Ziya hastily averted his gaze, clasped his fists, and spoke to Ao Bing. "I am a disciple of the primordial saint, passing through Tianshou Mountain, bearing a message on behalf of another." A flicker of intrigue passed through Ao Bing's eyes. He momentarily set aside his doubts about Jiang Ziya's affiliation with the primordial saint, pondering the long absence of news from Tianshou Mountain while harboring a wary thought. He then inquired, "You, old Taoist, having dwelt in the depths of the palace for so long, how could you possibly know of Tianshou Mountain? Have you wandered into the wrong place?" A smile graced Jiang Ziya's lips. Despite Ao Bing's profound cultivation and quick wit, such cleverness seemed rather trivial in Jiang Ziya's eyes. Nonetheless, he simply chuckled. Perhaps I have indeed strayed, but regardless, I must relay my message, lest I be haunted by the memories of those tragic beings. Speaking to himself, he noticed Ao Bing's ears perk up, revealing no intention to silence him. This brought a subtle amusement to Jiang Ziya's heart, allowing him to emerge somewhat from the shadow of his previous encounter with Nezha. When I passed by Tianshou Mountain, I sensed an overwhelming stench of blood and a surge of murderous intent. Reflecting on my master's teachings, I ascended the mountain, only to discover a river of blood flowing through it, with countless aquatic beings ruthlessly slaughtered. Jiang Ziya cast a glance at Ao Bing's sullen and furious countenance, and continued, "There is one who has been tormenting a certain General Crab, declaring that the East Sea is filled with mere loaches, indulging in the utmost insult. Reflecting upon the rain and dew bestowed by the Dragon Clan upon the beings of the primordial realm, I found it unbearable, and thus I intervened. That individual, upon realizing my identity as a disciple of the sage, retreated in embarrassment. Desiring to rescue the Crab General, I regrettably discovered it was too late, before his demise. He informed me that his assailant was the local mountain god, expressing his apologies to the third prince and acknowledging the disgrace brought upon the Dragon Palace. He entrusted me with the task of conveying this to the Dragon Palace, warning that this adversary possesses formidable powers and advising the third prince against seeking vengeance." As Jiang Ziya concluded this account, he feigned sorrow before stating, "Having taken upon myself the charge entrusted by others, this matter is now resolved, and I must take my leave. I apologize for the disturbances caused today. I hope the third prince can forgive me." With that, Jiang Ziya averted his gaze from the third prince's visibly strained forehead and pallid complexion, clasped his fists in a gesture of respect, and departed. Chapter 28. Movements from all directions within the Crystal Palace. A resounding crash echoed as the third prince's face turned a deep shade of anger. His claws gripping the chair beneath him tightly, sparks of fury igniting in his eyes. "Summon the troops. Let us march to Mount Tianshou and eliminate that audacious spirit who dares to offend our East Sea Dragon Palace." The surrounding aquatic beings, having just absorbed Jiang Ziya's words, recalled the atrocities inflicted upon their kin and the humiliation suffered by their sovereign, igniting a fierce indignation within them. Upon hearing the third prince's command, they responded with a resounding yes. In truth, the third prince found himself trapped, as the confidant he had personally dispatched to act on his behalf had met a tragic end. Failing to stand up for this fallen ally would surely sow discord among his subordinates. Although Ao Bing enjoyed the Dragon King's favor, he was acutely aware of his position as the third prince, lacking sufficient authority in matters of great import. He had initially viewed Mount Tianshou as a splendid opportunity to consume the essence of the celestial deer, thereby rapidly enhancing his cultivation and fortifying his power. However, he now realized he had incurred significant losses, both in allies and prestige. Should he fail to exhibit the appropriate demeanor, the factions aligned with him would undoubtedly feel the repercussions. Suddenly, the palace gates swung open, and ranks of Dragon Palace soldiers assembled, standing at attention on either side, awaiting Ao Bing's command for battle. The accompanying Sea Turtle clan, serving as advisors to the third prince, sensed the brewing storm and understood that their counsel would be futile, potentially inciting the wrath of the military. They hurriedly withdrew to inform the Dragon King. Observing this scene, the Dragon King feigned ignorance, though his stride noticeably slowed. In truth, the third prince, Ao Bing, was not without insight, knowing that the adversary had the capability to slay those he had sent to Mount Tianshou, including river deities, suggested a profound level of power. Ao Bing had often heard tales of the countless formidable beings on the primordial continent and had himself traversed the land, occasionally asserting his authority. Thus he was well aware of the depths of power that lay beyond the seas. Thus, upon witnessing the departure of the sea turtle, Ao Bing felt a faint flicker of hope in his heart that the creature might summon his father, allowing the king to intervene on his behalf. In doing so, he would have a convenient exit and could seize this opportunity to thoroughly investigate the capabilities of his adversary. Not to mention that Ao Bing had commenced an impassioned oration to buy time, anxiously awaiting news from his father. Meanwhile, the sea turtle hastily made his way to the Dragon Palace, only to be intercepted by the Prime Minister of the Turtle Clan. The sea turtle, not daring to delay, quickly recounted the events as they had transpired. The Prime Minister listened intently, his eyes revealing a flicker of understanding and pity. Once the sea turtle had finished speaking, he sighed and waved his hand, saying, "I am aware of this matter. I shall report it to the king. You need not return to Santaizi. Instead, take this time to visit Guiyuan and see your parents. They must miss you dearly." The sea turtle, taken aback by this, hesitated, and responded. But what about the third prince? The third prince has the Dragon King to concern himself with, the Prime Minister interrupted somewhat impatiently, urging the sea turtle to leave in haste. Worry clouded the sea turtle's eyes as he glanced toward the direction of the third prince's dragon palace. Shaking his head in resignation before departing, he had sensed an unusual tension from the clan leader's demeanor. The commotion surrounding the third prince could not have gone unnoticed by the East Sea Dragon King. Yet, at this moment, the entirety of the East Sea seemed to be enveloped in a deceptive calm, void of any discernible action. However, beneath this tranquil facade, the sea turtle felt a chilling dread, contemplating the fate of the third prince he had pledged to support. Perhaps it is best I return to Guiyuan, he muttered to himself, departing with a heavy heart, his thoughts directed toward home. Unbeknownst to him, the third prince Ao Bing awaited his return. Oblivious to the fact that the sea turtle he had placed such high hopes upon was already en route back to his homeland. The Prime Minister, in a state of urgency, disregarded the propriety of the Dragon Palace and harnessed the surrounding spiritual energy, vanishing in a whirlwind. Within the inner sanctum of the East Sea Dragon King's palace, two figures were seated, the Dragon King himself and the Dragon Queen. The Prime Minister, a trusted confidant of the Dragon King and well-versed in the affairs of the realm, arrived in haste. Upon seeing the Dragon King and Dragon Queen, he showed no signs of surprise but instead bowed respectfully, declaring, "Your Majesty, the third prince has taken action." The Dragon King's expression was markedly indifferent, a stark contrast to the stern demeanor he had displayed while addressing the third prince moments prior. He nodded slightly, glancing at the Dragon Queen, whose eyes were red and swollen. "Understood. You may leave now. For the future of our clan, what is the sacrifice of my son? This is the pride of our dragon lineage." At his words, the Dragon Queen trembled, tears streaming down her face as she bit her lip in silence. Unable to utter a word, the Turtle Minister dared not raise his gaze to meet the expression of the Dragon Mother, merely responding with an acknowledgement before hastily departing to arrange subsequent matters. After all, the strategy had been devised based on his own calculations, culminating in the decision to set forth the third prince on a perilous journey. In the Dragon Palace of the third prince, Ao Bing observed the rising fervor among the masses. Yet, despite the passage of time, the sea turtle had yet to arrive, and his father remained utterly silent, causing a pang of anxiety in his heart. Nevertheless, at this juncture, Ao Bing reminded himself of his ascension to the celestial realm and the vast number of Eastern Sea warriors at his command. Resolutely, he gathered his forces and surged forth, cleaving through the waves, accompanied by 400 to 500 water soldiers, nearly all the guards from the third prince's palace mobilized, the air thick with a palpable aura of menace. Unbeknownst to Ao Bing, following his departure, a series of plans were set into motion by the Dragon King. On this day, the eastern sea coast was shrouded in ominous clouds, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder. The coastal inhabitants and creatures dared not approach, some claiming it was the wrath of the Dragon King, while others spoke of celestial beings appearing within the dark clouds, suggesting that the eastern sea deities were preparing to venture forth to vanquish demons. For several consecutive days, the entire eastern sea coastline was engulfed in gloom, as if the heavens were on the verge of collapse, instilling a profound sense of dread. Subsequently, this ominous, tempestuous cloud, accompanied by thunderous roars, swept westward, unleashing torrential rains and catastrophic floods wherever it passed. Observant cultivators sensed the extraordinary events unfolding but, recognizing it as a matter pertaining solely to the Eastern Sea, chose to refrain from interference. However, this turmoil caught the attention of King Zhou of the Shang dynasty, who was already embroiled in a maelstrom of public opinion and, spurred by malicious instigators, faced a surge of domestic rumors. Enraged, King Zhou decreed a strict prohibition against the spreading of falsehoods, threatening severe punishment for any violators. This decree ignited an uproar within the court and among the populace, amplifying discussions about King Zhou's alleged tyranny. By this point, King Zhou realized that his actions may have crossed a line. Yet, as a sovereign, he felt compelled to uphold his regal authority. Should ministers and citizens openly curse his name, he might have rescinded the decree. However, he found himself ensnared, unable to retreat from the mounting pressure. Amidst this turmoil, King Zhou suddenly learned of extraordinary phenomena to the east of Chaoga, where relentless rains had fallen over consecutive days, inundating vast tracts of land overnight and claiming the lives of countless citizens in the floods. Seizing upon this calamity as an opportunity, King Zhou, on the following day, summoned the Grand Minister Wenzhong for a private audience. After extensive deliberation, they ultimately established a plan of action. During a court assembly, King Zhou unexpectedly addressed his ministers, publicly announcing the disaster in the east and instructing relevant departments to mobilize for relief efforts. Instantly, discussions regarding the eastern calamity flourished throughout the court and beyond. As news spread to the common folk, disparaging remarks about King Zhou began to wane. While those who sought to exploit the situation were swiftly eradicated by the spies he had already positioned. On the second day of the morning assembly, the great General Li Jing and his wife set forth from Chaoga, leading an army of 50,000 on a mission of disaster relief. Concurrently, formidable cultivators accompanied them to avert any unnecessary complications. Meanwhile, the eminent figures from the three teachings, having sensed the unusual movements of the Dragon Clan, turned their attention towards this unfolding event. After all, the Dragon Clan had once dominated the primordial chaos, and no one could ascertain the extent of their hidden strengths or the role they sought to play in the impending catastrophe of the primordial realm. In an instant, the vast expanse of the primordial land was engulfed in turmoil, all eyes drawn to the dark trajectory stretching from east to west. No one anticipated that such a seemingly trivial matter would yield such significant repercussions. Meanwhile, Nezha, diligently cultivating on Tianshou Mountain, remained oblivious to the life-altering turning point that awaited him. On this day, Nezha was engaged in a discussion on cultivation methods with the little deer and the dragon turtle. Exchanging insights, the dragon turtle, in particular, was astonished by the wealth of fire-based cultivation realizations shared by Nezha. Each revelation enriched Nezha's understanding, propelling his cultivation to remarkable heights. As for the little deer, after consuming the immortal herb that Nezha had provided, it experienced a dramatic surge in power, having refined its throat bone and now capable of speech. In the midst of their lively discourse, Nezha was suddenly alerted by a series of distant rumblings. He glanced towards the horizon and noticed the sunbirds still present. Moreover, as winter had not yet fully receded, the thunderous sounds could not be mere natural phenomena. Closing his eyes in contemplation, he attuned himself to the ominous energy woven within the thunder. With a furrowed brow, Nezha rose and gazed into the distance, instructing the little deer, "Go inform the human tribe and the beings of the mountain to ascend to higher ground immediately. Afterwards, you and the dragon turtle must enter my temple post-haste." Although the little deer was puzzled, the cold glint in Nezha's eyes compelled it to nod and rush outside. The dragon turtle, however, was uncertain and chose to retreat directly into the temple, hiding beneath the incense altar. After such a prolonged wait, what was destined to arrive had finally come, leaving Nezha curious about the legendary Eastern Sea Dragon Palace and its formidable might. With narrowed eyes, he floated upwards, observing the ominous line approaching, murmuring softly to himself. Chapter 29, By Force. At this moment, Tianshou Mountain was shrouded in dark clouds, thunder rolling ominously, and snowflakes began to fall with the biting wind. From within the oppressive black clouds, the forces of the Sea tribe intermittently appeared. The inhabitants of Tianshou Mountain trembled, huddled within their caves, their heads tucked away in fear, while the mountain folk bolted their doors, fervently worshipping the statue of Nezha in their homes. Simultaneously, various factions quietly observed the movements of Tianshou Mountain from the shadows, each harboring their own schemes. Nezha, undaunted, maintained a serious demeanor, scrutinizing the increasingly oppressive aura of the surrounding world, a slight frown forming upon his brow. Standing atop the temple, Nezha suddenly felt the vastness of the heavens and the earth, an infinite expanse where, whether faced with the menacing black clouds from above or his own existence, he seemed to shrink into mere specks of dust amidst the primordial chaos. Much like the delicate snowflakes cascading from the sky, they may sparkle brilliantly, yet upon touching the ground, regardless of their struggle or surrender, they ultimately dissolve into dust. Contemplating these thoughts, Nezha found himself momentarily disoriented, as the snowflakes drifting down seemed to magnify, enveloping his entire consciousness, instilling within him a profound sense of questioning his purpose and the futility of struggle. As this sentiment spread, the vitality surrounding Nezha waned abruptly. Even the earth and sentient beings summoned by him from the Mount of Longevity appeared to lose their anchorage, gradually settling into a state of tranquility, rendering the entire mountain a desolate wasteland, ravaged by the tumultuous winds and snow. The beings who revered Nezha, having awakened their intellect, sensed the shift and could not help but emit mournful cries, lost in their despair. Among them, the little deer, most devoted to Nezha, noticed his unusual demeanor and felt an emptiness within, prompting a surge of trepidation. It left the temple to call out to Nezha, whose gaze was lost in the vastness above, filled with urgency, while the dragon tortoise also cried out in anxiousness. At that moment, Nezha seemed to have entered a realm of annihilation, where thunder roared down upon him, inescapable. His spirit appeared to surrender to the onslaught of lightning, allowing it to strike deep within his consciousness. Yet, just then, his wrist suddenly felt a surge of heat, and the cosmic silk at his waist ignited in fierce, colorless flames, encasing him and shielding him from the surrounding influences. Meanwhile, the little deer and the dragon tortoise connected with Nezha's spirit, their cries resonating with his very soul. Nezha was instantly rejuvenated, feeling a rush of warmth ascend through his mind, as if the spiritual energy enveloping him had awakened at that moment, resonating with the Tianshou circle and the cosmic silk. Suddenly, a multitude of blood-red fire lotuses erupted around him, signaling a significant advancement in his cultivation. Previously, Nezha could manifest only a single fire lotus with his magic, but now, countless fire lotuses of varying sizes surrounded him, with a magnificent, fully bloomed lotus beneath his feet, radiating vibrant vitality. With a gentle nod towards the interior of the temple, the now clear-headed Nezha's eyes were filled with a chilling intensity. He could not discern who had just conspired against him, but it had undeniably provoked his wrath. The assailant clearly aimed for the third prince of dragons to triumph and eliminate him. However, Nezha coldly chuckled to himself. It seems I am fated to be an archrival of this third prince. In the original tale, I skinned the dragon and extracted its tendons. I had thought that by leaving the Li family to cultivate in the Mount of Longevity, I would escape fate. Yet it appears that destiny has intertwined our paths once more. Since the original narrative allowed me to vanquish you, why should I not do so again? At the foot of Tianshou Mountain, there stood a middle-aged Taoist clad in a flowing yellow robe, exuding an aura of righteousness and mystical power. Beside him was an elderly man with white hair and a cruel glint in his eyes. The yellow-robed Taoist gazed into the distance at the figure of Nezha, an unusual gleam flickering in his eyes, before addressing the old man beside him. Zia, my master has instructed me to escort you. From now on, you must refrain from intervening in this matter and hasten to Shichi. However, it turned out that the old man was none other than Jiang Zia. Upon hearing these words, he grew anxious and pointed towards Tianshou Mountain, exclaiming, "That person has insulted our teaching. Why does my senior brother not take this opportunity to eliminate that scoundrel?" For Jiang Zia, witnessing the demise of those who had humiliated him was an exquisite pleasure. Yet, as the grand play he had orchestrated was just beginning, being expelled from the audience was a bitter pill to swallow. The yellow-robed Taoist was none other than the Huanglong Jinren, a disciple of the primordial heavenly venerable, and indeed a golden immortal. However, Huanglong Jinren's status was somewhat dismal. Though he was a disciple of the primordial saint, his true nature as a member of the dragon clan placed him, in strict terms, among the demon race. This did not sit well with the primordial heavenly venerable, who valued the qualifications of his disciples. Consequently, Huanglong Jinren had received no treasures, leading to his unfortunate circumstances. Fortunately, Huanglong Jinren possessed a solid foundation. Having attained the realm of golden immortal, even without magical artifacts, he still held some prowess, particularly due to a unique skill he inherited at birth known as the divine entrapment, which allowed him to manipulate the minds of others, achieving lethal outcomes without bloodshed. As the events at Tianshou Mountain began to attract attention, the primordial heavenly venerable discerned Jiang Zia's involvement and subtly sensed the underlying issues with the dragon clan. He understood that those allied with the dragon clan might soon face a joint suppression from the three teachings, prompting him to send Huanglong Jinren to remove Jiang Zia, thus safeguarding his future plans for the canonization of gods. Upon his arrival, Huanglong Jinren, seeing a conflict with the dragon clan, felt compelled to intervene. He attempted to discreetly eliminate Nezha, but just as his plan was about to succeed, it ultimately fell short, leading him to sigh in resignation and cease his actions. At that moment, he overheard Jiang Zia's reckless words, which ignited his ire. Had it not been for Jiang Zia's importance to the primordial, Huanglong Jinren would have undoubtedly dealt with the obstinate man then and there. With thoughts of his recently departed beloved wife intensifying his frustration, he could not help but glare at Jiang Zia. "What? Do you wish to defy the will of our master?" Jiang Zia, observing the change in Huanglong Jinren's demeanor, felt a sudden jolt of apprehension. It is said that under the guidance of the primordial master, every disciple emerges as a true immortal. However, after spending considerable time in this sacred realm, Jiang Zia has grown acutely aware of the true countenance of these so-called golden immortals. He is all too cognizant of the countless souls that have perished at their hands, compelling him to lower his gaze, reluctant to utter another word. "You are right, master. Let us set forth." The real person of the yellow dragon, perceiving Jiang Zia's submission, nodded in satisfaction. He then softly acknowledged his agreement and turned to glance once more at the snow-laden, cloud-shrouded Mount Tianshou before leading Jiang Ziyo away, vanishing without a trace in an instant. Meanwhile, atop Mount Tianshou, the tempest raged on, as Nezha finally prepared to confront the third prince of the dragon clan and his entourage. The storm surged from the sea, invading his domain and forest, inevitably subjecting itself to his command. As Nezha sensed the increasingly potent spiritual energy of the mountains and the seemingly solidified terrain, he whispered a resolute proclamation. Upon the utterance of Nezha's words, the temperature on Mount Tianshou surged dramatically. The swirling snowflakes momentarily paused before plummeting down, only to be purified by Nezha into crystalline spring water, becoming part of the sacred mountain. With closed eyes, Nezha attuned himself to the surrounding celestial energies and realized that he had become one with the essence of Mount Tianshou and its myriad beings. Instantly, his spirit and vigor transformed. If he had felt oppressed by the tempest earlier, he now experienced a profound resurgence akin to a fish turning over in a tide. In that moment, Nezha felt as though he had merged with the very flora and fauna of the mountain, relishing the exhilaration of breaking free from oppression, igniting within him a fervent desire for battle. Curiously, Nezha and the third prince had yet to engage in direct combat, yet their previous encounter had felt no less than a fierce clash. The third prince sought to leverage the strength of his followers to establish a formidable array of heavenly thunder, aiming to suppress Nezha's arrogance, while simultaneously asserting the might of the dragon clan to intimidate their foes. Nezha, appearing still, silently accepted the challenge posed by his adversary. To the untrained eye, the conflict between Nezha and the third prince might go unnoticed. The third prince was no ordinary figure, and with his subordinates adeptly crafting formations, he surpassed the typical golden immortal in prowess. Throughout the journey, the third prince had been harnessing the elements, honing his magical abilities to their zenith. Now, he commanded the aquatic spirits beneath him, unleashing a flurry of icy snow, shadowy mist, and frigid winds, all imbued with the power of his minions, aimed menacingly at Nezha. However, he was unprepared for Nezha's extraordinary mastery, particularly as the enlightened beings surrounding them were astounded by Nezha's application of the forces of nature. They marveled at his ability to manipulate the energies of heaven and earth to counteract the pressure imposed by his opponent, executing it all with an effortless demeanor. As the thunderclouds over Mount Tianshou failed to release their fury and the snow ceased to fall, the hidden adept practitioners recognized that this time, it was indeed the humble mountain deity who had emerged victorious. The initial clash between Nezha and the third prince culminated in Nezha's triumph, heralding the onset of a genuine battle, marked by the resounding clash of gongs and drums. Chapter 30. The Duel of Magic. At this moment, the entirety of Tianshou Mountain lay enveloped in an eerie silence, as both Nezha and the third prince of the dragon chose to remain mute, fully aware that only by determining life and death could a resolution be achieved. Amidst the clouds and mists above, the third prince beheld the formidable power of his gathered spiritual energies being shattered by the figure below, prompting a cold snort from him. In an instant, he transformed into a dragon, weaving through the fog, and unleashed a fierce gust of cold wind downwards. The dragon clan possesses the unique ability to summon clouds and rain, as well as unleash thunder, and with the aid of the sea soldier's magic, the force of his breath magnified exponentially. The snowflakes, previously dispersed by Nezha, now hovered in the air, coalescing together. Witnessing this spectacle in the sky, Nezha's eyes sparkled with excitement. Since arriving in this primordial world, he had longed for such thunderous celestial magic. In his previous encounter with the crab general, although the foe could manipulate water, he was ultimately an unnamed figure, insignificant in the grand scheme of the primordial realm. In stark contrast, the third prince was a true dragon, endowed with resplendent celestial prowess. And battling him was precisely what Nezha had yearned for. With this thought, Nezha's gaze intensified, his hands clenched slightly as he focused intently on the swirling snowflakes. Unbeknownst to Nezha, as he departed from Chaoga and the Temple of Nuwa, his mindset had subtly shifted. Having entered this primordial world, why not embark on a grand and fervent journey? The wind intensified, swirling with increasing ferocity, slicing through all it encountered like a blade. Yet Nezha remained steadfast atop the temple, unmoving as a mountain. As the storm gathered strength, a smile crept upon Nezha's lips. Let the battle be exhilarating. Suddenly, the oppressive sky erupted with a thunderous roar, reverberating like a detonation in the heart, causing the onlookers to shift uneasily. This thunderclap bore a palpable weight, compelling all present to reassess the might of the Dragon Palace. Though the Dragon Clan was deemed weak, no one anticipated that a mere newly matured dragon could wield such power. Furthermore, the dragon lineage, known for its longevity, had distanced itself from the primordial realm after the great catastrophe of dragons and phoenixes, retreating to the eastern sea for countless years. The descendants of dragons numbered in the millions, and the wealth amassed within the dragon palace over the centuries remained a mystery, a factor that warranted caution. Following the initial thunderous clap, a cascade of thunder echoed through the sky, as bolts of lightning rained down upon Tianshou Mountain. The mountain erupted with a series of resounding booms. Boulders tumbled, peaks collapsed, and countless lives were obliterated in the chaos of thunder and lightning. It was as though Tianshou Mountain had encountered divine retribution, plunging into an apocalyptic state. Meanwhile, the ice and snow that had long lingered in the sky suddenly plummeted, relentlessly striking the Rocky Mountains and creating deep craters with each impact, a sight both terrifying and awe-inspiring. The wind howled fiercely, the snowfall intensified, and thunder roared, as if the heavens and earth had been turned upside down in the realm of Tianshou Mountain. Nezha was taken aback by the formidable presence of the third prince of the dragon, for in the annals of the future he had seen, this prince, though renowned and having ascended to the celestial realm, was ultimately flayed and met a tragic end at Nezha's hands. Yet, upon truly experiencing the might of the opponent's divine powers, he understood what it meant to be a genuine ancient lineage. As casualties among the creatures of Tianshou Mountain continued to mount, the human inhabitants of the mountain were also enduring the wrath of the tempest. Powerless to act amidst the chaos, their only recourse to beseech the heavens and the mountain deities for salvation. Nezha felt the collective yearning of the beings around him, their palpable fear and helplessness, and the devastation wrought upon the once serene paradise, now transformed into a hellish nightmare. Anger surged within Nezha's heart as he sensed the indifference of the surrounding immortals to the plight of the countless lives lost. Unable to contain himself any longer, he suddenly leapt into the air. In the darkened sky, Tianshou Mountain, shrouded in ominous clouds, was suddenly pierced by a brilliant crimson lightning bolt that shot skyward. Dazzling and magnificent, this was Nezha. The myriad thunders could not breach the protective barriers surrounding him. Instead, they were absorbed and dissipated by the fiery lotuses encircling him. Standing amidst the tempest of thunder, blizzards, and lightning, Nezha pointed furiously at the ever-revealing true form of the third prince of the dragon. Those observing, particularly the onlookers, were struck with astonishment, especially at the sight of Nezha enveloped in flames. The Taoists had come not only to witness the long-dormant dragon palace stirring, but also due to an unsettling feeling regarding the impending calamity in the heavens and earth. They were drawn here out of curiosity, while the sages calculated the underlying causes with growing concern. However, they had not anticipated that their visit would reveal the might of an ancient lineage and witness a figure of immense power manifesting in this remote locale. A youthful individual who had never been recorded in the chronicles of the primordial era. Amidst the ravaged beings of Tianshou Mountain, upon witnessing Nezha standing resolutely against the sky, they felt a surge of reverence for their mountain deity, awe-inspiring and unparalleled. Their fears melted away like snow in boiling water, and they collectively knelt, beseeching Nezha for aid. In the sky, Nezha sensed his own powers surging, an inexhaustible flow of collective wishes pouring towards him, igniting a fierce determination within. He gazed upon the swirling spirits of the sea and the dragon that exhaled clouds and mist, a cold glimmer in his eyes. The boundless bloodshed he had wrought must be repaid. Nezha scoffed softly, and then the protective silk of the heavens surrounding him began to whirl, ascending rapidly. To the outside observer, the roiling black clouds were suddenly cleaved apart by a beam of red light, as if a divine weapon had struck stone, effortlessly cutting through without a hint of resistance. Once again, a white dragon spiraled through the heavens, ceaselessly expelling its fiery breath and unleashing thunderous lightning, intent on obliterating the figure enveloped in crimson light. Yet, the aquatic entities encircling Nezha found themselves at a disadvantage. Any who ventured too close were incinerated by the purifying flames emanating from Nezha. Amidst the swirling black clouds, a flicker of red light danced, rendering the Dragon Palace soldiers hesitant to approach. Soaring through the skies, the third Prince Ao Bing gazed upon Nezha, who, despite being under his spell, managed to evade capture. Frustration surged within him, his large eyes gleaming with animosity. Lightning crackled incessantly around Nezha, intensifying in frequency and density. Initially, Nezha could shield himself entirely. But as the Dragon Palace soldiers relentlessly assailed him, his focus shifted to repelling these aquatic warriors in order to confront the third prince directly. This diversion weakened his defenses, and sporadic bolts of lightning began to strike him. From an outside perspective, Nezha appeared to navigate freely amidst the tempest. Yet he was acutely aware of his dwindling magical energy. As time passed, his movements gradually slowed, while he still dealt effortlessly with lesser aquatic beings. The increasing assault from formidable adversaries of higher celestial ranks began to tilt the balance against him. Despite his profound cultivation and mastery over the offensive formation, the third prince, Ao Bing, lacked real combat experience and opportunities for life and death struggles. Thus, when he observed Nezha's continued agility and the demise of his subordinates, he could no longer contain himself. Suddenly, Ao Bing inhaled deeply, drawing in the surrounding clouds and rain, causing his form to swell dramatically. "I shall surely slay you today." Ao Bing's countenance twisted with anguish, as if enduring excruciating torment, before he unleashed a primal roar. "You, who have traversed this path with reckless abandon, have wrought untold suffering and amassed insurmountable karmic debt. Have you ever considered the wrath of the beings you have harmed? Today, I shall skin you alive and extract your sinews, to repay the world." Unmoved, Nezha coldly retorted and resumed the fierce battle. While Nezha engaged in combat, Ao Bing was not idle. As his form expanded, his scales began to emit a soft yellow glow, and the breath he exhaled grew exponentially in size. Each blast directed at the Tianshou Mountain range caused tremors to reverberate through the peaks. Subsequently, Ao Bing coiled around a mountain, mercilessly crushing it to rubble. Nezha could not help but feel a pang of anguish as he witnessed the once resplendent, heavenly longevity mountain rapidly descending into a desolate ruin, with countless lives extinguished in the process. Yet, it was precisely this dire situation that afforded him an opportunity, despite the relentless assaults from Ao Bing that left him beleaguered. As the forces of the Dragon Palace dwindled, the overwhelming might of the earth-shattering formation orchestrated by Ao Bing began to wane. The losses among the dragon soldiers were catastrophic. Yet Nezha himself sustained grievous injuries, particularly from the Earth Immortals who, in their desperation, resorted to self-detonation. Had it not been for the protective barrier of the misty ribbons and Nezha's extraordinary physical resilience, he would have been left utterly shattered, his spirit in tatters. Faced with the staggering losses among his dragon soldiers and Nezha's unyielding slaughter, the third prince could no longer contain himself. At that moment, Ao Bing decided to engage Nezha in close combat, having attained the pinnacle of celestial mastery. Observing that his spells failed to inflict significant damage upon Nezha, he resolved to rely on his formidable physicality to crush him instead. Ao Bing's true form, towering over dozens of zhang, soared into the stormy skies amidst dark clouds and lightning, unleashing a mighty roar that momentarily relieved the remaining Eastern Sea Dragon soldiers. They hastily retreated, clearing the way. Only then did Nezha find himself truly locked in a fierce confrontation with Ao Bing. Chapter 31. Yin Shinyang rescues her son in the coastal region of the Yinshang dynasty. A vast expanse of water now lay where land once flourished, with countless disaster-stricken souls lamenting their fate. Amidst the chaos, aquatic monsters and nefarious beings seized the opportunity to wreak havoc, leaving the populace in unbearable suffering. Concurrently, a military force had taken position, gradually unfolding from the direction of the Eastern Sea, following a dark line of signs, intent on providing aid and vanquishing the malevolent creatures. On this day, atop a mountain, a sprawling camp emerged, where distressed survivors gathered, their faces etched with sorrow, while weary soldiers supported one another as they converged toward the encampment. Dominating the mountaintop was a massive banner, fluttering high above, emblazoned with the character for Li. Within this camp, a middle-aged general scrutinized newly acquired intelligence, his brow furrowed in deep concern, while a woman beside him exhibited a look of anxious anticipation, frequently glancing toward the outside. Sighing heavily after a prolonged silence, the general finally handed a luminous jade stone to the woman beside him. She accepted it, and upon touching the jade talisman, a radiant aura enveloped her, drawing her into its depths. How could this be? How audacious is the third prince to stir up such turmoil here, endangering the realm? After perusing the intelligence, the woman gasped in disbelief, realizing that this calamity bore hidden intricacies. Reflecting on the suffering populace outside, she could not suppress a contemptuous huff. The middle-aged man beside her furrowed his brow involuntarily at her words, yet he countered. Indeed, the third prince Long has committed a transgression, but there are reasons behind it. After all, the people of the Dragon Palace have been slaughtered, and this matter must be accounted for. Accounted for? Humph. I believe it is the Dragon Palace that should provide an explanation. The Dragon Palace governs the four seas. When has it ever intervened on land? Oh, by the way, where exactly was that place? The woman remarked dismissively. However, at that moment, She seemed to recall something and exclaimed in sudden realization. The middle-aged man was startled by her outburst, and with a hint of displeasure, he frowned and said, I say, Shirnyang, why such a fright? It is merely Tianshou Mountain. Ah, Tianshou Mountain. The middle-aged man was none other than Li Jing, who was on a mission to assist in disaster relief, while the woman was indeed Shirnyang. As Li Jing mentioned Tianshou Mountain again, the realization dawned upon him, and his eyes widened in astonishment as he exchanged glances with Shirnyang. Nezha? Shirnyang's eyes brimmed with shock and joy. Ever since Nezha had gone missing in the Nuwa temple, she had been filled with worry and fear, dreading that he might suffer harm outside. Consequently, she had persistently sought news of Nezha, spending over a month away from the Li residence, tirelessly searching for any trace of him. Yet, Nezha had already arrived at Tianshou Mountain, and she had no means to find him there. Upon realizing this, and recalling that her son had once mentioned he was the fire deity guarding Tianshou Mountain in his previous life, a thought struck her. Could that person truly be her son? Unable to dispel this notion, she abruptly stood up, declaring, No, I must go find Nezha. I must save him. With that, she made to rush out of the tent. Li Jing, having grasped the situation, heard Shirnyang's words and thought of Nezha, the very one he had expelled from the family. Unable to restrain himself, he let out a cold snort and blocked her path, saying, Come back. Is it not chaotic enough already? What are you doing in such a frenzy? Not to mention whether that person is Nezha or not, even if he is. What can you do? Moreover, look outside. Those victims are in dire need of assistance, and now there are malevolent spirits wreaking havoc. How can you possibly leave this place? Upon hearing this, Shirnyang turned her head, a hint of sorrow in her voice as she replied, If I cannot even protect my own son, how can I concern myself with others? Besides, is General Li not stationed here? With your Linglong Pagoda, subduing demons and vanquishing evil should be a trivial matter. At her words, a flicker of irritation crossed Li Jing's eyes. Since Nezha's disappearance, the old matriarch had scarcely spoken to him, and Shirnyang no longer treated him with the same deference as before. Was he truly inferior to Nezha? However, at this moment, Li Jing did not wish for Shirnyang to leave, not because of any impending danger, but because he understood the complexities surrounding the third Prince Long. If Shirnyang were to go, conflict with him would be inevitable, leading to a confrontation with the Dragon Palace of the East Sea, a circumstance he wished to avoid, especially not for a wayward offspring he had cast out. As this thought crossed his mind, a glimmer of light flashed in Li Jing's eyes. He took a deep breath, suppressing his inner discontent, and addressed Shirnyang. Surely you have forgotten one crucial matter. During my campaign against the Eastern alongside the former king, I forged a bond with the Dragon King of the East Sea, pledging our friendship. Please wait here. I shall personally go to the East Sea to intercede with the Dragon King. When children quarrel, it is the duty of adults to intervene. Upon hearing this, Shirnyang's expression softened slightly, yet she replied, This is no longer merely a matter between Nezha and the third prince of the dragons. It involves countless lives. Given the Dragon King's temperament, how could he simply let this go? He will certainly seek to place the blame for this grievous sin upon Nezha. Seeing that Shirnyang spoke incessantly of Nezha, seemingly losing faith in her own words, Li Jing could no longer contain his rising anger. He slammed his hands down on the nearby table with force, declaring, Enough. You must remember your current position as the Deputy General of the Army, not merely as an individual. Where are the 4 generals of the Mo family? Escort the lady back to rest. Do not allow her to wander in this chaos, lest something untoward occur. For generals of the Mo family, heed my command. But, my lady, the generals, upon hearing his words, rushed out from the tent. But at the sound of Li Jing's order, they were momentarily taken aback, hesitating as they glanced at the two. What is this? You are commanded, yet you do not take the lady below? The generals realized that the general was indeed genuinely enraged, and hurried to Shirnyang's side, somewhat awkwardly saying, My lady. Shirnyang, gazing at Li Jing's somewhat stiff countenance, felt a wave of desolation wash over her. Very well, I shall return on my own. However, General Li, do not forget what you just said. Nezha is, after all, your own flesh and blood. Even a tiger does not consume its young. The Mo family generals, upon hearing Shirnyang's words, understood the matter was indeed related to their wayward young master. They exchanged glances, both recognizing the shared sense of helplessness in each other's eyes. Li Jing, feeling increasingly agitated, waved his hand dismissively, urging everyone to leave. Shirnyang cast a deep, disappointed glance at Li Jing, shaking her head as she exited with the Mo family generals. To save my son, I must ultimately rely on myself. Nezha, await me. I shall soon come to your aid. Regardless of who is right or wrong, I will always stand by your side. As the night deepened, the sky remained shrouded in darkness, devoid of any light. Li Jing paced back and forth within the large tent, ultimately sighing. In his heart, he grappled with the reality that as the commander of the army, he could not easily abandon his post. Whether this was a manifestation of Li Jing's inner turmoil remained unknown to anyone. Subsequently, Li Jing arranged for a cultivator from the army to deliver a letter to the Dragon Palace. In the letter, he urged the Dragon King to ensure the third prince's swift return to the palace, assuring that the one who had offended the Dragon Palace would be dealt with by the mortal emperor, who would certainly provide an explanation to the Dragon Palace. The cultivator did go, yet he was unable to even catch a glimpse of the Dragon King. The Dragon Palace merely conveyed that the Dragon King had gone to the West Sea to discuss familial matters with the West Sea Dragon King. However, the monk remained unaware that, after his departure, a peal of laughter resounded from the depths of the Dragon Palace. Haha, my sworn brother is indeed a remarkable individual. It is said that the person in question was once his son, yet he too has chosen the path of great righteousness, forsaking kin. The tone of the Dragon King, however, was laced with an ambiguity that rendered it particularly harsh and discordant. In the camp of Li Jing, after Yin returned to her tent, soldiers brought her food. Yet, consumed by thoughts of her son, she found herself unable to eat, tossing and turning restlessly. As the night deepened, she suddenly stirred, silently rising to her feet and stealthily making her way outside the camp. Madam, just as Yin stepped beyond the confines of the military encampment, a voice of resignation echoed in her ear. She halted abruptly, glancing at the 4 generals of the Mo family before her. What? Do you truly intend to stop me? Are you aware of what has transpired? The 4 generals exchanged glances of mutual understanding before nodding helplessly. We have only just learned of the situation, but the general has given orders. Upon hearing this, Yin let out a cold scoff. General, am I not a general as well? Do not forget, I am also a vice commander within the army. The 4 generals, taken aback by her words, displayed expressions of embarrassment yet remained rooted in place. Frustrated, Yin realized that her rank could not sway them, and thus implored, since you are already aware of the circumstances, why do you still seek to impede me? I am going to rescue my son. In the past, Nezha would call you Uncle daily and was always close to you. Can you truly bear to witness Nezha perish in battle, without even a kin by his side? As she spoke, thinking of her third son's plight, her voice quivered, and tears nearly brimmed in her eyes. The 4 generals, witnessing their lady's distress and recalling their fondness for Nezha, exchanged glances of conflict. The eldest remained silent, wishing to counsel Yin but unsure where to begin, finally saying, "Did not the general say he would handle this matter?" Mentioning Li Jing elicited a scornful glint in Yin eyes. Him, after all this time by his side, do you still not comprehend his nature? If I were to rely on him, my son would have perished long ago at the hands of the Li family. The 4 generals fell silent, their thoughts turning to Li Jing, who still lingered within the camp, their heads bowed in dismay. Nevertheless, the loyalty of the Mo family generals to the Li family had never wavered, having never betrayed Li Jing's commands. Despite their dissatisfaction with his actions, they could not bring themselves to defy his orders. Such loyalty had become ingrained within them, a reflex of sorts. Alas, my poor third son, I am unable to seek you out. Forgive me, my child. Yin sighed upon seeing the troubled expressions of the 4 men. However, just as the generals were about to breathe a sigh of relief as she turned away, Yin suddenly moved, and with 2 muffled thuds, the eldest and second of the Mo family generals staggered before collapsing to the ground. The 3rd and 4th generals exchanged bewildered looks, preparing to advance. How could you also seek to hinder me? Among them, the 4th brother held the deepest affection for Nezha. Upon hearing this, he momentarily halted his steps, casting a glance at his 3rd brother, and then suddenly seized his weapon, striking it fiercely against his own head. Collapsing to the ground, the 3rd brother, witnessing the unconscious forms of his 3 siblings, particularly the 4th brother's actions, found himself both amused and exasperated. Yet he understood that he alone could not thwart Yin. With a sigh of resignation, he sorrowfully followed in the wake of the 4th brother. Yin gazed upon the 4 individuals at her feet, a flicker of gratitude flashing in her eyes. I apologize for the offense today. Thank you. With that, she swiftly moved, a large sword appearing beneath her feet. As she stepped upon it, she transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from the military tent. By the time Li Jing received the news and arrived, Yin had already distanced herself from the military camp by hundreds of miles, beyond pursuit. Chapter 32. The old Taoist Yin pressed onward, making her way towards Mount Tianshou. However, the journey was long and arduous, and her spiritual energy began to wane from excessive exertion. Reluctantly, she paused to change horses. As she approached Mount Tianshou, the torrential rain intensified. The sights along the way were heart-wrenching. She had not anticipated that the third prince of the Dragon King would be so indifferent to the lives of sentient beings, slaughtering countless lives. Eventually, travel by horse became impossible, and vehicles could no longer pass. Worried for Nezha, she could no longer afford to consider her own physical limitations and took to the skies on her sword. When she could no longer bear it, she finally stopped to rest momentarily. On this day, after rescuing several distressed humans, she paused, her gaze filled with urgency as she looked towards Mount Tianshou. Yet, her body was weakening, and she could only seek refuge on a high mountain to meditate and recuperate. Half an hour later, a sudden jolt coursed through her heart, as if it were being sliced by a knife, and she could not suppress a muffled groan. Opening her bloodshot eyes, she cried out in alarm, "Nezha!" It turned out that the bond between mother and son was profound. Yin Shenyang sensed Nezha was in danger. Towards the direction of Mount Tianshou, the dragon soldiers of the East Sea had suffered devastating losses. The sky was a chaotic tapestry of black and red, and the relentless downpour continued, with lightning striking Nezha repeatedly. At this moment, Nezha and Ao Bing had been engaged in battle for 7 days and nights. During this time, the soldiers dispatched by the East Sea had suffered grievous casualties, with all the Earth immortals perishing and the dragon soldiers reduced to scorched earth. However, the situation atop Mount Tianshou was even more dire, particularly for the Celestial Deer clan. As Nezha was restrained, the denizens of the sea seized the opportunity to ravage the Celestial Deer, replenishing their vitality. Many Celestial Deer were struck down by the snow that penetrated the ground, while others fell victim to lightning and rockfalls. Throughout Mount Tianshou, the living beings faced a catastrophic loss, with 3 out of every 4 perishing. Yet, the most perilous situation was undoubtedly that of Nezha himself. Although Nezha has transcended to the celestial realm, he found himself without the opportunity to consolidate his strength, and was subsequently struck down by Ao Bing. As the saying goes, to kill 1,000 enemies comes at the cost of 800 of one's own. Nezha emerged from the tempest of lightning, his body charred in multiple places, blood pouring from the corners of his mouth, his eyes weary yet resolute. Truly, as long as life endures, so too must the struggle persist. After vanquishing the soldiers of the Dragon Palace, Nezha had already clashed with Ao Bing several times. The Dragon King's third son was growing sluggish. During their recent duel, Nezha's Qiankuan circle struck him multiple times, breaking one of his dragon horns and causing golden blood to flow from various wounds. However, after exhausting hundreds of soldiers from the Dragon Palace, Ao Bing began to gain the upper hand. Although Nezha was valiantly holding on, the signs of defeat were becoming apparent. Had it not been for his unwavering determination, he would have surely succumbed long ago. The spectators around, though filled with a sense of lament, did not dare to intervene. At that moment, from among the concealed onlookers, an elderly man emerged from an overlooked corner. With squinting eyes, he gazed at the ethereal white dragon form and the fiery orb above. "Young one, you are fortunate today. I shall lend you my aid," the old man declared, then suddenly extended a withered finger from the robe he wore, gesturing towards the sky and murmuring, "Go." Instantly, a silent current of energy surged forth and vanished into the ether. In the high heavens, as Ao Bing prepared to seize Nezha with a claw and rend him asunder, he was suddenly struck by an unseen force in his lower abdomen, causing him to grunt in pain and roll in agony. Nezha, seizing this opportunity, summoned all his magical power, shouting as he soared upwards like a streak of light. Upon reaching Ao Bing's back, he descended forcefully, firmly securing himself upon the Dragon Prince. However, before Nezha could relish the legendary sensation of being a dragon rider, Ao Bing, feeling the indignity of being mounted by a mere human, went into a frenzy. As a member of the Eastern Sea Dragon clan, ruler of myriad sea creatures, and descendant of a primordial sovereign, he could not tolerate such humiliation. Ignoring the pain he felt, he thrust his head forward and ascended rapidly into the heavens, attempting to dislodge Nezha. Nezha stumbled, nearly losing his grip, but fortunately, the Qiankuan circle had ensnared Ao Bing's dragon horn just in time, leaving him suspended in the air. Seeing his near success, Ao Bing intensified his efforts, swinging back and forth. Glancing down, Nezha clung tightly to the Qiankuan circle, feeling the chilling wind stirred by Ao Bing's movements, which whipped about him, inflicting sharp pangs upon his face. Yet Nezha, unwilling to succumb to despair, bit down hard on his lip, his hands clenching tighter with each passing moment. Simultaneously, the magical silk, Hunyuan Ling, detached from Nezha's body, soaring upwards to ensnare Ao Bing, effectively securing Nezha in place. However, this maneuver rendered Nezha's attempts to inflict harm upon the Dragon Prince nearly impossible. Meanwhile, Ao Bing spun gracefully, traversing the mountain peaks with ease. A sudden, muffled thud echoed as Nezha felt a searing pain coursing through his entire being, as if his body were fracturing into pieces. Behind him, a protruding boulder shattered upon impact, while bolts of lightning cascaded from Ao Bing's scales, merging with the rainwater that enveloped Nezha. He sensed his very soul trembling. Each collision with the rugged stones tempted him to relinquish his grip. Yet, deep within, he found himself unwilling to yield. Whenever the innocent souls called out to him in their plight, he could feel their terror and helplessness. Who else could they turn to if not this deity who bore their hopes? Would they rely on those aloof deities who regarded countless beings as mere insects? Nezha continuously drew upon the spiritual essence within the stones, channeling it into the red ribbon he held. Gradually, his complexion paled, and blood trickled from the corners of his mouth, only to be whisked away by the surrounding tempest. Nevertheless, his efforts were not in vain. The Hunyuan Ling, imbued with the merits of Nua's creation and restoration, resonated with the suffering and anguished pleas of myriad beings, awakening its latent power. At that moment, Ao Bing's patience waned. Wearied by Nezha's relentless tenacity, compounded by the tightening grip of the Hunyuan Ling. After colliding with a mountain peak once more, Ao Bing's body suddenly plunged downward, his tail striking fiercely, ensnaring Nezha completely. Nezha's powers primarily relied on the true fire of Samadhi, which countered the Dragon King's abilities. Yet, exhausted and depleted of spiritual energy, Nezha found himself unable to summon his powers, explaining why Ao Bing had only now unleashed his might. Feeling the oppressive weight upon his chest and the increasingly constricting dragon form surrounding him, Nezha lifted the Qinquan circle in a feeble attempt to strike Ao Bing, but it inflicted no harm whatsoever. As the grim reality loomed that Nezha was on the brink of being crushed, the little deer and the dragon turtle below were helpless to intervene. One had yet to attain the earth immortal realm and could not fly, while the other, significantly weakened, could do nothing to assist. However, as fate would have it, just when the onlookers believed Nezha was destined for oblivion, and the once helpful, gaunt elder lamented in despair, the ensnared Nezha suddenly radiated a profound yellow light, first as a wisp, then expanding into a magnificent sphere. At that moment, the hidden spectators collectively gasped in astonishment. The merit of profound yellow? As Nezha, ensnared by Ao Bing, gradually succumbed to unconsciousness, a fleeting clarity returned to him. A refreshing energy flowed from his hands into his mind, while another wave of coolness surged upward from his dantian, resonating with the energy in his mind, gradually uniting to permeate his entire being. Ao Bing, who had been entangling Nezha, suddenly sensed a tremendous force emanating from him, expanding the confines of their struggle. Startled, he turned back, only to behold a dazzling aura of profound yellow energy. Unaware of its nature, he instinctively felt an impending danger, eliciting both shock and fury. He had never anticipated that such a seemingly insignificant wild deity could possess such formidable power. At that moment, the third prince of the dragon clan wielded their innate divine ability, known as binding. Once ensnared by the dragon's grasp, one would inevitably endure an immense force, potentially being crushed to pieces. Even the most powerful celestial beings regard this ability with trepidation. For countless formidable entities had met their demise at the hands of the dragon clan in ancient times. Although Nezha had regained clarity and felt the surging celestial energy around him, he found it difficult to break free, and his Samadhi true fire had temporarily weakened due to excessive physical strain. Meanwhile, the elderly Taoist who had previously intervened observed Nezha enveloped in golden light, and a flicker of realization crossed his eyes. He murmured to himself, "So it is thus. I initially believed the incident at the Nuwa temple had been uncovered, yet it appears that this person has inadvertently revealed his secrets. However, this time, I shall grant you a reprieve for the sake of my 8 guardian heavenly dragons, thus repaying the debt from our last encounter." Upon uttering these words, the old Taoist focused his thoughts, causing Ao Bing to suddenly feel a wave of weakness wash over him, as if all his magical power had dissipated, loosening his grip on Nezha. Just then, a multitude of dark specks rapidly approached from the heavens, charged with a menacing intent. The onlookers turned their gaze to witness a haggard middle-aged woman descending on her sword, commanding a flurry of flying swords that she guided with precision. These swords shot toward Ao Bing, leaving numerous cuts across his body as he faltered in fear due to his unusual condition. Blood spurted from him as it became evident that Yin Shenyang had finally arrived. Chapter 33. thousands of feathers, equally as majestic as Mount Tai within the realm of the underworld, an eternal gloom prevails. Overseen by the Yama kings who govern the souls of living beings through the cycles of reincarnation, thus establishing the 10 halls of Yama. Yet, amidst this dark and foreboding realm lies a sanctuary revered by countless souls. This is the Temple of the Earth Mother, adorned with a dark golden plaque inscribed with the words, "Inherit heaven, emulate the Earth Queen." On this day, dozens of men clad in golden robes surged toward the Temple of the Earth Mother, their faces bright with joy as they hurried forth. Inside the hall, a woman with a solemn expression closed her eyes, her demeanor impassive, while dozens of powerful men stood guard around her, radiating formidable magical energy. "Go, open the palace door and welcome the 10 kings of hell." At that moment, the woman suddenly opened her eyes and softly uttered a phrase. Hearing this, a guard moved his feet and walked towards the palace door. As the grand door swung open, the 10 kings of hell exchanged nods and gestured for their attendants to withdraw before proceeding towards the Hall of Earth. "We pay our respects to Lady Hutu." The 10 kings entered the Hall of Earth, cautiously concealing their auras, and bowed to the Lady Hutu seated on the mat. "We are unaware of the urgent matters the 10 kings have come to discuss. Recently, the primordial realm has been unstable, with restless souls lamenting and wailing. This matter must be handled with utmost care." Lady Hutu spoke nonchalantly. "Indeed, we shall adhere to your decree, my lady," the 10 responded promptly, yet they did not withdraw. Instead, they exchanged glances and stated, "My lady, we have come not for the affairs of the souls, but for matters concerning the return of our witch clan to the primordial realm." Lady Hutu seemed to have anticipated their intentions, merely nodding without further comment. "My lady, as the ancestral witch of our clan, we beseech you to emerge from seclusion and lead our witch clan back to the land." At this point, the 10 kings could no longer conceal their intentions, reflecting on the countless years they had upheld their ancestors' legacy, all for this day. Upon hearing their words, Lady Hutu's delicate brows trembled slightly, and she shook her head. "I am no longer a part of the witch clan. I now serve the netherworld, following the teachings of the Divine Mother, overseeing the operations of the underworld. As 10 kings of hell, you have strayed from your duties and should be held accountable. However, considering your many years of contributions, I shall overlook this matter this time. You may return." The 10 kings, listening to her words, could not help but feel a tinge of sorrow, yet they had no choice but to retreat. As they exited the grand hall, a glimmer of sadness flickered in Lady Hutu's eyes. After the calamity of the witch and demon war, she had sought the guidance of Hongjun Daozu to preserve the bloodline of the witch clan. Enlightened by the Dao ancestor, she transformed, opening the realm of reincarnation to accommodate countless beings of the primordial world, establishing the natural order. It was due to this merit that the Tao of heaven allowed the remnants of the witch clan to endure, enabling their bloodline to flourish in the underworld. Henceforth, Lady Hutu became Meng Pa and the Lady of Earth, jointly managing the netherworld and overseeing the witch clan's affairs, accumulating merit. Yet, discontent brewed among the hearts of men, and insatiable desires arose. Must the witch clan endure such tribulation? Lady Hutu sighed, and as the palace doors closed, she prepared to enter a state of seclusion once more. However, her expression suddenly changed as she murmured, "Little do they know that 1,000 feathers could outweigh Mount Tai. What of the Dragon Clan? How are preparations proceeding?" After the 10 kings exited the Hall of Earth, one among them quietly inquired, "We have trained millions of underworld soldiers, and our valiant witch clan warriors number over 100,000. All preparations are complete." In that case, notify the Dragon Palace of the East Sea and inform the Dragon Clan that once we join forces, we shall seize the primordial realm amidst the great calamity. When the circumstances are most favorable, and thereafter, we shall divide the world, one to govern the heavens, the other to reign over the land. At that moment, we were to reclaim the glory of our ancestors. However, the last of the 10 Yama kings stepped forward and whispered, "But my lady." My lady? She had long forgotten the splendor of our witch clan from years past. Ever since she underwent the cycle of reincarnation, she was no longer the ancestral witch of our clan. These matters must be resolved by us. His voice dwindled, fading into the distance until it vanished entirely. In truth, these 10 Yama kings were remnants of the witch clan that had survived the cataclysmic battle against the demon lords. In that fateful conflict, many mighty warriors of our clan suffered grievous losses and perished. Following this, the Earth Mother established the underworld, guiding the remaining members of the witch clan into its depths, and selected these 10 individuals to serve as the 10 Yama kings, overseeing the affairs of our clan while also managing the cycle of reincarnation. Over countless years, they remained steadfast, diligently administering the underworld, and in doing so, their powers surged, even reaching the heights once attained by the great warrior Xingtian. When the Nuwa Palace signed the decree of divinity and the calamity of heaven and earth re-emerged, they could no longer contain their ambitions. Having witnessed the splendor of the world, how could they endure the loneliness that followed? Ultimately, they formed an alliance with the equally ambitious ancient dragon clan, seeking to reclaim the primordial chaos. Henceforth, the underworld was fraught with unrest. Meanwhile, in the realm of Tianshou Mountain, after Yin Shinyang struck Ao Bing with her flying sword, Nezha seized the moment to break free from his restraints, soaring upwards to land once more upon the dragon's back. Simultaneously, the raised universe circle came crashing down, producing a series of thunderous booms. Ao Bing finally let out a cry of agony as blood gushed forth from his wounds. Another of his dragon horns shattered under the force. At that instant, the ominous clouds in the sky were completely dispersed, the deadly storm of lightning and snow gradually ceased. And Ao Bing could no longer harness the might of heaven and earth. Nezha, halt! Just as Nezha raised the universe circle once more, a sudden exclamation echoed from afar. Nezha couldn't resist looking up and was met with the sight of Yin Shinyang, weary yet determined, soaring toward him. Mother! Surprise flickered in Nezha's eyes but was quickly masked as he smiled at Yin Shinyang, retracting the circle in his grasp. Yin Shinyang, still filled with relief, witnessed Nezha suddenly extend a hand, ablaze with true fire, probing into the wound Ao Bing bore from her earlier strike. A piercing howl erupted from Ao Bing as his body twisted weakly before stiffening and plummeting toward the ground. Steadying himself, Nezha's eyes were filled with icy resolve as dark smoke began to swirl around his hand, which had penetrated Ao Bing's dragon form, and the wound widened ominously. Nezha bit his lip tightly, his palm sweeping fiercely within the dragon's body until it encountered the hardened dragon sinew. A fleeting smile crossed Nezha's face as he seized the sinew, lifting it high, and in that moment, Ao Bing's sinew was forcibly extracted from his body. Gazing at the sinew in his hand, Nezha felt a surge of relief. He had ultimately followed the path of his predecessor, slaying dragons and extracting their sinews, yet he pondered what transformations awaited him in the future. Upon this realization, Nezha suddenly recalled Yin Shinyang. He lifted his blood-soaked visage and managed a strained smile at the astonished Yin Shinyang. Yet, as his body swayed and convulsed, he collapsed alongside the fallen form of Ao Bing, crashing thunderously before the temple. Observing Nezha's tumbling figure and remembering the gaze he had cast upon her moments earlier, Yin Shinyang felt a sharp pang in her heart. Forgetting all about the dragon prince, she let out a desperate cry and soared towards the direction where Nezha had fallen, landing before the temple and fervently searching for his body. It was only when she discovered a crimson ribbon, the Hunyuan Ling, deep beneath the dragon's body. About 4 to 5 meters down, that joy and sorrow intertwined, and she desperately pulled Nezha out. She held the unconscious Nezha tightly in her arms, momentarily rendered speechless. It seemed that this divine battle had reached its conclusion. As various onlookers cast a final glance at the unresponsive Nezha before preparing to depart and report to their superiors about the day's events. As the cold wind swept through and the sky darkened, a collective sigh escaped their lips. The world had truly fallen into chaos. However, this day was destined to be extraordinary. Just as the crowd was about to leave, over 100 ghostly enforcers suddenly appeared at Tianshou Mountain, a rare occurrence in recent years. The crowd halted their steps, awaiting the unfolding of events. Yin Shinyang, in particular, grew anxious, fiercely shielding Nezha's form. Yet, the ghostly enforcers paid no heed to Nezha. Rather, one of them produced a jade-hued ledger and, as if proclaiming a heavenly decree, began to read aloud amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers. Today, the dragon prince Ao Bing has violated celestial laws, committing countless acts of slaughter, plunging the living into despair. The heavenly order is immutable, and all beings possess their wishes. A myriad of feathers may outweigh Mount Tai. Thus, for his earthly sins, he shall be cast into the 18 layers of hell, eternally subjected to torment. Upon the conclusion of this declaration, the ghostly enforcers formed a circle around Ao Bing's body, intoning some incantation. Soon, a dragon's soul emerged from the corpse. Indeed, it was Ao Bing's spirit. I refuse to accept this. I am of the celestial ranks, a deity. You cannot drag me back to the underworld. The lives I have taken are but mere ants. Mere ants. As the dragon soul manifested, it bellowed in defiance, causing the surrounding ghostly enforcers to waver momentarily. However, these enforcers appeared well prepared. Their leader swiftly produced a reincarnation disc from his robes and directed it towards the dragon soul. Ao Bing, without any means of resistance, was swiftly drawn into the disk. The reincarnation disk. Could it be that Lady Hutu has intervened? How intriguing. The underworld. It seems a resurgence of my Buddhist teachings is necessary. For it appears the underworld, too, requires my guidance. Watching the ghostly enforcers gradually fade away. An old Taoist at the foot of the mountain muttered to himself before smiling and turning to leave. Yet, the other Taoists surrounding him seemed utterly oblivious to his presence. As the onlookers beheld the spirit of the third prince of the dragon clan being restrained, they recalled the saying, "A multitude of feathers can outweigh Mount Tai." In that moment, they were rendered speechless, uncertain of what to articulate. Chapter 34, The Chorus of All Spirits. The Dragon Clan, since the inception of the cosmos, was born from the veins of Pangu, with the first dragon, the ancestor dragon, reigning supreme in the primordial chaos. Under the leadership of the ancestor dragon during the primordial era, the Dragon Clan once commanded great respect and prestige, enjoying a status of supremacy among all beings. They not only ruled over the seas and myriad rivers and lakes, but also occupied vast expanses of the primordial earth, showcasing their transformative powers and manifesting auspicious omens, earning the admiration of the world. Not only in the mortal realm, but also within the realms of immortals and demons, dragons were regarded as sacred and untouchable. However, as the saying goes, extreme prosperity leads to decline. When the Dragon Clan ascended to dominance in the primordial world, they gradually succumbed to indulgence over time. At this juncture, the Phoenix Clan, a formidable force, established their stronghold in the southern regions, thriving in the primordial expanse. The two clans, one embodying fire and the other water, coexisted without conflict. Yet, during this period, the path to enlightenment had not yet been paved by sages, and even the esteemed Hongjun had yet to attain sanctity. The 3,000 demonic gods, born alongside the primordial chaos, dissipated after Panga's creation of the heavens. However, not all these demonic beings vanished. Two survived. One became the future Hongjun, while the other was Rahu. At that time, Hongjun resided in the east, while Rahu was in the west. Both possessing the jade butterfly of creation, each aspiring to become the foremost under heaven. Yet, beneath the heavens, there exists only one heavenly path, making it impossible for both to embody the Tao and govern its operation. Consequently, Rahu devised a scheme to incite discord between the Dragon and Phoenix clans, aiming to instigate a great conflict that would disrupt the East and undermine Hongjuan's path to enlightenment. This ultimately led to the incident involving the Phoenix Princess and the Dragon Prince, igniting the Dragon-Phoenix War. After this battle, both clans were compelled to withdraw from the primordial realm. The Dragon Clan retreated to the Eastern Sea, while the Phoenix Clan returned to their ancestral mountain. The southern immortal volcano, which has not seen the light of day for countless years, even leading later generations to forget the existence of the Phoenix Clan within its depths. Even during the subsequent war of witches and demons, both clans remained uninvolved, skillfully avoiding the turmoil that unfolded in the primordial world. As the years passed, the serene environment of the Four Seas caused the younger generations of the Dragon Clan to gradually lose their sense of vigilance. The remnants of the ancient golden dragons became increasingly rare, retreating deeper into the seas, resulting in the current impossibility of encountering five-clawed golden dragons on the continent. Even the contemporary dragon kings of the Four Seas are merely four-clawed golden dragons. Yet, not all within the Dragon Clan have forgotten their noble heritage. For some ancient dragons that have endured through the ages, the glory of their ancestors remains vivid in their memories. As time flows and life approaches its conclusion, these reclusive dragons of the Four Seas can no longer endure solitude, much like the Witch Clan, preparing to seize this great calamity as an opportunity for resurgence, aiming to make a final stand for their descendants. Though the Dragon Clan of the Four Seas finds its powers considerably diminished and its members diverse in quality, there still exists a lineage of remarkable descendants. Coupled with the accumulation of countless years, their potential lies dormant. To outsiders, the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas merely appear as minor deities, governing the realms below and providing rain and clouds. However, should the Dragon Clan unleash its full might, the profound strength accumulated over the ages would indeed send tremors throughout the entire primordial world. At the moment of the third prince's peril, a sudden chorus of dragon roars erupted from the Dragon Palace, followed by a harmonious symphony of countless dragon voices. The once somber and silent palace was thrown into utter chaos. The sea soldiers within the palace, bewildered by the unfolding events, knelt in panic, offering fervent prayers. Simultaneously, a summons was issued from the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, prompting the 4 Sea Dragon Kings to mobilize. Countless sea tribes answered the call to gather at the Dragon Palace. It was only at this juncture that those among the sea tribes realized that their legendary ancestors had indeed survived, igniting a blend of excitement and anxiety as they joined their forebears in converging upon the palace. The Sea Turtle Clan, the Shell Clan, the Dragon Horse Clan, the Sea Snake Clan, the Shrimp Clan, the Crab Clan, the Red Carp Clan, and the Sea Monkey Clan. All these diverse races emerged at that moment. As these tribes converged, the ranks of powerful beings swelled, culminating in an astonishing presence of myriad beings of the earthly immortal realm within the Dragon Palace, with tens of thousands of celestial immortals among them. Meanwhile, the four sea dragon kings took their places at the back, standing according to their lineages, as countless reclusive ancestors emerged. Among them were several dozen of the Dragon Clan's forebears at the Tai Golden Immortal level, with hundreds possessing the prowess of Golden Immortals and Tai Xian Immortals. If the ever-arrogant Heavenly Emperor were to witness such a scene, envy would surely have turned his eyes green with jealousy. Around them, the venerable ancestors of the surrounding sea tribes knelt deeply, their gazes filled with reverence towards the sovereigns of the sea. Observing the surrounding scene, the four sea dragon kings felt a surge of warmth in their hearts and murmured, "At long last, this day has arrived." At that moment, a five-clawed golden dragon, seated in the position of the Eastern Sea Dragon King, surveyed the gathered sea clans with an air of authority and inquired, "Have all the clans of the four seas assembled?" The dragon kings of the four seas stepped forth, affirming, "The descendants of the dragon clan, along with all tribes, have arrived without exception." "Very well," nodded the elder in the golden robe, who had transformed from the five-clawed golden dragon. He then turned to a figure in black robes beside him and asked, "What is your assessment of the might of my dragon palace?" The elder in black, representing the witch clan and sent to establish contact with the dragon palace, was taken aback by the enduring power and influence of the dragon clan after so many years. Overwhelmed with both astonishment and joy, he suppressed his surprise and nodded, "Indeed, the dragon clan is worthy of its former dominion over the primordial world, instilling fear in all beings. I am filled with admiration." The five-clawed golden dragon, upon hearing this, revealed a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. "My dragon clan boasts an army of 1,000,000 strong, and each tribe contributes millions of capable warriors. Our martial prowess unmatched across the realm. Though we may not compare to our ancestors, dealing with the so-called immortals of today is exceedingly simple." As he spoke, the five-clawed golden dragon gently waved his hand towards the void, instantly revealing a clear image of the scene beyond the palace, where countless sea soldiers stood in orderly formation, stretching endlessly. The elders of various clans, upon witnessing the spectacle within the mirror, could not help but display a hint of venerable nostalgia in their eyes. It had been ages since they had witnessed such might. The man clad in black felt his heart race momentarily before he steadied his composure and remarked, "Indeed, the lineage of the dragon clan is formidable. However, our witch clan boasts millions of kin, fierce in battle and unafraid of death." The golden dragon nodded non-committally before responding, "My dragon clan has concluded its affairs. I hope your clan acts swiftly. Moreover, I wish for the return of my nephew's soul after this is over." "Naturally," replied the black-clad man. "The 10 kings of our witch clan have already united millions of troops, awaiting the dragon clan's initiation." Hearing this, the man felt a pang of bitterness. The third prince of the dragon, captured by the personal decree of Lady Hutu, had been irreversibly struck down by her divine authority, cast permanently into the depths of the 18 layers of hell, where even the 10 Yama kings could not intervene, unless Lady Hutu herself intervened. Thus, the man deftly redirected the conversation. "Good. Everyone, heed my command. All clans should intensify their military training. Let the four seas dragon kings lead an advance force of 100,000 to set foot in the primordial wilderness, while the main force will consolidate in half a month's time, completely seizing control of the wilderness." The five-clawed golden dragon, stirred by fervor, wildly waved his hand and stood up, his eyes sparkling with ambition. At Tianshou Mountain, within the shrine of the mountain deity, Nezha lay quietly on the ground beside the offering table, his complexion pale as snow, his lips and eyes tightly shut, resembling a lifeless corpse. Beside him stood a woman, a fawn and a dragon tortoise. The fawn, displaying anxiousness, gently nudged Nezha's cheek with its head, as if attempting to awaken him, while the dragon tortoise, though more composed, also showed signs of sorrow and unease. "Nezha, Nezha, please awaken." The woman, with swollen eyes, wept softly, her palms pressed tightly against Nezha's chest, as waves of spiritual energy flowed continuously into him. Yet, it was as if they were stones sinking into the ocean, with no response whatsoever. Had it not been for the faint rhythm of a heartbeat emanating from Nezha's chest, Yin might have believed him to be truly deceased. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted outside the shrine. The previously silent entrance became lively. Yin, momentarily dazed, turned her gaze outward. She beheld nearly 100 individuals clad in white mourning garments, carrying offerings of 3 sacrificial animals, all approaching the Nezha shrine. Accompanying them were over 100 surviving celestial deer and various creatures that had endured in the mountains. The villagers presented their offerings, lit incense, and then retreated from the shrine. Among them, a snow-haired elder led the group and, bowing deeply towards Nezha, uttered, "Thank you, mountain deity, for saving the lives of us mere mortals. We beseech the mountain deity to show us mercy and awaken quickly. We need your protection." As time passed, the mountain dwellers came forth in succession, pleading with the mountain god to show them mercy and awaken swiftly. Gradually, their voices grew louder, and the creatures around bowed their heads, kneeling on their forelegs, harmoniously raising their calls. What should have been a cacophony of disarray now resonated with a solemn unity. The chorus of life intertwined, their voices rising higher and spreading further, enveloping the entirety of Tianshou Mountain. "We implore you, mountain god, have pity on us and awaken at once." Yin gazed at the scene unfolding outside, feeling the cries that seemed to penetrate her very soul. Tears suddenly welled up, and she tenderly caressed Nezha's youthful cheek, unsure if her emotions stemmed from pride or sorrow. "My son is no longer a child. He has grown up. Open your eyes and see, there are countless beings calling for you. They need you, and I need you." As time flowed inexorably onward, Nezha, at this moment, was no longer the child who would frolic at her knees, laughing joyfully. He had matured, shouldering the devotion of the people. Chapter 35. Clouds of doubt over Xixiao Palace. Another year had passed, and Nezha's form had been restored to that of a statue, enshrined by Yin in the temple, where offerings were made continuously. Yin vigilantly kept watch over her child in the temple, accompanied daily by a tortoise and a deer, standing quietly together. Throughout Tianshou Mountain, as time progressed, life gradually returned, and the people emerged from their sorrow, rebuilding their homes. Yet, they never forgot the statue of Nezha standing in the temple. However, the beings of Tianshou Mountain remained oblivious to the chaos that had erupted in the world. The catalyst for this turmoil lay in the forgotten Tianshou Mountain. As the Dragon Clan finally revealed its fangs, without the chance to avenge Ao Bing, they waged war against the creatures of the continent. The value of Ao Bing had diminished. Once the veil was lifted, both he and Tianshou Mountain were cast aside into obscurity. Even when occasionally remembered, it was met with a mere sigh and a shake of the head. Nevertheless, this calamity that preceded the canonization seemed to disrupt the order of heaven and earth. The sages observed the primal chaos in silence, each calculating their own strategies. Yet that day, the sages convened once more. Since Hongjun the Taoist merged with the heavenly Tao, the cosmos appeared to have returned to its rightful path, moving toward its destined cycle. The sages had grown accustomed to this predetermined fate. Even when calamities arose, they merely signified a cleansing of the world. Whether it was the ancient calamity of dragons and phoenixes, the subsequent calamity of witches and demons, or the impending war of canonization, the sages acknowledged their significance but understood that these events were inevitable cycles of the heavenly Tao. In this cycle, what had aged, what was to be discarded, and what was destined to vanish would inevitably fade away, only to be submerged by the emergence of the new. However, this time, when the Dragon Clan and the Witch Clan joined forces, the circumstances appeared to have transformed. As the tales buried for countless years resurfaced, and the forgotten began to stir once more, it became evident that this world was destined for change. In the Purple Sky Palace, its whereabouts remained a mystery even to the sage. Not even the holy figures knew of its location. Long ago, after the Tao ancestor Hongjun achieved unity, he had left a proclamation, essentially stating that he would only manifest unless there were great upheavals in the heavens and earth that contradicted the laws of fate. Otherwise, Hongjun would no longer exist in this realm. Yet, on this day, a sudden chime resonated through the chaotic void, echoing throughout the hazy world of chaos. Mortals could not perceive it, but the 6 sages felt the sound as if it were at their very ears, causing them great astonishment as they hastened towards a certain direction within the chaos. Amidst the chaos, the stars scattered across the expanse, with occasional celestial bodies exploding in brilliant displays of light, while new stars emerged, emanating waves of ethereal mist. Everything appeared vibrant and alive, yet curiously devoid of sound, lending an air of strangeness. In that moment, in a realm seemingly untouched by any external presence, a palace suddenly materialized. from an unknown source. 6 beams of light shot forth, and upon closer inspection, one would undoubtedly recognize that these 6 figures were the revered 6 sages of the primordial era. In the blink of an eye, they arrived before the palace, gazing at the 3 ancient and unadorned characters spelling Purple Sky Palace. A complex expression emerged upon the faces of the 6. Laozi appeared reverent, yet subtly defiant, while Tongtian and Enhua, along with the other 3, observed quietly, their eyes reflecting a myriad of thoughts. The 2 named disciples of Hongjun, Jiejing and Zhuanti, the leaders of the Western teachings, exhibited little emotion, appearing somewhat cold, distant, and unfamiliar. Their demeanor was understandable, for during Hongjuan's teachings, when questioned about the path to enlightenment, he had outlined 3 methods: the path of strength, the attainment of holiness through virtue, and the severance of the 3 corpses to achieve sanctity, bestowing the foundation for enlightenment upon the 6. Ultimately, however, Hongjun remarked that the great Tao encompasses myriad paths, each capable of leading to enlightenment, and that the seeker need only strive diligently in their practice. In due course, Hongjuan's words were validated. Enhua achieved holiness through virtue, Laozi through the severance of the 3 corpses, while the remaining 4 sages attained enlightenment by establishing a doctrinal lineage and expressing grand aspirations to educate the populace. Yet, the paths of the latter 4 ultimately fell under the category of achieving holiness through virtue, as the merit of education indeed constituted a virtuous act. As for the other methods of enlightenment mentioned by Hongjun, those lacking a foundational basis often achieved no greater success than that of a quasi-saint. Even in the ancient heavenly court, figures as formidable as Emperor Jun and Tai, or the 12 ancestor witches, forever remained a fraction short of the sages' fortunes, able to compete with the sages momentarily, yet inevitably destined for a fate of obliteration. Thus arose the adage, beneath the sages, all are but ants. The reason for the indifference shown by Hongjun towards Jane and Zhuanti stems from the accumulated sentiments during the last discourse at the Purple Sky Palace. Although Hongjun is a sage, he remains human, and thus cannot be entirely selfless. In the past, when Hongjun established his doctrine, he sought to preserve the lineage he had created, ultimately bequeathing 6 saints, 4 of whom were aligned with the Eastern Orthodoxy. However, his decision to pass the teachings to Jane and Zhuanti appeared to be filled with hesitation. Yet, the great Tao is impartial. Even Hongjun could not forcibly alter its course. To maintain the fundamental balance of the Tao's operation, he reluctantly granted the foundations for the sanctification of 2 paths to the west, while also imparting the truth that Buddhism is inherently rooted in the Tao. During the final distribution of treasures, he scattered the precious spiritual treasures among the Eastern saints, leaving the Western saints with merely a primordial spiritual treasure, a few postnatal treasures, and a personal magical artifact. Ultimately, Jane and Zhuanti became the last 2 saints to attain enlightenment, and the enduring suppression of the Western teachings by Taoism seems to be intricately linked to Hongjuan's displayed attitude. Practitioners universally regard the Western teachings as divergent paths. This sentiment has led the 2 Western saints to toil diligently, harboring a sense of grievance and discontent towards Hongjuan's apparent favoritism. As the myriad saints stood in contemplation, quietly observing the Purple Sky Palace, the closed palace doors silently swung open, revealing a deep corridor paved with purple jade. The saints exchanged glances before turning in unison, entering the palace without a sound. As the doors shut behind them, tranquility returned outside, and the Purple Sky Palace gradually faded into the void, becoming invisible. Within the palace, the 6 saints gathered. After traversing the serene jade corridor, they beheld an elder clad in Taoist robes, seated upon a meditation cushion within the hall. However, at that moment, they felt no fluctuations of energy before them. Upon closing their eyes, they discovered an emptiness, devoid of anything. The saints understood that this was due to Hongjun having transformed into the heavenly Tao, and they recognized the vast chasm that lay between them and him. We humbly pay our respects to our master. Regardless of their inner thoughts, the 6 saints stood before Hongjun, bowing respectfully with clasped fists and greeting him with reverence. The elder, seated upon the cushion, felt a tremor at the corners of his eyes upon hearing their words. He then opened his eyes, revealing a gaze filled with the swirling cycles of reincarnation, the dimming of stars, and the birth of new ones. Infinite complexities seemed to unfold, entangling countless causes and effects. The saints' eyes quivered, and they hastily lowered their heads, daring not to look further. You and I are already companions in the Tao. It suffices for us to refer to one another as such, without need for further formality. Though Hongjuan's voice bore no tremor, it contained an inexplicable rhythm that was difficult to articulate. The saints, having achieved the state of primordial sages, are eternal and indestructible. The Tao remains unvanquished, and the sage endures. In this, Hongjuan's words certainly held a measure of truth. However, the assembly of sages did not take it seriously. Setting aside the events of the past at the Zixiao Palace, even in the present, as they gazed upon the incarnation of Hongjun, a subtle chill gripped their hearts. Since ancient times, the Tao of heaven has been capricious. Though the sages are immortal, myriad means exist to constrain them, and Hongjun is the master of such methods. Observing the sage's demeanor, Hongjun ceased to speak further, lightly gesturing to the side, whereupon 6 white thrones materialized in the air. The 6 sages sequentially took their seats, patiently awaiting Hongjuan's forthcoming words. They were aware of the proclamations made by Hongjun in times past, yet now, as Hongjuan's incarnation re-emerged, it seemed that profound changes were looming over the primordial world. In the bygone era of the dragon and phoenix calamity, the primordial realm was rent asunder, leading to untold suffering among its denizens, compounded further by the celestial demons' disturbances. The great Tao sensed the incompleteness of the heavenly path, thus descending the creation jade butterfly under the legacy of the Pangu, to orchestrate the principles of cosmic operation and rectify the heavenly path. Henceforth, the dragon and phoenix clans withdrew into seclusion, and subsequently, the strife between the witch and demon tribes established the laws of heaven and earth. The 12 Yuan would gather to confront a great calamity, to restore the heavenly path. The sages listened intently to Hongjuan's discourse, each lost in contemplation. Recently, a celestial meteor from beyond had disrupted the heavenly order, causing a sudden chaos in the heavenly mechanisms, rendering all causality within the primordial realm nebulous and indistinct. Foreboding significant upheaval, the emergence of the dragon clan and the resurgence of the witch clan within the primordial world signified a portentous change. They urged one another to remain vigilant. As for the matter of the canonization of gods, it could be postponed. Once the necessary departures had occurred, the canonization could proceed. Though Hongjun spoke with calmness, a tempest of emotions surged within the hearts of the sages. They had not anticipated such transformations, yet with Hongjun himself revealing this truth, and given his own uncertainty regarding the celestial mechanisms, it seemed that the matter was indeed grave. Reflecting upon the recent resurgence of the dragon clan across the primordial continent and the stirring of the witch clan, the sages, despite sensing the anomaly, had dispatched their disciples to investigate, believing it to be merely the natural course of the heavenly Tao. Their focus remained predominantly on the battle for canonization, unaware that deeper mysteries lay beneath the surface. Nuwa, beside them, appeared lost in thought, her gaze shifting momentarily before she lowered her eyes, pondering silently. However, among the assembly, some secretly rejoiced, particularly the sages Jie and Zhuangji, who perceived the impending upheaval as a fortuitous opportunity for the flourishing of their Western teachings, their fervor intensifying. Chapter 36. The thoughts of King Zhou to seize control of the primordial realm without intervention from the heavenly court. It was paramount to first eradicate the human dynasty of the primordial realm. The Dragon Palace comprehended this rationale. When the third Prince Ao Bing of the Dragon Clan engaged in battle at Tianshou Mountain, the human Emperor Zhou of the Shang dynasty had issued an edict, demanding the Dragon Palace to remedy the plight of the common folk and hold them accountable. As the saying goes, the dragon governs the 4 seas. The Son of Heaven oversees the realm. Although the dragon kings of the 4 seas held dominion over their territories, from the perspective of the heavenly Tao, they remained under the jurisdiction of the Son of Heaven, subject to his rule. Thus, Emperor Zhou's decree for accountability was indeed reasonable. In times past, the 4 seas would have extended a measure of courtesy to the Shang dynasty. Yet now, as the situation had grown dire, it was inconceivable that they would heed the edict of the Shang emperor. Instead, what awaited the Shang dynasty was an overwhelming force of over 1 million sea-dwelling warriors, relentlessly advancing toward the Shang Empire. In less than a month, they had obliterated several small nations of the East China Sea, prompting numerous feudal lords to beseech the Shang emperor for aid. In response to this dire situation, Emperor Zhou of Shang issued an edict commanding all feudal states to bolster their armies and provide assistance to the eastern realms. He also dispatched hundreds of thousands of elite troops to reinforce the eastern front. In that moment, the atmosphere was charged with tension, and the human populace was gripped by fervor. The once revered Dragon Mother Temple and various Dragon King temples across the land were ruthlessly desecrated. At this juncture, the affairs concerning the Nuwa Temple were all but forgotten. However, the human forces found themselves at a distinct disadvantage against the well-prepared and formidable dragon clans, struggling to inflict significant damage. Reports of losses flooded in daily, with devastating news reaching the front lines. The sea tribes of the East, accustomed to barbarism, upon reaching the continent, unveiled their primal instincts, which erupted, particularly when met with resistance, leading to a series of massacres. A chilling, blood-red aura began to permeate the vast wilderness, spreading from the east. The human race was engulfed in panic. Some cultivators emerged from seclusion to assist the Shang forces in their struggle against the dragon clans, yet their efforts proved insufficient, as the front lines were inexorably drawn inward, leaving a wake of devastation in the sea tribe's path. Observing the continuous defeats of his imperial army from his stronghold in Chaoga, King Zhou could no longer contain his fury. Ignoring the counsel of his ministers, he personally led the Shang cultivators, particularly those from the sect, to the front lines to oversee the battle. This bold move invigorated the morale of the Shang army and managed to stabilize the front lines, albeit precariously. Yet, everyone understood that without the intervention of the heavens, the forces of humanity would struggle to contend with the dragon clans, especially with the relentless reinforcements of the East Sea giants and sea monsters. Fortunately, the disciples of the sect, having mastered the celestial arts, managed to hold their ground against the four seas dragon clans. As the war drums resounded, within a grand tent reminiscent of a starry night encircling the moon, Emperor Zhou silently studied the map before him, a deep furrow of concern etched across his brow. According to the latest intelligence, the subsequent forces of the four seas dragon clans were hastening to the battlefield. Particularly alarming was the annihilation of a vanguard force of over 10,000 on his left flank that morning, which had severely impacted the morale of the troops, causing the previously buoyant spirits to wane. Zhou furrowed his brow, his once robust frame appearing somewhat diminished. The imperial sword at his side emanated a metallic scent of blood, a remnant of his recent battle where he had personally vanquished a newly matured dragon. His slender fingers traced the map gently, calculating his own forces and contemplating the next course of action. Just then, a voice called from outside. "Report. General Li Jing requests an audience." Upon hearing this, King Zhou's eyes flickered with urgency as he commanded, "Quickly, bring him in." Then, a clattering sound of armor echoed from outside, and a middle-aged man, reeking of blood, entered clad in armor. "I pay my respects to your majesty." This man was none other than Li Jing. Upon entering, he bowed respectfully to King Zhou. The king promptly advanced to assist Li Jing in rising. "My dear minister, there is no need for such formalities. During this time, I am exceedingly grateful for your efforts alongside those four generals. Yet, the Dragon Palace is formidable, and our military is gradually finding it difficult to hold our ground. I wonder how we shall respond henceforth." Upon hearing this, Li Jing did not dare to underestimate King Zhou. The valor displayed by the king on the battlefield in recent days was such that even he, a peak earth immortal, could hardly contend with it. Thus, he replied with utmost respect, "Your Majesty, do not worry. General Fei Hu, Lord Su, and Generals Yuan Hong and Zhang Kuei have all arrived. Additionally, there is General Yu Hua. Although the situation appears grim, we still possess the strength to fight." Hearing this, King Zhou nodded, his eyes sparkling with brilliance as he gently stroked the heavenly sword. "What you say is indeed true, General Li. Our Shang dynasty has been blessed with an abundance of talent for centuries, with the assistance of numerous generals and the support of the populace. Although the Dragon Clan may display temporary valor, they act against the heavenly principles, committing atrocities against humanity. Therefore, we shall surely prevail in this battle." Li Jing felt a sense of awe at the powerful aura emanating from King Zhou, who had recently ascended to the throne. Unbeknownst to him, the monarch of the Shang dynasty seemed to have grown even more formidable through this trial. "By the way, where is Master One?" King Zhou suddenly recalled his esteemed mentor, Wen Zhong, and inquired. The absence of Wen Zhong caused a slight unease within the king, for the venerable advisor had served 3 dynasties with unwavering loyalty to Yin and Shang. Moreover, the war with the Dragon Palace involved practitioners, necessitating the reliance on Master One. Li Jing, perceiving the king's concern for Master One, felt a twinge of discomfort but responded nonetheless. "Master One is likely busy gathering the celestial beings of the to prepare for the battle." "Indeed," King Zhou nodded. "We owe much to the celestial beings of this time." As for the affairs of the court in Chaoga, King Zhou was untroubled. Though he had a penchant for warfare, he was aware of his strengths and weaknesses. He had entrusted governance to his uncle, Bai Gan, and with the wisdom of his virtuous queen, he felt secure. The only concern lingering in King Zhou's mind was the perilous nature of the imminent conflict, the most dangerous moment for the Shang dynasty. After all, their adversaries were the ancient descendants of the Dragon Clan, possessing immense powers. While the Shang army could manage against mere shrimp and crab soldiers, Facing those beings who had attained the status of Earth Immortals would yield little success, even with military formations, let alone against the Dragon Clan. By the way, I wonder if there is any other matter that brings you here, dear minister? King Zhou turned around, kneeling at the table, and asked. Li Jing, reminded of his purpose for coming, quickly spoke. Your Majesty. General Yuan Hong has already led a large army to the left sand mound to reinforce the left flank. Is our central army perhaps a bit thin? Should the Dragon Palace decide to launch an assault on our camp? Upon hearing this, King Zhou waved his hand dismissively and remarked, There is no need for concern. Master Wen has already devised a plan. Even if a master from the Dragon Clan were to arrive, we can hold our ground. However, your words have made me worry about Minister Yuan's situation. The left flank has just suffered a great defeat, and the morale of the troops may be somewhat shaken. Li Jing, upon hearing this, could only lower his head in silence, knowing that there was little he could do. If Yuan Hong could turn the tide in one fell swoop, perhaps there was still a chance for redemption. After some deliberation between the ruler and his ministers, another civilian official, Fei Zhong, who had accompanied the army, entered and interjected, Your Majesty. It is said that General Li once saved the life of the Dragon King of the East Sea, and they share a bond akin to that of sworn brothers. Why not send General Li to the Dragon Palace to gauge the sentiments of the Dragon Clan? Among the notorious 3 treacherous officials of the Tianshou dynasty, Fei Zhong was one, and he had often clashed with Li Jing, alongside Zheng Jiugong. In such dire circumstances, it was unfathomable for Li Jing, stained with the blood of countless beings, to consider a visit to the Dragon Palace. The enmity between the human race and the Dragon Clan had begun the moment the latter sought to reclaim their dominion over the primordial continent. This was a matter of survival for both races, not merely a personal affair, but one that would determine the future of the primordial realm. To suggest that Li Jing venture to the Dragon Palace was akin to sending him to his doom. Li Jing's expression shifted upon hearing this. Yet, King Zhou cast a knowing glance at Fei Zhong, shaking his head with a smile. Dear Fei, do not jest about General Li. I am well aware of his character. Fei Zhong, realizing the gravity of his suggestion, smiled faintly and fell silent. However, the mention of this matter prompted King Zhou to recall something else, and he could not help but address Li Jing. I know of the deep affection between you and Lady Li. I wonder why she is yet to arrive? Has General Li sent someone to fetch her? Li Jing's face flushed with embarrassment at this inquiry, and he shook his head without uttering a word. You remain as stubborn as ever. I know a bit about Lady Li. Her heart is filled with thoughts of you. As a man, it is rather unbecoming that you do not seek her out in her absence. King Zhou shook his head, amusement glinting in his eyes as he regarded Li Jing. By the way, I am rather curious to see your young son. The one who has personally drawn a dragon's sinew? King Zhou seemed to utter this casually. Li Jing was taken aback, although the Dragon Palace had planned for this. The current conflict was intricately tied to Nezha, which provided the Dragon Palace with an excuse for their aggressive actions. If scrutinized closely, Nezha could hardly escape culpability. Though he had publicly severed ties with Nezha, the king's tone still connected him with the boy, especially considering that Shinyang was still at Tianshou Mountain. He could not help but think, I have been gravely harmed by that scoundrel, and as for Shinyang, I should have bound her and brought her back. King Zhou seemed to perceive Li Jing's thoughts and cast him an amused glance, saying, In fact, I believe that boy acted quite splendidly. His extraction was commendable. Had I been there, I would not only have drawn the sinew but also stripped the dragon's hide to vent my frustration. It must be said that the young lad has indeed become a small hero, daring to confront the third prince of the dragon in order to protect the myriad beings of the mountains, reminiscent of my own audacity in my younger days. Upon hearing these words, Li Jing felt a weight lift from his heart, yet he could not suppress the complex emotions that surged within him. With the emperor's words, it seemed that Nezha would no longer face harsh scrutiny. However, the memory of Nezha's wild gaze and the murderous intent within it sent a shiver down his spine. Chapter 37. Rebirth. On this day, the heavens once again fell into darkness. The winds outside the Nezha temple howled fiercely, and rain fell incessantly, forming small torrents that washed over the stone steps outside the temple. Yet, regardless of the tempest outside, there was not a whisper of wind nor a drop of rain within the temple, which seemed to exist in a realm entirely separate from this chaotic world. Time flowed gently onward, the sky dimming gradually, marking the passage of yet another day. As night descended, the rain continued unabated. Within the flickering light of incense in the Nezha temple, a young woman, bearing a sharp sword upon her back, stood silently, her gaze fixed on the torrential downpour outside. Worry etched upon her brow. Her voice barely carried beyond her immediate surroundings, swallowed by the vastness of nature. Since last year, This primordial land had been beset by rain almost daily, with rare moments of sunshine, causing immense suffering to the creatures of the earth. Shenyang understood that this was due to the dragon's wrath unleashed by the four seas. "My lady, when will the young master awaken? I long to speak with him." At that moment, a bright voice chimed in, emanating from a small deer nearby. Shenyang turned to glance at the fawn at her feet, managing a faint smile. "Do not fret, your young master shall awaken soon. He is merely tired and in need of rest. Once he has recuperated, he will naturally awaken." The little deer nodded in response. This was a phrase it had asked repeatedly, and Shenyang had consistently replied in kind. Despite the passage of time, the fawn remained steadfast in its belief. Nearby, the dragon tortoise lay languidly, disinterested in the world around it, yet it remained vigilantly by Nezha's side. It was revealed that 6 months prior, with the assistance of the dragon tortoise, the fawn had refined the bone in its throat and was now capable of speech. Initially, Shenyang had been surprised by the presence of these two spirit beasts beside Nezha, but as time passed, and her focus shifted entirely to her son, she ceased to inquire further. Now, she had grown accustomed to the lively fawn and the taciturn dragon tortoise. Shenyang had gleaned some understanding of the fawn's identity. Yet the silent dragon tortoise remained an enigma. Although she suspected it to be a divine beast, she could not fathom its reasons for accompanying her son. Nevertheless, based on her observations, she felt reassured that the dragon tortoise bore no ill intent, continually safeguarding Nezha, and thus chose not to dwell on the matter further. Shenyang sighed softly, then turned to glance at the vividly lifelike statue of Nezha, as if he were standing before her, engaging in playful banter. For a moment, she felt somewhat dazed, until after a long while, she withdrew her gaze and caught sight of the seemingly slumbering dragon turtle on the ground. It appeared that no one would be coming today. "By the way, little deer, will you be returning, or will you stay here?" Shenyang said, observing the intensifying rain outside. Little deer, feeling somewhat restless, kicked the ground beneath her. Ever since Nezha fell into a coma, she had inexplicably developed an aversion to the incessant patter of rain. However, today she did not intend to leave. A sense of anticipation lingered in her heart, as if something significant were destined to occur tonight. "Once he go back, I shall remain here to guard the young master," she resolved. Disliking the dampness of the rain, Shenyang nodded, stepping out of the Nezha temple and into a nearby small cottage. After a while, she returned, carrying several plates of vegetarian dishes. "Very well, since we are not returning, let us have a meal here." She arranged the dishes before the Nezha statue, set a pair of chopsticks and a bowl in the direction of Nezha, and placed 2 more plates of food on either side. Then she picked up her bowl and began to eat. Little deer and the dragon turtle stepped forward without hesitation, bowing their heads to partake of the vegetarian dishes from their respective places before lying back down. Outside, the wind howled more fiercely, and the rain fell harder. Shenyang hurriedly tidied up the bowls and chopsticks, then shouldered her long sword, addressing the little deer and the dragon turtle within the temple. "Today, villagers from Shiba village have come to make wishes, claiming strange occurrences have transpired there. I will go investigate. Take good care of things here. I will return once my matters are resolved." Little deer and the dragon turtle nodded, as they had done in the past, taking their positions beside the feet of the Nezha statue, closing their eyes to rest. Observing this, Shenyang smiled and shook her head before braving the wind and rain. Stepping out of the temple, she had undertaken such tasks numerous times before, with her son safeguarding the folk of this land and unable to manifest his divine presence. It was only natural for her, as his mother, to diligently uphold her son's legacy. As time slowly passed, the night deepened, and Shenyang had yet to return. However, little deer and the dragon turtle were untroubled. Since the war a year ago, Tianshou Mountain had seldom been troubled by malevolent spirits. Even when such entities did appear, they were merely ignorant mountain ghosts. Before the Nezha temple, the surroundings had descended into chaos, as if the very essence of heaven and earth had vanished, leaving only the relentless wind and rain to cascade from the sky, creating a symphony of sound. The Nezha temple seemed to stand as the sole beacon amidst the darkness. In the shadows, a faint red glow enveloped the area surrounding the temple, instilling a sense of peace in the nearby beings. This gentle luminescence was soft, yet not blinding. Within the temple, flickering incense candles cast their light, occasionally illuminating the dark, revealing the silhouette of the statue from afar. This serene Nezha temple appeared to merge with the storm and the entire dim expanse, becoming one with the elements. At this moment, Nezha found himself ensconced in a realm that felt utterly alien, surrounded by twinkling starlight and a multitude of souls venerating him as if he had ascended to the throne of a dominion. The denizens incessantly called out to him. Yet Nezha felt an instinctive aversion to everything around him, as if he were perpetually fleeing from a multitude of expectant gazes. In this protracted duration, Nezha spent his days in evasion, unable to comprehend why he instinctively resisted this world. However, one fateful day, he suddenly felt the weight of exhaustion. He no longer wished to run and found himself incapable of doing so. Thus, he halted, and in that instant, nearly all the beings in this world encircled him in silence. Nezha sensed no malice emanating from these creatures, yet this bizarre realm still instilled within him a profound fear. Subsequently, Nezha found himself inexplicably crowned as the sovereign of this world, wielding dominion over the cycles of life and death. His mere utterance could grant life or extinguish it, and a single glance from him could dictate the very rhythm of existence. Gradually, he acclimated to the exquisite pleasures bestowed by such power, relishing the sensation of holding the universe in his grasp. As time unfolded, to the countless beings of this world, their king appeared to have grown accustomed to all that surrounded him. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the emperor who reveled in his glory was haunted by a voice that called out to him in the stillness of the night. Nezha felt an incessant sense of having forgotten something profoundly significant, but the memory eluded him, teasing his mind and compelling him to seek that elusive voice, yielding no results. Over time, the inhabitants of this world finally perceived the unease in their king's heart, yet they were powerless to alleviate his torment. As 70 years passed in the life of Nezha, the passage of time etched lines of age upon his visage, stripping away the vigor of his youth. One day, the aged Nezha succumbed to illness, gazing at the suffering of his subjects, and uttered, "Throughout my life, I have been in pursuit of something elusive. Yet I cannot fathom what it is, nor do I even know who I am." Thus, it seemed that Nezha departed from this world. However, at that very moment, he suddenly awakened, and a myriad of peculiar and extraordinary memories from his past life surged into his consciousness. It was then that the voice calling to him seemingly shattered the barriers, crashing into Nezha with overwhelming force. In that instant, clarity dawned upon him, and everything around him dissolved into fragments, scattering into oblivion. Nezha felt his spirit ascend, soaring into the heavens, propelled by the echoes of his mother's lament. Meanwhile, Nezha suddenly felt as though something within him had exploded. Everything transpired so swiftly, leaving him little time for contemplation. As the resounding blast echoed throughout his being, he felt an extraordinary lightness, as if he had transformed into a celestial star liberated from the confines of the earth and sky. It was as if a brilliant moon had risen amidst the dark heavens, casting silvery rays that rendered the universe utterly transparent. In this ethereal moment, Nezha sensed the emergence of meridians within him, through which blood flowed steadily, circulating with relentless vigor. It was as though, amidst a parched world, rain had suddenly descended, nourishing the barren land, gradually forming streams that converged into rivers. At the Tianling point, a great mountain arose, adorned with throngs of devotees paying homage. This sensation was familiar to Nezha. Though he was uncertain how he could experience it again, he understood that from this moment forth, whenever he truly beheld the world anew, it would signify his journey through the vast wilderness. In the tranquil Nezha temple, the lifelike statue of Nezha underwent a transformation. Suddenly, a sharp sound resonated within the temple, akin to something shattering, and a dazzling red light erupted from the statue's eyes. The entire figure of Nezha came to life, unnoticed by anyone else, as a radiant halo of merit briefly flashed behind his head at the moment of awakening. Chapter 38. The Ancestral Hall of the Village. Wishing everyone a happy Mid-Autumn festival. In the span of a year, the world had seemingly endured a century of cycles for Nezha. As he gazed once more upon the familiar Nezha temple, he found himself at a loss for words. The deer and the dragon turtle were momentarily blinded by the yellow light emanating from the temple, awakening to the sight of the resurrected Nezha, staring in astonishment. "What? Do you not recognize me?" Nezha inquired, listening to the howling winds and rain outside, his brow furrowing involuntarily. He turned his gaze back to the deer and the others, expressing his sentiments. "Young master, you have truly awakened. It is really you." The deer gazed at Nezha, her bright eyes suddenly enveloped in a mist of wonder. Unexpectedly, so much had transpired in just a year's time. After listening to the deer's excited chatter, Nezha could only sigh in reflection, while the dragon turtle, after uttering a few words, found his lines stolen by the deer, leaving him sullenly silent. "Indeed, young master, you cannot fathom how magnificent it was when you vanquished that caterpillar. You should ask the myriad creatures of the mountains, who does not hold you in reverence? Countless sisters in our clan have resolved to diligently cultivate their skills, aspiring to transform and follow you, young master. Upon hearing this, Nezha chuckled bitterly, recalling the bloodshed caused by that fateful duel, feeling a twinge of melancholy. The dragon turtle, sensing Nezha's mood, quickly shifted the subject. By the way, young master, Lady Xing has yet to return since she left. Could something have happened? Upon hearing these words, Nezha felt a tightening in his heart. For over a year, it had been his mother who had been watching over this place. He held great respect and gratitude for Lady Xing, his mother, and at this moment, he could not afford to be negligent. You all stay here. I shall personally go and take a look. With that, Nezha transformed into a streak of crimson light and swiftly vanished from the temple. The remaining dragon turtle squinted its eyes, a sense of astonishment stirring within. It was unexpected how rapidly the young master had advanced in his cultivation, and it seemed he was on the verge of attaining celestial immortality. Meanwhile, the little deer remained oblivious, watching Nezha depart and resignedly lay back down, mumbling to itself. Tianshou Mountain had undergone a significant transformation, with many peaks collapsing into circular mounds, rendering the entire mountain less perilous. However, the most notable change was the low-lying mountain range, stretching 400 to 500 meters, that spanned across the Nezha temple, formed from the body of Ao Bing after his demise. Over the course of the year, the damaged mountain herbs and spiritual flora gradually re-emerged, and some animals began to recover and multiply, their numbers slowly increasing. As Nezha flickered through the landscape, he caught sight of numerous small creatures darting amidst the mountains, the signs of revitalization bringing him considerable solace. Yet, he did not linger to observe closely, for there were more pressing matters that required his attention. Dashan village served as the abode for the mountain folk of Tianshou Mountain. Following the duel from a year ago, after Ao Bing's defeat and the mountain deities' slumber, the once hidden villagers returned to their mountain home, thriving and multiplying. With the mountain deities' deterrent presence, even the nocturnal spirits and demons dared not show themselves. Thus, the villagers gradually gathered their spirits, recovering from their grief and fear, resuming their daily lives. However, this tranquility did not endure for long. Just over a month ago, strange apparitions began to manifest, initially harming livestock. As time passed, emboldened by the slumbering mountain deity, these entities grew increasingly audacious, encroaching upon humanity. At first, the villagers paid little heed, merely offering prayers at the Nezha temple and relaying the matter to the celestial maiden residing within. Consequently, the maiden wielded her sword to vanquish the demons, cleansing the village, which momentarily assuaged their fears. Yet, it seemed that this was merely the beginning. The disturbances did not cease with the cleansing. After a few days of quietude, the apparitions returned, and to their bewilderment, their numbers swelled, with incidents of harm to humans persisting unabated. As a result, Lady Xing found herself with increased responsibilities. During the day, she oversaw the Nezha temple, and by night, she would descend the mountain to hunt the spirits based on the villagers' accounts. Recently, she had just dispatched a demon on the verge of transformation, only to be informed today that several livestock in the village had been drained of their blood and perished. Without delay, Lady Xing prepared her sword and set forth after dinner. Nezha was already aware of the matters at hand, yet he found himself at a loss regarding their nature. However, at that moment, Yin Shenyang had yet to return, which began to stir a sense of unease within him. Swiftly, Nezha arrived at Dashan village, hovering above it. The village, shrouded in the nocturnal rain, lay in an eerie silence, devoid of any sound or signs of struggle. With a flicker in his gaze, he concentrated his magical power, infusing it into his eyes, which then glimmered with a faint crimson light as he peered downward. At that moment, the scene of Dashan village, once tranquil and unchanged, began to unravel its deceptive facade before Nezha's eyes. He observed that the surroundings were enveloped in an invisible shroud of black mist, interweaving ominously. Nezha recognized this as a manifestation of stagnation, a chilling realization that sent a shiver through him, leaving him bewildered as to how such a phenomenon had come to pass. Furrowing his brow, Nezha closed his eyes and harmonized his spirit with the entirety of Tianshou Mountain. Instantly, his vision expanded, revealing every blade of grass and tree upon the mountain with clarity in his mind's eye. Simultaneously, he sensed that the mountain seemed to resonate with jubilation, eliciting a faint smile from his lips. With focused intent, Nezha directed his spirit toward Dashan village. The villagers, who held Nezha in deep reverence, ought to have made it easy for him to perceive the happenings within. However, the reality unfolded in a manner that took him by surprise. As Nezha's consciousness delved into the village, it felt as though it were ensnared in a quagmire, with tendrils of stagnation entwining around him, seemingly seeking to engulf his awareness. His expression shifted, and a low growl escaped him. In a corner of the village, a flash of crimson light erupted, momentarily liberating his consciousness as the suffocating miasma retreated as if encountering its nemesis. Scanning the village with his spiritual sight, he soon discerned that the faces of the villagers bore faint black lines, their foreheads darkened, while some, lost in slumber, emitted anguished cries as if tormented by nightmares. As Nezha pressed onward, he arrived at the ancestral hall of the villagers, only to uncover that this was the very source of the malevolent energy. Moreover, the sound of swords clashing emanated from within. With a surge of determination, Nezha retracted his consciousness and, without a moment's hesitation, propelled himself toward the village's ancestral hall. Standing before the hall, he gazed into its depths, which appeared as a void exuding a chilling aura. Observing the withered flora at the entrance, devoid of any vitality, he felt an eerie wind escape from within, carrying an unsettling presence. Yet, Nezha exhibited no hint of fear. Unbeknownst to all, he had spent a century honing his mortal heart through trials and dreams, inadvertently transcending to the celestial realm. With his mother still inside, he resolved to unveil the malevolent entity that dared to wreak havoc within the territory of Tianshou Mountain. A cold smile graced his lips as the radiant crimson light enveloping him dimmed, and he stepped forward with unwavering resolve. Although this is merely a modest ancestral hall in a small mountain village, it has nurtured generations for decades, passing down its lineage from one to another. The hall is now filled to the brim with memorial tablets, densely packed from top to bottom. Some of the tablets are so ancient that the inscriptions have become illegible. Nezha squints his eyes, surveying everything within the hall. On the incense table before him, remnants of incense ash linger, suggesting that the offerings here are abundant. And the altars and tables of the deities are devoid of dust, indicative of the villagers' daily rituals of cleaning and worship. However, Nezha feels a tinge of concern, as he does not see the figure of Li Xing, and there appears to be no signs of a struggle. After a moment of observation, he finds the surrounding malevolent energy difficult to approach. At that moment, Nezha suddenly takes action. A blazing red light shoots from his fingertips, darting straight towards the highest memorial tablet in the center before merging into it. In the instant that the red light vanishes, the scene before Nezha transforms into a vast, ominous estate shrouded in dark energy, devoid of any identifying marks. Simultaneously, Nezha finally spots Li Xing within this estate, where she is engaged in a battle of magic with a crimson-haired specter. It is evident that she is no match for her opponent, as several wounds mar her body, from which a sinister energy seems to spread. Surrounding her are hundreds of spectral soldiers, poised to strike at any moment. Without a moment to ponder, Nezha, witnessing Li Xing's increasing peril, lets out a fierce grunt. In an instant, the Hunyuan silk unfurls, violently pushing aside the spectral soldiers. As they make contact with the silk, they emit piercing wails before disintegrating into ash, causing the remaining soldiers to retreat in shock, hiding behind the crimson-haired specter. Who dares intrude upon my domain and slay my spirits? The crimson-haired specter growls, sensing Nezha's formidable presence and the chilling aura he exudes, compelling him to cease his actions and glare menacingly in Nezha's direction. Meanwhile, Li Xing, filled with sorrow, is taken aback by the unexpected presence of such a formidable entity. Her worry is not for her own life, but rather for the chaos that might ensue should these spirits wreak havoc upon Mount Tianshou after her demise. Who would safeguard the unconscious Nezha? Yet, upon hearing that familiar fierce grunt, her heart skips a beat, and she can no longer ignore the crimson-haired specter before her. She suddenly turns to look. Nezha? When the figure she has watched over day after day materializes before her, Li Xing feels a rush of emotion, her eyes welling with tears. It has been an entire year since she last heard her son's voice, and her heart races with disbelief as she rubs her eyes in an attempt to confirm the reality before her. Suddenly, a realization strikes her, and her expression shifts dramatically as she turns to the crimson-haired specter, her voice trembling. Nezha, you must flee. Nezha, with his back turned to Li Xing, shakes his head resolutely. Mother, I have come to bring you away. If we are to leave, we shall do so together. As he spoke, the mysterious celestial cloth suddenly ensnared Li Xing, drawing her behind him before she could even react. Chapter 39. Ensnared in a dream in the ancient primordial era. The demon race governed the heavens, while the shaman race ruled the earth. The human race emerged when Nuwa, the goddess, molded clay to create humanity, existing from the dawn of time and thriving around the unblemished mountains. Among the demons, some would occasionally capture humans for sacrificial feasts, siphoning their vital essence to enhance their own powers through nefarious means. During this time, the human race was feeble and sought refuge with the shamans. The shamans, considering their own interests, began to coexist with humans, intermarrying and thus giving rise to a new lineage known as the Wu people, who bore both shaman and human blood. This new race inherited the physical strength of the shamans, coupled with the wisdom and soul of humanity, gradually maturing over time. However, during the subsequent Shaman-Demon War, countless Wu people perished. It was only after the incarnation of Hutu, who opened the netherworld, that the souls of these Wu individuals found a sanctuary for cultivation. The shaman race, overseeing the netherworld, gathered and trained these souls, establishing a strict hierarchy within the underworld. Tianshou Mountain had once been a gathering place for a small human tribe, with a portion of shamans residing there, and naturally, the Wu people existed as well. In fact, the ancestors of Dashan village were Wu individuals, a detail that Nezha had yet to notice. At this moment, within the ancestral hall of Dashan village, Nezha gazed at the red-haired elder before him, who wore a mocking smile, yet he could not decipher the elder's identity. Nevertheless, such matters seemed trivial. Nezha centered himself, placing Yin Shenyang behind him, casting a glance around, feeling an inexplicable connection to the elder's untimely appearance. Who are you to be so audacious within the domain of Tianshou Mountain? Nezha inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity about the elder's background. To speak the truth matters not. I am a ghost general overseeing a realm of the underworld. This place is my newly established residence. Since you have entered, why not stay and observe? Lest you divine beings think we in the underworld lack decorum? The red-haired ghost seemed unfazed by Nezha's identity, displaying a familiarity with it. Upon hearing this, Nezha furrowed his brows, while Yin Shenyang cast a surprised glance at the ghost. You are a being of the underworld? Given this, the boundary between Yin and Yang is a long-established rule of the cosmos. Why do you dare to disrupt the upper realm and slay mortal beings? Nezha questioned, attempting to unravel the elder's intentions without revealing his own unease. Did you not notice the name of the sacrificial offering inscribed on that plaque when you arrived? The red-haired ghost scoffed, a smirk of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. Nezha's expression shifted. You are Yinji? At that moment, a troubling thought surged within Nezha. How could this being, Yinji, inflict harm upon his descendants? Upon his arrival at Tianshou Mountain, Nezha had learned a bit about the origins of Dashan village. However, his knowledge of ancient times was rather scant. He was merely aware that Dashan village had existed here for a great many years and had once flourished, though he was oblivious to the events that led to its decline. The Yanzishi was the ancestral figure worshipped in the village shrine, yet after countless years, one could not help but wonder why this entity still existed in the world, especially in a time when chaos loomed. Was there perhaps a secret concealed within that others did not comprehend? Let me reveal something to you. Do you know what lineage I belong to? The red-haired specter seemed to have discerned Nezha's inner turmoil, a smirk of disdain curling at the corners of his lips. In the age when the ancient shaman and demon reigned supreme, beings like Nezha lacked the qualification to stand before him, for he bore the noble blood of the shamans and relished in showcasing his superiority to the ignorant. At that moment, Yin Shenyang, standing behind Nezha, suddenly paled. As if recalling something, she hastily tugged at Nezha's sleeve. If I am not mistaken, he is likely a shaman who has long since vanished. Shaman? Nezha cast a puzzled glance at Yin Shenyang, for he had never heard of such a race. We shall discuss this further when the opportunity arises. However, it appears we are in trouble now. Yin Shenyang's countenance grew grave, her gaze fixed intently on their adversary. She understood that for her and Nezha to escape, they would need to eliminate him. Yet, the ancient shaman's identity instilled little confidence within her. Who would have thought that there are still those who remember the shamans? The red-haired specter laughed heartily. Young one, since you are unfamiliar with the shamans, you must have heard of the shaman clan. We are indeed the descendants of this lineage, while the common folk outside have long since lost their shamanic blood, devolving into mere sheep, willingly sacrificing their essence for a purpose that is ultimately futile. With a triumphant smile, the red-haired specter subtly gestured with a hand behind him, unnoticed by Nezha, who was still reeling from the revelation of the shaman clan's resurgence. Could this be connected to the impending calamity of the world? Yet, what relationship did this bear with the shaman clan? Nezha and Yin Shenyang exchanged glances, both reflecting confusion and astonishment in their eyes. Enough of questions. It is time to send you on your way. Just as Nezha was about to press for more answers, the red-haired specter suddenly spoke, stepping back. In an instant, a shroud of black mist enveloped the entire space, causing both him and the shadowy soldiers to vanish. Nezha's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he sensed the murderous intent lurking within the black mist, prompting him to remain vigilant. Yin Shenyang, drawing her sword, formed a protective barrier around herself. At that moment, The previously still and oppressive black mist began to stir, unleashing a cacophony of chilling howls as an icy, sinister aura surged toward Nezha from all directions. As Nezha's form shifted, his previously motionless body suddenly surged forth, with a strike of the mystic rope into the darkness. A muffled groan echoed in response. Consequently, a spectral soldier, its form disintegrating and etched with fear, emerged briefly before dissipating into a wisp of shadowy energy. With the vanishing of this ghostly figure, the surrounding fog surged violently once more. In an unexpected turn of events, Nezha found himself transported to a modern metropolis. Despite the knowledge that the scene before him was illusory, his gaze gradually became clouded with confusion, prompting him to utter, "Where is this?" No sooner had the words escaped his lips than the surroundings shifted again, accompanied by a voice ringing in his ears. "Li Xing, why are you still in bed? Aren't you supposed to go to class today?" Nezha, startled, turned his head, his expression instantly blank. "Mom?" At that moment, Nezha found himself within the confines of a familiar room, surrounded by all that was known, the bed linens, the walls, and even the poster of a certain teacher adorning his bedside. Behind him stood a middle-aged woman, diligently picking up the fallen sheets and softly scolding him. As he took in the familiarity of his surroundings and the gentle nagging of his mother, Nezha found himself at a loss to discern reality from illusion. Particularly, when he glanced down at his student attire, tears welled in his eyes. At that moment, noticing her son's tears, his mother, startled, exclaimed, "Li Xing, what's wrong? I was just saying a few words to you. Why are you crying?" "It's all right, don't cry. It's my fault for being so talkative. Look at you, at your age. How will you ever find a wife?" Upon hearing his mother's familiar words and tone, especially her earnest hope for him to marry, Nezha could no longer contain himself. He abruptly embraced her, weeping uncontrollably. "Mom, I will never leave you again. I will never upset you again." His mother, taken aback, instinctively wrapped her arms around him. As she listened to his heartfelt declarations, her eyes glistened with tears. Although bewildered by her son's behavior, she gently patted his back, saying, "What has gotten into you, my boy?" Days turned into weeks, and Nezha seemed to have returned to the modern world. Or perhaps he had begun to perceive his tumultuous experiences as nothing more than a vivid dream. He diligently pursued his studies, determined to prevent the recurrence of his past. Yet, unbeknownst to him, whether by fate or some other force, he inevitably found himself retracing his former path. Within the ancestral hall of the mountain village, the dark abode of the spectral realm, the ominous fog slowly dissipated. An old specter with crimson hair, grinning maliciously, gazed at Nezha, who stood frozen, his face a canvas of struggle and anguish. Meanwhile, Yinshinyang appeared to be ensnared in a similar illusion, her countenance marred by tears and despair. "My lord, what could the mountain deity be dreaming of to display such a rich array of emotions? Your sorcery is indeed formidable, earning our utmost admiration," remarked one diminutive, hunched imp with a beaming smile. The ancient spirit, casting a sidelong glance at the speaker, replied, "This is a technique passed down through our witch lineage. As for what the other party dreams of, I cannot possibly know." The imp, sensing the expression on the ancient spirit's face, refrained from further inquiries and instead focused intently on Nezha in the arena. As time cautiously ticked away, Nezha found himself confronting the final moment of his past life. With the approaching truck drawing nearer, a wave of urgency surged within him, and his pent-up rage erupted. Despite his earnest efforts to do everything right, it seemed as though fate was mocking him, forcing him to relive the very dream he had hoped to escape. A sense of bitterness and helplessness overcame him. Had he truly met his demise beneath the wheels of that vehicle? Yet, in the midst of this life and death struggle, a thunderous sound resonated in Nezha's mind, as if a long-buried memory had suddenly surfaced. Unable to contain himself, he shouted, This is bad. Move." Outside, witnessing Nezha's essence gradually fading, the crimson-haired ancient spirit's visage twisted into a malevolent grimace. However, just at that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Nezha's mouth opened, unleashing a silent roar. As flames erupted violently around him, a radiant aura of yellow light materialized behind his head. The crimson-haired spirit, sensing something amiss, realized that his spell had faltered at a critical juncture. Quick to react, he launched an attack aimed at eliminating Nezha once and for all. Chapter 40. The emergence of the witch clan. With a swift motion, the crimson-haired spirit brandished a ghostly blade, and as he lunged forward, a grotesque apparition emerged from the tip of the weapon, its face twisted with malice. The specter emitted a soundless roar, prompting the surrounding spectral warriors to charge forth without hesitation. At this moment, Nezha's eyes suddenly opened, revealing a fleeting flash of golden light. As he beheld the malevolent visage hovering above him, a tremor of dread coursed through him. Just as clarity returned to his mind, an intense surge of hatred arose, making everything in this world seem despicable and deserving of scorn. Nezha was taken aback, realizing the formidable weapon his adversary wielded. Feeling the curse imbued upon the blade, he sensed a perilous threat to his concentrated willpower. It was evident that countless vengeful spirits had been extinguished to forge such a weapon, which now bore an overwhelming force of resentment, countering his own spirit's hope and will for rebirth. One symbolized the annihilation of the soul, while the other embodied hope and renewal. Though it felt prolonged, it was but a fleeting moment. Just as the vengeful spirit's blade hovered above Nezha, the entire realm of the underworld began to warp and twist, as if the ghostly blade siphoned the very essence of power from the space around, manifesting spirals of dark mist. This is not all. Nezha distinctly sensed from the distorted space around him that countless malevolent spirits surged forth from all directions, accompanied by the shouts of the underworld soldiers, inducing a state of disarray in the mind. At that moment, the entire space seemed to transform into a hellish abyss. From the spiraling black mist, shadowy openings gradually took shape, with a chilling wind howling from within, as if connecting to another realm. Amidst this ceaseless transformation, Nezha regained his clarity and finally moved. A flash of red radiance emanated from his body, followed by a surge of yellow light, coalescing into an oval orb that isolated him from the encroaching darkness. Additionally, tongues of flame erupted from Nezha's hands, twisting and soaring, stirring the surrounding shadows as they met the ghostly blade above him. Then, with a shift in his stance, a scarlet fire lotus suddenly appeared, supporting Nezha's form and continuously radiating light that corroded everything nearby. In the enveloping darkness, silence reigned, save for the twisting of a fiery dragon that danced amidst the shadows. As the fire dragon darted in and out, it shattered one black vortex after another, accompanied by shrieks of despair. Under Nezha's empowerment, the fire dragon became increasingly agile. He paid no heed to the agonized cries of the underworld soldiers and fixated his gaze on his surroundings. At that moment, Nezha's eyes suddenly shifted, his figure turning as he raised the universe ring high, striking fiercely into the dark void behind him. A series of clashing sounds erupted as the ghostly blade intertwined violently with Nezha's universe ring. At the moment of contact, a stream of fire surged towards the skeletal fingers gripping the ghostly blade. A piercing wail echoed from the darkness as the finger trembled, seemingly retreating into the shadows. Nezha would not allow such an escape. With a swift motion, a golden rope slithered forth like a serpent, ensnaring the finger and extending into the darkness. Soon, the red-haired specter was bound entirely by the immortal binding rope, revealing his form from the abyss. Dare you? I am a descendant of the ancient witch clan, an official of the underworld. The red-haired specter glared at the immortal binding rope, a glimmer of hatred flickering in his eyes. He had never anticipated encountering such a monstrous mountain deity upon emerging from the underworld. Over the years, there had always been some direct or indirect connections between the underworld and mountain deities. For instance, certain city gods were indeed denizens of the underworld. In their perception, how could these terrestrial spirits possibly contend with the rightful beings of the underworld? Simultaneously, alongside his fury and resentment, the red-haired specter felt a twinge of fear. Although he wielded a modest influence within the underworld, he had yet to fulfill his ambition of restoring glory to the witch clan, unwilling to dissipate so easily. Humph. I have slain even the prince of the dragon clan. What are you in comparison? Nezha scoffed, retrieving a golden shield and pointing it towards the red-haired specter's form. Very well. Haha. My witch clan shall soon reclaim dominion over the primal continent, and they will avenge me, ensuring your soul is shattered. The crimson-haired specter finally recalled the deeds of the individual before him, realizing with a sinking heart that this time, his demise was inevitable. In a fit of rage, he let out a furious howl and hurled a venomous curse at Nezha. Nezha paused momentarily, then let out a cold laugh as the nine-dragon divine fire shield suddenly expanded, enveloping his adversary within its fiery embrace. At the same time, the celestial binding rope returned to Nezha's grasp. Today, I shall demonstrate how I will shatter your abode, Nezha declared, brandishing the now-shrunken nine-dragon divine fire shield at the crimson-haired specter. Meanwhile, the infernal mansion was besieged by the rampaging fire dragon, its malevolent aura swirling chaotically, as the disordered energy darted about, desperately evading the dragon's onslaught. Observing the tumultuous scene, Nezha stowed away his magical artifacts and, with a decisive gesture, unleashed several bolts of ethereal blue lightning, the newly mastered jade, clear celestial thunder. This spell was specifically designed to counteract the malevolent spirits and entities of the underworld. The thunder roared as it surged into the darkness, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. The surrounding black mist was abruptly drawn in, only to be obliterated by the brilliance of the lightning, leaving the concealed specters and ghostly soldiers unable to mount any resistance, reduced to naught but ashes. Nezha continued to familiarize himself with the celestial technique he had recently acquired. The jade-clear celestial thunder proved to be extraordinary. Each malevolent spirit it encountered was rendered powerless, and Nezha finally understood why the primordial Tianzhuan had imparted this spell to Jiangxia. In the War of the Gods, those who ascended to the ranks were invariably the souls of the deceased, making it essential to control those spirits. As the ghostly soldiers of the infernal mansion were gradually eradicated, the very fabric of this space trembled under the relentless assault of the jade-clear celestial thunder, teetering on the brink of collapse. Within the nine-dragon divine fire shield, the crimson-haired specter watched in despair as his mansion was dismantled and his soldiers slaughtered, suffering a fate more unbearable than death itself. At that moment, Nezha paused and glanced at the crimson-haired specter, saying, "It is time for you to join them." Then, flames erupted within the nine-dragon divine fire shield, and amidst the specter's anguished cries, he was reduced to mere ashes. Nezha gathered his artifacts and was about to turn when a piercing sound of a sword echoed behind him, followed by an enraged shout. "Return my child." Instinctively, Nezha dodged, then turned to find Yin Shenyang's eyes ablaze with fury, a wild intensity brewing within them, as her sword unsheathed and relentlessly advanced toward him. Nezha's mind raced. He realized that Yin Shenyang had been ensnared in a dream, her thoughts manipulated by its grasp. Without a moment's hesitation, he tightened the heavenly silk that had initially shielded her, firmly restraining her. Then Nezha stepped forward, and amidst Yin Shenyang's furious tirade, a gentle yellow aura emanated from his hand, flowing into her Tianling acupoint. Gradually, Yin Shenyang's rage subsided, and she cast a bewildered glance at Nezha, as if wishing to articulate something, but her mouth opened in vain, and she succumbed to unconsciousness. That night, the villagers of Dashan were oblivious to the thunderous roars resonating from the ancestral hall, which echoed throughout the night, while they unwittingly traversed the threshold of the ghostly realm. Nezha, accompanied by Yin Shenyang, stepped outside, and in an instant, the scenery transformed, revealing the ancestral hall once more. Although the hall still bore a chill, the malevolent aura had diminished significantly with the demise of the red-haired specter and his minions. With a casual flick of his hand, Nezha dispelled the lingering darkness entirely. He glanced briefly at the cracked tablets at the highest point, a silent smile gracing his lips, before he and Yin Shenyang turned into a shimmering red light, hovering above the mountain village. From this vantage point, Nezha surveyed the entire village, observing the malevolent aura dissipating at a perceptible pace. His spiritual sense easily penetrated the boundaries of the village, allowing him to witness the dark energy fading from the villagers' foreheads, ultimately vanishing into thin air. A final look at the ancestral hall revealed it to be indistinguishable from the surrounding area. Taking a deep breath, Nezha stepped forward, vanishing from the sky above the mountain village, transforming into a streak of light that disappeared into the night, heading toward the Nezha temple. Meanwhile, the eastern horizon gradually brightened. Yet the sun had yet to rise, and the rain continued to fall gently from the heavens. On the following day, the villagers, awakening from a deep slumber, sensed a weight lifted from their hearts, feeling remarkably light and refreshed. The fears that had plagued them in recent days seemed to have vanished. Elated, they surmised that the deity of the mountain temple had manifested, banishing the malevolent spirits. With joy, they rushed to the ancestral hall to pay their respects, and then hurried towards the Nezha temple, completely oblivious to the abnormalities within the ancestral hall, including the cracked tablets. Upon arriving at the Nezha temple with their offerings, they discovered the mountain deity had awakened. Chapter 41. The surge of anger time had flown by, a year had passed, and with it, the turmoil of the dragon and shaman clans in this primeval world raised questions anew. Nezha sighed softly, gazing into the expanse of the Tianshou Mountain range, seemingly perceiving the surging malevolence beyond its borders. Inside the Nezha temple, a jade-carved statue quietly rested upon the altar, emitting a faint glow. Its spiritual energy reigned in. This was the reason Nezha had imbued a fragment of his consciousness within it, a process known as consecration. This act allowed Nezha to transcend many limitations, enabling him to traverse the primeval realm unencumbered by fears of losing the faith vested in Tianshou Mountain. Since that fateful night, the tranquility of Tianshou Mountain had been restored, with no more malevolent entities emerging. Yet, Nezha's thoughts remained restless, in the stillness of the night. He often felt a pang from the depths of his soul, a reminder of the innocent cries of the countless beings in the primeval world. Indeed, this was the extraordinary nature of gathering the faith of myriad souls. In later generations, there would be tales of the Buddha's all-seeing eye traversing the vast world. Yet it was not the Buddha's consciousness that enveloped the 3,000 worlds, but rather the result of the faith of the multitude. Absorbing the power of belief, one's spirit becomes intertwined with the myriad of beings in existence. Whenever a living creature harbors a wish or a plea, those who are revered will inevitably sense it. This is particularly true in the face of the immense grievances of countless beings suffering at the hands of the Dragon Clan. Though they do not worship Nezha, their resentment influences the connection among all living things. Naturally, not every mountain deity or land spirit possesses this perceptive ability. Those gods who lack the means to absorb the faith of the masses cannot communicate with the people. Contemplating these matters, Nezha gazed quietly into the distance. At that moment, a gentle and joyful laughter resonated beside the temple. Nezha, it's time to eat. Hurry down. At your age, why are you still climbing around? Turning his head, Nezha saw Yinshinyang with her hands on her hips, calling out to him. Since his return that night, under Nezha's protection, Yinshinyang had regained her vitality. Even though he had now become a mountain deity, her tone still regarded him as a child. This did not displease him. Rather, it evoked a long-lost warmth within him. And he realized he had come to cherish this feeling. Nezha smiled and replied, I understand. I'm coming. Simultaneously, a beautiful spotted deer and a glowing-eyed dragon turtle dashed out from the temple, swiftly taking their seats around a stone table. Their eyes fixated eagerly on the dishes before them. Yinshinyang quickly turned around and scolded the deer and turtle, Stay still. Your young master hasn't he arrived yet? There's no share for you. The two creatures begrudgingly sat upright on their stone seats, watching Nezha approach with eager anticipation, which earned a satisfied nod from Yinshinyang. On the table lay several vegetarian dishes. Nezha no longer required sustenance, as he could absorb the spiritual energy of the universe. However, the habits formed in his past life compelled him to have 3 meals a day. Moreover, as the deity of the people, indulging in the flavors of mortal life was quite fitting. Once Nezha was seated, Yinshinyang began serving the food into his ceramic bowl, much to the chagrin of the deer and turtle nearby. During the meal, Nezha and Yinshinyang engaged in light-hearted conversation, discussing the filial piety of various daughters-in-law, the industriousness of certain sons, and even the wishes made by different families, which seemed to excite Yinshinyang greatly. Whenever she became animated in her storytelling, Nezha would chime in with a word or two, and thus, the meal concluded in a warm atmosphere. However, as Yinshinyang was clearing the dishes, she suddenly recalled the deer and turtle and exclaimed, Oh, Nezha, they still don't have names. Should we give them some? Yinshinyang, who held no prejudice against creatures, was delighted by the joy the deer and turtle brought to her and Nezha. Upon hearing this, Nezha recalled the matter, realizing that incessantly calling out like a little deer or a little turtle was rather inappropriate. At that moment, seeing the little deer and turtle looking quite excited, he couldn't help but nod and inquire, What name does mother have in mind? It appeared that Yinshinyang had contemplated this matter, and upon hearing Nezha's question, she smiled and suggested, Why not simply use the surname Lu for the little deer? She is quite playful and lively, so let's name her Lu Linger. As for the little turtle, it is said that the ancestor of the dragon turtle once resided in the far north, within the abyss. How about naming him Gui Yuan? Upon hearing Yinshinyang's words, Gui Yuan couldn't help but think of his father, a hint of sadness flashing in his eyes. Nezha, pondering for a moment, glanced at the dragon turtle and said, Lu Linger and Gui Yuan are indeed splendid names. Let it be settled then. From now on, the little deer shall be called Lu Linger, and the little turtle shall be known as Gui Yuan. After their meal, Nezha spent some time conversing with Yinshinyang before returning to the Nezha temple to reflect on the insights gained from recent battles and to consolidate his current celestial status. Meanwhile, Yinshinyang sat in front of the Nezha temple, mending some garments as she watched her son. Time passed gradually, and the villagers of Dashan village began to rise. Some heading to the market, others gathering firewood, and some going hunting. However, the mountain folk had never hunted the celestial deer. Moreover, refugees from the outside world had fled to this place to escape the ravages of war, causing the population of the human race in the Tianshou Mountain area to increase. They also brought with them agricultural techniques unknown to the mountain dwellers, and thus, the Tianshou Mountain range gradually became lively. In front of Dashan village, a new Nezha temple was constructed in front of the ancestral hall, featuring a statue of Nezha. The later immigrants began to pay homage to the statue, and the incense offerings in the Nezha temple flourished. Nezha's divine power grew increasingly potent, and by this time, The rivers within the Tianshou Mountain region had officially come under his dominion, becoming his sacred domain. The tales of Nezha battling the dragon clan began to spread among mortals, especially during this time of confrontation between the human and dragon races, making such stories a cause for great celebration, particularly among the indigenous people of Tianshou Mountain. During gatherings over tea and after a few drinks, they could not help but recount the deeds of Nezha against the dragon clan with great enthusiasm. Some among them had even witnessed Nezha slaying members of the dragon race, passionately recounting their tales to earn the admiration and envy of outsiders. Whenever these stories were shared, listeners would often bring their families to the Nezha temple on Tianshou Mountain to pay their respects, gradually making the temple the most sacred site in the region. Though there was a Nezha temple in front of Dashan village, people still preferred to climb the mountain to visit it. Just then, the dark clouds in the sky suddenly began to disperse, and after half a month of continuous rain, signs of clearing finally appeared. The crimson sun broke through the thick clouds, casting a golden light upon Tianshou Mountain. The conversing individuals, upon seeing the long-awaited sun, could not help but greet one another excitedly. This afternoon, a frail youth with a haggard face and bloodshot eyes approached the Nezha temple. From a distance, one could see him moving hurriedly, appearing rather disheveled. The hem of his robe was already stained with mud, his hair damp and disheveled, and his face was marred by patches of grime, reminiscent of a weary traveler who had stumbled through the mountains, perhaps having taken a few tumbles along the way. The young boy approached the temple entrance timidly, gazing from a distance at the Nezha temple, his eyes fixed on the guardian statues flanking the door, until he noticed the other worshippers departing. Only then did he step forward, drawing closer. Yin Shenyang had already taken note of the boy's presence. As he approached, she quickly stepped forward to steady his somewhat unsteady form. "Young lad, have you come to pay your respects to the mountain deity?" The boy, evidently new to Tianshou Mountain and unfamiliar with Yin Shenyang, instinctively took a step back in fear upon her sudden appearance. However, noticing the kindness in her eyes, he relaxed and softly replied, "Yes, I have come to pray at the mountain god's temple." "Oh, then you have indeed come to the right place. It is said to be quite effective here. Do step inside." Yin Shenyang smiled, and then, observing his attire, she reached into a basket by her side, retrieving a vegetable pie and offering it to him. The boy was about to decline her kind gesture, but in the blink of an eye, she had vanished from his sight. Gratefully, he accepted the pie, tucking it into his bosom. Although he had heard tales of the mountain god's miraculous nature, he felt an even greater belief in it now. He then stepped into the temple, whereupon he beheld the statue of Nezha. Unable to resist, he looked up, only to be struck by the sudden sensation that the statue had come to life, its eyes radiating an otherworldly brilliance, as though it could see through him, leaving no secrets concealed. A wave of fear washed over him, prompting him to lower his gaze, fearing the mountain god's retribution, and he bowed in reverence before the idol. Time slipped away, and the young lad finally found his composure, slowly articulating his heartfelt plea. "Oh, great mountain deity, I, Zhang San'er, pay my respects to you. I have come to beseech your protection for my unfortunate sister. Our parents and family have already passed away, and she is my only remaining kin." As the boy spoke, Nezha's expression grew increasingly grave, particularly upon learning of the dire plight along the eastern coastline, where countless lives were lost to floods and the predations of sea creatures. A surge of fury filled his chest, and vivid images of a vast, ravaged land, plagued by sea monsters and echoing with the cries of the suffering, unfolded in his mind, as if his heart were about to burst from the intensity of his emotions. The boy remained oblivious to the shifting atmosphere within the temple, continuing to share his sorrowful and helpless observations. Meanwhile, Long Yuan and Lulinger appeared within Nezha's temple, though the young lad remained unaware of their presence. Outside the temple, Yin Shenyang paused momentarily in her vegetable washing, glancing toward the interior of the Nezha temple with a sigh before returning to her tasks. Chapter 42. Departing from Tianshou Mountain. Ever since that day when the young boy departed, the incense at Nezha temple continued to burn, while the sky once again descended into a gloomy rain. However, Nezha seemed preoccupied, often sitting atop the temple, gazing into the distant, gray horizon, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Yin Shenyang appeared to sense something amiss. In recent days, she had been devising ways to prepare delectable dishes for Nezha, her face adorned with smiles, yet her eyes betrayed a glimmer of sorrow. On this particular day, Nezha ascended once more to the summit of the mountain god's temple. Feeling the biting cold of the rain, he inhaled deeply, and in a flash of brilliance, he found himself in the small dwelling adjacent to the temple. His mother, observing the restless figure within, murmured softly. Yin Shenyang silently resumed her tasks, casting a serious glance at Nezha, seemingly unfazed by his sudden appearance, and sighed. Senor, have you made your decision? Nezha nodded quietly, affirming, I have decided. Shinyang's hands trembled involuntarily for a moment before she replied, Very well, go forth. I shall safeguard your legacy here. Upon hearing his mother's words, Nezha felt a surge of emotion welling within him. He fell to his knees before her. Bowing 3 times with fervor, Mother, take care. I shall atone for my past transgressions and return swiftly to serve you. My son, remember to be kind. Yet do not allow others to trample upon your dignity. While I cannot oppose your choice, I hope you retain your true nature and become a righteous deity. Shinyang said, her eyes glistening with tears, struggling to contain her sorrow. She instructed Nezha gently, Go now, go. Nezha rose, declaring, I shall forever keep your words in my heart. I am off. With that, a flash of red light enveloped the room, and Nezha's presence vanished. The rain outside intensified, and as Shinyang listened to the sound of the downpour, a smile graced her lips, yet tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Within the temple, the dragon turtle seemed to sense a change, lifting its gaze to the darkened sky before shutting its eyes once more. Meanwhile, the fawn continued to slumber peacefully, its breath steady and rhythmic. The denizens of Tianshou Mountain remained unaware that their mountain god had departed, stepping alone into the primordial world. In truth, Nezha's desire to leave Tianshou Mountain had burgeoned upon awakening to the calamity wrought by the dragon clan upon the primordial realm. Recently, during his meditative practices, visions of slaying Ao Bing and the tragic fates of countless beings plagued his mind. This ignited a fervor within him. And although he had forcibly refined it into the true fire of samadhi, his cultivation stagnated, becoming an obstacle on his path. Shinyang had long perceived this turmoil, but had never voiced her concerns. However, when that young man arrived at the Tianshou Mountain Temple, she discerned that Nezha was destined to leave and venture into the primordial realm. True to her intuition, shortly after the young man's departure, Nezha expressed his intent to leave that very day. Shinyang found herself unable to prevent him and was at a loss for how to do so. Despite knowing the primordial world was fraught with chaos and peril, she could not bear to let her son carry guilt towards the countless beings. Thus, she resolved to safeguard all that he left behind, eagerly awaiting his safe return. Under the night sky, Tianshou Mountain receded rapidly behind Nezha. As he traversed every inch of its land that night, he ventured to observe the nest of newly born tiger cubs atop the mountain, and then glanced at the serene deer congregating by the lake. He traversed the low mountains formed from the remains of Ao Bing, and encountered several rivers flowing midway up the slope, which led him to Nezha's gaze. Ultimately, Nezha arrived at the great mountain village, imprinting his divine consciousness within each of his statues before returning to the mountain peak. With one last glance at the heavenly longevity mountain, he transformed into a streak of light, plunging into the tumultuous primordial world. Half a month had elapsed since Nezha left the region of heavenly longevity mountain, journeying eastward. Along the way, he encountered countless ragged and emaciated refugees fleeing from calamity, with vicious wolves and beasts lurking behind them. The incessant downpour only exacerbated their plight, as some refugees succumbed to exhaustion, becoming mere bones along the path and prey for predators. Numerous waves of refugees vanished amidst the chaos of nature. Whenever Nezha encountered these desperate souls, he would extend a helping hand, exerting every effort to assist them. The local officials of the Shang dynasty had received directives from the court to provide aid to the refugees, yet their efforts remained but a drop in the ocean. Many settlements were submerged by the deluge, reduced to ruins, and lost to the currents. On this particular day, Nezha delivered a group of refugees to a county town, securing them a temporary refuge and handing them over to the local authorities before setting off once more. His destination lay to the far east, where he aimed to join the Shang army and thwart the incursion of the Dragon clan. The sky crackled with lightning, turning daylight into a shroud of darkness. Nezha's complexion had grown pallid and gaunt since departing from heavenly longevity mountain. Although he possessed celestial prowess, the fatigue of the past fortnight weighed heavily upon him. Nevertheless, his cultivation had become more stable, and the vexation in his heart gradually dissipated. Nezha walked alone across the desolate wilderness, the ground beneath his feet submerged in half a foot of rainwater, with only a few high grounds peeking above the surface. This situation worsened as he neared the East Sea, yet Nezha had begun to acclimate to the deluge. The rain fell incessantly, splashing droplets around him. Yet he remained untouched by moisture, as if he traversed a different realm altogether. At that moment, a distant roar echoed, accompanied by the faint cries of the human populace. Stirring Nezha's senses, a red lotus blossomed beneath him, and he transformed into a crimson flash, racing toward the source of the commotion. Daliashu Town, established during the early days of the Shang dynasty, had evolved from a humble village into a burgeoning town over the course of centuries. The population flourished, and thus Daliashu village was aptly renamed Daliashu Town. Adjacent to the town flowed a river, neither grand nor insignificant, which in times past had been regarded as the lifeblood of Daliashu Town. The river's presence ensured bountiful harvests year after year, prompting the townsfolk to express their gratitude by erecting a temple dedicated to the river god beside its banks. However, on a night over a month ago, the villagers of Daliashu Town were abruptly awakened from their slumber by a thunderous roar emanating from the river beyond the town. This sound, akin to a tempest, persisted throughout the night, and it was only at dawn that the townsfolk dared to venture to the riverbank. Upon their arrival, they discerned no apparent anomaly, prompting them to perform a ritual of worship which momentarily assuaged their concerns. Yet, as evening descended, the heavens suddenly darkened, and a torrential downpour, accompanied by flashes of lightning and peals of thunder, struck like a harbinger of doom. Such phenomena were not expected at that time of year. Even the rain was out of season, yet it manifested nonetheless. Subsequently, the river beyond the town began to churn violently, as if something sinister lurked within its depths. The water, spurred by the relentless rain, rose alarmingly, crashing against the embankments. Alarmed, the townsfolk hastily prepared offerings of sacrificial animals to appease the river deity. Yet their efforts proved futile. The storm raged on, and the river continued to swell. After repeated offerings yielded no respite, the villagers finally received an edict from the imperial court, revealing the perilous situation in the East China Sea. Visionary members of the community had already surmised that calamity was imminent, turning their pleas from the river deity to the local city god and land spirits. They found no solace. Refugees began to pass through their town, and the villagers soon learned that many lower-lying settlements had been inundated. Daliashu Town, spared by its elevated terrain, remained safe, but the duration of their reprieve was uncertain. As the river threatened to breach its banks, the residents united in a desperate effort to raise and fortify the levees, thereby staving off the impending deluge. Yet, in recent days, as the townsfolk fervently prayed for the rain to cease, they suddenly felt the ground tremble. Alarmed cries arose from patrolling villagers along the riverbank. The rest, having been roused from their rest, quickly ventured out to investigate, only to be met with a sight that filled them with despair. For unbeknownst to them, a colossal sea serpent had emerged from the river, thrashing against the embankment and relentlessly burrowing its head into the levees, creating gaping holes. In that moment of realization, despair engulfed the villagers. They were powerless to halt the serpent, and the river's rise quickened. Should the levees give way, it would herald the annihilation of Daliashu Town. In their hopelessness, all the villagers knelt in the rain, fervently beseeching the heavens for mercy and the intervention of deities. Their desperate cries echoed through the storm, and the resentment they harbored began to coalesce, transforming their pleas into curses. Chapter 43, Exorcism. The embankments trembled as the villagers on either side of the river acutely felt the turmoil. The waters surged, and the levees swayed. The river had breached its banks, and a wave approached, threatening to engulf their feet. The town leader, kneeling at the forefront, cried out in a voice filled with rage and defiance. Is it to be that the legacy of Daliashu Town, cherished for centuries, shall end this very day? A wave of uncertainty rippled through the crowd, each individual casting furtive glances at one another, as an undercurrent of resentment began to emanate from their midst. It is well known that if the riverbank were to collapse, the inhabitants would instantaneously find themselves homeless, their fertile lands transformed into a vast ocean, becoming akin to the wretched souls they had previously observed. Once the riverbank falls, it would inevitably lead to broken families and a loss of shelter, leaving no glimmer of hope for the future. The serpent within the river, stretching several yards, had not morphed into a divine being, but rather remained a ferocious creature of the sea, regarded as a lesser entity in the Eastern Sea. However, upon entering these primeval rivers, practitioners either secluded themselves or rushed to the front lines to fend off the onslaught of the sea tribes, allowing the beast to penetrate inland and seize control of the river. Originally, the river's deity was a blessed red carp, summoned by the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea, who had departed the river domain during the night not long ago, heading towards the Eastern Sea. Meanwhile, the city's guardian and land deities were recalled by the underworld. This sea serpent, seemingly fortunate, slaughtered indiscriminately along its path, encountering no practitioners, which only emboldened its savagery, leaving destruction and death in its wake. The serpent writhed in the river, occasionally revealing its menacing teeth and blood-red eyes. exuding a cruel and bloodthirsty demeanor as it coldly surveyed the kneeling human folk on the riverbank. The onlookers felt a chill of dread, as if they were plummeting into the abyss. Yet, escape was futile. Where could they flee to? The entire town was on the brink of submersion. The serpent's eyes gleamed with a chilling, sanguine light, contemplating the impending feast, and it let out a shrill hiss, twisting its massive body against the riverbank, causing it to tremble. Then, it lunged once more at the riverbank, burrowing into it, as the people could only watch helplessly as a deep hole appeared. The river surged through this breach, rapidly flooding in, causing the bank to fracture further. If this continued, the riverbank would ultimately fail, leading to a catastrophic overflow. In the midst of despair, as torrential rain poured down, a crimson stream suddenly surged forth, and a blood-red lotus bloomed, cradling an irate figure above the waters. The crowd then realized, as the leader gazed at the lotus, his expression shifted from shock to joy. A celestial being atop the lotus? This exclamation startled Nezha, who remained oblivious to the elder's reference to the lotus deity. Unbeknownst to Nezha, during his journey across the wilds for more than half a month, he had rescued countless refugees, and amidst this overwhelming calamity, his emergence to aid humanity was particularly striking. His deeds had quietly spread among the populace. Due to the red lotus beneath his feet, Nezha was hailed as the Lotus Immortal among the refugees. Thus, upon seeing Nezha, the town elder could not suppress his astonishment. Overwhelmed with delight. At this moment, Nezha, disregarding the astonishment around him, turned and brandished the universe ring, fiercely hurling it toward the thrashing sea serpent, exclaiming, "Vile beast! How dare you, a serpent demon of the sea, wreak havoc upon the land?" Though the sea serpent had yet to attain spiritual transformation, instinctively it felt a chill creeping upon the back of its head, as if a wave of murderous intent cascaded over it like icy water. In an instant, it twisted its body, summoning forth a colossal wave to crash down, while simultaneously diving towards the riverbed in an attempt to evade Nezha's assault. However, the sea serpent, possessing only rudimentary water manipulation skills, found itself at a disadvantage against Nezha, who, having claimed dominion over the surrounding river realms from Mount Tianshou, wielded a far superior command over water, despite not being a master of the art. Thus, as the serpent sought to plunge into the depths, it discovered the river's waters had thickened, transforming into constrictive ropes that ensnared its form, robbing it of the freedom it once enjoyed. Panic surged within, causing it to thrash in terror, yet its movements appeared to unfold in slow motion, unable to conjure significant waves. In this dire moment, the sea serpent unleashed its full potential, raising its head high and breaking the surface, letting out a piercing, fearsome roar towards the dim sky. Then, it expelled several water arrows, shrieking as they shot towards Nezha, suspended in midair. The townsfolk of Deyuliu stared anxiously at the unfolding scene, gasping in horror at the sight of the menacing water arrows, their hearts gripped with trepidation. Nezha, however, merely chuckled coldly. A flash of golden light rendered the serpent motionless, and simultaneously, he unleashed a plume of Samadhi true fire, which vaporized the water arrows upon their approach. The transformation transpired with such swiftness that the onlookers scarcely had time to comprehend what had occurred before they beheld Nezha, having bound the massive black sea serpent with a golden rope, descending to the riverbank. The serpent continued to writhe futilely, ensnared by the golden bonds. Esteemed elders, this vile creature has wrought chaos and destruction, claiming countless lives, and now it dares to wreak havoc here. Witness as I vanquish this demon. Nezha's voice resonated along the riverbank, carried by the increasing downpour and the booming thunder. Yet, despite the tempest, his words penetrated the ears of the townsfolk as if whispered directly to them. However, as they gazed upon the thrashing sea serpent, its blood-red eyes fixed upon them, an icy shiver coursed through the townspeople, and in response to Nezha's call, none dared to answer. Disappointment flickered in Nezha's heart as he surveyed their faces. Though filled with resentment, they faltered in the presence of the very demon they despised. This creature stirs up storms, seeking to drown our town. Shall we not slay it? He proclaimed, his voice ethereal yet resonant, striking a chord within their hearts. At that moment, another thunderous clap echoed from above, causing the drenched townsfolk to shudder and lower their heads, too afraid to meet Nezha's gaze. An unexpected surge of anger welled up within Nezha, and he sternly addressed the townspeople. "Ah, are you not filled with righteous indignation, yearning to eradicate this fiend?" At this moment, they had become cowardly rogues, eliciting disdain. In the entire Delushu town, there was not a single brave soul. Today, the sea serpent could scatter your families, leading to ruin and despair. Tomorrow, even more sea creatures might devour you whole. The sky was shrouded in dark clouds, crackling with thunder and lightning. The clouds thickening as if the heavens were about to collapse. Yet, amidst this turmoil, a figure stood defiantly between heaven and earth. As Nezha let out a disappointed sigh, contemplating the slaying of the sea serpent and preparing to depart, a sudden voice rang out. "Please, immortal, slay this serpent demon." Nezha turned at the sound and noticed that the leader among the crowd had risen, an elderly man whose eyes flickered with a hint of madness, reflecting both fear and anger as he fixed his gaze upon the serpent's massive form. This elder was the most senior clan leader of Tianshou town, also serving as the town mayor. Upon seeing the elder rise, the faces of those behind him changed, their hearts trembling at his words. A number of impetuous youths felt an instinctive spark within them, and in response to the elder's furious shout, they echoed, "Please, immortal, rid us of this vile creature." These young individuals, filled with youthful vigor, were stirred by the mayor's lead and, recalling Nezha's previous exhortation, felt a wave of shame wash over them, leading them to shout in unison. Gradually, more voices joined in, creating a resounding chorus that reverberated through the rain-soaked air. A smile finally graced Nezha's face as he quietly observed the crowd before nodding in acknowledgement. The sea serpent beneath him seemed to sense a shift, fear dawning in its eyes as it trembled and struggled against its bindings, yet it was utterly powerless. Taking a deep breath, Nezha's form emanated a celestial aura, reminiscent of a divine being descending from the heavens. As he slowly raised the magical weapon, the Tianshou circle. "Once, I vanquished the dragon kin. Today, I shall eliminate this chaos-causing serpent." How exhilarating! As Nezha lifted the Tianshou circle, a chilling aura of murderous intent enveloped him, soaring into the heavens. The raindrops, sensing this lethal energy, transformed into mist, dispersing to the sides. "Kill!" Nezha bellowed, striking with lightning speed. The ground trembled beneath the onlookers, and when they looked back at Nezha, the serpent beneath his foot was taut, writhing in agony, its head shattered into fragments. The rope binding the sea serpent returned to Nezha's grasp. Then, a blaze erupted, the surrounding moisture and rain seemingly powerless against the flames. The massive serpent was instantly reduced to ashes, leaving only charred remnants on the ground. Gazing at the vanquished sea serpent, Nezha let out a triumphant laugh. Then, disregarding the crowd, he moved again, this time above the river. Although the rate of the river's rise had slowed, it continued to swell with the gathering rainwater, and the cracks in the riverbank were widening. Through his divine vision, Nezha discerned that the dam would soon be unable to withstand the pressure. Nezha refrained from further words and pointed directly at the riverbank. A crimson veil floated past, vanishing into the depths of the river, securing the precarious dam. Nezha then invoked the art of water control, and the turbulent waters finally calmed, accelerating downstream towards the east, gradually lowering the river's surface. The crowd on the riverbank erupted in joyous cheer, tears of relief streaming down their faces as they embraced one another, repeatedly bowing in homage to Nezha's figure. "Remember to continue reinforcing the dam to prevent breaches and safeguard your homeland," Nezha instructed the figures on the riverbank before vanishing from their sight in an instant. Grateful for Nezha's salvation of the entire city, the townsfolk of Liu destroyed the local mountain god and city god temples, sculpting a statue of Nezha stepping on a red lotus, placing it within the temple, and erecting a shrine in his honor. Consequently, the power of belief within Nezha's consciousness flourished. Chapter 44. The Battle of the Sand Dunes. Having departed from Liu, Nezha continued his journey eastward. As he neared the East Sea, the devastation upon the land intensified, with floods engulfing the ground, transforming it into a vast ocean. Rather than flying, Nezha chose to walk eastward, slaying every sea beast that crossed his path. Meanwhile, along the shores of the East Sea, a vast army gathered, driven by a tumultuous wind, relentlessly invading the land, the air thick with the scent of bloodlust. The Tianshou army employed sorcery to establish encampments, striving to repel the incursion of the sea tribes, creating an atmosphere of overwhelming malevolence that surged skyward, spreading from east to west, while the sea remained shrouded in mist, obscuring the truth. At this juncture, the Tianshou forces found themselves ensnared by the East Sea warriors, their attempts to combat the sea monsters thwarted. Nezha advanced with relentless fury, his resolve growing ever stronger. As he approached the territory occupied by the eastern sea tribes, his pace began to slow. On this day, after dispatching an octopus-like creature from the depths, Nezha furrowed his brow, realizing that the deeper he ventured into the east, the more formidable the sea monsters became. This particular octopus had already attained the early stages of Earth immortal cultivation, displaying remarkable talent, and defeating it had consumed considerable effort. He pondered how powerful the leaders of the sea tribes must be. Just as Nezha was lost in thought, he suddenly spotted a low-lying figure drifting across the water's surface. Intrigued, he focused his gaze and discerned something amiss. The figure was that of an armored Tianshou soldier. Nezha's heart raced, and he hurried forward for a closer examination. The corpse appeared to have been submerged for only a short time, with minimal swelling. Observing the soldier's numerous disfiguring wounds, Nezha deduced that he had likely fallen prey to the sea tribes. This indicated that he was now close to the Tianshou army. With this realization, Nezha swiftly moved, and in the blink of an eye, he ascended into the air. The surrounding spiritual energy surged, and beneath Nezha's feet bloomed a fifth-grade red lotus. This transformation was a manifestation of Nezha's deepening cultivation, as his magical prowess had elevated the lotus to such a level. Nezha's figure continuously ascended, and after a considerable time, a look of astonishment finally crossed his face. In an instant, he vanished into the air, leaving behind a red arc that stretched longer across the sky. The sand dunes below had turned into a veritable meat grinder, with tens of thousands of Shang dynasty soldiers and hundreds of thousands of aquatic creatures locked in chaotic battle. The battlefield was a gruesome spectacle, with blood splattering intermittently and the air filled with sounds of anguished cries and low growls, shaking the very heavens and earth. From a vantage point above, the battlefield resembled a swarm of ants, with relentless exchanges between the two sides, and their formations steadily weakening. However, a relentless storm raged above, and the ground was inundated with knee-deep floodwaters, creating significant challenges for the Shang army. Although they had the advantage of skilled sorcerers who enabled thousands of soldiers to maneuver freely in the rain and arrange their formations, they were still at a disadvantage compared to the aquatic beasts, many of which possessed some control over water. Fortunately, the military tactics of the Shang were formidable, with intricate formations layered upon one another, creating a series of lethal arrays to encircle the aquatic foes. Yet, from time to time, the aquatic creatures managed to breach these formations, resulting in carnage. At this moment, no soldier of the Shang retreated or surrendered. They all understood that this was a battle for survival, a clash of races rather than a mere internal conflict. Defeat meant the annihilation of their kind, and the warriors fought valiantly, showing no mercy. Meanwhile, above the ground battlefield, cultivators clashed with elite aquatic warriors. Radiant beams of light erupted, accompanied by thunderous roars. The two sides engaged in a desperate struggle, and occasionally, the bodies of cultivators or aquatic beings fell, staining the waves below with crimson. Yuan Hong roared in fury, noticing that the number of cultivators around him was dwindling, a sign of impending doom. He now suspected that the Eastern Sea's aquatic race intended to exploit this skirmish as an opportunity to break through the Shang army's defenses. A muffled explosion echoed from the front, prompting Yuan Hong to glance over, his eyes turning blood-red in an instant as yet another human cultivator perished in a self-destructive explosion under the assault of the aquatic creatures. Unable to contain his rage any longer, Yuan Hong bellowed at the sky, his form expanding until he reached a towering height of several dozen feet. He raised his wolf-toothed club high, aiming it at the distant aquatic beings. The club, a prized possession of Yuan Hong, weighed 1,000 pounds and swelled with his explosive energy, seemingly poised to crush the aquatic beings beneath it. A bloodthirsty gleam flashed in Yuan Hong's eyes, a fierce expression crossing his face. Yet, at that moment, the wolf-toothed club suddenly halted in midair, and Yuan Hong felt a jolt of numbness surge through his arm, rendering him unable to strike any further. "You must be Yuan Hong, am I correct?" A voice resonated. "Huh. You may consider yourself one of my demon kin, a beast of transformation. Given your 1,000 years of cultivation, which is no easy feat, why not abandon the shadows and serve the dragon clan of the East Sea?" Upon hearing this, Yuan Hong looked up to see a four-clawed azure dragon grasping his wolf fang club, addressing him directly. Yuan Hong attempted to free his weapon but found it firmly held, igniting a surge of anger within him. He proclaimed loudly, "Who claims kinship with you? Your dragon clan once wrought havoc upon the primordial world. The Dao ancestor, recalling your lineage as a remnant of the great Pangu, spared you, yet here you stand, brazenly re-emerging. You disregard the celestial order and lack understanding of the great Dao. Though you may revel in your momentary arrogance, you shall ultimately be obliterated by countless beings." His resonant voice echoed across the battlefield, invigorating the morale of the soldiers below, and the cultivators in the army charged into battle with renewed fervor. The azure dragon, infuriated, lashed out with its claw towards Yuan Hong's forehead. However, Yuan Hong remained undaunted. As the dragon's claw withdrew, he seized the opportunity to extract his club and swung it fiercely upward, both combatants retreating a few steps in unison. In the ensuing moments, they engaged in a fierce battle, exchanging hundreds of blows yet failing to gain the upper hand against one another. However, the situation on the ground shifted. Despite the support of Yuan Hong's 6 generals and hundreds of human cultivators, they could not withstand the formidable presence of the Xi clan's powerful practitioners. Gradually, they began to falter, and the military formations were dismantled one by one. Yuan Hong cast a wary glance below, anxiety creeping into his heart. Should his forces be entirely vanquished, the Yinshan camp would lose its left flank, leaving the central formation exposed to the predatory claws of the East Sea Dragon clan. Most crucially, the Yinshan army's triadic formation would collapse entirely, with catastrophic consequences looming. Realizing he could no longer linger in combat, Yuan Hong seized the moment and revealed his true form. A colossal white ape emerged on the battlefield, agilely evading multiple attacks from the Azure Dragon and the violent storms of lightning above. With a powerful leap, he sprang into the air, delivering a devastating blow to the unprepared Azure Dragon. A resounding thud echoed as the dragon trembled, one of its horns shattering and blood cascading into the air. The ferocity of the strike left the Azure Dragon dazed, and upon regaining consciousness, it erupted in furious pain. "How dare you injure my horn? Today, I shall reduce you to dust." The Azure Dragon roared, and from afar, the air filled with the sounds of dragon roars as several Azure Dragons rushed to the battlefield, joining forces to eliminate Yuan Hong. In the sky, numerous dragons twisted and turned, unleashing torrents of wind, rain, and magical prowess, filling the atmosphere with a thunderous cacophony. Yuan Hong, relying on his formidable physical strength, withstood several crushing blows, yet pain surged through him, urging him to refrain from further bravado. Nevertheless, Yuan Hong possessed a signature divine ability known as the 72 transformations. Yuan Hong, sensing he could no longer withstand the onslaught, transformed into a wisp of white mist, deftly evading several dragon attacks. He then plunged into the battlefield below, weaving through the ranks of the Xi clans and inflicting a fierce slaughter, significantly alleviating the pressure on the troops. The Azure Dragon in the sky, enraged, disregarded the presence of its own forces below and unleashed a barrage of ice arrows, accompanied by strikes of thunder that annihilated all who were caught in their path, particularly those of insufficient cultivation. Chapter 45. The 10 Heavenly Lords arrive at that moment. As it appeared the human soldiers were on the brink of collapse, a multitude of figures suddenly soared from the eastern horizon. These figures approached the battlefield, halting at the periphery. Amidst the cacophony of battle cries, an elderly man stepped forward, clasping his fists towards the 10 individuals behind him, stating, "I entrust today's endeavor to the 10 Heavenly Lords." The 10 promptly returned the gesture, acknowledging, "The Master has instructed us well, although we were originally in seclusion. The rampant aggression of the Eastern Sea Dragon clan has compelled us to descend and assist the Yinshan. There is no need for further formalities, Master One." Upon exchanging glances, the 10 nodded in agreement, and each released streams of radiant light into the fray below. Consequently, numerous grand formations rose from the earth, ensnaring the Xi clan's forces beneath. It turned out that the elderly figure was none other than Master Wenzhong, who had been seeking his disciples. During his journey, upon reaching Golden Turtle Island, he fortuitously encountered the 10 Heavenly Lords, who had descended to aid the Yinshan in countering the dragon invasion. Subsequently, Master One, filled with joy, accompanied the 10 Heavenly Lords to the forward camp of the Yinshan, intending to introduce them to King Zhou and unite against the dragon threat. However, upon their arrival, they were met with the shocking sight of the battlefield between the Yinshan army and the Dragon Sea soldiers, prompting Master One to urgently call upon the 10 Heavenly Lords to intervene. Both the Azure Dragon and Yuan Hong seemed to sense something amiss, glancing upward toward the heavens. With keen eyes, Yuan Hong spotted Master Wen's figure and rejoiced, swiftly evading the encirclement of several Azure Dragons to approach him. "What is the situation?" Master Wen inquired, not pausing for pleasantries. Yuan Hong, not daring to delay, hastily replied, "The Central Army is firmly anchored under the King's direct command, as steady as Mount Tai. The Western forces are guarded by General Huang Feihu and his men, and there are currently no significant issues. However, the Eastern Front has been under intense assault by the Dragon Clan. Recently, we suffered considerable losses, and the King dispatched me here for reinforcements. Regrettably, upon reaching the sand dunes, I encountered these dragon ambushes and found myself ensnared." "And what of the stationed troops?" Master One, recognizing the significance of the Eastern Front, pressed for information. "We have yet to see any reinforcements, so it is likely the soldiers have." Yuan Hong's heart grew heavy at this admission. Realizing that his men, who had fought valiantly alongside him, had likely been exterminated by the dragon clan. Master Wen's expression darkened. The loss of thousands of elite Tianshou soldiers was a devastating blow, igniting a simmering rage within him. As the multitude of azure dragons surged towards them, Wen Shu, the master of the winds, emitted a cold snort. Having been a disciple of the Golden Spirit Mother, his cultivation was undoubtedly extraordinary. Upon witnessing the dragon clan approaching, he brandished 2 golden staffs with great force, summoning a chilling gust that momentarily halted the advance of the azure dragons. Yet, with a resounding roar that echoed skyward, they charged forth once more. At this juncture, the 10 heavenly lords exchanged knowing glances. One of them smiled and addressed Wen Shu. "Do not be angered, Master Wen Shu. Observe how my brothers handle this." Realizing his lapse in composure, Wen Shu sheathed his golden staffs. The 10 heavenly lords urged him to temper his fury, and then nodded towards Yuan Hong, proceeding calmly to gesture downwards. Instantly, the recently established 10 absolute formation surged to life, its surrounding malevolent aura retracting violently and being absorbed within, augmenting its might. Concurrently, the azure dragons found themselves ensnared within the 10 absolute formation, unable to escape. The 10 heavenly lords were no mere figures. During the later battles of the divine investiture, they had orchestrated the 10 absolute formation before the army of Zhou, rendering Zhang Zia and the golden immortals of the Yuan Shi powerless. Ultimately, it was only through Yuan Shi's direct intervention, disregarding the dignity of the saints and providing his disciples with specialized artifacts, that the formation was dismantled. Moreover, the 10 heavenly lords possessed formidable cultivation, each distinguished within the Jia sect. Suddenly, a furious roar erupted from within the 10 absolute formation, accompanied by a dragon's lament that soared to the heavens. "So it is you. You are also of the Eastern Sea lineage. Why do you meddle in the affairs of the wilderness to aid the human race? Our ancestors shall not let you go unpunished." This outburst came from the leader of the azure dragons, trapped within the formation. However, the 10 heavenly lords paid no heed to the outcry, merely clasping their fists in respect towards Wen Shu before declaring, "We shall take our leave." With that, they transformed into streaks of light, each entering the respective formations they governed. With their guidance, the 10 absolute formations' power intensified, its 10 arrays resonating throughout heaven and earth, malevolence surging skyward. The formidable beings of the wilderness sensed this shift and collectively exhaled in relief. The Jia sect had finally made its move. Within the Bio Palace, the Master of Heaven sat upon a meditation cushion, his eyes suddenly snapping open. He cast a glance at the attentive disciples, including Duobao and Guiling. "Have the personnel been dispatched?" Duobao nodded eagerly, responding with respect. "The disciples have descended one after another to assist the Yin and Shang, but..." "Why the solemnity?" Chuckling, the Master of Heaven replied, "You shall soon understand. Even within the Yushu Palace, disciples will descend to lend their aid. Remember, this time, our Jia sect must seize every advantage, accumulating merit for aiding the human race, for there shall be future benefits. As for the impending divine investiture war..." He glanced towards the depths of chaos and continued, "This may indeed be an opportunity." The disciples, taken aback by his words, dared not inquire further. Unexpectedly, this little fellow has also intervened, making the situation increasingly intriguing. Tong Tian seemed to suddenly sense something, murmuring to himself while casting a gaze that was half smiling, half cryptic towards the direction of the Nuwa Palace in the void, before continuing his discourse as if nothing had transpired. However, unbeknownst to Tong Tian, within the Nuwa Palace, the goddess Nuwa was simultaneously filled with both exasperation and delight as she observed the figure descending to the mortal realm. She had anticipated that the little one would remain within her temple, enjoying the incense offerings and diligently cultivating, yet to her surprise, he had ventured forth and engaged in the tumultuous chaos of the primordial world. Nonetheless, as the mother of humanity, Nuwa naturally bore the responsibility of safeguarding the fate of humankind. Yet, recalling the past when she mended the heavens, which had involved the Dragon Turtle clan, considered a branch of the dragon lineage, she realized that she owed some karmic debt to the dragons. Coupled with the fact that sages are forbidden from intervening in the affairs of the primordial realm, Nuwa found herself in a quandary, contemplating whom to send to protect humanity, unsure of how to proceed. Having never taken disciples herself, her young attendants were unseasoned, and the remaining options were merely remnants of the demon clans. Fearing that sending her demon subordinates to the mortal realm would only exacerbate the chaos, she hesitated. However, upon catching sight of that little figure, her worries dissipated. That very child was indeed the representative dispatched by her royal palace. Meanwhile, on the sandy dunes below, the the tides of battle had begun to turn. Though the sky remained shrouded in thunder and rain, the intensity had lessened, especially after the arrival of the 10 heavenly lords into the grand formation. From his vantage point high above, Wenzhong observed 10 grand formations on the ground radiating with various golden lights, accompanied by auspicious energies that traversed the heavens and the earth, resonating with one another and emanating an overwhelming aura that left onlookers entranced. Wen Taishe and Yuan Hong could not help but express their admiration. The sudden arrival of the 10 heavenly lords had caught the Eastern Sea soldiers completely off guard, and now they found themselves trapped within the confines of the 10 absolute formation. Meanwhile, human warriors were continuously emerging from the formation, their expressions bewildered, uncertain of the unfolding events. Yuan Hong clasped his fists in respect towards Wenzhong, saying, "Taishe, please remain here, while I gather our soldiers and return shortly to accompany you." When Taishe gestured for Yuan Hong to proceed, taking his position in midair, fully concentrated on the grand formation below. Once Yuan Hong rallied the disoriented troops and informed them of the 10 heavenly lords' presence, the army was instantly invigorated, revitalizing their morale as they encircled the 10 formations, laying down a net of heavenly and earthly barriers to prevent the sea tribe forces from breaking free. Countless spiritual energies from heaven and earth converged on the shores of the Eastern Sea, flowing into the formation and casting brilliant rays of light. Within the formation, anguished cries echoed incessantly, the stench of blood so thick it was nearly suffocating. The 10 absolute formation, the earthly fury formation, the wind howl formation, the ice crystal formation, the golden light formation, the blood transformation formation, the fiery blaze formation, the soul drop formation, the scarlet water formation, and the red sand formation unleashed their might in succession, overwhelming the sea soldiers, who found themselves utterly unable to withstand the onslaught. Within the celestial array, thunder roared incessantly, as the aquatic warriors transformed into dust amidst the cacophony. Their bodies shattered. Those of higher cultivation barely managed to protect themselves, yet found it nearly impossible to mount any resistance. The earthly fury formation unleashed a torrent of lightning and fire, causing soul-dissolving afflictions and bone-shattering impacts, rendering the aquatic forces incapable of invoking their innate divine abilities, resulting in countless casualties. The wind howl formation raged with furious gales, slicing through all in its path with relentless wind blades, mercilessly assaulting the sea tribes, leaving a scene of unimaginable horror. The ice formation, golden light formation, blood transformation formation, fiery blaze formation, soul fall formation, red water formation, and red sand formation all mirrored this devastation. The 10 heavenly lords presided over these formations without directly engaging, relying solely on the might of the arrays, which equaled the strength of 1,000,000 troops. However, despite the significant damage inflicted upon the azure dragons within, they managed to hold on with great effort. Their more powerful subordinates struggling against the onslaught, gradually succumbing to death as time wore on. It appeared that these hundreds of thousands of sea tribes were destined to perish here, while not a catastrophic loss for the dragon clan. It marked their first defeat since their arrival in the primordial realm. At that moment, several figures enveloped in radiant light approached urgently from the west. Wenzhong felt a surge of anxiety, and Yuan Hong, alarmed, swiftly ascended to shield Wenzhong. Upon raising his gaze and seeing the newcomers draw near, Wenzhong's expression changed. But he managed a strained smile and addressed them. "Ah, it is the esteemed golden immortals of the Chan sect. I am Wenzhong, a third-generation disciple of thee, and I extend my greetings to all esteemed teachers and uncles of the Chan sect." The visitors acknowledged his greeting, but as the Grand Master of the Shang dynasty, they refrained from rebuking him openly. However, noticing Yuan Hong's vigilant demeanor, one of them snorted derisively, remarking, "How can one clad in armor and adorned with phosphorus be deemed a general? It seems there is no one left in this world." Yuan Hong, known for his fiery temper, raised his wolf-toothed club in anger, ready to strike, but Wenzhong intervened. The insult hurled at them was a common taunt from the Chan sect towards the disciples, and the current context suggested a veiled insult. Even Wenzhong, typically of a good temperament, could not help but respond with a cold snort. "Might I inquire the purpose of your visit, esteemed teachers and uncles?" Chapter 46. The Great Victory at the Sand Dunes. The delegation from the Chan sect comprised 4 renowned golden immortals and several third-generation disciples, underscoring the importance placed upon this matter by the primordial lord. The leader was the illustrious Yuding Jinren, accompanied by Qingshu Daojinjuan, Puxian Jinren, and Huanglong Jinren, all golden immortals. Following them were Yuding Jinren's disciple Yang Jian, Qingshu Daojinjuan's disciple Huang Tianhua, and Puxian Jinren's disciple Mu Jia, as well as another golden immortal from the original sect, Yin Zhongzi, though not a direct disciple of the primordial lord. Thus, the Chan sect had dispatched 5 golden immortals, instilling a sense of trepidation in Wenzhong. Should the Chan sect harbor malicious intent, he would be no match for them in this moment. The leading figure, the Jade Ding Zhenren, upon hearing Wenzhong's words, revealed a glimmer of brilliance in his eyes. He surveyed the 10 absolute formation below, feeling a twinge of apprehension within. Our purpose here is undoubtedly to uphold the legacy of the human race. With the Dragon Clan re-emerging in the primordial realm, it is our duty at Yusu Palace to safeguard humanity. We have received the decree from the sect leader and have come to assist in battle. How about this? Since several of you are younger generations, shall we take charge of the matters below? As he spoke, Jade Ding Zhenren gestured towards a few disciples of the Chan teaching, who, understanding his intent, stepped forward and directed their treasures toward the 10 absolute formation below. When Zhong was taken aback, he instantly discerned the ulterior motives of the Chan disciples. Their arrival was not merely to claim credit, but rather a sinister plot to annihilate the 10 heavenly lords. How could Wenzhong allow the opposing faction to strike at the 10 heavenly lords? He declared in a resonant voice, "Esteemed uncle, your words are misguided. The myriad demons of the East Sea do not warrant your esteemed presence. We, the younger generation, can take the forefront. I implore you to remain on the sidelines." Jade Ding Zhenren, seemingly unfazed, proceeded with the Chan disciples toward the 10 absolute formation below. At that moment, just as the Chan disciples were about to disrupt the formation of the 10 heavenly lords, a sudden dragon's roar echoed from the eastern horizon, causing everyone to pause and direct their attention eastward. A flash of azure emerged, resembling a bolt of lightning, swiftly arriving before them. An ethereal dragon silhouette crashing toward the assembly. Panic ensued. While Master Wen's cultivation reached the celestial realm, his physical form was not formidable. Should this thunderous force strike him, he would likely face grave injury or worse. Just as he prepared to raise his golden spear in defense, a brilliant white figure surged forth. An imposing white giant ape stood before Wenzhong, fiercely wielding a massive wolf-toothed club to counter the impending blow. The Chan disciples also summoned their respective abilities. As the ethereal dragon's silhouette descended upon them, the ground trembled, and their protective treasures emitted mournful cries, all forced to retract in front of their masters. Fortunately, the third-generation disciples of the Chan teaching were shielded by Jade Ding Zhenren and Dao De Jinjun. However, the unfortunate Huang Long Zhenren, devoid of a treasure, fared far worse, reduced to a state even below that of Yun Zhongzi, who, despite his imitation treasures, managed to withstand the impact with several artifacts. As the assembly felt the might of this strike, they collectively inhaled sharply, a sense of foreboding washing over them. When they looked again, their astonishment deepened. A colossal azure dragon, measuring several hundred meters in length, coiled above, its eyes gleaming with derision, as if the golden immortals were but trifling insects in its gaze. Under such scrutiny, their hearts turned cold. Jade Ding Zhenren, regarding the dragon's silhouette overhead, paled and suddenly recalled something, exclaiming, "You are the ancient azure dragon." The azure dragon paused, casting a glance at Jade Ding, then erupted into laughter. "I did not expect there would still be those who remember me in this world. It seems you two are an old acquaintance from the primordial times. How fortuitous that we meet just as you emerge from seclusion. However, do you truly believe you can impede the progress of my dragon clan with your meager numbers? Ha ha ha, how utterly presumptuous." The Jade Emperor, a remarkable figure born from a piece of exquisite jade that underwent tribulation, initially remained obscure during the ancient times. It was only later, upon aligning himself with the primordial celestial master, that he gained recognition. However, the Jade Emperor possessed extraordinary agility and profound cultivation, particularly excelling in swordsmanship. Wielding the formidable extermination sword, he eventually forged a significant reputation in the primordial chaos. Yet, he had once witnessed a confrontation between the Azure Dragon and the chieftain of the Phoenix clan, realizing that the latter had attained quasi-saint status, which left him astonished. The arrival of the Azure Dragon seemed to shroud the impending battle in uncertainty, causing the onlookers to momentarily forget their grievances with the Chan and Jia sects, all gazing apprehensively at the figure swirling amidst the thunder and lightning above. The Azure Dragon cast a fleeting glance at the crowd, lingering momentarily on the yellow dragon, leaving behind a cold snort that hinted at disdain and perhaps a hint of murderous intent. The yellow dragon trembled, cold sweat cascading down, unable to muster the courage to gaze upward. Nearby, Yang Jian and his companions looked upon the yellow dragon's cowardice with disdain. Nevertheless, the Azure Dragon appeared disinterested in initiating combat. After letting out a cold huff, it surged directly towards the 10 absolute formation below. Seeing this, Wen Zhong was taken aback and instinctively moved to provide assistance, but was restrained by Yuan Hong, preventing any rash action. The few golden immortals of the Chan sect, however, breathed a sigh of relief, choosing not to intervene. All eyes followed the azure figure as the azure dragon charged straight into the 10 absolute formation, without the slightest hesitation, before swiftly emerging from the other side. In a matter of mere moments, what had once been an imposing formation, radiating fierce killing intent, crumbled under the azure dragon's relentless assault, leading to its collapse. The dozens of azure dragons and powerful beings of the Eastern Sea trapped within the formation erupted forth, soaring into the sky and issuing a resounding roar. At that moment, the 10 heavenly monarch revealed himself, appearing notably disheveled. With beads of blood oozing from the corners of his mouth, his gaze filled with terror as he stared at the figure above. As rain poured down, it quickly soaked the 10 heavenly monarch's robe, evidently inflicting upon him grave injuries, rendering him unable to move, firmly rooted in place. The liberated azure dragons, having vented their fury into the sky, turned to feast upon the 10 heavenly monarch. Yet, the ancient azure dragon hovering above showed no intention of intervening. Wen Zhong, witnessing this, felt his heart shatter, rendered speechless by shock. Just then, a sudden disturbance rippled from the dim horizon, causing the azure dragon to stir slightly. It then roared at the still vengeful dragonkin, leave. Taking flight first, the remaining dragons, unwilling to defy their ancestor's command, cast a reluctant glance at the 10 heavenly monarch before turning away. This left Wen Zhong and the others bewildered. However, the reason soon became apparent as they discerned a figure approaching from the distance, none other than the renowned general of the Yinshan dynasty, Kong Xian. The commander of the Three Passes, Kong Xian, the embodiment of the peacock, is, in truth, a descendant of the Phoenix clan, and naturally stands as an adversary to the dragon lineage. His cultivation has reached the level of a quasi-saint, and his innate divine power, the five-colored divine light, is a revered artifact that even quasi-saints regard with trepidation. The azure dragon, a formidable ancient beast, is well aware of Kong Xian's illustrious reputation. Upon his arrival, accompanied by a multitude of golden immortals, it became evident that they could not secure any advantage, prompting their retreat. As the assembly convened, they exchanged pleasantries. Kong Xian expressed profound admiration for Wen Zhong, his words laced with respect, which elicited discomfort and jealousy from the nearby Chan sect golden immortals. However, unable to contend with him, they merely forced smiles and engaged in idle chatter. In the meantime, the 10 heavenly lords had been rescued by the disciples of Yuan Hong, and Kong Xian utilized his divine abilities to heal the injuries sustained by the 10 heavenly lords. Only then could the onlookers shift their gaze to the battlefield below, where they collectively gasped in horror. The area previously occupied by the 10 absolute formation was now blanketed with the lifeless bodies of dragon soldiers, while the remains of various sea tribes formed irregular mounds, some reduced to mere ashes, entirely vanishing. The rainwater had turned crimson with blood. In this battle, the Yinshan army suffered over 40,000 elite casualties, leaving fewer than 50,000 survivors, while the dragon sea soldiers numbered in the hundreds of thousands, with less than 10,000 managing to escape. Had it not been for the arrival of the 10 heavenly lords, it is likely that the Yinshan forces would have faced total annihilation at the hands of the dragon sea warriors. The shaken soldiers were gathered back to their camp, where formations were re-established, the battlefield cleared, and measures taken to prevent further incursions by the dragons. However, today seemed particularly lively. Just as preparations to return to camp were underway, a blood-red streak suddenly cut across the sky from the west, heading directly toward them. Yang Jian Muzha and Huang Tianhua, feeling youthful arrogance, could not help but express their disdain upon witnessing an intruder approaching, and they promptly advanced to intercept. To their surprise, the figure was none other than Nezha, who had finally arrived after sensing the commotion in the east and witnessing the bodies of the fallen Yinshan soldiers. Nezha had hurriedly made his way, eager to discern the happenings. Despite his rapid pace, the relentless thunder and lightning that rained down from the sky impeded his progress. When the 10 absolute formation was established, trapping the Dragon Palace soldiers, a surge of malevolent energy rose, startling Nezha and compelling him to hasten his steps. After the ancient azure dragon departed with its progeny, Nezha finally reached the site, spotting the encampment of the Yinshan army from a distance. He was determined to join their ranks and assist in thwarting the dragon invasion. Yet, as he rushed forward, he remained oblivious to the peculiar tension in the air. Just as he was about to enter the camp, a sharp cry pierced the atmosphere, and a chilling aura of murderous intent struck his heart. Startled, Nezha swiftly halted the red lotus beneath him and instinctively raised the Tianshou circle to defend against the oncoming weaponry. With a resounding clash, the Tianshou circle collided with the weapon, producing a sharp, piercing shriek. Nezha, caught off guard, was staggered back several paces, while the weapon was deflected away. It was only then that Nezha looked up to behold a trio of figures, each wielding a magical artifact in defense before him. Among them stood the very individual he had just faced, clad in chainmail and gripping a pair of double-edged blades, adorned with a peculiar vertical eye upon his forehead. This adversary wielded an unusual weapon. Beside him lurked a massive black hound, its blood-red eyes fixated intently upon Nezha. Another figure loomed beside them, towering at 9 feet, his countenance as pale as jade. Yet, his bulging eyes radiated a formidable intensity, his physique exuding an impressive strength and vigor. His long hair was elegantly tied back, and he brandished an odd, dagger-like weapon. Accompanying him was a magnificent Chilan beast, adding to the grandeur of the scene. Lastly, the youngest among them bore 2 swords upon his back, emanating a palpable aura of menace as he regarded Nezha. While Nezha found him somewhat familiar, he could not quite place his identity and did not dwell on it for long. However, upon surveying the trio, Nezha recognized one among them, the very three-eyed deity who had intercepted him earlier. It was unmistakably the revered Li Xing, Yang, a figure of great esteem in the annals of history. Upon recognizing Li Xing, Nezha's heart leapt with joy, and without a second thought, he sheathed his weapon and stepped forward, exclaiming, "Ah, it is Lord Li. I have long admired you." Yang, taken aback by Nezha's youthful prowess, misinterpreted the compliment as mockery. He recalled his own rapid advancement under the tutelage of the Jade Dingzhenren, having distinguished himself among the younger generation of the primordial era, which had fostered a sense of arrogance within him. In that moment of contemplation, Yang suddenly struck, unleashing a beam of divine light from his third eye, aimed directly at Nezha. Unprepared for the abrupt assault and influenced by his admiration for Yang, Nezha could scarcely fathom that such a revered figure would resort to underhanded tactics. The third eye, a natural endowment of Yang, possessed the ability to pierce illusions and unleash destructive energies, a crucial asset in combat. In the fleeting moment of Nezha's distraction, the divine light struck him squarely in the chest, sending him crashing to the ground and plunging his form into the surging waters that had inundated the earth. Observing from afar, Master Wen's expression darkened, fury igniting within him. The audacity of the intruders, who had not even inquired before resorting to lethal force, was a disgrace to the principles of righteous cultivators. Most infuriating was the indifference of the nearby Taishang Laojun, who merely observed without intervening. Meanwhile, Kong Xian, standing to the side, seemed to contemplate something. Closing his eyes in feigned ignorance while subtly preparing to intervene, his fingers twitching in anticipation. Yang chuckled heartily, gazing at Nezha, who had fallen into the water, and spoke with a harsh tone. "You insignificant Taoist, unaware of your own limitations, daring to intrude upon our military camp. Such misfortune is well-deserved." Yang, not lacking in wit, hastily categorized Nezha as a reckless intruder with ulterior motives. Just as the trio was about to turn away, a sudden thud resonated from the spot where Nezha had plunged. And then, a figure engulfed in flames ascended from below, standing before them. At that moment, Nezha was filled with fury, astonished by the audacity of his opponent. This left him with a sense of shattered illusions, and as he felt the sharp pain in his chest, he realized that his adversary had indeed struck with lethal intent. With no grievances between them, he had been ambushed mercilessly. How could Nezha not be enraged? The flicker of admiration he once held vanished in an instant, awakening him to the reality that this was the primordial world, not a mere myth. Had it not been for the protective embrace of his magic silk, he might have perished by now. At this juncture, Nezha deemed further discourse unnecessary. As the adage goes, if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. Having been ambushed, he would not let this transgression go unpunished. Without hesitation, under the astonished gazes of the three, Nezha's universe ring suddenly expanded, and he unleashed a torrent of blazing true fire towards Yang. Among the trio, Nezha had discerned that only Yang posed a significant threat. At that moment, Yang had reached the realm of profound immortal and was regarded as an exceptional disciple among the 3 generations of the Chan school, even outshining many from the. However, during his recent spate of slaughters, Nezha had been continuously solidifying his cultivation, and with the constant influx of faith power. Although he had yet to attain the profound immortal realm, his magical prowess was not inferior to that of a typical profound immortal practitioner. Seeing Nezha daring to strike at him, Yangjian's fury ignited. His third eye opened wide, and with an enraged roar, he he swept the three-pointed double-edged blade forward. A flash of radiant light emerged, successfully blocking Nezha's true fire, yet the clash with the universe ring resulted in a fierce confrontation. The ensuing battle between Nezha and Yang Jian saw them exchanging blows, each showcasing their divine abilities. Nezha unleashed his true fire, universe ring, and magic silk in relentless succession, while Yang Jian refused to yield, wielding his blade with equal fervor, assisted by his third eye and the howling celestial dog. Their combat escalated, transcending from the sky to the ground and back again. From a distance, it was nearly impossible to discern their forms amid the chaos. Yet the tumultuous energy they unleashed sent the surrounding elemental essence into disarray, shattering the raindrops that fell from the sky. As time passed, their tempers flared. Observing that Yang Jian was momentarily unable to subdue Nezha, the irate Huang Tianhua could no longer restrain himself. He brandished the heart-piercing nail and hurled it at Nezha, simultaneously urging his steed, the mythical Qilin, to charge at him. Meanwhile, Mu Jia, below, gazed up in a daze, utterly bewildered by the tumultuous battle unfolding in the sky. In the moment when Nezha summoned the Hunyuan silk and the Qinquan circle, Mu Jia had already recognized that the one before him was his long-lost brother, Nezha. In truth, Mu Jia held a great fondness for his younger sibling. During their childhood, the three brothers spent countless joyous moments together, forging a deep bond. Now, upon recognizing Nezha, he could only anxiously await the outcome, refraining from assisting Yang Jian and his companion. As for the arrival of Huang Tianhua, Nezha remained undaunted. Although Huang Tianhua appeared formidable, his strength was merely at the early stages of the celestial immortal realm, posing little threat to Nezha. Moreover, Huang was armed with nothing but a flimsy heart-piercing nail, rendering him no cause for concern. Seizing the opportunity for sarcasm, after deflecting a strike from Yang Jian, Nezha retaliated with a swift kick, sending Huang Tianhua staggering back several paces. I never expected the Chan sect to instruct its disciples in such a manner. If one cannot prevail, do they send another? Must I contend with yet another child after defeating the first? Yang Jian, brimming with arrogance, felt his face flush crimson upon hearing Nezha's taunts. Unable to restrain his furious roar, Tianhua, step aside. Allow me to deal with this impudent child. Huang Tianhua hesitated, and at that moment, Nezha seized the opportunity, producing the nine-dragon divine fire shield from within his robes and hurling it at Huang Tianhua. The shield expanded in the wind, and before Huang could mount a defense, he was ensnared within it. Witnessing his disciple captured, Yang Jian's eyes blazed with fury, each strike he delivered infused with vengeance. The tumultuous clash between the two stirred the surrounding winds and clouds, rendering the rain impotent and the winds powerless. Their battle raged with fervor. Both combatants, endowed with extraordinary talents, refined their techniques with each encounter, their strikes becoming increasingly intricate. Meanwhile, on the other side, a shift occurred with Wenzhong. Yang Jian, the pride of the Jade Ding real man, renowned within the Chan sect, was taken aback to find a youth, even younger than himself, who wielded celestial immortal prowess and artifacts to match him in battle, leaving the onlookers astonished. The real man of the Yellow Dragon watched Nezha's Qinquan circle and Hunyuan silk with eager eyes, coveting treasures he did not possess. However, when Nezha unveiled the nine-dragon divine fire shield and ensnared Huang Tianhua, the expressions of the Jade Ding real man and the other three golden immortals shifted, exchanging glances. They recognized the nine-dragon divine fire shield as a prized artifact of the supreme Master Tai. How could the four celestial beings of the Chan sect fail to recognize it? Suddenly, a thought struck Jade Ding real man, and he stepped forward to intervene in the conflict between Nezha and Yang Jian. Yet, he was met by Kong Xian, who had been observing them intently. With a smirk, he interposed himself before Jade Ding real man, questioning, "What is this? Do you intend to use your strength to bully the weak?" Yuding Jinren was momentarily taken aback, and then clasped his fists together, saying, "My friend, you may not be aware that the object in the possession of that youth is a treasure bestowed upon my disciple by the esteemed Tai Jinren. Through my calculations, I surmise that this youth is indeed my reincarnated nephew, which is why he seeks to confront the two individuals and clarify the matter." Now that Yuding Jinren had spoken plainly, the other three golden immortals had confirmed Nezha's identity. As Yuding Jinren was adept at divination, they naturally placed their trust in him. However, unbeknownst to them, Yuding Jinren had failed to discern the origins of Nezha this time. "Oh, how curious. Since you are of the same sect, why then do these two engage in combat?" Kong Xian remarked with a subtle smile. "If the younger generation wishes to spar, it would be better to allow them to exchange techniques." At that moment, W.N. Taisher, having heard the exchanges, felt a sudden clarity wash over him. Observing that Nezha was not at a disadvantage, he relaxed and supported Kong Xian's suggestion. Yudingzhenren, upon hearing this, understood Kong Xian's intentions and inwardly chastised Yang Jian for his excessive pride and impulsiveness, realizing that he would need to manage him more carefully in the future. With the presence of Kong Xian, a quasi-saint, the golden immortals of the Chan school found themselves at a loss, pondering their next course of action. Meanwhile, Huang Longzhenren's eyes flickered with a myriad of thoughts as he recognized Nezha's form. He had glimpsed Nezha during the battle against the third prince of the dragon at Tianshou Mountain, and to his astonishment, in merely 2 years, Nezha had achieved such remarkable prowess. His desire for Nezha's treasures ignited within him as he contemplated how to seize them, all while pondering the question of whether Nezha was indeed a disciple of Tai. As for Nezha and Yang Jian, their battle raged like fire and oil, drawing the attention of the soldiers of the Yinshang, who emerged to witness the spectacle, murmuring amongst themselves. Huang Tianhua, ensnared by Nezha's divine fire, found himself bound at the waist, while his steed, the Qilin, retreated in fear, opting to observe from a distance. Nezha unleashed a stream of Samadhi true fire, driving back the howling celestial dog, before turning once more to engage Yang Jian. Flames surged around him, and with every strike, a searing heat emanated. Yang Jian, agile and evasive, occasionally launched his 3-pronged, double-edged blade, the cold glimmer clashing against Nezha's universe ring. Yang Jian's blade was no ordinary weapon. After undergoing primal refinement, though not a postnatal spiritual treasure, it was certainly on par with one, making him a formidable opponent for Nezha. The two clashed again, and Nezha's form powerfully stomped upon the red lotus beneath him, summoning a fierce flame. The long-dormant Hunyuan suddenly transformed into a blinding red radiance, causing Yang Jian to involuntarily close his 3 eyes. This is bad, Yang Jian thought in that fleeting moment of blindness, and he swiftly summoned his 3-pronged, double-edged blade before him, only to feel an overwhelming force surge through his body from the blade. Yang Jian's body involuntarily trembled, yet Nezha pressed on. The celestial silk once again at play, seemingly poised to ensnare Yang Jian and confine his 7 souls. However, at that moment, Nezha halted, glancing down to discover that the fiery-eyed hound had latched onto his feet, impeding his advance. Filled with rage, Nezha thought that had it not been for the hound's repeated interference, he would have long since triumphed over Yang Jian. Seeing the hound once again thwarting his efforts, he could hardly contain his fury. Suddenly, a surge of spiritual energy coursed into the red lotus beneath him, while he struck down fiercely with the universe ring, a resounding crash echoing as it landed squarely upon the hound's head. The hound, unable to withstand such a blow, staggered before collapsing to the ground. Yang Jian, who had just regained his composure, was instantly filled with wrath. This hound, loyal and devoted to him for so long, had fallen victim to Nezha's strike. In an instant, both combatants unleashed their full prowess, clashing once more, yet with the hound's interference eliminated, Nezha found himself considerably more at ease. Observing the battle from the sidelines, Muzha was taken aback. He had not anticipated that his third brother's cultivation was so profound that even the foremost disciple of the Chan sect's 3rd generation seemed to pale in comparison to Nezha, which left him feeling somewhat disheartened. Not wanting to delay any longer upon witnessing the hound's downfall, he seized the opportunity to descend to the ground, cradling the hound in his arms. Gently feeling its breath, he was relieved to discover that the hound was not dead, had it perished at Nezha's hands. It was likely that Yang Jian and Nezha would become irreconcilable foes. In the distance, the onlookers from the Chan sect were increasingly astonished. As they beheld the hound being struck down, Master Yuding's heart quivered, and he could no longer permit the battle to continue. He subtly signaled to the golden immortals, Huang Long and Qing Su, urging them to intercept Kong Xian, as he himself was hindered by the ongoing conflict. Yet, at that moment, Kong Xian seemed to have discerned Master Yuding's intentions, willingly stepping aside. It was not his aim to see the Chan sect suffer losses, and having witnessed their lesson, he made way. With a complex expression, Master Yuding cast a glance at Kong Xian, then performed a gesture of respect before swiftly teleporting toward Yang Jian's side. Just as Nezha and Yang Jian crossed paths, a brilliant beam of golden light shot forth between them. Sensing the lethal aura emanating from the light, Nezha was startled and quickly retreated several steps to evade the sword's edge, while Yang Jian, equally cautious, paled as he stepped aside. Gazing in astonishment at the source of the golden light, the light stood erect between them before finally halting, and as Nezha focused his gaze, he beheld a glimmering sword, its blade suffused with a faint, ethereal radiance. As he attempted to scrutinize it further, An overwhelming sensation of soul-snatching allure gripped him, causing him to recoil in shock. Conversely, Yang Jian's expression brightened with joy, a flush of excitement coloring his cheeks. That sword was none other than his master's killing immortal's sword. Both of you, cease at once. A clear, resonant voice rang out as a handsome figure clad in a Taoist robe interposed himself between Yang Jian and Nezha. Master. Yang Jian's heart surged with excitement as he uttered a remark. Master Yuding shot him a glance, and thinking his teacher was displeased with him for tarnishing the reputation of their sect, he quickly lowered his head, daring not to meet his gaze. Oh, so it is Master Yuding. Indeed, it seems the small has provoked the great. The Chan sect truly belongs to the disciples of the saints. Nezha, realizing the identity of his opponent, felt a stirring in his heart and spoke up, yet was also aware of the sword's origins, which inevitably caused him some concern. Upon hearing this, Master Yuding felt a flicker of annoyance within, but managed to maintain a somewhat awkward smile as he addressed Nezha, esteemed Taoist. This conflict is merely a misunderstanding. I assure you, we will provide an explanation. In fact, we have a certain connection, as the saying goes. One does not truly know another without a clash. Both you and Yang Jian are exemplary figures of your generation. This encounter can be deemed a rare opportunity for mutual refinement. What say you? Nezha, taken aback, acknowledged that although he was aware of some underlying circumstances, having once been a disciple under Tai Jinren, he glanced at the nine-dragon divine fire hood at his waist and realized how his opponent had discerned his identity. However, Nezha understood that such a relationship was fleeting, especially considering that his fall to the mortal realm and subsequent reincarnation were entwined with Tai Jinren. Nevertheless, it seemed that Master Yuding had no intention of taking advantage of the situation, which brought him a sense of relief as he remained silent, observing Master Yuding. By now, Master Yuding had adjusted his mindset, having cultivated for many years, and retained a measure of composure. Noticing Nezha's silence, he bore no anger. Conversely, Yang Jian was astounded that his master had spoken such words. He felt a surge of indignation and was about to retort when he caught the stern gaze of his master, causing him to turn his head away. Filled with resentment towards Nezha, the one who had caused him such embarrassment, Master Yuding then glanced at the nine-dragon divine fire hood at Nezha's waist and inquired, "Might I ask if you could release my disciple? Of course, to demonstrate our sincerity. We would ensure that you are not left at a loss for your kindness." Hearing this, Yang Jian was infuriated, his anger boiling over. The followers of the Chan sect who had accompanied him were also displeased, believing that Master Yuding's actions had brought shame upon their sect. After all, even if Nezha was a third-generation disciple of the Chan sect, he was still a junior. Only Yun Zhongzi and Kong Xian exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with insight. Little did the Chan sect's followers realize that Master Yuding's motives were not solely based on Nezha's affiliation with Tai, but rather that he had experienced the primordial events of the ancient times and possessed considerable knowledge of the secrets of that era. Now, observing the Qian Kuan circle and the red embroidered ball in Nezha's hands, he discerned another aspect related to Nuwa. Nezha hesitated as he glanced at Huang Tianshou, the son of King Wuqing of the Shang dynasty, feeling a flicker of interest. Master Yuding evidently noted Nezha's uncertainty and continued, "Esteemed Taoist, this individual is the beloved son of King Wuqing Huang Feihu. I hope you will grant him mercy for the sake of King Wuqing." Upon witnessing the humble demeanor of the Jade Dingjinren, Nezha found it difficult to maintain his stance. Considering the formidable power of this individual, it would be a Herculean task to inflict harm upon himself. Thus, he decided to release the man, curious as to what compensation the Chan sect might offer him in return. With this thought in mind, Nezha hesitated no longer, raising the divine fire shield and addressing the Jade Dingjinren. "Very well, I shall spare you this time for the sake of your esteemed presence." Having spoken, he cast the nine-dragon divine fire shield into the air, lifting the prohibition. Huang Tianhua promptly tumbled out from within the shield, his spirit waning. Yet he glared at Nezha with a venomous intensity, as if wishing to consume him whole. Nezha disdainfully snorted, refusing to cast a glance his way. Meanwhile, Kong Xian whispered to Wenzhong, who, upon hearing, nodded in astonishment and stepped forward with a genial demeanor, exclaiming, "Ah, the young hero who slays dragons. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth." Upon hearing this, Nezha turned to regard the elder who had emerged, perplexed about his identity, and hesitantly inquired, "May I ask who this esteemed individual is?" Wenzhong, in a cheerful tone, replied, "I am Wenzhong." Nezha, taken aback by the unexpected encounter, felt a surge of astonishment within, yet managed to mask it, responding, "Ah, Lord One, it is an honor to meet you. Your reputation precedes you." However, regarding the dragon-slaying incident, It is indeed a source of great shame for me. In my youth, I committed a grave error, and I have descended from the mountain this time to seek redemption for the common folk, to atone for my past misdeeds. Wen Zhong, intrigued by Nezha's words, noted the weight of emotion in his tone regarding the dragon-slaying event, which had only transpired a year prior. He also recalled Li Jing's wife, Yin Shenyang, and felt a sudden understanding, unaware of the century Nezha had traversed in his dreams. Despite his youth, Nezha possessed profound cultivation, earning the respect of those around him. When Taisher then took the opportunity to introduce Nezha to the others present, who had by now discerned his background and greeted him with warm smiles. The 10 heavenly lords, in particular, held Nezha in high regard, not only due to his connection to Enhua, but also because of his forthright nature. Although the Chan sect members harbored some dissatisfaction, they refrained from expressing it in the presence of Jade Dingjinren. To the onlooker, it appeared as though any past grievances had been amicably resolved. As they prepared to return to the main camp, when Taisher casually inquired, "By the way, what treasures do the esteemed uncles of the Chan sect possess?" Upon hearing this, Jade Dingjinren felt a surge of annoyance, as he had intended to privately present a magical artifact to Nezha to foster goodwill and gauge his inclinations, only to have Wen Zhong preempt him. Nezha glanced at Jade Dingjinren without uttering a word. With a wry smile, Jade Dingjinren nodded at Yun Zhongzi, who understood the cue. From a pouch containing magical artifacts, he retrieved a golden brick shaped like a seal, declaring, "This is forged after the Lingbao Kongtong seal, possessing immeasurable power. Capable of traversing mountains and seas. Once invoked, it can transform into a mountain of immense weight, capable of suppressing all. Might I inquire if this treasure is to your liking?" Yun Zhongzi, being quite considerate, recognized that Nezha, at this moment, was the mountain god. And this treasure was indeed perfectly suited for him. Nezha, aware of Yun Zhongzi's formidable prowess in crafting magical artifacts, understood that while he may not surpass the master brother of the Taoist of many treasures, he was nonetheless among the elite. Naturally, the artifact was highly suitable for him, and thus he felt elated. Without any pretense, he accepted it directly amidst the resentful gazes of Yang Jian and Huang Tianhua. Even the real man of the Yellow Dragon felt a twinge of envy. Had it not been for his status as a contemporary of Yun Zhongzi and the latter's slight disdain for him, he would have likely asked for it outright. Since this object had come into my possession, it can be considered a fateful encounter. I shall name it the Golden Brick, thought Nezha. Sensing the restrictions contained within the item, he realized it had yet to be utilized, which brought him great joy. However, calling it the Kongtong seal did not seem fitting, so he decided to bestow upon it a more appropriate name. Upon hearing Golden Brick, the assembled company exchanged glances and quickly turned their heads away. The real man of the Jade Ding, however, felt a shadow of gloom rise in his eyes, while Wen Zhong and Kong Xian revealed a cryptic smile. It was evident that naming was not as straightforward as it appeared. Rather, within this name, Nezha subtly expressed his intention to delineate himself from the Chan teaching. Chapter 49. The proposal to withdraw the troops. Although the Yinshang had achieved a significant victory on the Western Front, the generals were not pleased. The casualties among the soldiers were substantial, rendering it increasingly difficult to maintain the western line of defense. Should the Dragon Clan launch another attack, it could very well herald the obliteration of the Western Front. Thus, upon returning to camp, after exchanging pleasantries, Wen Zhong expressed gratitude on behalf of the Great Shang to the various cultivators who had come to their aid. As night deepened, within the grand tent of the Yinshang, the lamps burned brightly, illuminating the interior, while the sounds of patrolling soldiers echoed from outside. Grandmaster Wen sat at the head of the table, with General Yuan Hong, the commander of the Western Front, positioned beneath him. On either side, the celestial beings from the Chan and Sat. Notably, Nezha was seated to the left, alongside the 10 heavenly lords, directly across from Yang Jian among the Chan representatives. At that moment, Kong Xian had already returned to the camp of King Zhou to report on the day's events. Given the significance of this battle concerning the Dragon Clan, and with various sect members having received instructions from their leaders, it was not the time to display enmity upon their faces in front of Wen Zhong. However, it was clear from Wen Zhong's demeanor that he leaned towards his own faction. Consequently, the real man of the Jade Ding, seated in the foremost position to the right, cast a glance at Wen Zhong, contemplating whether it would be prudent for him and his companions to depart swiftly and return to their own Chan dominion. At that moment, Wen Zhong was preoccupied with the battle reports and, after a brief glance, addressed Yuan Hong. "General Yuan, the matters of the Western Front have been entrusted to you by the king. What are your thoughts on the defense here?" Yuan Hong turned his body and clasped his fists towards Wen Zhong at the head of the table, then nodded to the assembled cultivators below before speaking. Master. The situation on the Western Front is far from optimistic. Today's battle has made it clear, had it not been for your arrival, along with the other heavenly lords, we would likely have already become fodder for fish and shrimp. Furthermore, the main army has not sent any news thus far. I have ceased to hold any hope. Yuan Hong's voice resonated loudly, causing the tent to vibrate with the sound. However, the attendees were unconcerned about their words being overheard, as a soundproofing array had been set up within the tent. Wen Zhong furrowed his brow and stroked his beard, signaling Yuan Hong to continue. At present, the dragon soldiers have occupied the territory east of the sand dunes, and with the floods ravaging various regions, our army's march is severely hampered, benefiting the aquatic tribes instead. Although our military formation is strong, it can only withstand for so long. If the dragon tribe continues to deploy such forces, with the support of the celestial beings from the Chan sect and the 10 heavenly lords, we can certainly hold our ground on the Western Front. But I have merely recounted the general situation and now cast a hesitant glance at you, Master One. Seeing Wen Zhong's signal for him to proceed, Yuan Hong continued. However, as we witnessed today, the dragon tribe has evidently not dispatched a large number of troops. It seems they intend to breach our defenses at minimal cost. Yet they almost succeeded, especially with the appearance of the ancient azure dragon. Should the dragon tribe launch another attack, it may prove exceedingly difficult for us to withstand. The attendees nodded in agreement. They recognized that against those dragon cultivators of quasi-saint level, they were no match unless the Chan sect could summon the likes of Duo Bao and the 3 heavens maidens, or set up a formidable array to trap them. Only then could the Chan sect send forth talents like the true man of Tai, Yi, and Ran Deng to contend with them. However, those individuals were currently kept close by their respective masters to consolidate their cultivation, making it impossible for them to arrive in a timely manner. Thus, it appeared that everyone would need to endure for a while longer. This understanding left a sense of despondency in their hearts. Yet Wen Zhong chuckled lightly. There is no need for concern, my friends. Let us reflect. Indeed, the dragon tribe was formidable in the past, with countless quasi-saints. However, we must not forget that those are tales from ancient times. After the calamity of the dragon and phoenix, the dragon tribe has dwindled, forced to retreat to the 4 seas. How many quasi-saints can still survive today? Furthermore, if the dragon tribe were truly as invincible as they once were, they would have already shattered our defenses long ago. It would not have taken until now. Indeed, what Master One has said is quite reasonable. We may not necessarily lose this war. At this, the true man of Yuding seated on the right quickly chimed in. However, the mention of Master One still left him with an unpleasant feeling, as by seniority, Wen Zhong should refer to him as Sherbois, Master Uncle. Alas, here within the mortal realm of the Yinshang army, they naturally addressed one another by military rank. Upon hearing this, the others felt somewhat reassured, believing that what was said held merit. Yet, Nezha recalled the sights he had encountered on his journey, and an uncomfortable feeling settled in his heart. Just then, a cold snort pierced through the air. As the saying goes, when soldiers come, we shall block them. When water comes, we shall cover it with earth. If the dragon tribe dares to approach, we shall ensure they have no way back. Why waste breath on idle chatter here? Ultimately, it is nothing but timidity. This remark was rather offensive, prompting the assembly to glance towards its source, only to find Yang Jian holding the recently awakened howling celestial dog. With his 3 eyes erect and a fierce glare, he scanned the crowd with a disdainful expression, particularly fixing his gaze on Wen Zhong, while also casting a provocative glance at Nezha. Nezha regarded him with a semblance of a smile, which caused the howling celestial dog to tremble in fear at the sight of Nezha's gaze, quickly burrowing its head into Yang Jian's embrace, evidently shaken by Nezha's previous strike. One cannot entirely blame the howling celestial dog. As the adage goes, one must consider the master when striking a dog. Both Yang Jian and Nezha were evenly matched in their conflict, and the howling celestial dog had previously experienced Nezha's formidable prowess, thus instilling a sense of dread within it. Before Wen Zhong could reprimand, the real man of Jade Ding's expression shifted, and he exclaimed, "Silence! Such significant matters must be decided by the generals present. Refrain from excessive chatter." At this admonition, Yang Jian dared not retort, but, upon catching Nezha's sardonic gaze, felt a surge of indignation rise within him. He promptly stood, clasped his fists towards the real man of Jade Ding, and declared, "Master, I am unwell. I shall take my leave." Without waiting for a response, he lifted the tent flap and exited. "Indeed, Yang, your spirit is commendable," Wen Zhong remarked, before the discussion on the matter ceased. Only the 10 heavenly sovereigns occasionally cast sidelong glances at the disciples of the Chan school, their eyes reflecting a hint of mockery, as it was no wonder that the disciples were embroiled in calamities. Subsequently, after deliberating the strengths of both factions, Wen Zhong could only sigh, resolving, "If that is the case, shall we heed General Yuan's counsel and withdraw our forces?" Yuan Hong and his subordinate generals remained silent. Everyone understood that this choice was the most prudent for the Western Route Army. However, a retreat would drastically alter the entire battlefield. And unless the Central and Right Route armies also retreated to preserve their strength and seek future opportunities, they could not dare to utter the words of withdrawal without guidance from the king. Observing the generals' reactions, Wen Zhong, having served 3 generations of emperors, discerned their apprehensions and sighed. "Very well, return to your posts, assemble the troops, and prepare for retreat. Moreover, is there anyone willing to remain behind to hold off the enemy and prevent their pursuit? This withdrawal plan necessitates someone to cover our retreat." Upon hearing this, the assembly could not openly express their desire to withdraw, and they all clasped their fists in agreement, with even Nezha pledging to stay behind. After further deliberation, they finalized the strategy for retreat. Just as they were about to disperse, an urgent report suddenly resounded from outside. Wen Zhong quickly summoned the messenger in, compelling the assembly to resume their seats. The soldiers had brought in a bluebird, which clutched a piece of white jade the size of a fingernail in its talons. This was a crucial method of communication reserved for significant military matters. Faster than any cultivator's flight and discreet enough to evade enemy detection, Wen Zhong retrieved a piece of white jade and, employing a unique technique, infused it with spiritual energy. As his consciousness entered the stone, he closed his eyes and began to examine its depths. Soon after, he finally opened his eyes and spoke. "Indeed, the king is wise. He has consented to our withdrawal, and the strategy has been redeployed." Upon hearing this, the soldiers' faces lit up with joy. Subsequently, the group departed one by one, and Nezha returned to a tent arranged by the Shang dynasty. Chapter 50. Brothers reunited in a tent situated to the east of the main camp. The real man of Jade Cauldron, the true monarch of clear void virtue, and the real man of universal virtue sat cross-legged atop a white mat. Subtle hints of 3 flowers emerging from above their heads, accompanied by a fragrant aroma. The 3 were deep in meditation. At that moment, a sudden sound of footsteps was heard outside the tent, awakening the 3 from their trance. They exchanged glances and nodded in understanding. "Brothers, Muzha has gone to see that fellow," announced the real man of Yellow Dragon, recounting what he had observed. The real man of Jade Cauldron nodded and invited him to sit. After a moment of contemplation, the true monarch of clear void virtue turned to the real man of universal virtue and inquired, "Brother, what do you foresee as the outcome?" As Muzha was a disciple of the real man of universal virtue, he was naturally curious. Seeing the real man of Yellow Dragon and the real man of Jade Cauldron looking at him expectantly, the real man of universal virtue could only smile wryly and shake his head. "Muzha is pure and benevolent, yet stubborn and inflexible. I observe that Nezha possesses a strong-willed and astute character. Does that mean you also harbor doubts?" he was asked. The real man of universal virtue shook his head and replied, "At this moment, I am uncertain. We shall simply await the outcome." Suddenly, the real man of Jade Cauldron interjected, "Let us refrain from wild speculation. The situation, particularly regarding Nezha and the Li family, is exceedingly complex. Ultimately, it was the Li family that wronged Nezha first, and thus, failure is a distinct possibility. However, we cannot forsake the Li family in exchange for Nezha's return." Everyone nodded in agreement, aware of this undeniable truth. Aside from the mentor-disciple relationship between Muzha and the true monarch of clear void virtue, Li Jing was a general of the Shang dynasty, playing a crucial role in the layout of the Chan sect, and furthermore, he was a disciple of the Lantern of the Chan sect. Listening to the sound of soldiers outside packing their belongings, the real man of Jade Cauldron sighed silently. He sensed an underlying resistance and disdain in Nezha towards the Chan sect, yet he could not ascertain its origin. Could it merely be due to the conflict with Yangjian? However, from his perspective, it seemed rather unlike Nezha. Nezha's quarters were located on the left side of the camp, a gathering place for cultivators. Upon returning to his tent, he found it prepared with cushions and fruits. Displaying considerable thoughtfulness, Nezha had developed a habit of needing rest every so often, a remnant from his past life. Even though he had now ascended to the realm of celestial beings, capable of foregoing sleep for days on end through meditation, this habit was one he could not easily shed. "In recent days, as I traversed the rain-soaked terrain, vanquishing the sea creatures, my body and spirit grew weary. It was a time for rest. However, upon entering the tent today, Nezha found himself wide awake, his eyes alert and devoid of any hint of slumber. He settled onto the mat, not to meditate, but rather to contemplate the events of the morrow. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside the tent. Focusing intently, Nezha perceived the ethereal aura emanating from the visitor, indicating that the newcomer was no mere soldier. As the footsteps approached the entrance, Nezha called out, "I am unaware of which esteemed friend has arrived. Please do enter for a discussion." The footsteps halted momentarily, and then the tent flap was lifted to reveal a young Taoist, whose visage resembled that of a jade crown, with supple lips and pearly teeth, strikingly handsome. His expression was complex as he regarded Nezha. Taken aback, Nezha realized that this was the young Taoist who had once accompanied Yang Jian, bearing dual swords. Despite the fact that he had not intervened to assist Yang Jian, Nezha held a favorable impression of him and gestured for him to take a seat. The young Taoist cast a glance at Nezha but remained silent, sitting down with a demeanor of contemplation that only deepened the complexity of his expression. Nezha observed the hesitant Taoist, sensing an inexplicable familiarity, yet found no trace of him in his memories, merely an instinct that suggested a connection. A flicker of confusion crossed Nezha's eyes, yet he refrained from dwelling on it, and instead inquired, "What brings you here, my friend?" Upon hearing this, the young Taoist's eyes trembled as he lifted his gaze, locking onto Nezha's with intensity. "You truly do not remember me?" he queried. Nezha, momentarily taken aback by this unexpected question, scrutinized the Taoist's features. After a prolonged gaze, he felt a sudden jolt as he discerned a resemblance to Yin Shenyang, albeit faint. Yet, his familiarity with her was profound. "Are you the elder brother or the second brother?" Nezha exclaimed, a surge of joy welling within him. Having spent much of his childhood in the company of Jin Jia and Mu Jia, the sight of him naturally evoked a sense of happiness. Rather than harboring resentment towards the Li family, his animosity was primarily directed at Li Jing. Mu Jia's face lit up with joy. The transformations among the three brothers over the years had been monumental. It was through the artifacts wielded by Nezha that he recognized him, and Nezha's recognition of himself brought him great delight. "I am your second brother, Mu Jia," he declared. Yet, after their reunion, both sat opposite each other, at a loss for words. Though still young, they had endured too much in recent years to recapture the carefree joy of their childhood. After a moment of hesitation, Mu Jia finally spoke. "I have heard that mother is at Tianshou Mountain. I wonder how she fares now." The three sons of Li Jing, including Nezha, were all exceptionally filial, particularly Jin Jia and Mu Jia, who were notably respectful and devoted to Yin Shenyang. Nezha nodded thoughtfully. "Mother is well now, engaging daily with the mountain folk who affectionately refer to her as the immortal lady. She is filled with joy, yet she finds herself missing you and elder brother." Reflecting on Yin Shenyang, Nezha suddenly realized that he had unwittingly been away from Tianshou Mountain for over a month. "Alas, it is the fault of an unfilial child like me for not being able to serve at my mother's side. It would have been better had I remained at Tianshou Mountain. How have you attained such cultivation? I have heard it said that you once vanquished the dragon clan." Mu Jia sighed upon hearing this, but as thoughts of Tianshou Mountain emerged, he recalled Nezha's circumstances and could not help but inquire. Nezha chuckled bitterly and recounted the events that led to his departure from the Li family, omitting certain details that were best left unsaid. "That is how it transpired. Fortunately, Mother arrived and ensured my safety. Otherwise, I would not know if I could still converse with you now." Upon hearing this, Mu Jia became acutely aware of the tribulations Nezha had faced after leaving home. He felt a jolt within. Having believed his own arduous training under his master in the mountains was a testament to his hardship, only to realize that his past grievances paled in comparison to Nezha's suffering. A mixture of shame and sorrow filled his heart. Considering the young Nezha, who had endured so much pain and adversity, he could not help but harbor some resentment towards their father, Li Jing, for casting Nezha out. Yet, being a person of deep filial piety, such thoughts were fleeting. "Alas, it is surprising that all three of us brothers have left home. While your cultivation has indeed grown formidable, remember that in this primordial world, countless beings possess great power. Henceforth, do not act recklessly," Mu Jia cautioned with a sigh, instinctively offering words of concern to Nezha. Nezha nodded, sensing the warmth in Mu Jia's tone. "By the way, how did you come to join the Chan school?" he inquired, recalling Mu Jia's association with Yang Jian. Mu Jia smiled at this and removed the twin swords from his back, placing them before Nezha. "Look, little brother. Are these not magnificent?" Nezha examined the swords closely and nodded in approval. The twin blades, known as the Wu Hook swords, gleamed with a cold light. Though not classified as spiritual treasures, were nonetheless extraordinary. They were bestowed upon me by my master, the honorable true monarch of clear void and virtue. Though my cultivation may not rival yours, I have attained the realm of Earth Immortal, Mu Jia said with a hint of pride. Nezha acknowledged this. having discerned Mu Jia's cultivation level. Considering he had only joined the Chan school a few years prior, such achievements were indeed remarkable. The Chan school, after all, was renowned for its profound teachings. Subsequently, Mu Jia shared with Nezha the details regarding himself and elder brother Jinjia. It turned out that after Nezha was expelled from the Li family, he fled to Tianshou Mountain, where a Taoist, claiming to be the lamp master from Lingzhou Mountain, visited the Li family. This Taoist had a prior master-disciple relationship with Li Jing in a past life and came to awaken Li Jing's memories. Eventually, through some unknown method, the lamp master restored Li Jing's past recollections, leading him to re-acknowledge the lamp master as his teacher. After imparting various profound teachings to Li Jing, the lantern-bearer was soon to depart from the Li residence, proclaiming that Mu Jia and Jinjia possessed the innate qualities of a human phoenix, making them suitable for cultivation. The Li family rejoiced at this news and graciously bid farewell to the lantern-bearer. Shortly thereafter, he returned, accompanied by the clear void virtuous true monarch and the Manjushri vast Dharma heavenly sovereign. The members of the Li family were then enlightened to the fact that these esteemed figures were disciples of the primordial saint, filling their home with elation, particularly as the lantern-bearer held an extraordinary status, akin to a vice leader of the Chan teaching despite being a disciple of the primordial. As the first lamp born from the chaos, he had achieved a quasi-saintly cultivation and was indeed remarkable. Many of the disciples under the primordial were inspired by his wisdom, often referring to him as their mentor. Subsequently, the clear void virtuous true monarch took Mu Jia as his disciple, while the Manjushri vast Dharma heavenly sovereign accepted Jinjia, each leading their respective students to celestial mountains for the pursuit of enlightenment and immortality. During this time, Mu Jia descended the mountain with his master, while Jinjia remained in seclusion with the Manjushri vast Dharma heavenly sovereign, yet to descend. After hearing the recounting of these events, Nezha felt a peculiar stirring in his heart upon hearing the name of the lantern-bearer. An odd thought surged through his mind. Yet as he attempted to grasp it, it slipped away, leaving him somewhat disheartened, sensing its significance but unable to recall it. At that moment, a wavering finger appeared before him. It was Mu Jia, who had noticed Nezha lost in thought and gently prompted him. "What troubles you?" Nezha regained his composure and, after collecting his emotions, smiled and replied, "It is nothing, merely happiness for my two elder brothers." "Indeed," Mu Jia nodded, "by the way. Did mother not mention anything about our brothers?" Nezha shook his head, already aware that Yin Shenyang likely withheld the news out of concern that he might feel sorrow upon hearing about the Li family. Mu Jia seemed to sense this and refrained from pressing further. "By the way, third brother, do you harbor any prejudice against the Chan teaching? Is it due to the matter with brother Yang Jian that you feel displeased? If so, I apologize on behalf of brother Yang. Although he can be impulsive, his straightforward nature reveals that he is truly a good person once you get to know him." Nezha smiled and shook his head, choosing not to respond. Seeing Nezha's demeanor, Mu Jia believed he had guessed correctly and could not help but express his grievances towards Yang Jian. After all, the person before him was his long-lost brother, and despite his good relations with Yang Jian, his heart remained loyal to Nezha. With this thought in mind, Mu Jia suddenly stood up, declaring, "I shall go find brother Yang and clarify things," urging him to apologize to you. Nezha, touched by his brother's concern, quickly grasped Mu Jia's arm, saying, "Second brother, there is no need for that. Please do not trouble yourself." Mu Jia hesitated, casting a doubtful glance at Nezha. "Are you certain?" "Indeed," Nezha affirmed with a nod. Upon hearing this, Mu Jia's spirits lifted once more. "Third brother, ever since childhood, you have always possessed the most independent spirit among us brothers, and even now, you remain so. No wonder mother dotes on you the most." Following this exchange, the two brothers continued their conversation, sharing their experiences while consciously steering clear of any mention of their father, Li Jing. As the night deepened, Mu Jia finally rose, saying, "Third brother, I shall take my leave now. There may be another battle tomorrow, so you ought to rest early. We shall converse again when we meet." Nezha nodded in response, rising to see Mu Jia off. It was only after Mu Jia's figure vanished into the rainy night that Nezha returned to the tent. Outside, he could hear a commotion. It was the soldiers of the Tianshou mourning their fallen comrades, bidding them a final farewell. At that moment, as Nezha listened to the prayers outside, he suddenly recalled an important matter. His expression changed, and he hurriedly rose, hastening towards the army's main tent. Chapter 51. The movements of the witch clan inside the main tent, when Zhong and Yuan Hong were deliberating on the matter of retreat. Although the decision to withdraw had been made, the logistics of such a maneuver were fraught with complexities. In these dire circumstances, a retreat could easily provoke an attack from the Dragon clan. should the various sects and other practitioners prove incapable of fending off the pursuing forces. They needed to be adequately prepared. Report. General, there is a Taoist seeking an audience outside. Just as Wen Zhong and Yuan Hong were engaged in their discussion, the announcement from a guard interrupted them. Wen Zhong furrowed his brow in confusion, uncertain of which sect's practitioner had come at such an hour. Nevertheless, he addressed the outside. Let him enter. Yes, came the reply from outside. Yuan Hong stepped away from the table, his imposing figure inadvertently shielding Wen Zhong, exuding a sense of protection. Wen Zhong chuckled lightly but did not object. Nezha entered the grand tent and, upon seeing both Yuan Hong and Wen Zhong present, noticed their astonished expressions. He stepped forward, clasping his fists in salute. I pay my respects to Master Wen and General Yuan. Wen Zhong had not anticipated the visitor would be Nezha. Both he and Yuan Hong held a favorable impression of Nezha. Yuan Hong then stepped aside, allowing Nezha to approach. Ah, it is the young hero from Tianshou Mountain. What brings you here so late? Wen Zhong inquired with a smile, gesturing towards a seat in the tent for Nezha to occupy. Nezha did not hesitate, bowing respectfully to both men before taking his seat. I apologize for intruding upon Master Wen and General Yuan at this hour, but I bear significant news that I feel compelled to share. However, the matter is of such gravity that I must tread carefully in my conclusions. Wen Zhong and Yuan Hong exchanged glances, surprise evident in their eyes. Nezha's late-night visit and his words indicated that this was no trivial matter. Their expressions grew serious, and Yuan Hong rose, casting a radiant light within the tent before stating, "Speak freely. With Master Wen present, we shall discern the truth." Nezha nodded and began to recount. Just a month ago, upon my awakening, I found my mother absent. At the behest of the mountain folk, she had descended to vanquish demons. As I awaited her return, concerned for her safety, I ventured forth to investigate. The tent fell silent, save for Nezha's voice. As he spoke, Wen Zhong's brow furrowed deeply, his fist trembling slightly, while Yuan Hong mirrored his concern, both shocked and apprehensive. Nezha raised his gaze to glance at the two individuals before continuing. At that time, I took the life of the ghostly envoy, and the adversary brazenly proclaimed that the witch clan would reclaim the primordial continent, warning that vengeance would eventually be sought. Furthermore, they expressed disdain for the ordinary ghostly envoy. Nezha did not conceal the gravity of the matter, fully aware that if the witch clan were to strike suddenly, the future of humanity would be perilous. After Nezha recounted the events, Wen Zhong remained deep in thought, while Yuan Hong sat with a grave expression in the tent, the atmosphere heavy with silence. Suddenly, a chilling gust of wind swept through, causing the tent to rustle ominously, jolting Wen Zhong back to awareness. Master, this situation may not be as dire as we envision. It could merely be the ramblings of that old ghost in his dying moments, Yuan Hong suggested to Wen Zhong. However, after a moment of contemplation, Wen Zhong gently shook his head. Have you noticed a particular phenomenon? Yuan Hong, intrigued, inquired. What do you mean? Come closer, Nezha. I shall henceforth address you as such. You too. Approach. Wen Zhong beckoned to Yuan Hong and Nezha, leading them to a large map of military maneuvers painted on animal hide. He pointed to several marked locations of cities. As we journeyed, we discovered that these cities are devoid of their city deities. At the time, I paid it little heed, but now it appears there is a deeper mystery at play. Yuan Hong gasped in realization. Are you suggesting that indeed, if my suspicions are correct, these city deities were dispatched by the underworld and have now been summoned back? Preparing to take action, Wen Zhong asserted, his fingers striking the map emphatically. This matter is of utmost importance. I must report to my master and the king post-haste, in order to make adequate preparations. Nezha, you have rendered a significant service. What is it that you desire? Wen Zhong turned to Nezha, who responded without hesitation, Master Wen. Your words are misguided. Since I have arrived here, you are well aware of my purpose. The events following the battle at Mount Tianshou have led to these occurrences, and countless lives have perished because of me. How could I dare to speak of my needs? Nezha continued. Moreover, I cannot ascertain the situation. It was only upon encountering those desolate cities that I began to connect the dots. Wen Zhong, observing the clarity in Nezha's eyes, patted his shoulder. Indeed, you are a young hero, brave and accountable, much like my disciples at the Zhejiao. By the way, there is one among them who practices fire-based Dao arts. I believe you will get along splendidly. Upon hearing this, Nezha's expression flickered momentarily before returning to its usual composure. This matter must remain a closely guarded secret. Do not let the other soldiers become aware, Wen Zhong instructed Nezha. Understanding the significance of this directive, Nezha nodded solemnly, fully cognizant of his responsibilities. At that moment, Wen Zhong even contemplated taking Nezha as a disciple, wishing to incorporate him into the Zhejiao. However, considering Nezha's status, he felt it might be inappropriate. And given his current cultivation level in comparison to Nezha, he found little merit in such a notion. Perhaps it would be best to consult his master or senior uncle at a later time. Nezha had departed, leaving only Wenzhong and Yuan Hong seated across from each other. Master, must we truly report this matter to the king? Yuan Hong pondered for a moment, his countenance dim under the flickering light. Wenzhong sighed, nodding in agreement. This issue is of grave significance. The king must be informed to prepare accordingly. However, I find myself reflecting on certain events. Surely, you refer to the matters concerning the witch clan. The sages must have already sensed the situation. Otherwise, why would the Church of Enlightenment, which has long sought to vanquish the Church of the Intercept, now descend to assist the Tianshou? Although there may be intentions to garner the fate of humanity, I fear it would be a challenge to convince the primordial sage to make such a decision. Furthermore, the 10 heavenly lords have informed me that the second-generation disciples of our church, my own uncles and granduncles, will soon descend to aid the Tianshou. It appears that some agreement has been reached among the sages regarding this matter. As Wenzhong contemplated the events of recent days, a sense of clarity washed over him, alleviating much of his earlier unease. With the intervention of the sages, it seemed the Witch Clan and Dragon Clan's ambitions would ultimately amount to naught. Yuan Hong, taken aback by these revelations, found that his own concerns had diminished considerably, echoing Wenzhong's sentiments. Yet, it is precisely for this reason that we must not become complacent. On the surface, the Church of Enlightenment and the Church of the Intercept appear united against the Dragon Clan and the impending emergence of the Witch Clan. But the fissures between the two sects run deep. We must remain vigilant lest unforeseen complications arise. Although Wenzhong felt somewhat reassured, he did not share Yuan Hong's optimism. Recalling the delayed calamity of the investiture of the gods, Yuan Hong nodded at his words. As dawn approached, the great army had completed its preparations, tents were dismantled, and tens of thousands of troops stood ready on the plains. With the mournful sound of horns echoing, the soldiers mounted their steeds, or the accompanying cultivators mounted their respective mounts, gradually heading southwest. Behind them, several hundred cultivators remained, leading over 5,000 men, patiently waiting until the army had moved far enough before they could set off. Nezha stood among the cultivators, beside a tall man adorned with a high crown, gazing at the overcast sky, seemingly sensing the oppressive air of the impending battle. Chapter 52. Infernal Sea of Flames. As the great army slowly departed, the last figures vanished from sight, and suddenly, a cacophony of thunder rumbled from the eastern horizon. Towering waves, reaching several zhang in height, surged forth from the ground. Resembling a stampede of wild horses, their might utterly terrifying. The cultivators could not help but turn their gaze eastward, and upon witnessing the colossal waves crashing forward with a force capable of obliterating all, their expressions shifted dramatically. Even Nezha's visage darkened. These monstrous waves, under the control of the sea-dwelling powers, bolstered by the collective might of various sea clans, had formed an overwhelming force. The 5,000 soldiers below were thrown into panic, and their leader bellowed, "Form ranks." In an instant, the 5,000 troops formed a formidable rock formation, their positions elevated upon a high ground. Once the soldiers completed their array, a chilling aura surged from above the military ranks, continuously spreading outward. This rock formation harnessed the valor and loyalty of the soldiers, intertwining with the primordial energies of heaven and earth, capable of withstanding immense force. Nezha gazed downward, sensing the malevolent energy rising fiercely. The spears and halberds stood like a dense forest, with shadows flickering amidst them. He was taken aback by the formidable presence emanating solely from the formation. It was no wonder that even cultivators held deep reverence for the national apparatus. Reflecting on the faith and spiritual power he had acquired, he realized the profound and mysterious strength of such collective spirit, reminiscent of the resolve of united hearts. As the thunderous sounds grew increasingly closer, Nezha felt the impending wave of murderous intent, prompting him to avert his gaze downward and instead look toward the horizon. Amidst the tumultuous waves, a multitude of sea creatures emerged, their visages grotesque and fearsome. Above the surging waters, dozens of dragons circled, seemingly aware of the presence of the assembled crowd. In unison, the dragons let out a deafening roar, their thunderous voices resonating across the heavens and earth. Nezha invoked his water manipulation technique, channeling the vast body of seawater that surged beneath him, directing it against the towering waves. The onlookers felt the surge of magical energy emanating from Nezha, awakening their awareness of the shifting tide below. They were astonished, unsure how the fire-wielding Nezha could also command the waters. As Nezha rode the crest of the wave, it collided with the ocean swell, erupting into a white spray, Yet the waves continued on their original course, undeterred. Nezha felt a sharp pain in his spirit, instinctively retreating a step. Fortunately, he had merely been testing the waters. Had he not, the backlash could have inflicted severe injury. A young man in a tall hat offered Nezha support, inquiring, "How do you fare, young brother? I never anticipated that not only could you wield fire, but also master water. Truly impressive." Nezha offered a wry smile, replying, "Brother Luo, please refrain from mocking me." The young man chuckled heartily, choosing not to elaborate further. At that moment, Yang Jian, standing behind the Jin Xian of the Chan sect, stepped forward, casting a challenging glance at Nezha. Abruptly, his third eye opened wide in fury, unleashing a powerful beam of golden light towards the waves. Yet, the result was an utter lack of disturbance. Not even a splash was created. The expression of Master Yuding turned grave as he declared, "Esteemed companions, it appears we must unite our efforts today. Let us each employ our divine powers to eradicate these draconic fiends." His voice, imbued with the might of a Jin Xian, rang clear and resonant, cutting through the thunderous cacophony. Upon hearing his words, the assembled cultivators sprang into action. Those who had long served within the military promptly activated various formations, channeling their powers toward the tumultuous waves. Concurrently, the Jin Xian of the Chan sect summoned their profound magical abilities, deploying treasured artifacts and unleashing an array of formidable spells. However, at this moment, the 10 lords remained still, for their formation proved futile against the surging waves. Yet, once the tumultuous waters subsided, the 10 absolute formation would undoubtedly become a nightmare for the sea tribe. Thus, amidst the cataclysmic waves and the collective resolve of the crowd, the sky was soon enveloped by a multitude of radiant lights. Before long, a resplendent canopy of vibrant hues gradually took shape in the heavens, one end connecting to the people and the other to the cresting waves, forming a protective barrier. Through their united efforts, they managed to temporarily halt the advance of the tumultuous waters. Nevertheless, the situation remained dire. As time progressed, the waves not only failed to recede but instead escalated in height, relentlessly climbing the canopy formed by their combined powers. The faces of the crowd grew increasingly pallid, particularly those of slightly weaker cultivation, who felt as though they were being struck by a tremendous force, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. Opposite them, the dragon tribe unleashed a barrage of water arrows and powerful explosive orbs. Whenever dozens of dragons coordinated their attacks upon the canopy, it would shudder violently. It's time for me to showcase my skills. Watch closely, for this technique will surely turn those fish into a delectable broth. At that moment, a figure beside Nezha suddenly spoke. This individual was none other than Luo Xian, the one mentioned by Wen Zhong to Nezha the night prior. Luo Xian was adept in the art of fire, and in later times, after the battle of the Investiture of the Gods, he was appointed as the Southern Fire Deity, taking on the mantle of Fire Deity from Nezha, who became the grand god of the 3 altars of the sea. This illustrates the remarkable finesse of Luo Xian's pyromancy. Upon concluding his words, Luo Xian patted his pocket, summoning a fiery red steed, the Qian horse, which emerged enveloped in flames. Mounting the Qian horse, he gestured with his hands, producing a shimmering haze that surrounded him. "Nezha, today let us see how effective my infernal fire sea technique is." Luo Xian laughed heartily and proclaimed. Suddenly, a vast expanse of fire-red clouds manifested above him, and soon these clouds billowed forth dark smoke, with crimson flames surging upward, painting the sky in vivid red, starkly contrasting the murky horizon of the distant dragon formation. Then, with an emphatic shout, Luo Xian commanded, "Rise." Instantly, the burning ocean fragmented, transforming into serpentine flames that danced wildly in the air. With another gesture, he directed the flames, which momentarily paused before shooting directly toward the dragon camp. Those quick-witted cultivators behind him swiftly gathered their energy, a gust of wind inexplicably rising, aiding the flames. In the blink of an eye, the fiery serpents soared above the dragon tribe's formation. A fierce grin spread across Luo Xian's face. "Now fall." In that instant, countless fire serpents morphed into blazing fireballs, crashing down upon the heads of the sea tribe, erupting into towering flames that reached heights of over 100 feet. As Luo Xian beheld the flames descending from all directions, his dissatisfaction grew. With his right hand, he produced the Wanya pot, and with his left, he grasped the wand Li Yunyan. Instantly, dense smoke began to surge forth, and myriad flames joined the inferno, causing the towering waves to ignite fiercely. Amidst the chaos, anguished cries echoed, and the momentum of the waves diminished. Just as the crowd exhaled in relief, a cold snort emerged from within the fiery sea, Such trifling sorcery dares to display its might? Today, I shall show you what true mastery entails. The spectators, startled by the proclamation, turned their gazes to behold 100-foot-long azure dragon shadow. A gasp of astonishment rippled through them. For this dragon was the very one they had witnessed the day prior. Luo Xian, having heard of yesterday's events, felt a surge of anxiety at the dragon's appearance. His crimson hair and beard framing a face that was both fearsome and striking. With a thunderous roar, he moved with swiftness, manifesting the divine power of 3 heads and 6 arms. Luo Xian's eyes bulged with fury as he wielded the Zhaodian seal in one hand, the 5-dragon wheel in another, the Wanya pot in one grasp, the Wan Li Qi Yun Yin in another, and the flying smoke sword with both hands. He unleashed every artifact at his disposal, continually amplifying the might of the hellish inferno, which surged several additional feet in height. Seeing this, Nezha felt his spirit soar, exclaiming, "Brother Luo, I come to aid you." With those words, a crimson lotus blossomed beneath his feet, and the Muntian Ling unfurled in the wind. He expelled a breath of Samadhi true fire, causing flames to erupt in clusters upon the Muntian Ling. With urgency, Nezha commanded, "Go." The myriad fire lotuses cascaded like petals into the fiery sea. Meanwhile, the Muntian Ling, the softest of materials, danced before the monstrous waves. Several dragon figures surged forth, attempting to destroy the Muntian Ling, yet they could not ensnare it. Samadhi true fire? Now this is intriguing, the colossal dragon shadow murmured, before suddenly rolling its body and executing a sweeping tail strike towards the Muntian Ling. Nezha attempted to maneuver the Muntian Ling out of harm's way, only to realize it seemed ensnared by an unseen force, leaving no room for evasion. In panic, Nezha sought to retract the Muntian Ling, but at that moment, the dragon's tail struck the artifact. A shockwave coursed through Nezha, as if his mind were struck by a thunderclap, and he could not suppress the spurt of blood that erupted from his mouth. His body weakened, nearly collapsing to the ground, while the Muntian Ling finally broke free, returning to Nezha's possession. Simultaneously, dozens of figures plummeted from the heavens, as if struck by lightning, their fates uncertain. Observing Nezha's injury, one of the 10 heavenly lords rushed forward, offering a fragrant healing pill. "This is a sacred elixir from our sect for treating wounds. Consume it promptly to prevent lingering injuries that may hinder your future cultivation." Nezha, with great effort, managed a grateful smile towards the assembled crowd. Under the protection of the 10 heavenly lords, he sat cross-legged, guiding the potent energy of the pill as it coursed through his body, alleviating the oppressive pain in his mind. When the azure dragon made its appearance, the assembled crowd realized that they could no longer endure for much longer. Some cultivators, witnessing dozens of fallen Taoists, lamented the loss of centuries or even millennia of cultivation in an instant. With the divine ranking yet to be unveiled, even the deities under the jurisdiction of the heavenly court could not ascend, condemned instead to return to the underworld and be reincarnated. Fortunately, the Queen of Heaven and Earth presided over the underworld, and while she could not, nor did she wish to, thwart the ambitions of the witch clan, she transformed into the cycle of reincarnation. This allowed ordinary ghostly soldiers to replace the witch clan's forces, ensuring the underworld's operations continued, lest they become wandering souls or be captured by malevolent cultivators for their nefarious practices. Nevertheless, the formidable rock array, formed by 5,000 soldiers, remained steadfast, unyielding and firmly anchored to the ground. Chapter 53, Chaos. As Nezha was wounded, a cacophony of thunder erupted above the infernal sea of flames conjured by Luo Xian, followed by a spectacle reminiscent of the Milky Way inverted. Suddenly, a fleeting shadow of the azure dragon swept through the sky, and torrential, murky rain descended. The infernal sea of flames, which had just managed to wreak havoc amidst the rain and ocean, could scarcely endure in the face of this downpour. As the rain fell, the flames visibly diminished at an alarming rate until they vanished entirely, while the monstrous waves commanded by the sea tribe grew even more ferocious. Moreover, the collective strength of the assembled crowd, which had formed a protective dome, began to tremble under the relentless rain, showing signs of imminent collapse. The area covered by the rain expanded, gradually approaching the throngs of people, causing them to shudder as they felt an inexplicable chill. The gathered individuals, whose average cultivation had reached the realm of earth immortals, such as the likes of the Jade Ding Jinren and others from the Chan sect, alongside the 10 heavenly lords and Luo Xian from the, were all at the golden immortal level, yet they could still sense the eerie coldness, revealing the peculiar nature of this rain. In truth, this rain was no ordinary water nor the typical liquid commanded by dragonkind. It was a pure, true in water inadvertently cultivated by the ancient azure dragon during its millennia-long seclusion. This extraordinary water possessed boundless utility, with its most notable characteristic being its extreme coldness and essence. Consequently, it exerted a formidable counteractive force against fire-based techniques, extinguishing even Nezha's samadhi true fire. As the infernal sea of flames he had conjured faced imminent extinguishment, Li Xing could not help but let out a furious roar, channeling all his magical power to activate his treasure. Yet, after a brief struggle, the last flicker of flame was ultimately snuffed out. The Azure Dragon's intervention proved to be remarkably effective. The multitude of sea creatures concealed within the waves, as well as the dragon kind wandering at the forefront of the formation, felt their morale surge, unleashing a deafening roar as they unleashed their full power in a frenzied assault toward this direction. Under the relentless onslaught from the sea tribe, the ancient Azure Dragon unleashed its formidable might upon the dome, and suddenly, a sound akin to shattering glass echoed through the air. The crowd felt a sudden sweetness in their throats as the protective dome shattered in an instant under the combined assault of the sea tribe and the ancient Azure Dragon. As the heavens shattered, the thunderous roar of the ocean waves resonated more distinctly in the ears of the gathered assembly. Witnessing the once towering waves transform into monstrous surges, reaching heights of dozens of fathoms, an overwhelming force surged forth, causing an involuntary shiver of insignificance to ripple through the hearts of all present. At the forefront stood the celestial masters of the Chan sect, led by the venerable Jade Ding, whose disciples, Huang Tianhua and Mu Jia, had already been escorted back, retreating alongside Wen Zhong's army. Although Jade Ding had initially urged Yang Jian to depart, the latter's reluctance prompted Jade Ding to acquiesce, believing it beneficial for Yang Jian to witness the grand spectacle. Unbeknownst to Jade Ding, the prowess of the quasi-saint was far more formidable than anticipated. He had meticulously observed the ancient Azure Dragon's every strike. It appeared effortless, yet was imbued with an inexplicable grace. He sensed that his own inability to break through might stem from a deficiency of the very essence possessed by his opponent. However, with the monstrous waves drawing ever closer and the ancient Azure Dragon soaring above, Jade Ding had no time for contemplation. He bellowed a command: "All disciples, exert your utmost strength." In unison, the assembly responded, unleashing their divine abilities and artifacts. The sword of immortal slaying wielded by Jade Ding, the Taiji talisman of Taiji Zhenren, and the 5 flames and 7 birds fan of Qing Su Dao de Jinjuan, along with various replicas of Yun Zhongzi, radiated immense power. Simultaneously, Yang Jian brandished his 3-edged blade in a sweeping arc. Yet, the situation was somewhat awkward for Huang Long Zhenren. Despite possessing the cultivation of a golden immortal, he lacked a suitable artifact. Engaged in battle with the dragon clan, he felt it would be too embarrassing to reveal his dragon form, leaving him to rely solely on his innate magical abilities. Observing the Chan sect's actions, the other cultivators quickly sprang into action. In an instant, the sky was enveloped in a kaleidoscope of radiance as the celestial masters of the Chan sect positioned themselves at the forefront, charging toward the ferocious dragon clan and the mighty practitioners, plunging into a chaotic melee. Meanwhile, the human forces, numbering 5,000, formed a formidable boulder formation. Though impressive, it was no match for the oceanic onslaught, bolstered by countless enlightened sea soldiers wielding their magical prowess. After a brief struggle, the boulder formation ultimately succumbed, engulfed by the towering waves, with anguished cries echoing from within. The waters appeared stained crimson, as the 5,000 troops were obliterated under the might of celestial arts. The celestial masters of the Jie sect gathered around the 10 heavenly lords and Li Xing, observing the turmoil around them. Exchanging glances, the 10 heavenly lords and Li Xing nodded in unison. In that moment, Li Xing led the assembly forward, positioning themselves in front of the 10 heavenly lords. The Jie sect, renowned for their expertise in formations, prepared to activate the 10 absolute formation, a deadly trap that would spell doom for any who ventured within. Though it had yet to be deployed, in the midst of a chaotic battle, the colossal waves stirred by the aquatic tribe gradually subsided after overwhelming the 5,000 soldiers of the Yinshang, providing an opportunity for the 10 individuals to launch their formations, ensnaring numerous aquatic foes within their midst. However, the aquatic tribe that had arrived this time displayed a significantly greater prowess than before, rendering the formations less effective against them. At this juncture, Nezha confronted a formidable shrimp warrior, whose multitude of legs served as weapons, matching Nezha's skills remarkably. Particularly notable were the 2 long antennae on the opponent's shoulders, which could effortlessly transition between softness and hardness, presenting a considerable challenge for Nezha. Nevertheless, the adversary was not without its struggles. Nezha's Samadhi True Fire was the aquatic tribe's nemesis, and with each strike of his Qiankuan circle upon the foe, immense damage was inflicted. Meanwhile, the Mending Heaven Silk transformed into a defensive treasure, safeguarding Nezha from attacks. After successfully parrying a blow and forcing the opponent back several steps, Nezha took a moment to survey his surroundings, only to be startled by the sight before him. Unbeknownst to him, he and his companions had been encircled. The aquatic warriors had formed a vast ring, while an ancient azure dragon hovered above, coldly observing the battlefield. This war was cataclysmic, with celestial beings occasionally descending and aquatic foes being obliterated, as thunder and lightning incessantly rained down from the sky. These forces were summoned by the aquatic tribe and exacerbated by the cultivators' efforts, leading to an intense and indecisive conflict. However, upon closer inspection, it became evident that the camp of cultivators had been silently divided and surrounded by the aquatic tribe, each fighting individually without the ability to support one another. Coupled with the intimidation of the ancient azure dragon above and the overwhelming number of aquatic warriors, the disadvantages of the cultivators became increasingly apparent, and their resistance began to wane. Witnessing this, Nezha felt a pang of anxiety. If this continued, the cultivators' camp would soon be obliterated. The shrimp general opposing Nezha, noticing his momentary distraction on the battlefield, seized the opportunity with glee. Both antennae shot forth, and a bizarre weapon raised high, aiming to strike down upon Nezha's head. With a soft thud, a figure trembled and then fell, filled with regret, as a fiery silhouette appeared, accompanied by an urgent voice. "Brother, what are you dazed for? Come with me at once." Nezha turned to see Luo Xian, bloodied and weary, standing before him, which stirred a deep emotion within. He swiftly dispatched a sea creature and positioned himself back-to-back with Luo Xian, bracing against the surrounding attacks. "Brother Luo, take a look around," he said, as a flame erupted from his mouth, targeting the dozen aquatic warriors charging towards them. "Indeed, we cannot hold out much longer. The army must have retreated by now. It is time for us to break through." Luo Xian responded with a sound, raising his gaze to observe the assembly of the Chan sect members on the opposite side, seemingly harboring intentions akin to his own. Subsequently, Nezha and Luo Xian forged ahead through the flames, and after a chaotic clash between the two factions, the pure true water ceased its descent, allowing the two to gradually veer in another direction. Soon, they arrived at a cacophony of battle cries, and upon focusing his gaze, Nezha realized that they had reached the location of the 10 absolute formation, from which the tumultuous shouts emanated. Luo Xian let out a furious roar, mounting the crimson smoke steed and wielding various magical treasures, manifesting a form with 3 heads and 6 arms, ferociously charging into the ranks of the sea tribe, advancing towards the formation. The children surrounding the 10 absolute formation had long since taken notice of Nezha and Luo Xian's figures, as they observed the duo charging directly towards them. Several highly skilled members of the sea tribe swiftly positioned themselves to obstruct their path. Undaunted, Nezha, without a moment to inquire why Luo Xian was present, fought side by side against the sea tribe. Instantly, a fierce battle erupted, and their progress was impeded unless they were to repel the sea tribe members blocking their advance. Chapter 54. Defeat and New Beginnings. Across the battlefield, the cries of battle resounded. It was uncertain whether the harrowing flames from the recent cooperation between Luo Xian and Nezha had inflicted significant damage upon the sea tribe, drawing forth an overwhelming amount of enmity. But upon seeing the figures of Luo Xian and Nezha, countless sea tribe members surged forth like a tidal wave. While formidable beings contended with the Chan sect's golden immortals and other golden immortal cultivators, the sea tribe still boasted an abundance of adept practitioners. Indeed, even ants can fell an elephant, let alone the duo of Luo Xian and Nezha. As the two pressed deeper, their pace slowed considerably. Nezha furrowed his brow and exhaled a blast of Samadhi True Fire, momentarily clearing a space, only to have it swiftly filled again as proficient sea tribe spellcasters utilized their innate abilities to block the duo's retreat. Glancing at Luo Xian beside him, Nezha noted that although Luo Xian's expression was grave, he bore no semblance of concern, stirring Nezha's spirit profoundly. Flames erupted around him, and the merging heaven silk surged forward to strike right and left, ensnaring and incinerating sea tribe members to ashes. At that moment, the red lotus beneath them radiated myriad crimson lights, illuminating the eyes of the sea tribe. Just as Nezha retracted the merging heaven silk, a sudden pain coursed through his back, as if struck by lightning, rendering him momentarily immobile. Startled, he glanced back to see a massive mouth brimming with sharp teeth. Lunging towards him, it was a shark spirit. Simultaneously, a colossal Nyo-Kuei emerged beside the shark, its eyes shimmering with a crimson glow, letting out a resonant cry directed at Nezha. While the shark was formidable enough, the Nyo-Kuei was an ancient divine beast, dwelling in the Eastern Sea. In ancient times, the Yellow Emperor had stood against the demonic god Qiyu in a great hunt, where both wielded their divine powers. Qiyu, a primordial demon god of immense strength and boundless magical prowess, commanded the assistance of wind and rain deities, thwarting the Yellow Emperor's advance, causing his army to falter and morale to plummet. The Qiyu tribe, emboldened by their recent triumph, engaged in fierce combat against the Yellow Emperor, resulting in a devastating defeat for his forces. In his despair, the Yellow Emperor heeded the counsel of the celestial beings surrounding him and dispatched a multitude of divine emissaries to the Eastern Sea in search of the mythical Nyo-Kuei. From the hide of Nyo-Kuei, they fashioned a colossal drum, whose resounding echoes reverberated throughout the land, possessing a formidable and soul-stirring power that caught the Qiyu tribe off guard. Meanwhile, the illustrious Xianyuan Yellow Emperor had commissioned the creation of 3 divine arrows, which, amidst the thick fog, found their mark in Qiyu, leading to the severing of his head. This highlights the pivotal role played by Nyo-Kuei and underscores the formidable prowess it possessed. Nyo-Kuei possessed a mystical ability. Its voice could ensnare the very souls of its adversaries, rendering them defenseless. When Nezha was struck by Nyo-Kuei's thunderous roar, he faltered, a fleeting haze of confusion crossing his eyes, leaving him momentarily disoriented and unaware of his surroundings. Nyo-Kuei's eyes sparkled with a sense of triumph, and the nearby sea shark seized the opportunity to leap forth, its razor-sharp jaws poised to descend upon Nezha. Sensing the imminent danger, Luo Xian's expression shifted, and he rushed to intervene, but was thwarted by the surrounding sea denizens, unable to render assistance. As Nezha's spirit was being ensnared, a sudden cacophony erupted in his mind, accompanied by an overwhelming surge of belief energy that surged through his consciousness. Concurrently, an enigmatic aura radiated from Nezha, as if he had transcended the confines of this world. Just as the shark's teeth were about to pierce Nezha's forehead, a shimmering light emanated from the back of his head, coalescing into a nebulous wheel of merit that materialized behind him. Within this wheel, countless beings were depicted in adoration, alongside scenes of flourishing incense offerings at Nezha's temples. However, this wheel of merit vanished in the blink of an eye, unnoticed by those around, who simply sensed the ephemeral rise of a mysterious energy before it dissipated, their focus consumed by the chaos of the battlefield. High above, the ancient azure dragon, keenly observing the unfolding conflict, felt a stir within. The earlier aura struck a chord of familiarity, reminiscent of a past encounter. Yet, upon further scrutiny, he discerned nothing amiss below, muttering to himself in confusion. Could it be that my perception has deceived me? Nevertheless, he resolved that the time for this conflict to conclude had arrived, and it was time for those insignificant mortals to experience the wrath of the primordial dragon. With a resonant roar, the azure dragon plunged into the tumultuous fray below. The vigilant Jade Dingjinren was taken aback, witnessing the azure dragon's charge resulting in the demise of over 100 souls. A sense of trepidation washed over him, prompting him to communicate with the other golden immortals nearby. Retreat. The 4 golden immortals, including the equally adept Yun Zhongzi, shared a silent understanding and summoned their treasures, stepping forward with solemn expressions to confront the azure dragon. As the azure dragon barreled toward them, Jade Dingjinren and his companions unleashed a thunderous battle cry, channeling their full powers, manifesting their 3 flowers, and summoning their 5 energies to collide fiercely with the azure dragon. The 5 golden immortals found themselves engulfed by a tumultuous surge of internal energies, their 3 flowers quivering as their hearts felt as though they were being constricted. In unison, they expelled a stream of golden blood. Seizing the opportunity, they anticipated Yang Jian's escape, who, receiving a timely hint from the Jade Dingjinren, was already retreating to the periphery, with the aquatic tribes unable to impede his flight. The 5 golden immortals, having withstood a powerful blow from the azure dragon, took advantage of the momentary distraction to transform into several streaks of light, vanishing into the ether. The azure dragon, having endured the full force of the golden immortals' assault, felt a disarray in its spiritual essence. With a cold snort, it pivoted to unleash its wrath upon the other cultivators, for it was too late for them to flee. Meanwhile, on Nezha's side, invigorated by the force of faith, he swiftly broke free from the sonic control of Nyo-Kuei, who had held him captive for but a fleeting moment. Just as the fearsome jaws of the sea shark loomed over him, a steel ring surged upward, striking forcefully into the creature's menacing maw. What seemed an eternity transpired in mere instants. As Luo Xian anxiously sought to rescue Nezha, the sea shark emitted a piercing wail, instinctively fleeing for its life. However, Nezha would not allow his foe to escape. The long-absent nine-dragon divine fire shield at his waist expanded in the wind, and before the panicked creature could offer any resistance, it was drawn into the shield, where its anguished cries were swiftly silenced, consumed by the raging flames within. Simultaneously, the astonished Niukoe was struck unconscious by Nezha's Qian Kuan ring. Before it could unleash another roar of fury, it too was drawn into the shield, its millennia of cultivation reduced to mere ash. In truth, had they been fully prepared, Nezha would not have so easily subdued the two formidable sea demons. Yet, caught off guard in their astonishment, they became mere pawns in Nezha's hands. No, not even that. Nearby, Luo Xian felt a tremor of relief wash over him. Just as Nezha was poised to coordinate with Luo Xian and break free from their encirclement, he suddenly sensed a disturbance from the surrounding sea tribes, who were being hurled away. It was none other than the 10 heavenly lords, accompanied by disciples of the arriving to their rescue. Seeing their forces falter and having completed their mission, the disciples, aware of the overwhelming might of the sea tribes, had initially suffered losses. They then regrouped under the 10 heavenly lords formation, prepared to break through at any moment. Luo Xian and his companions, entrusted by the esteemed Wenzhong to protect Nezha, conveyed the gravity of the situation to the 10 heavenly lords and their assembly. With a favorable impression of Nezha, they were eager to assist in his escape. Consequently, Luo Xian personally sought out Nezha, hoping to leave together, yet he refrained from informing Nezha of their withdrawal plans, apprehensive that he might resist the idea of departing. Meanwhile, the 10 Days Sovereign remained ever ready to assist Luo Xian and his companion. Upon witnessing their entrapment, disciples of the Jie sect surged forth from the 10 Absolute formation, catching the surrounding sea clans off guard. With their profound cultivation and exquisite Taoist techniques, the Jie sect disciples decisively routed the obstructing sea tribes. The gathered individuals, preoccupied with the unfolding chaos, exchanged no words. As Nezha observed the assembled Jie sect members, he comprehended their intentions and promptly joined forces with them, charging towards the outskirts of the battlefield. As the Jie sect's celestial beings suffered nearly half their numbers and casualties to break free from the fray, they happened to glimpse the fleeing figures of the Chan sect. The Chan sect, comprised of hypocrites, had I thought they would rather perish than flee, constantly espousing righteousness and virtue. Yet here they were, retreating with such zeal. Luo Xian scoffed, his appearance disheveled and pitiful, as he and the injured companions continued their journey southwest. Along the way, Luo Xian recounted the Jie sect's retreat plan, prompting an involuntary bitter smile from Nezha. Was he truly so obstinate, knowing full well the futility of their struggle, yet still willing to embrace death? The Jie sect members, concerned for his fiery temperament, had concealed the truth, reluctant to withdraw. However, Nezha was unaware that, due to his previous departure from Chaogo, his battle with Ao Bing, and the subsequent bloody path of slaughtering the sea tribes, he had already imprinted upon the minds of others the image of a passionate youth, fiercely opposed to evil. Listening to the distant echoes of battle cries behind him, Nezha turned to glance back, noting that the battlefield had transformed into a realm of carnage. Simultaneously, a legion of sea clans pursued them, and with a weary sigh, he mused that among the scattered cultivators, those who could escape this battle might not number more than 100. The group hastened their magical energies, leaving the battlefield far behind. Thus, on the western front, the human race had entirely withdrawn from the contention. The Dragon Clan broke through the 3 defensive lines established by humanity, advancing inexorably deeper into the continent. Meanwhile, the Yinshan army began further deployments, with more cultivators gradually joining the ranks to resist the Dragon Clan. A new round of war was on the precipice of commencing. As for the Witch Clan preparing to take the field, the unpredictable shifts they would bring to this conflict and the outcomes yet to unfold remained unknown to the fleeing Nezha. Chapter 55. The Dragon Clan Conference. The torrential rain intensified, imbued with a bone-chilling coldness. The victorious sea tribes commenced their revelry, brazenly roaming the primordial continent, unleashing their most untamed selves. The corpses of fallen Yinshan soldiers were consumed by the sea clans, transforming into sustenance for their ravenous bellies. The Azure Dragon halted its pursuit, exterminating the remaining cultivators who had failed to escape. Before long, the pursuing sea tribes, wary of ambushes, returned to their original positions, joining in the fray of celebration. Observing the somewhat frenzied and untamed sea clans below, the Azure Dragon seemed to glimpse a bygone era of primordial might. where strength commanded respect and myriad beings bowed beneath the dragon's formidable presence. Yet, in this moment, there was no gleam of triumph in the Azure Dragon's eyes. After tens of thousands of years of seclusion, the Azure Dragon found itself thrust into the tumult of the continent's wars without truly comprehending the changes that had unfolded in the world. The Dragon Clan, leading the myriad aquatic races, exhibited an imposing ambition to conquer the realm, swiftly appropriating one territory after another from the human race. The entire Dragon Clan basked in euphoric delight, as if the vast expanse of the primordial continent already lay within their grasp. However, following several fierce confrontations with humanity, the Azure Dragon harbored an ever-present shadow of concern. Despite the passage of millennia and the demise of many great figures, it was painfully clear to the Azure Dragon that this was an era governed by saints. Should a saint intervene, the Dragon Clan's prospects would be rendered bleak. Particularly alarming was the meteoric rise of the human race, which, having only recently emerged from obscurity, had swiftly advanced in strength, bolstered by their innate Taoist constitution. With the looming presence of saints behind them, although the Azure Dragon believed itself to be more profound in cultivation after eons of dormancy, and despite the rekindling of the Dragon Clan's legacy with numerous golden immortals among them, the profound transformations of the primordial realm filled the Azure Dragon with unprecedented trepidation. Especially when confronted with the appearance of Kong Xian, the Azure Dragon recognized that the once derided junior had matured to a point of rivalry, leaving the Azure Dragon uncertain of how many such formidable beings existed. Amidst the absence of saints, it was this uncertainty that caused the Azure Dragon the greatest unease. At that moment, a colossal golden dragon soared from the distant horizon, swiftly descending before the Azure Dragon and transforming into a dignified middle-aged man. Despite his authoritative visage, he displayed utmost reverence before the Azure Dragon. My Lord Azure Dragon, the Black Dragon, Yellow Dragon, Red Dragon, and Golden Dragon await you by the Eastern Sea for an important discussion. Snapped from contemplation, the Azure Dragon gestured below, saying, "Very well, I understand. I shall instruct them to temper their fervor momentarily." The middle-aged man nodded in agreement but added, "My lord, they have just emerged from battle. A brief respite is warranted. Moreover, given the numerous losses our aquatic kin have suffered at the hands of humanity, it is only just to reclaim some of what is owed." Upon hearing this, the Azure Dragon regarded the man with a contemplative gaze, shook his head, and sighed before departing. This middle-aged man was a five-clawed golden dragon, born during the final stages of the Dragon Phoenix Cataclysm. After his birth, he was concealed by the Dragon Clan, destined to be the spark of their resurgence, especially as they witnessed the erosion of their supremacy over the primordial realm. Thousands of newly born dragons were hidden away, taking refuge in the Eastern Sea. The Azure Dragon and others were tasked with instructing these young dragons in their cultivation. These younglings had not endured the brutal bloodshed of yore, and as they matured and honed their skills, their frustrations with remaining in obscurity grew. This recent conflict saw the emergence of the younger generation of dragons, supported by a handful of elder dragons who recognized it as a pivotal opportunity, thus catalyzing the Dragon Clan's incursion into the primordial realm. Though these successors were formidable and possessed strong characters, their pride needed tempering. It was hoped that through these battles, they might gradually learn to adopt a more humble posture. As the Azure Dragon contemplated these thoughts, his form gradually faded into the horizon. The middle-aged man cast a glance below and then summoned the circling dragons, commanding, "Let the young ones roam freely. Now that the human race has suffered its initial defeat, it is the perfect time for us to pursue victory. Inform them that they may infiltrate the interior of the continent. As for any humans they encounter," a glint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes, "exterminate them all." A chill ran through the hearts of the dozens of dragons, but they nodded in agreement, unleashing a resounding roar that echoed across the sky. The sea creatures below fell silent for a moment, only to become even more frenzied, channeling their powers through the towering waves, scattering in all directions. Wherever they passed, the waters surged and rivers flowed backward, rendering the human realm akin to a hellish landscape. The middle-aged man, transformed from the golden dragon, nodded in satisfaction before turning away. Having once been a descendant of the Dragon Clan himself, he reveled in this moment of revenge, determined that such experiences must never be repeated by the human race. Years hence, the remnants of his dragon kin would be subjected to the same fate, ensuring that none would be spared. The middle-aged man leaped into the air, morphing into a colossal golden dragon. His keen eyes scanned the sea creatures below before he soared onward. In ancient times, when the Dragon Clan reigned supreme, they were numerous and possessed boundless power. However, during the fateful battle against the Phoenix Clan, countless lives were lost, and they were subsequently abandoned by the heavenly Tao, which unleashed divine retribution upon them. Ultimately, only a mere 1,000 dragons from the black, yellow, azure, red, and gold clans survived, clinging to life. In the years that followed, these remnants of the dragon clan, burdened with a vital mission, took refuge in the depths of the oceans, safeguarding the descendants of their lineage. For millennia, they remained shrouded from the light of day, and those with wavering resolve either took their own lives or vanished into the abyss. Many succumbed to the relentless passage of time, perishing in silence. Throughout the ages, the 5 dragon clans, the azure, yellow, black, red, and gold, remained as the last vestiges of the original dragon lineage that survived the calamity, forming fraternal bonds based on their ages. The remaining dragons were the progeny of those who had perished in the great slaughter of their kin, while these 5 dragons became the voices of their people. At this moment, the 4 ancient dragons transformed into human forms, seated within a crystalline palace floating atop the water's surface. Countless mermaids gracefully glided past. While dragons occasionally traversed the area, yet none dared to utter a sound, fearful of disturbing the 4 dragons gathered in the hall of the palace. Among them, the golden dragon was the eldest, characterized by his calm demeanor, foresight, and profound cultivation, so much so that the other 4 dragons were unaware of his true level of mastery. The black dragon was the second, and the red dragon the third. Both were known for their fiery tempers and disinterest in the affairs of their clan. The yellow dragon, the fourth, was taciturn and not particularly eloquent, yet he followed the golden dragoness lead without question, being the most unintrusive of the group. Lastly, the azure dragon, the youngest among them, was quick-witted and contemplative, sharing similarities with the golden dragon. The 4 dragons sat together, evidently preparing to discuss a significant matter, patiently awaiting the arrival of the azure dragon. The black dragon was restless, frequently peering outside the palace with a sense of urgency in his eyes. Fortunately, the golden dragon sat beside him, occasionally casting a disapproving glare at the black dragon. Without this restraint, the black dragon would have long been unable to contain himself and ventured out in search of the azure dragon. Why hasn't he, the 5th brother, returned yet? Oh dear. He is out enjoying himself while I am left here waiting. It is utterly absurd that the azure dragon has not yet arrived. The black dragon could not help but voice his complaints, shifting on the cushion beneath him as though ready to spring up at any moment. Tall and robust, the black dragon exuded an air of formidable strength, his aura unrestrained and imposing. His quasi-saintly prowess instilled fear in both dragon and sea folk alike, causing them to tremble in his presence. As time wore on, his companions had grown gray, their hair now thick with white strands. The golden dragon, however, remained impassive. To the untrained eye, he appeared as an ordinary old man rather than a member of the ancient dragon lineage. Yet, it was this very figure who had once bested the black dragon in a fierce battle, earning the latter's unwavering respect and obedience. Upon hearing the black dragon's words, the golden dragon merely cast a glance in his direction. The black dragon, feeling somewhat embarrassed, settled back down, softly retorting, I am merely concerned for our 5th brother. What if something has happened to him? Ah, my dear black brother, are you so eager to witness your siblings' misfortunes? At that moment, the golden dragon's gaze sharpened, and a clear voice resonated from outside as a tall figure entered the room. Despite his hair showing signs of white, the newcomer appeared remarkably spirited. It was none other than the azure dragon, returned from his campaigns. Upon seeing the azure dragon, the black dragon burst into laughter, leaping to his feet and quickly pulling the azure dragon to sit beside him, urging him to recount the thrilling battles he had experienced. Since their emergence, the 5 had been under the golden dragon's strict guidance, forbidden from venturing out until they grasped the state of the primordial world. Although the 4 seas dragon kings had begun to probe the changes in the universe, their limited power rendered them unable to discern deeper intricacies. Thus, the golden dragon had entrusted the most reliable azure dragon to engage in battle and assess the situation on the continent. The azure dragon glanced helplessly at the golden dragon, who nodded encouragingly, signaling him to share his observations. The azure dragon, with no intention of withholding information, recounted his findings and thoughts in detail. The reports from the 4 seas were accurate, but they are no longer sufficient. Although there is significant animosity between the teachings of the saints, during my recent endeavors amidst the conflict with the human race, I encountered numerous disciples of the Yin. It appears they have forged some form of agreement to jointly resist our advances. Furthermore, before my arrival, the presence of golden immortals from both teachings had already manifested among the human populace. It seems they are preparing to intervene on a large scale in this war. The azure dragon then emphasized the battles he had witnessed prior to his return, recounting every detail with clarity and precision. Upon hearing the mighty roar of the Azure Dragon, a single strike sent the golden immortals of the holy sect retreating in disarray. The black dragon and red dragon exchanged glances, both perceiving the madness in each other's eyes. Brother, behold. With just a sweep of the tail, our fifth brother has easily frightened those ants into a hasty retreat. The holy sect appears to be of little consequence. What do we have to fear? Let us boldly advance into the primordial world and restore the glory of our dragon lineage. As for the witch clan, since they choose not to reveal themselves, our kind alone is sufficient to consume the entirety of the primordial. The Azure Dragon, however, was not swayed by the black dragon's fervor. After a brief pause, he shook his head. Though those individuals may not pose a significant threat to us, there is one crucial detail I neglected to mention. I have previously encountered a formidable being of quasi-saintly cultivation on the side of humanity, whose capabilities likely surpass my own. Oh, such a thing exists? The golden dragon's brow furrowed, unable to suppress his curiosity. The Azure Dragon nodded. This is but one individual. I suspect that soon the human race will receive assistance, causing our advance to slow considerably. Chapter 56. The Dragon's Lament. The conclave of the 5 ancient dragon clans has concluded. According to the latest intelligence, the Witch Clan has commenced their movements, prompting the Dragon Clan to resolve that after the Witch Clan engages in battle, they shall unleash a full-scale assault on humanity. For the time being, the Dragon Army has halted its advance to regroup, preparing for a two-pronged offensive following the Witch Clan's ambush, with the intent to utterly annihilate human resistance. The black, yellow, and red dragons have been granted permission to participate in the forthcoming conflict. However, unexpectedly, the Azure Dragon has been prohibited from joining the fray, ordered by the Golden Dragon to remain in a defensive position. The 3 dragons descended with excitement. Their millennia of confinement had instilled in them an intense yearning for the vastness of the primordial world. Within the hall, only the Azure Dragon and the Golden Dragon remained. When the Golden Dragon commanded the Azure Dragon to guard the rear and refrain from combat, the Azure Dragon contemplated voicing his dissent. Yet, recognizing that his elder brother's decision must have a profound reason, he chose to remain silent, although he willingly stayed behind. The Golden Dragon wore a bewildered expression, his slightly aged visage gazing at the bustling attendants and the vibrant offspring of dragons within the Crystal Palace. With a sigh, he appeared somewhat melancholic. Azure Dragon, do you understand why I have assigned you to this position? Upon hearing these words and witnessing the Golden Dragon's demeanor, the Azure Dragon instinctively sensed something amiss and replied, I do not know. How long can this flourishing scene endure? The Golden Dragon did not provide an answer, but gestured towards the external surroundings, raising his right hand as if to contend with the heavens. The Azure Dragon's form shuddered as a sudden realization struck him, cold sweat cascading down his forehead, his heart trembling. Elder brother, the Golden Dragon, seemingly oblivious, continued, we 5 brothers have spent tens of thousands of years together. Have you not always been curious about my current progress? Allow me to enlighten you. I am now on the verge of attaining the saintly realm, merely a hair's breadth away. As he spoke, a flush of excitement surged across the Golden Dragon's face, a blend of pride and regret. Yet, it seems that fate has decreed that this minuscule distance, which I have labored for millennia to bridge, remains forever just out of reach. As the desolation deepened on the Golden Dragon's visage, the Azure Dragon beside him was rendered utterly speechless by shock. The Azure Dragon remained oblivious to the true nature of the saints and had no desire to comprehend it, for he understood that the day he acquired such knowledge might herald his own demise. Thus, amidst the Dragon Clan's incursion into the primordial chaos, his foremost concern remained the hidden saints lurking in the shadows. However, he never anticipated that the Golden Dragon had already approached the level of a saint. He vividly recalled that during the ancient primordial era, their ancestral progenitor, the Ancestor Dragon, wielded the power to obliterate the heavens and the earth. Although he himself had attained quasi-saint status, the Azure Dragon recognized his utter impotence in the presence of the Ancestor Dragon, who was, at that time, a being close to the saints. Could it be that his elder brother, the Golden Dragon, had achieved the same level of cultivation as the Ancestor Dragon? The Golden Dragon seemed indifferent to the Azure Dragon's thoughts and continued, the closer I draw to the heavenly Tao, the more I sense the overwhelming terror that pervades the cosmos. I can perceive that the fundamental order of the universe is gradually stabilizing and becoming more robust. This is the result of the heavenly Tao's operation, which no longer permits the emergence of saints in this world. Of course, the departed primordial purple energy lies beyond the realm of the heavenly Tao, but that is merely a reflection in water, a desire forever out of reach. The nearer I approach the saints, the more my body deteriorates, and I constantly feel the gaze of an unseen force upon me. Not only is my cultivation stagnating, but my lifespan also accelerates towards its end. The tone of the golden dragon was imbued with a fear and unease that others could scarcely fathom, intertwined with a profound sense of helplessness. Even one of his might, in the face of the capricious heavenly Tao, could only resign himself to this unpredictable fate. Yet, fourth brother, I am unwilling to accept this. I yearn to challenge the heavenly Tao and inquire why it is so unjust. We, the descendants of the Pangu, having contributed to the world, why are we denied dominion over countless lives? However, after the onset of this great war, he realized his error. It was precisely due to his unwillingness that he had fallen into the heavenly Tao's machinations. The dragon clan's final reserves were destined to be utterly depleted in this conflict. Listening to his elder brother's lamentations, the azure dragon felt a weight in his heart so profound that it nearly stole his breath. Still reeling from the implications of his brother's cultivation level, he was further shaken by the discourse on the dragon clan's future. How could he not be astounded? In truth, the azure dragon had harbored concerns for their lineage's fate, yet he had never contemplated them deeply. He had always believed that even in the event of defeat, their formidable power would allow them to dominate their realm. Yet the golden dragon's words instilled a sense of despair and impotence within him. The azure dragon felt his strength wane, as if he might collapse to the ground at any moment. Elder brother, how can we possibly halt our advance? We must return to our depths of the sea. The golden dragon's eyes revealed sorrow as he glanced at the azure dragon and shook his head. Look outside. Do you truly believe we can cease our march? When the curtain rises on this grand stage, it cannot be drawn back down. Even if we could halt it, could we still lead our quiet existence beneath the sea as we once did? In that moment, no one would feel at ease. The azure dragon opened his mouth, intending to object, but ultimately could only sigh in resignation, slumping helplessly on the mat. He understood that his elder brother was right. The dragon clan had transformed into a ferocious beast that had escaped its confines, irretrievable. Initially, there was hope in the alliance with the witch clan. Given their dominion over the underworld, perhaps possessing powers unknown to us, together, we might strike swiftly before the sage could react, seizing control of the primordial realms, asserting our status so forcefully that the heavenly Tao would be compelled to acknowledge us. However, after we had already secured such significant territory, it was only then that the witch clan began to act. I realized then that our last glimmer of hope had extinguished. Yet, the witch clan still had the Empress of Heaven and Earth, who could shelter some of their bloodline, while we were bereft of such fortune. Do you recall that yellow dragon within the Chan sect? The golden dragon's tone had regained its tranquility, as if recalling something. He spoke to the azure dragon. At this moment, the azure dragon felt a foggy haze in his mind. Upon hearing his brother's inquiry, he instinctively remembered the unassuming yellow dragon and nodded subconsciously. He had intended to slay this traitor of the dragon clan, but for reasons unknown, he had hesitated at the moment of execution. Seeing the azure dragon nod, the golden dragon continued, "You may not yet know that yellow dragon was the escape route devised by me and your fourth brother long ago. However, it is evident that we have failed. The primordial sage has clearly learned of the yellow dragon's identity. Yet, out of respect for the master-disciple relationship, he has allowed the yellow dragon to persist. Nevertheless, life under the Chan sect has been bleak for the yellow dragon, and I no longer intend to summon him back. It is perhaps better for him to live out his days in peace." The azure dragon nodded. These matters seemed insignificant to him now. What truly mattered was how to preserve the essence of the dragon clan. Gradually emerging from his shock, the azure dragon, having endured the calamity of the dragon and phoenix, had grown resilient to any upheaval. "Brother, do you truly wish for me to remain and ensure the survival of our bloodline in the final moments?" The golden dragon nodded in approval. "Indeed, you are perceptive, little brother. This reassures me. Your second and third brothers are hot-tempered, while the fourth is dull. None are suited for such an important task. This concerns the future of our dragon clan. You must remember, after the great calamity, our bloodline must endure. And we must henceforth reside peacefully, never to tread upon the primordial realms again, nor flaunt our might." The azure dragon trembled, his eyes suddenly wide with fury. "Brother, with your profound cultivation, why entrust this matter to me? With your wisdom and strength, you are more than capable of shouldering this responsibility. For countless years, it has been your efforts that have allowed our dragon clan to thrive." The golden dragon trembled slightly, casting a tender glance at the azure dragon. In years gone by, the azure dragon was but a newly matured young dragon, while he himself was a robust adult. After taking refuge in the eastern sea, the golden dragon not only had to anxiously care for the newly hatched younglings, but the azure dragon had also grown up under his watchful eye. Their bond could be likened to that of a father and son. Gently stroking the azure dragon's hair, the golden dragon's gaze suddenly turned fierce. How dare you? Can such matters be trifled with? I have grown old and can no longer bear this heavy responsibility. It is now time for me to pass this burden on to you. Why do you refuse to accept it? The azure dragon shuddered, finally collapsing to the ground in sorrowful wails. How cruel you are, dear brother. What of our second, third, and fourth brothers? In his anguish, the azure dragon recalled the command from his elder brother for the other 3 siblings to go into battle, a chill coursing through him, prompting an involuntary question. The golden dragon's expression grew complex. In this world, my kin, the dragon clan, cannot be underestimated, for we possess formidable beings among us. The azure dragon trembled, finally grasping the gravity of the situation. His gaze dulled as he fixated on the ground. But how can this be? Do you truly believe your other 3 brothers are unaware of the underlying reasons? It is not that they are ignorant. Rather, it is precisely because they are aware that they clamor for battle. After tens of thousands of years of a life resembling imprisonment, they have had enough and can no longer endure. Moreover, they understand that if we all wish to survive, none of us will. The progeny of our kind will not endure either. Only by venturing forth and leaving can the bloodline of our dragon clan continue. The golden dragon laughed softly, shaking his head. The azure dragon lay prostrate on the ground, as if mourning a great loss, speechless and filled with despair. He had thought himself clever, only to realize he was the most oblivious among them. At that moment, shame washed over the azure dragon, and he recalled the scenes from years past, when those who had selflessly exploded their essence to aid his escape looked upon him with deep affection before their demise. In that moment, the azure dragon suddenly comprehended why countless once mighty races of yore had faded into obscurity while the dragon clan had endured through innumerable tribulations, surviving even without the protection of saints. In the golden dragon and his 3 brothers, the azure dragon found the answer. It was the strength of a legacy passed down through generations. Above in the sky, dark clouds churned and lightning flashed intermittently. The azure dragon's gaze was vacant, his spirit in disarray, while the golden dragon stood with his hands clasped behind him, observing the tempest outside. Suddenly, a flicker of agitation crossed the golden dragon's mind, and he waved his hand to disperse the lightning and thunder. On that day, for the first time, sunlight illuminated the entire surface of the vast continent, and the raging waves fell silent, retreating into calm. In the midst of chaos, within the abode of the saints, several sages gazed towards the eastern sea, and at that moment, they all sighed in unison. Chapter 57. The Thoughts of the Western Teachings. The golden dragon, sensing the atmosphere's oppressive weight, suddenly let out a light-hearted chuckle. In truth, this is rather beneficial. Those young ones are stifled. It's good for them to come out and breathe. With us old fellows accompanying them, it's better than leaving them unchecked. If, perchance, we were to depart one day, who knows what chaos they might unleash without restraint. The azure dragon nodded silently, choosing not to speak, for he understood that the outcome of this release could come at the cost of their very lives. Nevertheless, upon reflection, he could not help but concede to his elder brother's wisdom. With their presence providing a measure of control, perhaps a release now would prevent a catastrophic fate for their lineage in the future. Yet, this realization felt harshly cruel for the ignorant offspring of dragons. At that moment, the golden dragon let out an indignant huff, his hand suddenly enlarging as it struck fiercely toward the corner of the grand hall. The air twisted ominously as his palm descended, sucking the very breath from the atmosphere. A dull thud resonated as the air compressed, causing the azure dragon to feel a tightening in his chest, prompting him to gaze at the location of his brother's strike. Just then, a figure slowly materialized, an elder clad in dark robes, wielding a sacred staff. This individual maintained an impassive expression, bowing respectfully to the golden dragon. Truly worthy of being the most revered of the ancient golden dragons, the authentic Pangu. Upon seeing this figure, the azure dragon felt an inexplicable enigma. The elder's mastery eluded his comprehension. Although the individual stood before him, he could not discern their presence within his consciousness. If he were to close his eyes, he would not perceive the person at all, a sensation he had never experienced even with his elder brother. The azure dragon, a being of quasi-saintly status, though not the most powerful among such ranks, possessed skills inherited from the ancestral dragon. In the absence of saints, he was considered a pinnacle figure within the primordial realms. Yet, here was a top-tier individual before him, whose essence he could not fathom. Moreover, reflecting on how the elder had concealed themselves so effectively, without his awareness, and how his brother's intervention had merely compelled the individual to reveal themselves, left the azure dragon astounded. A glimmer of insight flickered in the azure dragon's eyes. It seemed he was beginning to grasp something profound. The golden dragon's aged visage tightened, his expression a tempest of turmoil, his hands trembling slightly at his sides. Could this be the might of a saint? Before such a presence, I feel an impulse to submit. Indeed, the chasm between the quasi-saint and a true saint is vast. Had this person chosen to strike moments ago, I fear my brother and I would have barely endured. The elder appeared to perceive the golden dragon's thoughts, a faint smile gracing his lips. What do you think? The golden dragon's gaze flickered several times before he ultimately shook his head, falling into silence. Then it seems your dragon clan is destined for extinction, the elder remarked, as if in casual conversation. The golden dragon trembled, abruptly lifting his head, his eyes fixed intently on the elder. Who exactly are you? A member of the Western teachings? I have come to rescue you, descendants of the dragon. The man remarked, will you not invite me to sit? The golden dragon's gaze shifted, finally nodding in agreement. He gestured to the azure dragon, instructing him to summon their brethren. Only when the 5 brothers are united would there be hope to repel the intruder. The man seemed to discern their intentions, yet he made no effort to intervene, instead smiling and reciting to the golden dragon, Great awakening. The golden immortal knows no equal time in the West. The wondrous teachings of the ancestral Bodhi. Neither born nor perished, the threefold path unfolds. All energy and spirit, boundless compassion embraces. Empty stillness naturally embraces change, true essence abides, yielding to its own nature. In harmony with heaven, the majestic form endures, through tribulations, the enlightened master of the heart. Upon the conclusion of his words, the golden dragon's expression shifted. He recognized the presence of a Western sage. However, the Taoist ancestor had proclaimed that sages must not emerge. Why then had Zhuan Ti appeared here, and what was his intent? It was evident that a Western sage had arrived. Yet the golden dragon dared not act recklessly and inquired respectfully. Zhuan Ti chuckled gently, his demeanor radiating kindness. Yet his words conveyed, the teachings of the West have a fateful connection with your dragon clan. Today, seeing your kind faced with the threat of extinction, I have come to guide those with affinity into my Western teachings, to explore the great way together. What does this mean? Our dragon clan's forces are surging like a tidal wave, while the human race trembles like a family of lost dogs. What great calamity looms over us? The threat of annihilation? Though you are a revered sage, I harbor no fear. Upon hearing this, the golden dragon felt a stir within, yet merely snorted dismissively. Zhuan Ti, perceiving the disrespectful words, felt a surge of anger within, yet his smile became even more sincere. I acknowledge your profound cultivation, dear friend, yet the great way is boundless, and the celestial might is formidable. Those who defy heaven will meet with dire consequences. Why deceive yourself? As for the connection with my Western teachings, there are 8 protectors. Yet the dragon clan is conspicuously absent, a matter of divine intention. Thus, I have come with goodwill to rescue your kind. Throughout his journey, Zhuan Ti had long coveted the elite descendants of the dragon clan, pondering the absence of guardians within the Western teachings. And thus he hastily spoke of the 8 protective orders. The golden dragon, upon hearing this, felt a surge of indignation. The protectors he spoke of were not but enforcers of the Western teachings. How could he expect the ancient bloodline of the dragon clan to serve as mere gatekeepers for the Western sect? Anger boiled within him. If that is the case, I must ask the sage to take his leave. Though our dragon clan may be humble, we are the true descendants of Pangu, and we cannot commit acts that would disgrace our divine ancestry. The golden dragon spoke with neither humility nor arrogance, directly refusing. Zhuan Ti appeared to have anticipated the golden dragon's thoughts. A smile flickered across his face, his eyes sparkling with sharpness as he gazed intently at the golden dragon. Truly unwilling? The golden dragon's form flickered, a hint of confusion clouding his eyes. He opened his mouth, seemingly on the verge of speaking, but soon, a look of struggle appeared in his gaze, and he swiftly regained clarity. A wave of fear surging within him, realizing he had nearly succumbed to the other's influence without awareness. However, before the golden dragon could respond, Zhuan Ti noticed that the golden dragon had broken free from his spell, as if nothing had transpired. It seems you are indeed unwilling. In that case, I shall no longer intrude. I will take my leave. Upon concluding his words, Zhuan Ti cast a lingering glance at the golden dragon, his form gradually fading into obscurity before vanishing entirely. At that moment, formidable auras suddenly swept in from outside, heralding the arrival of the azure dragon and his companions. Brother, what has transpired? Upon entering the grand hall, the black dragon observed that only the golden dragon remained and inquired. For the azure dragon had rushed in without elucidating the situation, leaving the others in confusion. The golden dragon, feeling the cold sweat trickling down his back. Couldn't he help but shiver before nonchalantly waving his hand? It is nothing. The events of today must not be divulged, no matter what you see. Refrain from uttering a single word. After delivering this directive, the golden dragon fixed a significant gaze upon the azure dragon, who, with a flicker of concern in his eyes, nodded in acquiescence. Subsequently, the golden dragon ushered the others out and seated himself quietly upon the crystal-carved throne, his gaze occasionally flickering with a hint of bewilderment. Lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, Zhuan Ti departed from the crystalline palace, swiftly returning to the western blissful world, where he sat serenely before Jiayin. How fared your journey? Jiayin inquired, eyeing Zhuan Ti closely. Zhuan Ti smiled softly and shook his head. Simply relying on teachings appears insufficient. Jiayin nodded in understanding, refraining from further discourse, and gestured towards a reflection that encompassed the entirety of the western blissful world. Addressing Zhuan Ti, junior brother, observe this blissful realm. It allows one to forget their woes, purify their hearts, and wholeheartedly pursue the Tao, yet it lacks a certain vibrancy. Tell me, why do countless sentient beings wander aimlessly, unaware of what they seek? Zhuan Ti glanced at the illuminated vision of the blissful world, a realm painstakingly crafted by the duo through immense effort and formidable magical prowess, aimed at propagating the Western teachings and remedying the desolate spiritual essence of the region. They had once ventured into the depths of chaos, gathering chaotic energy, which they transformed into primordial spiritual essence using the 12-petal golden lotus of merit. They placed this essence within the blissful world, and to this day, they had not established a residence for saints amidst the chaos, primarily due to their commitment to the Western teachings and their perennial stewardship of the blissful world. Brother, it is precisely because the world is lost, unsure of the path to the other shore, that we have the Western teachings to guide humanity, Zhuan Ti concluded. Bowing respectfully to Jiayin, the two exchanged smiles, a profound joy enveloping them, as if the entire Western blissful world resonated with their elation, quivering in response. The seated disciples and followers fervently paid homage to the duo. Who dares claim that sages are devoid of emotion? Chapter 58. Mu Jia returns to camp. As Mu Jia accompanied the army of Wenzhong back to the camp of King Zhou, he could no longer attend to anything else, hastily making his way toward Li Jing's military encampment, harboring a quiet anticipation after a prolonged separation from his father. Possessing the passage token issued by Wenzhong, Mu Jia traversed the route without hindrance and reached Li Jing's camp. The outer soldiers did not recognize him. Yet upon entering the inner camp, he was met by Li Jing's elite troops, who had often seen Mu Jia before. However, since embarking on his path of cultivation, the cherubic cheeks that once adorned his face had vanished, and he now appeared more spirited than ever, his eyes occasionally gleaming with brilliance, exuding an air of celestial grace. The soldiers, oblivious to the true identity of Mu Jia, knew that although he possessed a pass, he still required an announcement to enter Li Jing's encampment. Aware of the military protocols, Mu Jia nodded in acknowledgement and stood alone outside the main camp, observing the comings and goings of the military tents. For a moment, he was filled with nostalgia, reflecting on the once familiar scenes that now stirred no deep emotion within him. The notion of cultivating one's spirit and path indeed rang true. Just as Mu Jia was lost in thought, a voice suddenly called out beside him, "Might I inquire the purpose of this Taoist visit?" Upon hearing this voice, Mu Jia's spirit stirred, and he swiftly turned his head. A smile illuminated his face as he recognized the newcomer. It was none other than his fourth uncle. "Do you still remember me?" he exclaimed. The visitor was Mo Li Shou, the fourth of the four generals of the Mo family, known for his playful nature and unrestrained character, who had once been the closest companion to the three sons of the Li family. Upon hearing Mu Jia's words, Mo Li Shou halted, scrutinizing the young man before him with a puzzled expression. He wondered why this little Taoist referred to him as fourth uncle. Could it be that his three brothers had another younger descendant? "This little Taoist, why do you call me fourth uncle? We seem to have no relation," Mo Li Shou queried in confusion. Disappointment flickered across Mu Jia's face as he touched his cheek and sighed. "Oh, fourth uncle. Stop. Mo Li Shou interjected hastily. "First, tell me which of my three brothers you are a descendant of?" It seemed he had already formed a conclusion regarding Mu Jia's lineage. Taken aback, Mu Jia chuckled, surprised at how endearing his fourth uncle remained. A playful thought entered his mind. "Oh? Then which of my esteemed ancestors does fourth uncle believe I am?" This left Mo Li Shou momentarily speechless. Although his three brothers were fearsome in appearance, with rugged features, Mu Jia possessed a delicate and handsome visage. If he truly had such a nephew, his brothers would have undoubtedly showcased him with pride. Seeing Li Shou momentarily at a loss, Nezha felt compelled to clarify. It appears you have genuinely forgotten. I departed from home just a couple of years ago, though my appearance has changed somewhat. Why can you not recognize me? At these words, a glimmer of recognition sparked in Li Shou's eyes, and he exclaimed, You are Nezha? After Nezha's departure from the Li family, Nezha and Jinja had been taken away. Among the Li family's 3 sons, it was the strikingly handsome Nezha who had left the deepest impression, leading Li Shou to mistake Nezha for him. Had it been any of the other 3 generals, they might not have made such an error. After all, Nezha had severed ties with the Li family and could never come to visit Li Jing, especially not with a cheerful demeanor. Upon hearing his uncle's words, Nezha suddenly recalled his younger brother, and a shadow fell over his heart. He was uncertain how to interact with Li Jing upon his return. Forcing a smile, he observed the tension and anticipation in Li Shou's eyes, and let out a bitter laugh, saying, Indeed, uncle is quite fond of my 3rd brother. In just 2 years, even I have been forgotten. Li Jing then realized that the person before him was, in fact, Nezha. The joy in his eyes dimmed slightly, yet he could not suppress an excited exclamation. So it is Nezha? I did not expect such a transformation. Truly, you have grown more handsome. You, Nezha, have been away for merely 2 years, and already you have learned to tease your uncle. Just wait until I deal with you. Li Shou, lacking any sense of decorum, moved to engage Nezha in debate. Nezha chuckled, recognizing that his uncle's nature had not changed in the slightest. However, with the playful banter, Nezha felt a sense of ease returning, as if he had reverted to the past. After exchanging light-hearted jests, they refrained from discussing Nezha, as he had become a taboo subject within the Li household. The old matriarch had yet to forgive Li Jing, spending her days in the temple, praying for Nezha. Since Nezha's silent departure from home, the old lady remained unaware that he was still alive. After a short while, Li Shou recalled the matter at hand and inquired, Why are you standing out here instead of entering the camp? Come, let us go inside. Nezha recounted the earlier incident, and Li Shou learned that the guards had failed to recognize Nezha and had reported to the inside. However, currently, he was the only one left to guard the camp, as the general and his 3 brothers had gone to the king's tent and had not yet returned. These little rascals do not even recognize you. I shall ensure they receive their due punishment. Li Shou seemed to forget that he himself had not recognized Nezha just moments earlier, almost leading to a misunderstanding. As expected, the soldier who had gone to report quickly returned, and upon seeing Li Shou and Nezha together, his face lit up with joy. He hurried over, exclaiming, 4th General, this young Taoist wishes to see the general. I just reported but could not find him, yet here he is. After the soldier finished speaking, Li Shou sighed. Ah, just look at your eyes. With that, he shook his head in disappointment at the soldier's lack of discernment and led Nezha inside. As Nezha passed by the soldier, he offered a smile. Behind them, the soldier gazed at their departing figures, bewildered, wondering if he had done something to disappoint the 4th General. He promptly asked his companion, who had remained behind, what did the 4th General mean by that sigh? His companion regarded him with a bemused expression and then coughed lightly. Oh dear, my friend, your eyes are truly beyond redemption. Did you not notice that the young Taoist is the 2nd son of our general? The 2nd son? How can that be? The soldier retorted, taken aback. His companion replied, Humph, I recognized him immediately as the 2nd son. Then why did you not say so earlier? The soldier, however, was skeptical, retorting with a sharp tongue. Moreover, the audacity of his companion to claim that his fate was sealed was intolerable. Even if the 4 generals had spoken, it was not for his comrade to dictate his fate. On what grounds should I speak? I refuse to. This left the companion momentarily speechless, although he quickly regained his composure and replied. As the argument escalated, 2 soldiers behind them became embroiled in the dispute, eventually wagering privately. If the other were indeed Nezha, the first soldier would forfeit half a month's pay, and vice versa. Thus, they settled their differences with a disdainful huff and resumed their posts. Meanwhile, Nezha had entered the military tent alongside Li Shou, who, before the others arrived, took the initiative to inform Nezha of another matter concerning Nezha. Chapter 59. Li Shou's counsel as they entered Li Shou's grand tent. The personal guards served tea to the 2. Outside, the rain continued to fall. However, within the camp of the Tianshou army, no drops descended, as powerful sorceries were employed by the adept members of the military to maintain morale and combat readiness. Yet, the sky remained ominously overcast. Seated, they exchanged casual anecdotes from the past 2 years. Li Shou had little of interest to share, having spent his days in the relentless pursuit of battle alongside the generals, while Nezha recounted his own experiences as a practitioner of the way. It was then that Li Shou learned of the participation of the Chan sect in this great conflict, which brought him a measure of joy. It seemed that the general and his 3 elder brothers had ventured into the king's tent to discuss pertinent matters. When Li Jing invited Li Shou to accompany him, Li Shou, with his naturally capricious disposition, preferred the freedom of the military camp to the constraints of the central command tent where he could neither speak nor move freely. Just before the others arrived, he fortuitously encountered Nezha. After a brief conversation, Nezha noticed that Li Shou appeared somewhat preoccupied, stirring a sense of curiosity within him. His 4th uncle was not one to conceal matters. He was direct and forthright. Why, then, did he seem to be holding something back? "Uncle, is there something troubling you?" he inquired. Li Shou hesitated, realizing that Nezha had discerned his unease. After a moment's pause, he said, "Are you aware of your mother's situation?" "My mother? What has happened to her?" Nezha's heart raced as he pressed for answers. Previously, he had inquired about Nezha, who had assured him that Tianshou was well, free from illness, residing on Tianshou Mountain, revered as a celestial maiden. Could there be some deception at play? During their childhood, Li Jing was often away on military campaigns, and even when at home, he was preoccupied with affairs of state and military matters, leaving little time for his 3 sons. The incident involving Nezha had cast a long shadow over Nezha and Jinzha, complicating their relationship with their father. In contrast, Tianshou devoted herself wholeheartedly to her husband and children, earning the deep respect and filial piety of her offspring. With a sigh, Li Shou spoke. "Your mother is no longer in the military, nor at the Li household. She is at a place called Tianshou Mountain." Upon hearing this, Nezha realized that Li Shou was referring to this matter and nodded in understanding, saying, "So that is the case. I was already aware of it." "Aware? How did you come to know?" Li Shou asked, taken aback. Nezha did not conceal the truth, recounting his encounter with Nezha. "According to my younger brother, our mother is currently well and healthy at Tianshou Mountain. With that news, my heart is at ease. I shall make time to visit her soon." It was then that Li Shou learned Nezha had joined the Tianshou army and had attained such formidable prowess, remaining behind to ambush the Dragon Tribe forces. This revelation filled him with both joy and concern, causing a complex expression to cross his face. Nezha seemed to discern the thoughts of his companion. Although he too felt a twinge of worry, he was reassured by Nezha's considerable skills and magical abilities. Even if he were unable to win, escaping should pose no challenge. He thus offered some comforting words to Li Shou. However, in Li Shou's mind, Nezha remained that mischievous child he once knew, making it difficult for him to fully relax. At that moment, Li Shou suddenly recalled something of great importance and hastily spoke. "The general is likely to return soon. There are matters I must urgently convey to you to avoid displeasing your father." "Oh, what matters?" Nezha inquired. "Please, go ahead." Li Shou sighed in frustration and began. "This tale dates back several years. Back then, that troublesome little rascal Nezha left the Li family without a word, vanishing without a trace. Subsequently, you and your elder brother were taken away by the celestial being, leaving your mother in great sorrow. She wished to search for Nezha, but the general forbade it. Your mother, feeling helpless, requested the general to send someone to look for him. Yet he insisted that Nezha had been cast out and was no longer connected to the Li family. He even refused to send anyone to search and forbade the family from seeking him. Upon hearing this, Nezha was taken aback, unaware of his father's cold-heartedness. When he and his elder brother first learned of Nezha's disappearance, they had been taken by their master and were left in the dark about subsequent events. He was astonished to discover that his father had callously allowed his son to vanish without a trace, and when he finally encountered Nezha, he had assumed Nezha was unwilling to return to the Li family. After all, Li Jing was the esteemed lord of the 4 generals of the Mo family. Though they harbored dissatisfaction, they could not openly express it. Continuing, he said, "From that point on, the relationship between your mother and the general grew increasingly strained. Last year, the Ghost Tribe offered a batch of beauties as tribute to the king, who refused them all, instead bestowing them upon his ministers. Your father brought one home, named Pipa, and before long, she was elevated to the status of concubine, a precedent that had never before been established. It is said that the king was quite astonished and deeply regretted this decision, believing it had disturbed the tranquility of the Li family." "What?" Nezha gasped, utterly taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Li Shou glanced at Nezha and shook his head. "This matter is settled. You must not speak of it carelessly." Nezha, momentarily stunned, nodded in agreement, realizing that after 2 years away, such significant changes had transpired at home. "What happened next? How did my mother leave the family?" "Alas, after a tumultuous fallout between the lady and the general, reconciliation seemed elusive. Recently, the king dispatched the general to manage the floods and assist the afflicted populace. In a bid to mend his earlier missteps, the king ordered the lady to accompany the general on this expedition. Initially, this collaboration yielded positive results, as signs of their estranged relationship began to soften. However, such fortuitous developments were short-lived. Upon arriving at the designated location, the lady discovered the true cause of the floods and learned of Nezha's peril. In her desperation, she sought the general's aid, but he rebuffed her pleas, leaving her disheartened and abandoned. Aside from Yin Shinyang and Li Jing, the four generals of the demon clan were acutely aware of these unfolding events. Mu Jia, momentarily taken aback, found himself at a loss for words. One was his father, the other his mother. Despite harboring grievances toward his father, could he truly emulate his younger brother? Recently, the general had been in a foul mood, particularly incensed by the lady's departure. The king had even inquired about this matter days prior, and had it not been for the ongoing war, the general would likely have already sought to bring her back, yet he refrained from sending anyone to retrieve her. Moreover, all these matters were intricately linked to Nezha. Should the general return, it would be prudent to avoid discussing the lady or Nezha. Mu Jia nodded in agreement, feeling an overwhelming sense of vexation. Upon returning, he was met with such disheartening revelations. The anticipation of reuniting with his father had lost its luster. Though he had once suspected that his mother's departure might involve his father, the confirmation of this suspicion, coupled with the realization of his father's actions over the past 2 years, inevitably stirred feelings of resentment within him. Mo Liso, seemingly attuned to Mu Jia's turmoil, placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, shaking his head in helplessness. He too struggled to comprehend how the astute Nezha could find himself at odds with Li Jing, as if they were adversaries. Upon reflection, it became evident that prior to the fateful night of their confrontation, there had been no significant conflict or discord between Nezha and Li Jing. What had once been a harmonious household had now devolved into discord. Chapter 60. Retreat from Daizong. Within the encampment of the Shang dynasty, the largest tent occupied a vast expanse of several hundred square feet, surrounded by countless smaller tents arranged in intricate formations. Banners fluttered like a forest, and an abundance of weapons lay in wait. Moreover, hidden in the shadows, countless powerful figures lurked. This was the grand encampment of the current emperor, King Zhou of Shang. At that moment, a figure hurriedly approached, only to be halted at the entrance by a guard bearing a spear. Without an audience from the king, one cannot recklessly enter the camp. The newcomer was Fei Zhong, the king's most trusted confidant. Yet, even he refrained from intruding upon the military's main camp. Sensing several gazes locking onto him, Fei Zhong simmered with frustration, but recognized the importance of protocol. He clasped his fists in respect towards the spear-wielding guard. I humbly request that you inform the king of my presence, as I have significant matters to discuss. The guard regarded him for a moment before turning to enter the tent to relay the message. Meanwhile, the commotion had already reached King Zhou, who, intrigued, suspected that news from the Western Front had arrived. Allow my esteemed minister to enter. The guard then lowered his spear and gestured to Fei Zhong with a respectful bow. You are invited, my lord. In the shadows, the numerous auras vanished without a trace. Fei Zhong entered the grand tent and beheld King Zhou seated regally at the head of the assembly, wielding the emperor's sword. The king's countenance was solemn and imposing, instilling a sense of reverence within those who beheld him. Fei Zhong recognized this as the aura of an emperor. Despite his remarkable cultivation and lofty aspirations, Fei Zhong, although deeply loyal to King Zhou, harbored unwholesome thoughts, aligning himself with the treacherous officials of the court. He often relied solely on his own judgment in matters. And while King Zhou valued his loyalty and talents, he had not dismissed him, instead bestowing upon him considerable responsibilities. Positioned as a civil official, Fei Zhong had contemplated leading troops into battle during this campaign, yet he was acutely aware of his lack of martial prowess and thus refrained from suggesting it. He also understood that even if he expressed this desire to King Zhou, the king would likely not acquiesce. Your Majesty, I bring news from the front. The Western forces have retreated, and Master One and his cohort are on their way. Hence I relay this message for your awareness. Fei Zhong, recognizing the gravity of the situation, hastily conveyed the information without waiting for King Zhou to inquire. Upon hearing this, King Zhou felt a surge of joy, yet a sense of reluctance soon followed. He understood that the retreat of the Western forces signified not just a withdrawal, but an acknowledgement that his side could no longer withstand the confrontation with the Dragon Clan. This realization brought a sense of humiliation to the king. Nevertheless, he was pragmatic and never acted impulsively. Recognizing the situation had unfolded in such a manner, He consoled himself with the thought that at least the Western forces had held their ground against the dragons for nearly a month, and a portion could safely retreat. Alongside Master Lao bringing back many capable individuals, thus the losses were not insurmountable. Fei Zhong, perceptive and astute, discerned the turmoil within King Zhou but dared not speak further. Given his understanding of the king, he recognized that any action he might take would be ill-advised. Moreover, the returning commander was Wen Zhong, whom he dared not disrespect. While he was unafraid of the generals and elder statesmen at court, he held Master Wen in the highest regard. "Your Majesty, shall we send someone to welcome them?" Fei Zhong ventured, casting a glance at the king's expression. King Zhou nodded and responded, "You are correct, Fei Yiqing. Dispatch a large force to greet Master Wen's return, and summon the commanders of all armies for a council." Fei Zhong acknowledged the command, bowing slightly before withdrawing from the tent. Soon, the high-ranking generals arrived in succession, led by Li Jing, the commander of Qintang Pass, accompanied by 3 of the 4 generals of the Mo family. Following them were Huang Feihu, Lord Su, Zhang Kuei, Yu Hua, Yu Hun, Lu Xiong, Eli, and Kong Xian, among others, all summoned by King Zhou. The grand tent quickly filled with martial figures, exuding an air of fierce and bloody valor. King Zhou seemed unperturbed by this atmosphere. In fact, he appeared somewhat nostalgic. Long before he ascended to the throne, when he was still the crown prince of the Tianshou dynasty, he had personally led troops against the Ghost and Western Rong nations. At his core, King Zhou was not a prince accustomed to peace. The warriors gathered nearby engaged in lively discussions. Few among them, like Li Jing and Kong Xian, maintained their silence. King Zhou observed this without interference, wishing to gauge the morale of his military from their discourse. To his satisfaction, despite the unfavorable circumstances on the Western Front, the spirits of his generals remained undeterred, their fighting zeal unwavering. Just then, news arrived that Master Wen had arrived. Upon hearing this, the warriors quickly rose to their feet, and King Zhou stepped forward to greet them, leading the way out of the tent. However, before anyone could exit, the grand tent's curtain was suddenly lifted, revealing an elder clad in a Taoist robe, none other than Wen Zhong himself. Upon seeing King Zhou, Wen Zhong felt reassured by the sight of the king's robust and imposing figure, and he promptly bowed in respect, saying, "The old minister arrives late. I beseech your majesty for forgiveness." King Zhou laughed heartily and supported Wen Zhong's arm, exclaiming, "At last, the esteemed master has come. I have awaited this moment for far too long." A warm feeling surged within Wen Zhong, yet mindful of the situation on the Western Front, he insisted, "Your Majesty, I bear responsibility for the Western campaign. I implore you to mete out punishment." The other generals present, including Yuan Hong, echoed his sentiment, bowing in unison and requesting punishment. King Zhou, moved by the weariness evident on their faces and the bloodshot eyes of his warriors, felt a swell of emotion. These men were the true loyalists of the Shang dynasty. "Please rise. I am already aware of the Western campaign's circumstances. You need not blame yourselves. However, do you desire vengeance?" The warriors shouted in unison, "We are ready to heed your majesty's call and eradicate the remnants of the dragon clan." "Excellent. Haha. Your words alone suffice," King Zhou replied. "This battle is not your fault. You have all endured great fatigue. Go rest now. If punishment is to be given, let it be that you strive to slay more enemies in the future and avoid idleness." The generals were momentarily taken aback, then quickly exclaimed, "Thank you, your majesty." Soon, the soldiers who had retreated from the Western Front were assigned to their camps and returned to rest. Their journey had been largely under the relentless rain, and many had been swept away by floods along the way. Now, having arrived at the Grand Camp, they finally felt a sense of security and could relax their minds. Wen Zhong, Yuan Hong, and the accompanying vice-generals remained behind to report on the Western campaign's developments and to discuss the army's next steps with the assembled officials. Yuan Hong and the vice-generals first detailed the initial stages of the battle, followed by Wen Zhong recounting the events leading up to their arrival. The assembly learned that several thousand troops were positioned behind them to intercept the Dragon Clan's pursuit, as well as to address the matters concerning the two sects, which had previously been known to only a select few. When the mention of a quasi-saint's appearance was made, an air of tension enveloped the tent. While the army's formation was sufficient to withstand ordinary sea creatures, the generals understood that when facing the ancient Dragon Clan, the true determinants of victory on the battlefield lay with the high-level cultivators. Fortunately, Wen Zhong's subsequent words eased their concerns. Several golden immortals from the Chan sect had come to assist, and the Jie sect was also dispatching cultivators to join the fray. In the near future, second-generation disciples from the Jie sect, including quasi-saints and golden immortals, would also lend their strength. regarding the reclusive mighty beings of the primordial world. When the human race faces the impending threat of extinction, they surely will not remain passive observers. At the very least, the ancestral figure of the earth immortals within the elusive Wuzhuang temple would not stand idly by as humanity perishes. After calming the hearts of the assembly, Wen Zhong, along with King Zhou and several esteemed generals, deliberated and ultimately resolved to withdraw the army westward to Mount Daizong, relying on the mountainous terrain to impede the dragon clan's advance, while seeking opportunities for counterattack. Once the responsibilities were assigned, the commanders prepared to set forth, ready to break camp the following day. However, just as Li Jing was about to depart, he encountered Wen Zhong, who cheerfully obstructed his path. Li Jing inquired, "Might I ask what further business you have, esteemed master?" Wen Zhong smiled and replied, "I bear news concerning you, General Li. Allow me to extend my congratulations on the emergence of another formidable general from your household." Li Jing, puzzled, regarded him quizzically and gestured for 3 of the 4 generals of the Mo family to await outside. King Zhou, equally astonished, gazed at Wen Zhong, uncertain of the implications of his words. Kong Xian had previously encountered Nezha, yet upon returning to the camp, he had not informed anyone. And since he rarely mingled with the other generals, including King Zhou, the latter was unaware of Nezha's entry into the primordial realm. Chapter 61. King Zhou's slip of the tongue, Wen Zhong's rebuke. "What do you mean, esteemed master?" Li Jing asked, bewildered. Wen Zhong glanced at King Zhou, then at Li Jing, before turning back to the king and stating, "Your Majesty, do you recall that little hero who slayed dragons?" At this, a glimmer of recognition sparked in King Zhou's eyes, and a smile graced his lips. "Is this related?" he queried, casting a glance at Li Jing's countenance. Upon hearing Wen Zhong's revelation, Li Jing felt a shift within him. Observing King Zhou's gaze, he experienced a moment of clarity and suddenly understood to whom Wen Zhong was referring, prompting a change in his expression. Wen Zhong continued, "Indeed, that little hero is none other than the 3rd son of General Li, known as Nezha. I happened to encounter him, Your Majesty." Li Jing interjected, "I have only 2 children, Your Majesty. I possess no 3rd son. Tomorrow the army is to depart, and there are pressing matters at hand. Unless there is further business, I shall take my leave." At that moment, Li Jing, his expression darkening, abruptly excused himself, clasping his fists in respect towards Wen Zhong and King Zhou before exiting the military tent. Wen Zhong and King Zhou exchanged glances, both recognizing the other's helplessness as they sighed in unison and shook their heads. King Zhou remarked, "It appears that General Li has yet to resolve his inner turmoil. The dynamic between father and son is indeed intriguing. I suspect the entirety of the Shang dynasty is now aware of this matter." Wen Zhong responded, "Your Majesty, it is likely that the widespread knowledge of this issue is precisely why General Li finds it difficult to lower his pride and maintain a facade. After all, they are bound by blood." While he spoke thus, a glimmer of amusement flickered in Wen Zhong's eyes. Not only was he a seasoned elder of the Shang dynasty, but he also represented the interests of the Jie sect, standing for the entire sect's entanglements. Nezha himself may not hold significant importance. Rather, it is the ethereal presence of the goddess, and while looming behind him, that truly captivates. Additionally, Li Jing is merely a pawn of the Chan sect inserted into the Shang dynasty. Should Nezha reconcile with Li Jing, it would not align with the interests of the Jie sect. He is also inclined to find Nezha a distinguished mentor. Yet it is imperative to discern Nezha's future trajectory first. Observing Li Jing's demeanor, Wen Zhong felt a modicum of relief. Let them, the Li family, untangle their own entanglements. Now let us discuss this little hero. It seems that King Zhou harbors a profound animosity towards the Dragon clan, frequently lamenting Nezha's slaying of them. Any military personnel who manage to vanquish a dragon in battle are generously rewarded, far exceeding the accolades for other feats. Since the king desires to hear, I shall oblige." Wen Zhong remarked with a smile, succinctly introducing Nezha's exploits. "Oh, who would have thought this young lad possessed such capabilities, capable of bearing the incense of the mortal world? Excellent. Truly a little hero slayer of dragons. If what you say is true, I might indeed share a certain affinity with him. Had I known he was at the Enhua temple back then, I should have sought him out during the incense offering to nurture him personally." Upon hearing this, King Zhou interjected, recalling how he had once fallen prey to treachery during the incense offering from Enhua, a memory that still lingers painfully. He had not anticipated that a young Nezha was present at the Enhua temple that day. Wen Zhong, taking in the king's words, felt a stirring within. For a sovereign to claim a connection is a rare occurrence. If Nezha is willing, it seems his future in the mortal realm will be devoid of concern for wealth and status. However, based on my analysis of Nezha, it appears he is not one who covets worldly riches. It seems that Minister Li has indeed misjudged, I have heard of his other two sons, who were taken away by Taoists a couple of years ago, but their talents are rather unremarkable. I never would have guessed that the true prodigy of the Li family was driven out by Li Jing himself, becoming an adversary instead. This incident stirred considerable commotion back then, nearly leading to fratricide, which is quite lamentable, sighed King Zhou. Wen Zhong, noticing King Zhou still linking Nezha with Li Jing, skillfully shifted the topic. I believe that despite his tender age, Nezha is truly extraordinary. Not only in terms of his cultivation, but also considering the multitude of tribulations he has endured, he has grown increasingly perceptive. Indeed, King Zhou concurred. What did Nezha say at that time? Nezha articulated that the matter concerning the dragon clan had wrought havoc upon countless lives, inciting a torrent of grievances from the populace. And he felt a deep sense of responsibility. Thus, he emerged from seclusion, seeking to atone for past transgressions. Wen Zhong chuckled at this. King Zhou laughed heartily. I do not perceive this as a misstep. Do you think he will encounter trouble by staying behind to intercept the pursuing dragons? That is unlikely. Upon my arrival, I had already informed the 10 celestial lords of the GS sect and the disciples therein. Moreover, his own cultivation is substantial and his magical artifacts formidable. Should he truly face the dragon pursuers, as long as a quasi-saint does not intervene, they should be able to manage, Wen Zhong replied. King Zhou nodded thoughtfully. Acknowledging the abundance of talented individuals among the next generation of officials and warriors, yet lamenting the scarcity of truly exceptional figures. Recently, he had been troubled by the prospect of the decline of the Tianshou dynasty. He believed that Nezha could serve as an inspiring exemplar to invigorate the youth of his realm. Wen Zhong, taken aback by the king's far-reaching contemplation, realized that Zhou's admiration for Nezha was not merely a matter of personal preference. With a respectful gesture, he expressed, Your Majesty, your wisdom is commendable. The two conversed casually about Nezha, with King Zhou frequently expressing his admiration for Li Jing. However, he remained largely unaware of the deeper intricacies surrounding Nezha's circumstances. Though King Zhou was a powerful earthly sovereign with formidable prowess, he was ultimately still a mortal, lacking a comprehensive understanding of the cultivation world. Naturally, those around him would not divulge such matters, as they belonged to two distinct realms that, even when intersecting, would swiftly return to their respective domains. Listening to the soldiers patrolling outside, King Zhou's gaze shifted to the map on the table. Grand Tutor, do you truly believe we can triumph over the Dragon Clan? He inquired. Wen Zhong abruptly lifted his head in response, exclaiming, Your Majesty, our Tianshou dynasty has endured through generations, weathering countless storms. Today, we reign supreme, commanding the allegiance of lords from all corners. You must not utter such words. Yet, he conceded that their adversaries were indeed formidable. King Zhou caressed the heavenly sovereign's sword in his hand, feeling its icy chill, and remarked, Indeed, our enemies are incredibly powerful. Wen Zhong, evidently incensed by the king's words, lost his jovial demeanor, rising abruptly. Under King Zhou's astonished gaze, he passionately retorted, Your Majesty, are you aware of the trials our human race endured during the ancient times? Today's challenges pale in comparison to even a fraction of those hardships. Why speak such demoralizing words? Startled by this outburst, King Zhou regained his composure, feeling a flush of embarrassment. His earlier reflections on the Dragon Clan's strength had been born of a momentary sentiment, not a lack of confidence. However, Wen Zhong's fervent admonition jolted him into realizing the impropriety of his statements, recognizing the potential to undermine the morale of his troops. If he were merely a common soldier or a civilian, voicing such complaints might be excusable, but as the emperor, the sovereign of the Tianshou dynasty, it was wholly inappropriate. With this realization, beads of sweat formed on his brow as he observed the Grand Tutor, his hair bristled and eyes ablaze with intensity, staring intently at him. A sense of guilt washed over King Zhou, prompting him to clasp his hands respectfully and bow to Wen Zhong. Please do not take offense, Grand Tutor. I merely sought to express my concerns. In this instance, I was mistaken. I implore you to temper your anger. Hearing the words of Wen Zhong, he cast a glance at King Zhou and could not help but let out a sigh. My lord, it is not that I am being verbose, but I sincerely hope you will refrain from such utterances in the future. Your recent words have truly frightened me. Should such a thing occur again, I fear I may not withstand it. Indeed, I have acted rashly, King Zhou lamented, then regained his composure, as if nothing had transpired moments before. Though he was a king of remarkable prowess, he remained human, susceptible to the same emotions as any other. Observing King Zhou, in all his regal splendor, apologizing to his old minister due to a moment of emotional outburst stirred feelings of gratitude within Wen Zhong. However, it also brought to mind another matter that had yet to be addressed. Contemplating this issue while gazing upon the vigorous King Zhou, Wenzhong suddenly grasped the weight of the burdens resting upon the king's shoulders. He instinctively placed a hand upon the king's shoulder, exclaiming, "My lord." Yet, upon realizing the impropriety of his action, a cold sweat broke out across his brow. As a minister, how could he presume to act so familiarly with the king? He quickly clasped his hands in apology. King Zhou, however, appeared unfazed and motioned for Wenzhong to take his rightful place. "I am grateful for your candid words today, which have awakened me to my missteps," he said. Wenzhong replied, "My lord, there is another matter of great significance that I must bring to your attention, and I hope you will prepare yourself for its gravity." Chapter 62. Discussing the Witch Clan within the King's tent. What did you say? The Witch Clan. King Zhou suddenly rose, his brow furrowing deeply, his hands instinctively gripping the emperor's sword at his waist. Wenzhong nodded affirmatively. Indeed, the Witch Clan. Many, even among cultivators, have long forgotten the existence of the Witch Clan after millennia and are unaware that such a race existed in the primordial era. However, as the sovereign of humanity, you must be acquainted with certain truths, such as the origins of our people and the myriad histories that have unfolded throughout the ages. At this moment, the concept of learning from history may not apply, but every generation of emperors has engaged in this pursuit. During his time as crown prince, King Zhou had immersed himself in the vast libraries of the palace, striving to comprehend both his responsibilities and the knowledge he ought to possess. Hence he was aware of the Witch Clan. According to historical records, the Witch Clan once ruled the vast expanse of the primordial continent until they clashed with the celestial demon clan, leading to their demise. The sheer might of the Witch Clan had always been perceived as mere legend, but upon hearing the names spoken by Wenzhong, King Zhou found it difficult to accept. However, with Wenzhong's assured affirmation, his mind was cast into a haze. He had never anticipated the lingering presence of the Witch Clan. If, as Wenzhong suggested, they were to join forces with the Dragon Clan, his current strength would be utterly insufficient to contend with their combined might. Hasn't the Witch Clan been extinguished? King Zhou forced himself to regain his composure and finally spoke. Wenzhong shook his head, resting his hands on his knees as he sat cross-legged on the mat. "My lord, are you familiar with the goddess of heaven and earth?" Upon hearing this, King Zhou nodded. The Empress of Yellow Earth and the Goddess of the Earth are held in high esteem by humanity, as legend has it that she once transcended the cycle of reincarnation to alleviate the suffering of countless beings, establishing a domain of rebirth and ensuring the constancy of the heavenly Tao, a fact that King Zhou was well aware of. However, the true identity of the Empress of Heaven and Earth remains a mystery among mortals. Even the most adept cultivators are unaware of such ancient secrets. Seeing King Zhou nod in acknowledgement, Wenzhong spoke up. King Zhou, intrigued, glanced at Wenzhong and inquired, "Pray tell, what is the true identity of the Empress of Heaven and Earth?" "Which clan?" Wenzhong deliberated for a moment before suddenly revealing. "Which clan? How can that be?" King Zhou exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment, his eyes widening as he stared intently at Wenzhong. Disappointingly for King Zhou, Wenzhong simply nodded affirmatively. "Such secrets were unknown to me as well, but my master, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, once recounted ancient mysteries during our teachings. She mentioned that the underworld was overseen by an ancestral witch who, witnessing the suffering of the primordial world, chose to embody reincarnation, thus fulfilling the heavenly Tao. My master spoke of this with great admiration, and so I took note of it. According to her, had this ancestral witch not chosen to embody reincarnation before the witch-demon war, the outcome could have been vastly different. Yet, the heavenly Tao is unfathomable. It was precisely due to the goddess's embodiment of reincarnation that a thread of the Witch Clan's bloodline was preserved." King Zhou had never before heard of such ancient mysteries, leaving him momentarily speechless as he contemplated the figures of the ancient era, feeling a sense of regret for being born in the wrong time. Sensing the fluctuations in King Zhou's spirit, Wenzhong remained silent, recognizing the king's broad-mindedness and warrior spirit, which concealed a noble disposition. He diligently safeguarded his realm and the future of humanity. However, upon hearing Wenzhong speak of ancient matters, King Zhou felt his heart stirred. Wenzhong continued, "Of course, after the goddess of earth embodied reincarnation, her unwavering attachment to the underworld resulted in her receiving divine merits from the heavenly Tao, allowing her to be reborn. Yet, the goddess of earth had entirely merged her essence with the 6 paths of reincarnation, henceforth never stepping out of the underworld. Thus, we need not concern ourselves with her. Yet, it is likely that the Witch Clan she once protected has regained its strength by governing the underworld. Therefore, our primary adversaries now are the other Witch Clans." King Zhou finally grasped the situation, speaking up in response to Wenzhong's words. Wenzhong nodded, "Precisely. Our main enemies do not include the goddess of earth, but rather the resurgent ambitions of the witch clan from back then. King Zhou, relieved, felt a weight lift from his heart. Should he confront the goddess of earth? Regardless of right or wrong, an unease would linger within him, for her stature among humanity is indeed monumental. However, the king must not be complacent. Though the witch clan lacks the profound heritage of the dragon clan and may not possess the strength to rival them for countless years, they have occupied their position in the underworld, nurturing an untold number of spectral soldiers. Moreover, in the past, the witch clan intermarried with the human race, resulting in the birth of numerous witch descendants. Thus, the resurgence of the witch clan will undoubtedly bring forth three formidable forces. First, the spectral soldiers, numerous yet limited in magical prowess. Second, the witch descendants, who embody the strengths of both the human and witch lineages, possessing remarkable spells and superior physicality compared to humans. And third, the witch clan itself, though I remain unaware of the current number of their kin. Furthermore, the witch clan has an extraordinary ability to manifest their essence into the world, rendering their physical forms exceptionally robust and their destructive power astonishing. Wen Zhong meticulously articulated all that he knew and surmised, aligning perfectly with the current state of the witch clan. The king had not anticipated the intricacies involved. In truth, the spectral soldiers, while the weakest, posed the greatest headache for him due to their overwhelming numbers. During the conflict, the formidable figures of the three teachings and the wandering practitioners would undoubtedly focus their energies on combating the might of the dragon and witch clans, leaving little room for distraction. Consequently, the countless spectral soldiers would necessitate the human soldiers to rise against them, thereby establishing a balance against the two clans. These spectral soldiers, after all, were predominantly transformed from deceased humans, making the situation both emotionally and militarily taxing for the king. Nevertheless, this also ignited the king's fighting spirit. Do you seek to invade the primordial lands? He thought. Since fate has placed me amidst this perilous moment for humanity, where I play a crucial role, I must, like my ancestors, eradicate these long-forgotten races that should have been swept away by history. This is my divine duty as the ruler of humanity. With this realization, the king's mind cleared, and a surge of fervor filled his heart, enhancing his imposing aura. Noticing the king's unusual demeanor, Wen Zhong glanced over, his eyes shimmering with joy. Now, that is the true monarch of humanity. Wen Zhong ceased his discourse, and after some time, the sound of patrolling soldiers outside roused the king from his reverie. He then recalled, by the way, how did you come to know of the witch clan's impending resurgence? Upon hearing this, Master Wen inexplicably smiled. Interestingly, this matter is connected to that Nezha. In my view, Nezha has a significant connection with our great Shang. The king then realized that the matter ultimately circled back to Nezha, and upon hearing Master Wen's words, he found them quite reasonable. By the way, my lord, upon our arrival at Mount Tai tomorrow, I intend to meet someone who may provide further clarity. Wen Zhong suddenly recalled and remarked, "Are you referring to the Jinhong clan?" The king's gaze shifted toward Wen Zhong, intrigued. Wen Zhong smiled and nodded in affirmation.